tare, vreau să-mi intri o mare baciuia și cu cel vrâncean.
Dumioara mea, să te
Ciobănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de câinii, că ai lăsat oilii și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Și-ai plecat cu fetilii, și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, du-du-du-du-du-du. M-am întâlnit cu iepuroi, du-du-du-du-du-du. Unde cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Ai, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. De văzut nu le-am văzut.
No more games. Kneel before Zeus.
Oh, that's a good call. Excellent call there. They're able to grab Crystallis off the trees, but it's not enough. He gets the boundless strike and the Wukong's command off. They didn't have enough damage to punish him despite getting that excellent jump. Crystallis survives. Gaimin, they have to run, but by the looks of it, they can't. They're trying for the TP out, but the damage from Whitemon and the impetus is done. Watson to fall. There's a lot of heroes here, and they'll just jump straight back in. Blow up 33. Crystallis is trying to come in with the range thing for Quinn, but Quinn's able to get the BKB off, and the Red Grim pushing the back of the Fear. BZM caught by the bash. He's gone. Saxa's dead. They're ready to dive on for more underneath the tower, looking for Whitemon. Whitemon will heal up momentarily. They'll set their sights for the bigger kill first. Crystallis, as he's gone. Malady chases down Whitemon. It's going to be a team wipe. The Hex is there now on towards him. Requiem coming out with the BKB's up for 33. He's able to stand his ground on top of Quinn, but does he have enough damage to kill this SF? He does not. Quinn's getting away. He'll survive. 33 to go down. BZM, he wants the kill desperately. He's not going to get it. Quinn's already out with the blink. The silence is back up. BZM will die for this as well, as all three cores of Tundra go down. 33, can he get on top of them again? The jump forward, but the Hex is there. Taxa in with the punch. They've got the control on Quinn. Crystal puts the BKB, moves in, trying to get the damage in onto Quinn, but Quinn can kite it out. Look towards Watson. Watson wants the BKB, tries to stand his ground, but BCM's on top of him. Watson with the Satanic. He's healing up here. Watson back up to full HP. Watson will survive. Tundra will lose this fight big time as Gaimin take down them all. They'll find Corey in the river. Copy's watching. Does he want to try and do anything in return? He does not. Now, he's going to actually get the jump to the side. That one they'll go for. Dreamcoat comes out onto the two of them. Polisson and XXS get core. XXS is pretty beefy, though, with the Blade Belt and the Crimson Guard. They get the control there on Uragi. The silence as well. Uragi put the man in the Sunder. Back up to full HP. He gets it off. And now the fight, it's over for XG. They have to try and scramble out of there. Only Xingqiu left alive.
XM giving vision.
He's going to go for it. He's in, but he's not going to be able to stop it.
And he's in.
Copy gets the kill, gets the Aegis. Ready to get the job done here with the rest of the team. They get the setup on the Boom. Can they save him? Solarguardian's coming in. Boom's gone. Copy trying to hold his own, but he cannot do so. The game,
GG.
It's finally over. GG's called. XG will take game 2. Uragi staying in on top of Arme, but Arme just turns towards him. Boratine comes out, Boom's back in, but Corey's gone. They're looking towards Copy. Uragi's trying to get on top of XM. There's the call. They've caught the sniper, but the BKB's still there. He's taking no damage on XM. Now the BKB comes to an end, though. He's vulnerable. That's the Aegis out of his hands. Boom has to try and run, but Polisson's got him caught with the song into the root. That's Boom gone.
Second dive back.
XM, he's going to be fine on his second life as XG can keep him safe. He turns towards the illusions. They've got the catch on towards Uragi. Uragi to fall. Double kill for XM. GG is called.
Spot Kiyotaka, but they got the Solar Guardian Kiyotaka. Again, just killing Boxy so quickly. Nightfall gets Insania. Without both these supports, there's just no help, and Mickey is dead to Mira. They'll find Kiyotaka, they'll vortex him in, and they won't get this kill. Able to blink away, Sonic Wave finally finishes off Kiyotaka, but it is just costing so much, and you're not able to TP out on Saberlight, so he'll end up falling too. Sleep. Serpent Wards came through from Aurora. They should be able to get the kill on a Boxy here. At least one, but he's got the Gale Guard. He's still in the run. He ends up surviving with BKB being popped by Isha. The chase is on for Kiyotaka. He's got a remnant, but it's moving slow. The Earth Splitter was used, and Kiyotaka's not able to survive. Boxy, with him surviving that attack, he's able to get the shackle on the Serpent Wards down on Toronto. Tokyo Mickey gets the kill. Taking out Panto is Isha. Find that double kill, find the kill to Panto, but now they've got the lasso again in a Nightfall.
Nightfall got baited.
He's free to hit in, and they will take out the Sven. Toronto, Tokyo misses the skewer once more. Mickey with that force staff out of the low ground. Now the shards, they block in Mira, they block in Panto. This should be another couple of kills for the side of Liquid. It's an ultra kill for Mickey. The RP is used, that connects. They have a chance here.
The damage.
They get the kill to Insignia, they'll take out Mickey. Now they'll look for Nisha. Is the damage enough? No, not yet. Boxy ends up dead, but Toronto, Tokyo falls too. Nisha on the run from Kiyotaka is going to be hit with the Searing Chains. The Illusory Orb is curved away from Nisha.
They're onto the back lines looking for Ruber. The boundless strike with the sharp.
No separate in a second. Got it off.
K has the damage with Pure. Oh, Yatoro looking for a Sunder, looking for anything, but he's got the Aegis, so he doesn't need to use it immediately. But that means now you've got no meta.
Good,
That's a
Mike.
problem, and they need to stop this TP, but can't. Yatomi in some trouble, silenced, and he will die. But after Maposhka, Miero's coming in with a shapeshift. The chase is on, the Dream Coil is there, and the Wheel of Wonder, it hits onto Pure. So they want to continue to harass him. Actually, they run in on Collapse, and he almost just dies immediately. Laurel's dead, Rue is down. There's the Fiend's Grip, and they get Collapse. Pure taking some damage with the Fiend's Grip on Laurel, and they get the kill on Yatoro. They take out Rue, down goes Laurel. No buyback at all. Pure goes into the meld and will try to fight back and will take out Collapse, but will lose his life. Still, though, 4 heroes die on the side of Team Spirit. GG is called.
One day of playoffs is completed here at PGL Wallachia Season 5, and now we're getting into the Friday, Saturday, Sunday action. Welcome back, everyone, to a more tournament here at PGL Wallachia Season 5. My name's Tsunami, and we're getting ready for some eliminations. That's right, group stage had its fair share of them, but now we've got 2 more on the agenda. Only 6 teams will be remaining in the tournament by the end of today, but we will still have 2 familiar faces joining me. Lizard and T, gentlemen, we have to do the heartbreaking job of sending more teams home today.
It's the best job. Don't lie.
The best job?
You know it's the best job.
I was trying to put on a sad face, but I want champions in my tournament.
Exactly. No, I mean, I live for the elimination games. I say it every single tournament. I'll never change my tune. I prefer a good lower bracket game than, you know, a coasting upper bracket. Ooh, I'm good. Ooh, I'm on my way to the final. No, I want the lower bracket. I need like the teams where they're close together, fighting for everything. Yeah, it's the good stuff.
It's the highest tension games that we get. I do bemoan the death of the BO1 lower bracket and
Same.
TI.
Yeah.
Those were hype, man. The most unexpected results possible.
I think fans don't mind it. Players probably hate it.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's competitively.
No.
I'm fine with best of 3s, but best of 1.
I don't know the competitive integrity in a best of 1 situation.
You would never see a normal draft. If it would be like Meepo, Huskar, Brew, Tinker, Gotcha. Like no one would ever play normal Dota, but it is exciting, like you said.
Yeah, at least in this bracket, though, we will have a full best of 3 for these eliminations, as we have already finished off our top 4 upper bracket round 1 BO3s with Gaimin Gladiators, Xtreme Gaming, Liquid, and surprisingly, BB Team moving on. Not only surprisingly because I would have considered Spirit the favorites based off of the past 4 days of results, but a 2-0, the only 2-0 of the entire day, was had by BB Team over Spirit.
Yeah, most of us were guessing yesterday is going to go into 2 a.m. I guess BB and Spirit decided that they needed some more rest.
Yeah, I saw the game 1 with BB Team winning, and I was like, oh boy, it's going to be a long night, my friends. But they closed it out. Yep. They actually kept it together.
That's what happens when you get 2 TA games in a row and the TA isn't like hard countered to some degree, right? You kind of get to ride your way through one of the strongest heroes of the patch. So yeah, Spirit, they often do this though. It's they see a hero, they don't really respect it as much. They lose to it. They try and beat it again. They lose to it, and then now they learned their lesson.
Another thing that they also do is very often they do really well in the group stage. Then they go into the playoffs, day 1 or day 2, and they're out.
Yep.
And that's something that is very known in like Eastern European scene, and the fans kind of hate that sometimes about Team Spirit. They can go in guns blazing and then just drop out immediately in the playoffs.
Also, we look at their group stage journey. It was them struggling against Edge and struggling against NAVI. So even though their series victory is 3-0 to get there, it was not a very straightforward path.
That's maybe a little bit different, I have to say. When it comes to Spirit, this group stage, Swiss group stage, was a lot more difficult for them.
Yeah.
They struggled, and that's something that they even said in the interview, that it's kind of nice I mean, when Ettore was joining us here, he was talking about it, that he feels better about this tournament and about their growth because they're actually being tested. And now I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing for them.
Yeah, it depends on if they're being tested against teams that haven't qualified to TI like NAVI versus being tested against like the Pari Visions or the other top teams right now.
Yeah, it's like a weird test where he said he was happy for it, but I was actually kind of a bit more worried by that sentence, right? I think I join your sentiment where struggling against Wildcard, struggling against Edge, against Navi, it's like they probably had, putting it bluntly, like the easiest path to getting to the playoffs, other than maybe Navi's pop-off. And because of that, then their first round, maybe we're surprised they lost to BB, but it's also, no, they're actually against like some of the better teams in the tournament, so it happens. They have 4 best-of-3s and a single best-of-5 left to win the tournament. I'm sure they can make a decent run if they fix up some of their kind of quirks of giving away certain heroes. But yeah, again, we're getting carried away. That's so many games down the line here.
Well, it's 1 series away.
3 whole games.
Oh, you're already expecting a BO3 for our Tundra Navi series?
Yeah. Also, I was just saving all my good material. I don't talk about a series that I've prepped for, you know?
Sure. Instead, we'll talk about the game as a whole right now because we've gotten some time to spend on this patch. We had a C patch drop in the middle of our tournament, but I think some things are remaining strong regardless of what gets nerfed or buffed.
Yeah, some things definitely are. A lot of patches are defined by heroes that are buffed or nerfed, but a lot of patches are defined by items. And I feel like one item that we are kind of seeing across all of our games is Blade Mail. And I think that when you look at the offlaners, mid laners even, this item has never been more popular. Like you have your mid laners like an Ember buying it, Kunkka of course. Then on the offlane, you have your Axis buying it, right? Like all these offlaners usually do buy Blade Mail. And then on top of that, you get heroes like Queen of Pain getting it. The item itself is really good, but when you go a bit deeper, what's so cool about it is, like when you look at the teams and how they're drafting, very rarely, unless you're like Spirit last night, very rarely do you have heroes with no AoE damage.
Sure.
It's really rare to see that you don't have at least one hero that's going to dish out an immense amount of damage in one AoE spell, which makes the Blade Mail even more valuable. And then on top of that, of course, Axe is good, so it kind of goes together. And yeah, I like seeing meta defined by heroes, but also by items that are being purchased.
No, I like it. The fact that Blade Mail is, it doesn't feel bad to buy on a lot of heroes, like you were mentioning. So you have this thing where not only do you have 1 Blade Mail, but you might even get 2 Blade Mails.
Yep.
So it's like, oh, you see enemy Queen of Pain or Death Prophet. Oh, I've drafted normal lineup, but oh, Kunkka can do it and Axe can do it. Like the fact that on that graphic there was 10 plus heroes with it, and there's probably another 10 plus more that can buy it, and it doesn't look uncomfortable. It's you just have to be wary of it. You have to play around it really, really smartly.
Yeah, aside from the guaranteed heroes who would always get it like an Axe, it used to be a very counter-picky kind of item, like I'm against a Phantom Assassin, therefore I will build a Blade Mail.
Or a Tinker.
Whereas now it's like I can always slot this in if it feels good in my inventory.
I think it also comes down to the type of carries that are being played. Like we are always talking about glass cannon carries, and these heroes tend to really hurt themselves if they hit themselves. So you buy Blade Mail against these Linas, the Nature's Prophets. It makes sense.
But other items make Blade Mail look good as well. Offlaners buy Vanguard, therefore you're tanky enough to utilize Blade Mail. Mid laners can buy Mage Slayer, so then your Blade Mail feels better, right? And then carries, of course, they farm so quickly, like a Queen of Pain carry. They farm so quickly that they kind of stumble their way into like the BKB soon after. Kunkka carry, same thing, right? It's because of how good other items are in the game, Blade Mail lives. If tankiness wasn't as strong, Blade Mail would look really bad, right? Imagine your Warlock support going, oh, Blade Mail's a broken item, running into the fight. It's like, brother, you need like 2 other items for this to work, right? Blade Mail's good, but it's kind of like built up on a foundation of many other little items that makes Blade Mail feel good.
And is this a situation where the item has probably been good for a while, but because Queen of Pain is emerging, Axe is emerging, and these heroes are going to build it anyway, that other heroes are like, oh yeah, I forgot that Blade Mail is quite good. Maybe I can squeeze it into my inventory somehow.
We've got Axe at home, and it's Warlock running in with Blade Mail.
I guess like the Ember Spirits are kind of thing where you traditionally would not expect a Blade Mail on them, but it was probably always good.
No, absolutely. You are right. I feel like it also comes down to the play style and the way they are very sacrificial from the mid lane. I feel like right now you see these Queen of Pains playing a completely different game than they used to. They're not afraid of dying because they know that if I jump in and I have some Blade Mail plus Kaya, I'm going to dish out so much damage that even if I do die, at least there are two heroes following me to the grave. So it's kind of a good trade-off. And same goes with Ember. He just goes so deep into the fight with the Blade Mail, you don't even want to hit him.
But it's not broken, though, just to be clear.
Yeah.
If it was broken,
exactly,
then we'd be seeing like every game random calls that shouldn't be buying it. It's like the equivalent of when Glimmer Cape became pretty
that's
popular.
Exactly what I thought of also.
It's not that level of broken. Like, it's a very good item, and other heroes are making it look good because we've mentioned so many heroes that naturally can buy it. But it's not to the stage yet where pros are going, the item's broken, therefore any hero has to.
Yeah.
If we get to that stage, we might have some problems. We might have a bit of an issue in the meta, right? But I think we're just excited at the prospect of an item returning, where in previous patches, it's been very niche.
Yep.
Now it kind of feels like every other game it can be bought if you need it.
It's the sweet spot. That's what we like to see. And we'll see how many of these items we'll be seeing in today's day, because we're going to be having, as I had mentioned, an elimination series for our first two best of threes. The first one is going to be Tundra Esports taking on NAVI. After a pretty stellar group stage, NAVI has unfortunately fallen to Xtreme Gaming, and they will be down here. Tundra, they lost to Gaimin Gladiators. After that, we will be covering Aurora Gaming versus Team Spirit. Again, wouldn't have expected Team Spirit to be here, but if you take a look at their journey up until this point, it's not all too surprising that they may have struggled against a BetBoom Team. And Aurora, well, they're always hot and cold. I'm sure they're hoping to be hot whenever they face off against Spirit. After that, we are going back into the upper bracket. Gaimin Gladiators will be facing off against Xtreme Gaming, and a Gaimin Gladiators who has been reinvigorated because what are the streaks that they broke, T, yesterday?
It was 6 years of Quinn not winning two Shadow Fiend games in the same calendar year, and also it was an entire 2025, maybe even 2024 tail end of it, of not beating that team Tundra.
Yeah.
So it was a big day, momentous day for them. But in the team, they probably have no idea about any of these stats, and they're like, whatever, we finally did it, cool.
But we're creating the narrative.
We're creating the narrative, yeah.
I'm so happy for them to be able to conquer those demons that I'm sure have been troubling them so much. And then our last series is going to be a Liquid taking on a BetBoom Team. Again, BetBoom Team, a team that has been quite hot and cold, but I have to imagine that beating Spirit in 2-0 fashion has to be pretty encouraging.
Yeah, it definitely is. I feel like BetBoom for me are in a really similar spot to a lot of teams right now. They're just like, when you look at Team Spirit, when you look at Aurora, BetBoom, all of these top tier teams, even Liquid, they're not looking like they're a team that's just going to breeze through the tournament and win against anyone.
Yep.
And usually, even in Wallachias, we'd usually have at least one of these squads that just looks untouchable. Like they're on God mode and everyone else is just rolling in the mud.
Yep.
And they're waiting for someone in grand finals. Right now, I don't see a team that's actually taking that position. Any one of these teams could be in the last day of the tournament and I wouldn't be surprised. When it comes to BetBoom themselves, they have some problems. Like they can play out of their mind like they did yesterday, but game number 1 was not easy for them versus Team Spirit. That was a comeback.
Sure.
And the previous series that they had as well were not easy. There were some mega creeps that they struggled with. Then there were Lina games where Pure did not look that amazing. So I'm not really sure. Like it's very difficult at this point to have a favorite in the tournament.
They'll get a few hours to prepare for that one, though, as we can start sinking our teeth into Tundra versus NAVI. Two teams that have been on opposite trajectories up until this point. NAVI on the come-up big time, and Tundra, I wouldn't have expected them to be on elimination this early in the playoffs.
I just feel like Tundra haven't looked as if they've got an identity. I'm trying to find the nice way of wording it, because they had their scrims before the tournament. They clearly didn't really work out based on the Chrysalis interview. They've come into this tournament and Chrysalis is trying to find some of his hero pool. 33 kind of looks like a shell of himself. Like he's not dominating the offlane. Like sure, in some games he's like top net worth, but when you think historically, what does a 33 team do? It's 33 top net worth, Saxa breaking the lane, him rotating in, creating chaos, Chrysalis being super annoying on some aggressive hero, and then they just snowball the game with just efficiency. 33 is not really commanding the early game. He's just kind of there. Chrysalis is losing his lane, and then BZM is kind of left on an island where he sometimes pops off, sometimes doesn't. It's the whole team feels like it's in like a growing pain kind of moment where they're trying to kind of invent themselves a bit. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yesterday we were watching their games, and the one they won, I feel like they won due to sheer outplay and outdraft from position 2 and 1, not really from 33. Like you look at him at minute 20, he's got Blink and Tiara of Salamene or whatever it's called, the 1800 gold item, and he's rocking around with those two as Abaddon. Like that's not a hero that is going to have an incredible impact, but because of the nature of Abaddon, he can still kind of do it. So yeah, I completely agree. I think that they got also exposed a little bit when it comes to the GG series with their with the Venomancer against DP. I feel like the DP usually is the hero of the meta, has been the hero of the meta, but even given to Tundra it didn't work. So that's kind of scary. I think they have to maybe reinvent the DP strat or shelf it.
It got broken, and Gaimin Gladiators proved it had vulnerabilities.
I've done some research for you, for Navi. For you, Tsunami, for Navi.
Oh, tell me.
It's not whimsical. It's actually it's very serious.
Okay.
It's about teams who lose when they have mega creeps. Because in 2025, I went with our stats guy, Limer, and I really wanted to know who's done it the most, right? And when we looked at it, Navi, there's two teams in this graphic that have done it back-to-back, day-to-day.
Oh,
Navi
really?
and Zero Tenacity.
Oh,
Zero Tenacity
man.
have actually had 4 games in 2025 where they've had mega creeps and lost. And would you like to know a little fun fact that I didn't know when I started this research?
Tell me.
It was actually a team I was coaching that beat them back-to-back days when they had mega creeps. And
Yo.
So myself and Navi, we are the only 2 people in 2025 to have had such a great showing.
It's good company to be in.
Well, actually, technically, Navi lost. My team
Navi
coaching
lost.
won, so
okay.
I'm not in their company.
Yeah.
But either way, it was also, you could see some other names there. There was Tundra that had lost when they had mega creeps, AVULUS, Mouse. There was also, I believe, 20 games total. I only listed around
And 2 different
13,
puppies.
and 2 different puppies. Yeah, he's done it with Secret, and he's done it with Edge.
I love it.
That's how he makes his mark on a team. He's like, guys, I'm going to lose with mega creeps. I'm sorry. It's just a numbers thing.
I feel like you
Trust me.
I'm a stats guy. I love it.
You guys just want minute 60 items. I respect it.
Yeah, but it's like,
I get it.
I just felt bad for Navi. You know, they've done it twice. Everyone was saying, oh, they've done it. But Zero Tenacity, they hold the mantle. They're the ones who have got the first place trophy. Navi only
They
slotting in
truly
second.
have Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, the name is very fitting. They get the mega creeps and I'm like, I can't take it anymore.
I'm done.
Thankfully for Navi, in terms of finding identity, I'm glad that they have shed the identity that they have had for the past month, because it was not a particularly encouraging identity. And the fact that they have lost against mega creeps on so many occasions and still come back swinging also has me encouraged that their series yesterday and losing against Xtreme, which again was another series that they could have won, won't shake them, because they have clearly shown that they can recover.
And they definitely, well, they kind of can. I feel like this team doesn't really have an enemy on
They're
any of these other
worst enemy.
Yeah, they're their own worst enemy. They can overcomplicate life for themselves. Yesterday, the series, I feel like if they just pick a normal draft without the Huskar, the series might be over 2-0.
Yeah.
Last game as well, like it's very winnable, but without some crucial mistakes, strategical mistakes when it comes to movement across the map. And even the Huskar game was winnable without overcomplicating things and fighting around Rosh Pit with Tiny.
But what you're just describing is a team that doesn't have a locked-in draft identity, doesn't have a locked-in play identity, right? Because of how bad the qualifiers were for Navi, losing out the TI qualifiers, it's not as if they've come into the tournament going, this is who we are, we're amazing. Like, they've had to build straight back from the bottom. They, not making it to TI is going to be quite damning.
Which they did in a really good thing,
Sure.
really good way. Milan talked about it in his coaching interview, that he kind of figured it out, what was necessary, and he definitely did. Like, they are finding ways to improve their gameplay.
Yeah. I just hope that they shelf the idea of Copy doesn't need a Huskar. He can win mid and win games on traditional mids. And I'll admit, I have not been enthusiastic about Boom's Axe. And so that gets banned out first phase regardless, so we won't have to worry about it. But they have secrets to success.
Like I don't really see the outright hate for Boom's axe. Like he's had some issues here and there, but like if you look at any other axe under the microscope, you're going to see as many good or bad calls. And he was, I think, XG actually in the last axe game exposed them heavily with their draft. And if other coaches are going to look into what XG did game number 3, like when you're playing Dota for such a long time, it's very apparent. So I don't even think that they can pick axe that easily because their mid laner has some problems versus certain heroes.
Sure.
So we'll see.
But that aside, the fact that Na'Vi value it this highly, right? They've allowed the Doom to go through the pool, a hero that often has been kind of default banned, of course, against Tundra. There's no major, analysis required there. It is 33. But Na'Vi, at least, I think the key ban is the Monkey King. That is an investment ban, knowing that because Tundra are second pick, they can flex it to the very end of the draft. They don't want to have to put Copy on a very specific hero. We're talking about Copy doesn't need to play Huskar, but Copy also wants to have choice on his hero. Yep. So they're banning out the ways in which Tundra can force Copy into a very specific role from that mid lane.
He's been doing really well though so far, right? Like.
He's my breakout player for this tournament so far.
I think Ari as well, when it comes to Navi. He's been doing some good stuff.
I mean, Ari, I've always known he has high peaks, but Copy, I haven't seen him play this good. And, like,
so the player with biggest growth, most growth.
Exactly,
I agree. Shadow Shaman so far for Navi has done some really good things and really bad things when it was picked against them. Yesterday, Polosin just broke their ankles a couple of times and basically won the game. But Navi as well, when they play Shadow Shaman, I feel like they fear no backline carries. Like they don't fear these Linas and stuff. So nice to open up with it.
But the game's simplified when you have a Shaman, because every call made by your team, you know that after it, if you're fighting around an objective, it's going to probably die to a Serpent Ward. You always get that Roshan. Na'Vi have been going for Roshan at minute 11, minute 12, 13. Like, I don't have the stats for it, but they are probably one of the most efficient of the Roshan teams so far at Wallachia because they always have the Shaman. They're always thinking about it. And
they also pick like Ursa and Huskar as well, right? So.
Like it helps because I think their logic as a team is always they try their best to win their lanes, and then they have the mechanics within their draft to take all the cheap objectives early on that often you have to put a lot of resources into.
It's not too bad. Like when you have some hero like Ursa and Huskar and you can take Rosh around minute, let's say 18, maybe a bit later, I feel like it feels so good because then you threaten Tormi at 20, you threaten the Wisdom Rune at 21 as well. It's much easier for you to fight around that. And now the Shadow Demon for Tundra. I kind of like it, and at the same time, I really like when Saksa has a bit more freedom, when he's not really on these, okay, I need to disrupt and save a target heroes.
I like to find his own plays, kind of thing.
I like when he's a bit...
But he will be able to do this game, because he's going to enter the lane, set up 33 to farm on his Doom, maybe make a couple stacks, and then he's just going to be reading where the Shaman is on the map. Where the Shaman goes, he can follow. You disrupt, combo break any aggression from the Shaman. And
but you said it yourself. Where Shaman goes, he's going to follow. He's not really leading. He's kind of following, reacting. I love it when he's these tinies, these Bat Riders, which they are, by the way, banned out both. When he's the one kind of setting the pace of the game. But of course, he's an amazing Shadow Demon as well. Like you said, he will be able to combo break a lot of things.
It feels like Tundra coming into game one of this series is like, we don't want to be too chaotic. We've had some issues so far in the tournament. Let's go for a game that we know how to play, right? It's that slow, reactionary game. Get some farm on 33, get ourselves online, and then we'll just outplay in the fight, outplay on the map play. And for Navi, they continue down this path of wanting to win lanes. Like Warlock, Gyrocopter, probably the strongest support to core combination for having insane pressure. You shove the wave so quickly, you're always pushing into the enemy. Very, very annoying. Of course, Tundra, they'll have to block the hard camp, block the small camp, prevent any of the pools happening to then ensure that you can farm safely under your tower. But
and you know he's going to be big on this Warlock. I'm not even talking about Gyro. This man cares not about team fights. This man rocks it up whenever. That's why when you go through their games, when he's playing Warlock, there's like Refresher, Aghanims. So yeah, we're going to see some pretty fat Warlock in the end game, if it goes there.
It's Navi. It's gonna go.
It's
there.
gonna go there.
Yeah, winning in 30 minutes is not characteristic.
By the way, we are now looking at a team with one of the lowest average time games, Tundra, and the highest average time games, Navi, right?
That's
Like
true.
because one team that really likes to get to the megas, another that wants to end it really quickly. We have seen this combo, by the way, a couple of times. The Shadow Demon and Shadow Fiend.
The nicest thing about seeing Shadow Fiend in pro play is knowing I never have to add it to my ban list in my pubs.
Why?
Because they never execute as cleanly. You know, they always try that one blink in. They always go for that cheeky Yasha Kaya cast point reduction Requiem, and it's kind of fun to play against.
Okay, do you ever ban Morphlings when Morphling is trending?
Oh, of course.
So that I find that oftentimes Morphling can be, well, I guess there's less margin for error.
Yeah, I think that the difference is between a mid lane and a safe lane Shadow Fiend as well, depending on where he goes. I feel like I'm kinda not alright with letting the SF on the safe lane go, but the mid lane SF can be punished.
Yeah.
Especially in pubs, you just tilt them, man. Like every SF mid laner is like a depressed kid in his nickname, anime on his profile.
You gank him once, you know the game's
gank him
done.
once the game's over, basically.
And Tundra, they managed to take away the Marcy that Ari has been making look so good. Obviously, they already had their support duo on Navi, but I haven't seen as many teams leverage it as Navi has.
There's no catch for this puck whatsoever. This is the freest game.
It always seems to be the case where Copy, I mean, you see his stats, right? 3-0 so far in the tournament, but 18 pick, 24 pick, whenever he sees enough information, lock in the puck, you know you're not going to be pressured. Even they get like Aurora for Kiyotaka. He would pick puck in the first phase by only seeing a Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
Like you can see that read. Like, whenever there's no reliable stun, the hero will thrive. And often against puck, it's good to have map pressure because when puck needs to farm a Witchblade, maybe a Blink, Yules depending on the game, if he's losing towers, he feels like he doesn't have damage. Right now, Tundra, they don't really have that map breaking lineup. It's very much everyone farms for themselves and then you kind of fight around big objectives.
And the mid laner that they can pick into puck as well is like that. They ban out the Beastmaster. I was gonna say maybe they might want it on mid, but they have the ultimate last pick. So perhaps they can just cheese pick for BZM. He's not necessarily the biggest cheese player, but if they don't, I'm just afraid they're going to pick something very vanilla, like a Dragonite versus the puck, and then you still struggle with the same thing through the game. And at some point, I feel like puck even outscales you, even though the lane isn't as amazing. We have seen, besides that, an Ember Spirit being picked up, which is also left in the pool.
They played Primal before in this matchup, where BZM went for an early blink, goes for Blade Mail. We talk about uncontrollable damage, AoE damage.
Good Primal game.
You get Blade Mail into Gyrocopter puck. It's really hard to deal with. You have to kind of hold back on your spells, be a bit more careful. That could be an option, but it's only recently kind of entering Wallachia as an optional hero.
Did he have other reliable stuns on his team, though? Because if Primal Beast has to be the sole initiator, that, like a good puck, will be able to break your ankles.
Yeah, I think the logic for the Primal would be you don't need to have that reliable stun because he will be the body of the early game. And then when Shadow Fiend's online, Doom's online, you just kind of walk as a big ball down a lane and you kind of survive the coil. You don't care about flak because you have like Crimson.
These guys need the body as well on the offlane. They ban out the Sven expecting SF to be mid, which is an option as well.
Yeah, they're indecisive, of course. Marcy Shadow Fiend does sound like quite a fun lane.
They ban out the Sven, they have the Gyro. Whenever that's the case, Enigma is perhaps an option. There's nothing truly that bothers you on the other side right now. SF in the lane perhaps could, but that's about it. But I also feel that they need frontline. This is a hero that they have picked before. But the Golem is the frontline, I guess. Just drop the rock and that's it, play around it. Venge is also nice with the swap, but it's...
When you get Aghanims on Venge, you are very annoying in the fight. Any way to reposition the lineup of Tundra, it's kind of you walk Shadow Fiend if it is a right-click Shadow Fiend to the front. You swap him back, it's going to be pretty scary.
Is this a carry Razor?
Yeah, let's I would assume so.
Come on, Crystallis. You know you
It's
wanna.
him.
Yeah, it is.
We haven't seen, at least I haven't seen, a really amazing Razor this tournament.
Yeah.
Whenever it was picked, it was kind of, okay, it's a Razor. It does all right.
Surely it's got to be good this game. Like if I'm playing Razor Shadow Demon into Venge Shaman, anytime they go on the Razor, you can disrupt him. Anytime the Venge steps up too far, you can get static link disrupted yourself. Venge is a hero that it's good on paper, but only with Aghanims. In the laning phase early on, you kind of want to be in like a more of a passive lane where you're not getting ran at. This is a very aggressive lane from Tundra.
Carry to carry matchup is really good as well. Like you get the Razor into Gyro, you can link him up later on in the game. It does absolutely look like a good Razor game. They have some burst damage, of course, and I feel like one thing that Navi have got for themselves is perhaps they can rotate a little bit quicker. You have a Puck, of course, on one side, on the other the Shadow Fiend, so you can make things happen. And I think that this Venge is the centerpiece of Navi's draft. It needs to have at least a decent game, and for that to happen, you need to rotate a couple of times with the Puck. I feel like around minute 6 perhaps with the first power run.
I mean, seeing as how the man has no stuns against him, I feel like this Puck should be able to do a fair amount.
Yeah, there's like kind of two main things for Navi. It's can Copy pop off in the early game, and then can Boom just get Aghanims early enough? Because if he's shut down and Puck's not really having any entry, it is going to be a 33 Doom, a Crystalus Razor just destroying the game. So Boom and Copy have to do a lot of work in this early game.
Yeah, the Tundra attitude seems to be that if we can't disable the Puck, then we're not going to let the Puck kill us. My Razor's super tanky.
Exactly.
My Doom's super tanky. My SF will be an artillery in the back, but he should still be very difficult to get to. But maybe we can get a little bit more insight from Coach Milan as Nomad is standing by for an interview.
Thank you, Tsunami. Yes, so Mr. Milan, how are you feeling about these two drafts in game number 1?
I think it's a good draft for a first game of the day, you know? You always give yourself a little bit slack when you're playing the first game in the morning, so I think both teams did fairly well.
Yeah, it looks like a really, really good Puck game here, potentially. I mean, do you see Copy just kind of going crazy in this one?
I mean, that's been I think the name of the tournament, like the Pucks that have a good position in game that just dominate till the end. I mean, it's been like this for a while with Nisha and Lastia and whatnot. It seems like when Puck has good conditions, like he just dominates. I hope he will. I believe he will.
You believe in him. That's what we like to hear, Milan. And of course, Tundra, they've got a very fast draft, I feel like, you know, with like the Razors running at you, you know, like, do you worry about sort of you don't have that frontline offlane here, you know, it's Venge. So is that any adjustment that the team will have to make inside of the fight?
I think Venge is kind of pseudo frontline because she ends up having 2 lives very early. And she can go in first even. Like with the Puck, we can do the coil breaks and stuff, whatnot. I think it's going to be good enough.
All right, very quickly, what would you give yourself as a win percentage for this first game?
I think it's pretty fair for both teams, like 50-50, I'll say, yeah.
Okay, 50-50 should be a close one. Thank you very much, Milan. Good luck in game number 1. We'll send it over to Odie Pixel and Kezu.
Thank you very much there, Nomad and Milan, indeed, ready to get into the action here of this game 1 of the best of 3 between Navi and Tundra down in the lower bracket. Loser of this series, they're out. We're sending them home. You know, it's everything to play for. You don't want to lose this one. No. You don't want to go out in the first round of the lower bracket of the playoffs.
Well, if you're a viewer, you're in for a good time because both these teams have given very good games and some quite big throws also.
Yeah,
have to remember
always
that.
been entertaining. Yep. We've had some fantastic Dota.
Because yesterday, Tundra, you know, had they played maybe a little better, they wouldn't even be here.
That's true. The buybacks.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's not happening again, though.
No, it's not.
You can't imagine after that. We're not going to see scenarios down the line where buybacks are not being accounted for in the moves that are being made. So, you know, lessons are being learned each day by all the teams here at PGL Wallachia. Let's see what they're able to show off with how much they've learned coming into today, into this series. What do you make of the 2 lineups here? What have we got? Because indeed,
got a lot of action.
Top.
First blood.
It's going to go the way of Tundra. Saxa gets the kill. Will tick out in return. So the 1-for-1, but that is Tundra striking first, getting that first blood.
I pretty much like both lineups because I would say it's about the time again where it's more on the execution. Like both teams have what they want. If they get to like kind of execute the strategy, they'll be a-okay because Copy Puck has looked incredibly strong.
It's been great.
I mean, Puck in general is just an incredible hero.
Oh, these pauses though.
They happen all the time.
What's going on? Reason?
Drop the reason.
Let's have a look. I'm looking at the cams, seeing if we're getting any suggestion of a reason.
It might be a quick pause, at least for now.
Let's have a look.
Well, when it comes to the laning setup, I like what Tundra did already. It's not that usual you see the +4 player go into the safe lane, the +5 player go into the off lane with the SD and the Marcy. But when they already called it also on the panel, it's a Venge Rasa lane. Like, they're not that strong early on. And Razor, he wants to move forward, same with the Marcy. So pair them together. In the meantime, down bottom, Doom, he just wants to get through the lane. So give him the defensive support in the SD, get 33 through the lane on his... In my opinion, like when I think of 33, I think of Doom.
The Doom.
So him
right
getting
now, for sure.
This hero, they have to be very, very happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the dream. There's 2 Grandmaster tiers, 1 Master tier hero here on the lineup for Tundra today. But can they indeed deal with Copy Puck? Very slippery hero in this game. Not a huge amount of ways to catch him.
And they definitely don't have the best ways. I mean, let's look at... Like, Marcy, realistically, is not going to catch a Puck.
No.
Which means you rely on Disruption into Requiem or a Doom. And that's not too hard to play against if you're Copy Puck. You also have a Venge swap, you have a Warlock teamfight behind you. So, you know, I kind of believe in the Deutsche Puck, because Mr. Copy, he's a banger.
Let's see what he can do. So far in the lane, 12-3 on BZM's SF, 11-0 on the Copy Puck. Looking at the side lanes, at the moment, a bit of a slower start for 33 down bottom, whilst they try and get sort of the lane in order. As Uragi having pretty easy farm so far in the first couple of levels. As I say, as he misses the banner creep, but, you know, happens to the best of us. They're going to try and run down 33.
Body blocks.
Some good damage here.
They got him.
They indeed do. So, might not get the banner creep, but he gets a kill. Even better there for Uragi.
Means also the early boots as Gyro. It's just one of the strongest laning carries, and especially against these melee heroes that don't protect themselves. You can just run them down, so 33. Gonna have to be a little bit careful. Lotus up top.
A little bit of a battle for the Lotus. Chrysalis is gonna get a nice static link built up though. Ari, he'll be going down.
Well, that is a scary combo. Of course, you've got the level 2 link. You get the sight, you get the bodyguard in, you get the dispose as well from Saxa, and I mean, yeah, this is one of the reasons why they went for this lane swap. Venge is a great hero later with some items, right? You get like your tread, some Wraith Bands, you go for the Ags, but until then, it's quite the weakness of the hero.
And what do you sort of make of that win rate as well from Razor? We've only had it the 3 times. Reason? We've only had it the 3 times. It's lost all 3 times. Is that just unfortunate circumstances, or is there something that maybe is not too great about the hero right now?
I mean, I think the hero is actually kind of good. I'm surprised it hasn't won yet. I don't know exactly who played it, but, you know, when you see Crystallis or Amar play the Razor,
yeah,
then you know you're in for a treat.
Sure.
And he's also set up, you know, it's a last pick Razor. So the other games, I mean, of course, there's lots of counters to it, but it's the type of hero where the small details and, like, you knowing the ins and outs really matters.
Okay, so let's see who you're calling out there. Who's played the Razor? Who doesn't know how to play it? So, well, according to my games, we've actually had 4 games.
We had 4.
Oh, no, wait, no, 1 was remade. No, it was free. It was free.
Nigma Galaxy.
So Nigma played a game, Wildcard played a game, and Gaimin played a game with it.
And Gaimin got destroyed by Tundra. Tundra know exactly how to play
That's true. Tundra beat Gaimin because they knew how to do it, and then OG beat Nigma, and Heroic beat Wildcard. So, yeah, we had a few different teams try it, but indeed we haven't seen Chrysalis himself try it.
Yeah.
So he's ready to show how this hero's played. You know, he's ready to show how it's done.
He should be set up for a pretty good game on the Razor, as we see already with the lane, of course. But when it comes to the mid game, Navi do have answers. You've got like the aggressive swap. You could break the coil with the swap as well. And overall, you can always just break the link target with the swap. So it's important for Tundra that they get a kind of a lead early on and slow down this Boom Vengeful Spirit.
Oh, and they go with a jump. They're going to try and burst Crystallis, but they can't. And at this point, it's where it gets rough. You're like, uh-oh, this Razor's got a lot of damage built up. And there's the good control from Saxa. Ari's going to try with a burst. But I'll tell you what, Ari will come out on top. He's actually able to kill him. So Ari, he'll take that. Sure, you know, Chrysalis was able to set up for a kill, but he does die for it.
Yeah, Ari's getting a lot of XP in this lane. Like,
yeah, he's the new core.
Yeah, he's level 4, nearly level 4.5 on the roster. But I mean, it is still kind of big for Tundra because they are slowing down this Venge. It's Whitemon running away from Mr. Kaori.
Yeah, when Mikori wants to try and mess with him, so Whitemon can't get another set of stacks going, and should be able to back up on the top lane. Ari will end up going down after it all. They're seeing if they could get the catch here. They've got the dispose.
This is pretty big. He doesn't have TP.
Yeah, this lane's starting to get pretty rough now. Saxa doesn't mind if he dies. He's salving up in an attempt to survive, but will not be able to heal up as much as he needs to against the Tide. Until the Chrysalis lives, Chrysalis will be fine with that. We'll get some solo XP here on the next wave, especially, as you say, knowing that Boom's not going to be up there to contest him with the fact that his TP's on cooldown. So this is a pretty good start here for Chrysalis' Razor.
This is absolutely bad news for Navi. By the time Boom comes back to this lane, this is a level 5 Razor with treads. Luckily, on their own safe lane, they are applying similar pressure. Not quite as many kills, but 33 also not enjoying the lane too much.
And I guess with the differences as well, right? 33 on the Doom. Eventually, you know, he's going to have some sort of Midas or something. His gold's going to get pumping.
Yep.
If you have a slow start and a Vengeful Spirit, you can't really just hit the jungle.
No, you are, I mean, you're hoping that you just get lane creeps and maybe some kills, you join some fights. So we'll have to see also later, can Boom like help out in the mid a bit? Maybe they do some combo plays with the coil.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for him. Yeah, it's already looking like it's going to be a lot of pressure on Copy to do some magic as the puck, which he has done. You know, many a time we've seen here on his puck. So eyes on Copy to be able to pull out the plays.
He is set up for success, at least when it comes to the heroes in the game, and also holding the first active rune of the game with the haste.
It's just very difficult now for Boom to approach this top lane. He gets anywhere close, he's going to die. Chrysalis and Saxa will kill him very easily.
There's definitely also a high chance that Navi later on, they should look to play into the top lane with the gyro. But for now, they've got the haste on Copy. He TPs into the safe lane. They're looking for their own move down here. Whereas Tundra are looking to make their move in their safe lane.
Yeah, Copy's in. I have a defensive disruption from Whitemon coming in, but there's no saving this Doom as he's surrounded by the 4 of Na'Vi. They'll push over towards Whitemon as well. Good cooldown and body blocks there between Copy and Uragi. They'll take out the 2 of them. Ari gets the double. I mean, that's the thing. Out that top lane duo, Ari's definitely getting more out of this game so far. He's loving life. He's got 4 kills here as the Shaman.
He's higher net worth than Boom.
He's going to hit level 6 likely before Boom, especially with Boom likely dying again. Boom is not having a fun time up here.
No, absolutely not.
Not at all.
As Tundra, they TP their heroes back into the bottom side. Looks like they will be able to defend the tower. If Kaori gets 1 more kill injected, then he will be able to pop the book and get level 6.
I was trying to set up onto Uragi, but yeah, Uragi in a perfectly safe position here up on the high ground.
So Navi will have to make a choice. Do they want to continue playing through their safe lane with the gyro, or do you later on look to help Boom out? Help him get back in the game. You do have gyro, very good hero when it comes to moving through the gate, to maybe apply some pressure on this Razor and get your Venge back in the game. Active rune. I mean, Ari's level 6.
Dude, Ari's chilling. He, as I say, he's basically he's the position 3 right now. Level 6, and he's got good farm on the Shaman. I mean, if there ever was a support player that you don't feel bad having farm, it would be Ari, right? I feel like classically he plays the supports like these Marcies. Obviously less on Shaman in terms of scalability. I mean, he still can do obviously an awful amount, but he knows what to do with the money when he gets it.
Oh yeah. As they are smoking up into the top side, so they do want to help out Boom. Uragi at the same time, he is coming through the gate as well. So this is a 4-man move from Navi.
Yeah, they just want to go on the Chrysalis. Ari, he's got the setup, drops the Serpent Wards, but a good move from Saxa takes him easily away from the Serpent Wards. Cooldown will connect. Look at the shackles in on a Saxa, so Saxa will full Copy coming in for the side. He closes the gap with the orb, has the Dream Coil. Na'Vi coming in with the plays to set up for another one potentially, but the PZM's in with the Requiem, pushes them back, doesn't matter. The final hit, the flat cannon, flies through from Uragi. They get the job done top, Na'Vi.
Nice map moves here by Navi. Saxa definitely trying, of course, to bail out Crystallis there, but Copy with the follow-up coil gets it all done. And this is huge, because Boom, he was struggling. I mean, he still is, but these are the type of moves you have to make, especially with this type of draft.
Absolutely. No, you had this struggling off-lane duo, but suddenly, 9 minutes in, you're taking that safe lane tier 1 tower away from Tundra.
So very, very nicely done. As now, of course, they just get to return to the bottom lane with Uragi and Kaori. As Kaori also very close to the Golem. 1 wave of XP, and he will be fine. Which means next objective on the deck will be the 10-minute power rune. Ari a little bit deep here.
Look at the link. Looking pretty dead.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to be coming to help him out.
And dead. See, Navi stacking up on the bottom rune. who wins the 50-50 will be Copy with the Amplify.
Taking a little bit of the farm here away from Tundra's high ground. But one is in the area.
I'd kind of like Navi to go for the mid tower of Tundra, I feel like. You do have a lot of good spells. Again, you've got the Golem, you've got the Serpent Wards, and Siege Creeps are out. And you have an Amplify Damage Rune on Copy. So where can they pressure? They are eyeing 33 down bottom, who's very aggressive on the Doom.
And very dead.
In the meantime, they just dropped the Golem.
I like it.
Was it Kaori last time?
I believe it was. This is Kaori's style.
Yeah.
Just drops the Golem, hits the towers.
Yeah, he don't give a damn.
No.
Don't need no teamfights, don't need no kills. If you get tower pressure, I mean, why not? Because now they're taking mid, but they're also pressuring bottom.
They are. This is a lot of pressure from NAVI. Very nicely done here. I mean, what, 11 minutes in, they're taking the 3 tier 1s, and they're yet to lose any of their own. So early pressure from NAVI coming out.
They're definitely kind of cooking. Also, this is, like, after the laning stage, when you play puck, you love playing in these side lanes. It's so easy for you to clear some waves, get the neutrals, and then every time it's the active rune timing, you bounce back into the mid lane.
Well, Tundra, in terms of their game plan, just trying to get the Maelstrom online for Crystalis. 33, working obviously towards the Midas.
It's gonna be, it's a little bit slower for them, of course, because they need more stuff to get online.
Yeah, and the thing is as well with these objectives, right? It's now Boom's starting to catch up. He's still not that far behind 33 on the Doom, despite having a very tough time on that top lane.
They are eyeing Copy. Kind of need to get him in the Disrupt.
Yeah, it has to be what Disrupt into Requiem.
That's the best combo.
Oh, and he's already out. Ah,
Still
but no, maybe with this. They're going to have to try it from the edge, though. They don't have time to close completely in onto Copy. They'll still get the kill done. Boom. Also in trouble. Corey can't do anything to save him. So Tundra able to push on for the 2 of them, and even the 3 of them.
That's
Jump
3.
forward from Saxa. Sets up for them to find a 3rd.
It's very, very big. Because like you said, it's not that easy for them to execute these kills. They do kind of need to find Copy, and Navi definitely trying to help him out. Which did come back to bite them in the ass, dropping 3 kills instead of 1.
Iragi's still chilling down the bottom. And coming in with a wraparound, I mean, Ari maybe seeing if there's something could happen here, but 33 is already backed out of the lane.
They do have a good ward on him. Of course, they know that Doom is just... Doom's a very slow hero. Does need his time. I like what Saxa has queued up right now. Of course, this is a long way thinking into the future, because you are Marcy without any farming capabilities, but an Orchid potentially against the puck.
Bottom, they're trying with the setup here.
Rebound.
Oh. It's going to take 33 in aggressively. It will allow him to get the Doom off and have the defensive disruption. So strong team plays coming in to allow them to try for Uragi, but Uragi's able to get the TP off in time. Still going to tick down, of course, pretty low, but he should survive through the last ticks. He's going to be fine.
26 HP.
Uragi will live. Same time in the mid, Copy and Boom. They're in with the jump. They've got the Dream Coil. Have they got enough burst, though? BZM swapped back. They'll kill him off.
They got him.
They can even hold back on the Golem. Corey was ready if necessary, but realizes it's not in that last moment. They'll immediately go for the smoke play and try and look for more. They're going to find the 2 of them. They'll drop the Golem down. Saxa and Crystalis, Fates all bonded up. They try and kill off Kaori, but Corey already got the job done. Got his spells off. It's enough to kill Crystalis. Saxa trying to scramble out of it.
He'll be fine.
Now the big kills there from Navi. They get the mid, they get the carry, and they still get Saxa. I think they were the bonded
He was
creeps.
fatal bonded.
And was indeed still linked up. So they're able to kill those off and then cause the death of Saxa. So finding the 3 kills here, the action continues. 12-12 right now, 14 minutes in.
Yeah, lots of kills back and forth, but a very big... I mean, Crystalis is doing very well when it comes to the net worth, even with 3 deaths. But the Copy puck creeping up more and more when it comes to the net worth.
Yeah,
and we've said it before, there aren't many answers.
Hasn't lost a game on this hero, Copy. On this tournament. 3 matches, 3 wins. Tundra, where's the next move going to be? NAVI are starting to group back up top. Copy comes in through the twin gate. It's ready to join the play here up on the top side. They've got the Serpent Wards ready to use aggressively as well if Ari finds the chance. Oh, they're going to try and jump Ari. So they can quickly burst through, and they can. But now Saxa and Chrysalis, they've got to be careful. Saxa can't get out of this one. Chrysalis does get tripped up by the neutrals, which sort of sets up a Copy to get the Dream Coil down onto him. He'll immediately snap it. Defensive disruption is there, but that also kind of awkwardly buys time for Navi to surround Chrysalis, get the swap back, get the double kill for Copy. Just a little too hard it feels right now for Tundra to sort of fight into Navi in these skirmishes. Navi's lineup just seems to be a bit better at the skirmish potential.
Yeah, I mean, look at the heroes. Warlock, Gyro, Puck, Rasa, like, they all want these type of smaller fights. I mean, generally speaking, Razor and Marcy do too, but BZM and 33, they're not that ready. They will prefer if the game, you know, actually slows down a little bit.
I think so, especially as well for Chrysalis, right? Because this game, you know, getting the Maelstrom upgraded all the way to Mione, he just wants to maximize that farm speed, clean up the map, and get this BKB after that as quickly as he can. But it's going to take a little bit of time, and time that Navi's going to make the most of. Use this position to get into the Roshan, get this Aegis for free, and very likely just continue to run at Tundra as Navi. They're going to feel their strength right now.
Yeah, free Roche for Yuragi. Now, you don't only have the swap to save him out, you also have the Aegis against the Doom. Of course, one of the biggest counters. And yeah, Boom, after one of the worst laning stages we've seen, he was able to recover, go with his team.
He's still just not that far behind 33's Doom on the other side, so...
BZM is looking, does of course... Well, he did have a ward, which now got dewarded by Yuragi. Tundra are trying to eye Copy down bottom.
Yeah, BZM's out of here. There's no play to be had top. See if they can combo Copy.
No.
He's already gone. It's just going to be such a hard kill to find. It has to be that disruption for the setup. At least until the Orchid's online for Saxa, but of course that's still going to be quite a bit of time. They've got the blink on Doom now, so maybe 33 can get some sort of initiation.
Oh, Ari, yeah, he's gone. Did not expect Tundra to show up here. Probably he should have, as they're not defending the top tier 2, nor are they pushing the bottom tier 1. But Navi will claim a tier 2 tower already at the 70-minute mark. Golem a little bit too speedy.
Yeah, Corey with this sort of...
33.
Oh, he actually gets the Doom on a Copy.
He got him.
That'll do it, yeah. Copy getting caught. Big kill for 33.
That's a very heads-up play. There's no Centaur Stomp, nothing. That's a Blink Inferno blade into the Doom.
It just caught him by surprise. Wasn't ready for the Blink to be online. Big jump, big kill for 33 on the Doom. Saxa. Ari's going to drop the wards for him.
And he's dead.
Yeah, both supports very proactive with their ult usages on Navi. Ari happy to drop the wards for the kills. Corey happy to drop the golem for the towers. That's working out so far.
Well, Tundra should know that Navi would like to enter their triangle area, take over the outpost, of course, after cleaning the top tier 2 tower. It's kind of how you advance the map very nicely. 80% win probability for Navi at this point. Quite generous, but they are, of course, in a leading position.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I've got to be wary of that Doom cooldown. 40 seconds or so, and that's when Copy's definitely going to be having his senses heightened and prepared for 33 looking for him with these jumps.
Copy also making sure to protect himself, as his quick buy now has a Linken's in it. Which makes sense. The only ways you really die is the Disruption Requiem, or of course the Doom by 33.
Yeah, once that's there, it's going to be very tough to catch him. Aghanim's online for Boom. Still got a minute and a half left on this Aegis of Yuragi. Approaching the high ground, of course, still very hard. As Tundra will be very likely prepared. BKB is very close for Crystallis, and obviously once he has down top of the Mione, he's going to be quite the formidable opponent in the fight.
Tundra are hitting some very big stuff. So if you're Navi, you're going to have to... They have to be ready. Like when this Aegis expires, if Tundra want to go for a move, they can. They're finishing their BKB on Crystallis. They did finish the BKB on BZM. And if they want to go for a bigger play, they absolutely can once this Aegis is gone.
Yeah, they're going to be feeling pretty good about themselves here, Tundra. Here's the smoke.
Radiant are scanning.
They want to try and find that puck. Copy, is he going to show here around the mid? He is. We've got eyes on him. Do they want to try for this jump under the tower? It's kind of awkward to get to him. Might just have to settle to see what they can find up on the top side at the moment. Nobody here on NAVI, though. All on the other side. And we'll find Copy's courier. Take out the ultimate orb for now. Just be the trade of the shrines.
Not just a map split for now, trading the Wisdom Shrines.
The NAVI, they should be able to get this tier 2 tower, though. So, again, just continue to take many more objectives than that Tundra's been able to find. Boom's got the setup with the swap back. Defensive disruption will come in. But this is looking like a very good Sax. He'll get the tower at least on the way out, but that Sax are gone. Tundra. That was them, you know, finally being able to take their first tower of the game. Of course, in return, Navi have been able to take that much more. 3 tier 1s, 2 tier 2s.
Tundra will now be looking for 33's BKB before they go for a move. But then they can also look to smoke it up again. Let's see, Yoragi closing in on his. And Ari also getting a Blink Dagger. So we've got multiple sources of initiation coming out for Navi.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Eyes on the bottom lane. But and Tundra know that they have to be so sure they can get in and get out if they want to make this sort of move, as backup would likely be coming in from Navi. They'll start on towards Boom. I'll say that, no, do Navi care? Looks like they don't. They're just going to let Boom go down. Not going to look to put any further effort into holding this tier 1, so Boom will fall.
It's something Navi need to respect. Sure, your swap is good against Razor, but if you're ever caught like this, you're always going to give up a full link.
I mean, they might still be able to fight from the high ground here. They get the lead in.
Oh no, the Hexacrete.
Oh, it's a long shackle. Look at that shackle. My goodness. They've got the defensive disruption. The Golem's shot down. BZM's able to get the BKB off. He's trying to run, but Yoragi, oh, it's not enough to kill him. BZM's going to live. He's going for the TP out in the trees. He'll make it out of there. The rebound takes Crystallis away as well. Ari in with another big shackle, though. Catches Crystallis. Navi makes sure they don't go empty-handed. Copy tries for the blind dream coil. Doesn't catch anyone in the trees. Sax is able to get through the twin gate. They get the big kill, but not the two of them, though. BZM, so close to dying there. To one of the longest shackles you'll see, but he gets out.
Literally on like 1 hit left. As Saxo, he's still waiting up here, as of course they had a good ward that saw all of this.
All right. Well, Copy's going to start playing with him. Knows that the BKB is obviously on cooldown for BZM. Saxo, oh, he's coming for Corey.
Here's the Doom.
And indeed, the Copy's been caught by the Doom. Maybe too greedy of a poke there from just the two of them top. It was only Copy and Corey trying to make some sort of move. Unlikely that they're ever going to have the damage between those two to threaten BZM, even with the BKB on cooldown for him. And now after that kill, Saxa, he's got another bit of catch online for himself. He's got the Orchid done on Marcy.
This ward above the gate earlier that Navi just barely missed with their sentry, just giving so much information to Tundra to make that move work. So now BZM, Shield Rune, Blink Dagger available as well.
Very close to level 18.
Another name in my grimoire.
Tundra. Have you got any sort of smokes coming in, or? Maybe not whilst 33 is not in fighting shape.
Yeah, they're going to be waiting.
Yep.
At least just a little bit. Maybe like 30, 40 seconds. Whereas Navi would love to get their hands on the next Aegis in the game. Copy does have the Lincolns now. So it is quite a lot harder, of course, for him to get caught out in a game. We'll have to see if maybe does 33 want to like swap up his neutral creep to get something else, or does he just stun? Yep, there he goes. He instantly buys himself the force just to counterplay the Lincolns. So we got the Blink, Warstomp, you break the Lincolns with the Force, and you still get off the Doom. It is the cheapest way for him to go about it.
Yeah, they've got a bit more firepower now in this top lane if they want to go here, NAVI. Only missing Boom. Tundra's going to know that they're split here as Tundra come in with the smoke.
Oh, I think they need Boom, and this is awkward positioning because they're just intercepting.
And he can't really get to them. No tier 1 at the top to get over.
So they're trying to smoke to him.
And they should be able to kill him pretty quickly. Navi's now starting to move over in this area. Tundra watching Boom. They'll make the jump now. As in they go on towards him. It's sort of a split jump though, because they also try to jump over to the other side there. 33 in with the BKB. They do manage to get Boom the once. But now, Tundra, can they actually get out of this? Whitemon, he's going to get chased down here by Boom and Copy. So, I will end up losing the Shadow Demon for that and only able to take that initial life of Boom. Not able to get the secondary one. He's still out on the map.
They did have to use 2 BKBs on Tundra. I didn't quite see it on the split screen. I know that Tundra had a ward in the river. I believe 33 tried for a move, of course, to maybe get the Doom on the puck.
Yeah, they sort of went two ways, right? Because we had 33 jumped towards the kind of the group of Na'Vi, and then the rest of Tundra went in for the Boom kill. Top lane, they get the catch on Saxon with the Dream Coil.
Well, Navi still in a good position. Roshan is up.
They could probably look towards it. I mean, Saxon's there for 35. You know, Tundra don't have the full lineup.
Yeah, BKBs are down for 30 as well.
And Na'Vi take it pretty quickly with the damage they've got, especially with the Serpent Wards being dropped down as well.
Yuragi has to get out of the ward trap. But yeah, Tundra, they are not looking to defend this one. They're just fully dodging, trying to make sure to get out the lanes and put the map in a state.
There we go, Aegis for Yuragi. Got the banner ready as well, so if they're able to get some sort of good fight under their wings here, Na'Vi, they can approach the high ground. That's some wide done as well for Yuragi.
He's of course very, very farmed on the gyro. He's also got Disperser queued up, just wants to make sure that he's very mobile when it comes to these fights. Against the Doom, against the Razor. Make sure you can run in and out.
And 33 and Whitemon are hovering around on the bottom. They do have Doom ready to drop.
Radiant are scanning.
See if they can... I mean, catching Copy, of course, still very, very difficult. And
oh, Ari?
He did get it. He got it. Went for the Shrine of Wisdom. He'll pay with his life, but he didn't manage to take it. Maybe the rest of Na'Vi can get a sweep around. They get the coil set up only on a Saxa. Defensive disruption to come in from Whitemon. There's the buyback coming in now from Ari. They want to commit fully to this fight, Na'Vi. Saxa trying to run, juking through the trees, but they'll catch him. Can the rest of Tundra get out? Looks like they will. No! Oh my goodness! He got out! Dude, that stun would probably... It was a frame too late or something, because the golem dropped, but the stun didn't quite kick in.
That was less than half a second, and he would not have had buyback.
That was risky, but Crystallis gets away with it. He's out of there. My goodness, yeah, we'll see that timing at the end of that as well. It's dropped.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, you know.
That's like 0.1 second.
It's that little bit of a delay of the stun that comes in after you drop it. Wasn't quite there in time. Still though, Na'Vi not going to be feeling too bad about that, missing off that opportunity. They're pushing the high ground.
And you have to respect the swap in from Boom. Could be a swap into an immediate Hex. And that's one Rex.
That's a full set of Rex. They still got 3 minutes left on the Aegis, so highly likely the Na'Vi's going to be able to wait for these ult cooldowns and look to go again on another lane.
Which means if you're Tundra, you have to plan for this next move like right now.
Yeah.
You need to know and understand that they need to attack Na'Vi out in the open. Whichever lane they run down next, you have to intercept them like halfway through. At least for now, Tundra are taking over their own jungle. They're trying to eye copy, but he wisely retreats.
I mean, it just feels like it's taking so much sort of time and effort from Tundra to just sort of try to have an opportunity of finding the puck that at this point, it's hard to sort of say if it's actually worth it, sort of the time trying to hunt him down.
I believe that Tundra will need, the way that they need to fight it, they need to smoke around. You need to kind of get on the supports, or at least if you start on Uragi, you need to make sure that if he gets swapped, that Razor can stay on him. If you can drain his damage, you can at least ignore him. They are going for the smoke up. Uh-oh, they're eyeing copy.
Oh!
Wow, he's quick.
He's very quick. And he's easily away. Now it's a bit awkward for Tundra. It's like, uh-oh, what do we want to do? The coil's down onto the two of them. So they can get the follow-up on towards 33. He's able to get the BKB off. They've just got to run here, Tundra. 33 trying to slide back to safety, but Boom drags him back in with the swap. 33 goes down, Whitemon to fall. And Chrysalis, he's got an outrun. Saxa will be able to take him out of there with a rebound, gets him back up to the high ground. Oh, actually, the BKB for BZM. He's going to go for the BKB Requiem, makes the jump in. It's a good setup for Uragi. He got the BKB off in turn. Chrysalis comes in with the static link on Uragi. Uragi's able to split from him. Was the buyback there from Whitemon. So BZM shaking them up a little bit, you know, goes in with that BKB play, only results in him killing off Ari on the Shaman. Everybody else on Navi, they're still fine, and that sort of was the big play there from the Shadow Fiend.
Tundra have no power left. There's no BKB, no Razor ult, no Requiem.
They used the big stuff for that. Oh, swapped in. Golem gets dropped. Glimmer's there, though. Will allow Chrysalis to back up safely. But yeah, without the BKB and the Requiem, now BZM, it's like, how do you stop this Aegis push? The tier 3's gone in the mid. Navi onto a second set of barracks. They might even still have the chance to go towards the top as well in Navi. They've still got time on the Aegis.
No, they're just absolutely being chilling. Get the double racks, 12k lead. They're still here.
They absolutely are. Tundra, what do you do? Who's going to stop this? Chrysalis trying to head in. Magic Missile holds him back. Saxo at the jump ball. Chrysalis is just dead. He's out. No buyback. He's going to have buyback in 5 gold. Chrysalis will have buyback.
Swap. Saxa.
In a second. There it is. He's back in, but now Saxa's out. He will not have buyback. The racks are gone. 33 with the jump, but Navi, they've done the damage. They've got the mega creeps out. 33 pots the BKB. He's just going to die through it. He's got buyback available, but as I say, Tundra, they're going to be up against the mega creeps now. Pretty early on, 32 minutes in. Navi coming in with some excellent Dota in this game one, and in fact, they don't even want to play this one out here against the Megas. They'll call it. GG's called. Navi taking game one. These guys are good, Kez.
Yeah, they win game one in every series.
Yeah.
They played really well. You have a flawless game on Uragi. I caught myself saying the same things yesterday. They're doing well, what they're doing around the and still, the copy puck. Cannot let this man have puck.
No, you've got to have much better of an answer for this puck. Absolutely, especially after what we saw there. Yeah, great stuff from Navi. Great recovery from Boom, right? Had an atrocious lane top. But horrible. By the end of the game, he was pulling off the smooth moves. Fantastic recovery from him. A rough one for Tundra as they will drop this game one. Navi to take the first victory.
And they managed to convert that Mega Creeps into a GG in a record-breaking minute. At least record-breaking for Navi, because oftentimes, I'll admit, I get a little nervous when they get the Mega Creeps, but this time it would have been nigh impossible to throw that one, because boy, what a strong advantage from Navi. What a performance overall.
Absolutely. I heard, I saw they got the Mega Creeps, and I'm like, okay, there's like 15 more minutes in this game. We can chill. Maybe get some food before the panel. But yeah, absolutely not. This time around, I feel like they played their game very decisively in every single portion. Laning stage perhaps was not it, top lane in particular, but top lane in particular is so difficult. Like I've been playing a lot of, not a lot, but a decent amount of Venge on offlane, and it's a hard lane. Like, this hero sometimes absolutely dumpsters lanes, but most of the time struggles, and it's also a hero that cannot really farm very well. So you kind of have to slowly get your Aghanims, which is what happened here. But most importantly, what happened is, even though there are some really good counters on the Tundra side, they were never activated. Like, they never got online. And they never got online because Navi made all the initial moves. And all the initial moves slowly but surely gave them that lead that they needed.
You have to give so much praise to Navi and how they took the kind of the post-laning phase, right? It's the fact that they're struggling, but they bring Gyrocopter and Venge and Warlock and Shaman to the top lane. Even I think there might have even been 5 heroes. They break that part of the map. Then all the highlights that we've seen, it's Navi moving together, going for the aggression. And I think, I fully agree with Blizzard. Like, off-lane Venge, you're expected to lose the lane, but it's not about how bad you lose the lane. It's what you do straight away after that. Are you awkwardly hitting creeps and just accepting that it's lost? Are you joining your team? And the way that Navi played it out was exceptionally pressuring. Like for Tundra, Razor had a good time, didn't really become anything. I didn't really see 33 in the entire game. Like 2-5-1. I don't even remember. He might have used Doom, but I just don't remember it. That's how non-existent it was in the meaning of the entire game. So yeah, for Navi, they broke the mid game, applied so much pressure, and it made just Tundra look bad, kind of.
The draft of Navi actually just doesn't need a lot. Like when you look at this draft, you need a little bit. Like even without items, after the laning stage, like minute 8, you can already fight, and that's what was so nice. Yuragi, of course, is one of the biggest reasons why. The gyrocopter as a hero, when you combo it with Fatal Bonds, with Warlock, you don't even need items. And this is exactly what happened here. Like, look at the number 840. That's the time. Like, I thought they will do this move a bit earlier, maybe with the first power rune. Instead, they do it with the second one, with the shield rune on Puck. They move top. They get an easy kill on the Razor, on Marcy, and they secure the tier 1 tower. And from that point onwards, I feel like it was always their ball. Like they're just controlling the pace of the game.
I mean, it's a 5-man rotation at the 8-minute mark, and then it go, right? The fact that you have Doom, Shadow Demon on the enemy team, Shadow Demon wants a bit more of a slower game. Doom wants to, slowly make his way into it, but when Navi is setting the pace of every single fight, every single move, a lineup that is built around the correct Doom or the correct Requiem, under pressure, under threat, you're never going to find it. You might find an okay one, but you're not going to find like the optimal usage of the spell. So Navi just identified the lack of team fight from Tundra, and when you keep running at them, the spells won't really do what you want them to do.
I'm glad they committed to dedicating so many heroes for those strategies, though, because when I looked at the lineup for Tundra, I was like, okay, well, a Razor's just inherently tanky, a Doom's just inherently tanky, so they would be able to survive any like poke and prod aggression, but like all 5-mans, Fatal Bonds, Kaori's gonna golem every single minute that it's off cooldown.
The issue that I saw with Tundra is their lineup had to go head first into what they were playing against, but their heroes weren't able to do that. Like even if they played this draft out in a much better way, I feel like the result would have been more or less the same, because they needed. I feel like they needed more of these heroes that can poke and prod.
Right.
Just hit them a little bit, run away, bait out a rock, bait out something, fall back, then fight again. You can't really do that. You have a Shadow in mid. You don't have an Ember, a Void Spirit, someone that goes in and out.
Or even like a Naga disengage.
Exactly.
But that's where kind of the Doom would fill that role, where if he has like Crimson Guard, ways to at least stand up front for a bit longer, the draft dynamic could change. But again, it wasn't to be the case. And I think, we're going to see a comparison here where, just to put it really into context, how bad the start of the game was, Boom in the offlane had lower net worth than the Shaman. This is the only reason I wanted to show this comparison in 11 minutes. But the way in which all the praise that we just gave Navi, when we fast forward time just a little bit and then compare Boom to his counterpart, the offlaner for Tundra, Boom to Doom, it is, look at that. He's only, 600 gold behind on the Doom. Sure, his score line is 5 deaths, probably 3 or 4 of them in laning phase, but it's the 10 assists. The fact that he went from a really losing lane to catapulting himself into the game, and the fact that he got 2 components of the Aghanims and 10 assists, like that's all you want to see from your Venge. So I think Navi identified a weakness in the lanes, fixed it, and when you compare it to Tundra, Doom under the threat of Warlock Gyrocopter, we know he's gonna have a hard time. But it's a hard time that becomes a Midas, a hard time that becomes a BKB. Like, he's buying items for himself, not his team. So when Navi as a team comes sweeping in, Tundra feels like they just have 3 cores that are kind of playing for themselves. Whilst Navi, everyone's playing for each other.
It seemed that maybe from the coach interview, Milan was implying that, they're just waking up right now. It's a morning game. Well, they are at full peak alertness right now, at least against Tundra in this game number 1. Let's see if maybe Tundra will wake up for game number 2.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome to Guess the Highlight. I'm here with Panto from Aurora, Analog from Heroic. I'm here with Yuragi from NAVI. Yuragi, how much of Pro Dota do you watch when you're not playing?
I usually watch big tournaments. The tournaments that I don't compete in, I have to, watch the replays and all the stuff, but it's a bit of pain in my heart, not playing a tournament.
Okay, so you're not in the chat like fanboy over certain teams.
Yeah, I always watching not only tournaments but also qualifiers because it's interesting. You can watch something unique.
Interesting. Okay, all right. Well, let's see if that helps you out here then. We're going to throw up a clip and we're going to see if you can tell who is playing the hero in question. And the hero in question here is the Shadow Demon.
Hope I was not playing this game because I don't remember this game.
No, this wasn't you. Do you get any vibes off this game? Whose kind of style is this? Would you say from the Radiant team?
Man, can you change the game? The game is hard. I think it's Ari.
You think it's Ari?
Yeah.
I'm afraid it's not Ari.
Oh, I think I remember. I think there's Spirit on right side, I think.
Okay.
We're playing, but who was on the right side? It's previous Wallachia, right? Or
yes,
no?
yeah, it's a previous Wallachia.
So, okay, if it's best of 5, it's grand final.
Yep.
BO5, 2-2, very hype game, 60 minutes. I should know, yes, I know.
It was a while ago though.
I should know as a viewer, but as a pro player, I have no clue. Spirit versus Xtreme.
That's correct.
And that's Jinkyu?
It's not Jinkyu, no, other side.
Mira?
Absolutely correct, yeah, it is Mira playing the Shadow Demon.
I think it's Team Spirit, yeah.
Okay, and then who's the POS4 player on Team Spirit for the Shadow Demon?
It's Miposhka, yes.
Miposhka, team for POS4?
Well, the Shadow Demon is not POS5? He's POS4.
No, he's POS4. Yeah,
okay,
it's a weird draft.
My bad. So it's Mira, right?
Big save on the disruption, refresher, big catch on the Marcy as well to keep himself alive.
This guy is good.
Oh yeah. But who is it? Who is that Shadow Demon?
Ryu.
It's not Rue, no, it's from longer back than that.
It's Mira?
Absolutely right, yeah, it's your own teammate Mira.
Yeah, this guy played too good.
Too good to be Mira?
Yeah, too good to
That's
be
kind of rude. What the hell?
I remember Spirit were in this game, but I thought they on right side. Yeah, and they won this game, right?
They did, yeah. This was the grand finals, and they took the victory over Xtreme in a
it was first
very
season?
exciting. First season for Wallachia, yeah.
Ah, yeah.
Almost exactly a year ago now.
That's why I play with this guy.
That's why you got him on your team.
Yeah, you can watch on screen.
Zinq still killing couriers. Team Y. Wait, no missiles! Chrono! It's out, but this is the Aegis. Can they kill him a second time, though? That's going to be the question. Can they even kill him once? Yadro turns, says, I'm going to fight! Ame now out mana, gotta be careful, but Zinq, the real carry is here. Mira wants to get into range to try and help him out. Demonic Cleanse, do they have enough? Zinq jumps onto Mira instead. Oh, there's the Scepter, keeping him alive. Now goes Scepter out, Yadro backs out. Ame's in trouble. They get the big mana void. The connection is there. They don't have enough. TY, the last one in this fight right here. Actually,
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for game number 2 of, I will remind you, an elimination series, where Tundra are now 1 game away from falling out of PGL Wallachia Season 5 to a team that hasn't even banded. Are they unbanded, disbanded, fully banded, maximum banded? We don't know. We don't know the state of this team. All I know is that right now they're playing some damn good Dota.
They're in... It's so sad for them that this is when they decide to show up and start like rocking everyone that's tier 1 team. Because if they did this a month ago, even if they were disbanded, they would be banded by the time TI rocked up, right? Like they would find a team. But unfortunately for them, or fortunately, I'm not really sure. Maybe they'll find some form of an organization, even though they're not going to TI. But here in Wallachia, we do get to enjoy them because they're playing some excellent Dota.
They are doing the NAVI name very proud right now. And let's just hope that they can keep it together if they want to move forward. And for Tundra fans, I'm hoping that they're like, oh my God, our Doom strategies just got, our first big Doom didn't work, but 33's got a deep bag of tricks. So let's see what his plan is for game number 2.
I feel like 33, Tigo, I don't know if you agree. He's been kind of farm mode in this tournament.
And I'm not just saying that because I saw Midas Octarine bad in day 1.
With the quickening,
I have 0 stats to back this up, but based on gut feel alone, it does look like one of 33's worst tournaments that I've seen in some time.
Sure.
In regards to performance, pop-off potential, the fact that often you can rely on him to at least have some moment in the game to turn it around.
Yeah, I'd put it on stability. This is maybe one of the most unstable 33 performances I've seen in a tournament in a while.
Yeah, and as much as you want to try and make excuses, let's try and do one. Luckily for Tundra, it is now that it's happening and not at TI, right? So if 33 is in some bad form, maybe we're just overhyping something that isn't really true. Maybe there's other issues, but if we focus on 33, it's like now's the time for problems to occur for a team that you expect to do well. Because again, we had the records for them in previous panels where it's like the entire year has been first, second, third. You know, it's like we're not expecting this level of Dota from them. Like,
they did draft themselves a hero that sometimes can get into a rut of farming, but most of the time, whenever you have that ulti, you fight and then you go back to farming. And that's what I like about Brew. For Tundra, for 33, for Neta, and he's been dominating on it. 4 wins, 0 losses so far. The hero, by the way, has been receiving slight buffs in almost every patch, and now there's a improved vessel for Brewmaster as well, which you don't have to buy. You can still go for Radiance, but this hero, in general, to me at least, when I play it and when I see other people playing, it feels much better than he used to be.
I think Brewmaster fits into a very small category in the patch where people often just won't bother reading what changes to him because it's so long with all the pandas and stuff. There's Invoker, it happens well, Kez. So I think, to me, there's 3 big heroes that I want to read them, but they're an afterthought due to just the words.
Yeah, he got buffed like multiple patches in a row, and the itemization as well is still pretty good. Also, the fact that Terrorblade is really meta. So once you pick Brewmaster, I feel like on Navi, Uragi is probably not considering it. Most Illusion heroes, that is, not only the TB.
The only caveat I'll give to this Brewmaster is all 4 of those wins from 33 have been picking Brewmaster at the end of Phase 2. 2 picks on 18 and 2 picks on 17. So a Phase 1 Brewmaster, I don't know if you can build a strategy around Brewmaster or they're just very comfortable on the hero. They're like, whatever.
Maybe they're just comfortable. One more extra nice thing about Brew. Last game, Warlock was played. This hero is amazing against him as well. You can dispel basically everything, so it's nice. And you damage the golem.
Spell magic.
They still go for it. Like, you might see this. They take it
themselves.
Never mind. I didn't see from the animation where it's going, but okay, they pick it up.
Yeah.
No problem with that.
A cool thing with Brew is it does force the draft slightly, where you either want to be able to kill the pandas, like a Sven, a Gyrocopter, sorry. Even like Morphling to some degree can just kill them off quite nicely. That is like one key thing. Or you try and shut him down in laning phase. So it's like kill pandas in the game, or try and kill him in the lane. And often killing him in the lane doesn't really work out too well.
Yeah, having something to cleave through the pandas is always nice down the line. I like both of your calls. I think those two heroes are exceptional against him. They get Marcy, so it will be Shadow Shaman position 5 most likely.
And Ari says, come on, Saksa, I'll show you how to play this hero.
Ari 100% plays on like the pride of some of his heroes. But like when he looks at someone else play, he's like, you are not good enough on this hero. Which
is a bold claim to make against a player like Saksa, but if Ari is able to do it on this hero.
I'm pretty sure if you had an interview with Ari after game 1 and you was asking about the itemization on that Marcy, he would have some choice words to say.
We all have our ideas on how certain heroes should be played. Even Ari that just started Marcy 2 weeks ago, I'm sure that the thing is, as long as you feel
to Marcy 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, as long as you feel about the hero in a certain way, you should follow your gut feeling and go with it until it doesn't feel that way anymore.
Ooh, okay.
Copy's feeling an early Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
Puck is banned on the other side. And
that's the main thing I'd say, right?
There are still a lot of heroes that they can pick up into the Storm.
Why wouldn't they take it on 18, though? Because
they don't want Boom to get countered by Crystallis. They already know that the Venge lane didn't matter because of the Venge mid game. And also, if they want to pick, let's say, Gyro or Sven, they want to protect it with 2 bans. They don't want to open it up to get exploited once more. So it's like they need a core to step up and take the L in the draft. And I feel at the moment, with what information Tundra is providing, a mid hero gives like the least to punish.
Okay.
It's also kind of hard to counter Storm and at the same time have a hero that's decent into Shadow Shaman. Like you usually want some, maybe a Spirit, maybe a Quap, but there's a Shadow Shaman, so it makes things a bit harder for you.
Yep, Tundra just going down the line of making the Storm a little bit uncomfortable, right? Storm jumping in, Dark Willow can put Shadow Realm, eats through some of the mana of Storm because he's wasted his initial zip. Warlock, of course, with Glimmer Capes and Heals, can survive a little bit. Brew with Split.
Some BZM, Beastmaster, Invoker, maybe these kind of heroes come to mind.
I'd like to see the Beastmaster, personally. I think it is a hero that has made Tundra look really good on, especially when the early game gets a little bit spicy. BZM just steps up with the Ag's Blink Dagger and kills everything.
Yeah. And BZM, by the way, plays a ton of Storm. This man just enjoys playing Storm Spirit. He's a really good Storm Spirit player, and whenever you have someone like that, he knows all the counters, so he should be calling for the hero and he gets the Ember. We have seen a lot of Storm picks into Puck Ember bans, so he will be enjoying this one. Once again, I have to say, though, there is a Shadow Shaman on the other side, which makes things a bit harder.
It shouldn't be a problem, though, when you've got Terrorize and Golem and a Brew Split. If the Ember is dying to just a single Shaman, there has been some major flaw in the strategy of Tundra. Some positioning errors have occurred. But
and we've been seeing some long shackles.
That is true, we have. But no, yeah, Tundra's lineup looks much better than game 1. We like the draft from game 1, but this one feels like it can play into the fight of Navi.
Or at least
we listed 3 heroes. Sorry, go on.
Morphling is really good here, I have to say, though. It was good even without the Ember pick. Ember pick makes it even better. The reasoning is it's one of those heroes, you come up to the lane as Brewmaster and you just can't zone him. And once you get level 6 as well, like this is so annoying. Like when you're playing Brew into Morphling, you go to that damn offlane and you're 6, which usually means the carry cannot be there anymore. Morphling just chills. He's like, yeah, pop your ulti, I don't really care. And you need to get extra rotations to take down the tier 1 tower and zone him out, which creates problems elsewhere on the map. And also Morphling into Ember, it's always nice to have that possibility to replicate in.
Just elusive cores against a very skirmishing, kind of root-heavy lineup that doesn't lean too much on the stuns. And for Tundra, for them to win this game, it feels like they need to take a page out of Navi's book. What we just saw Navi do in game 1, that's exactly the playstyle I'm expecting to see from Tundra. Overlapping the cores, bringing the Brew in with a split, Warlock progressing the map with Golem, Ember fighting everything. Like, don't allow the Morph and Storm just to freely farm and kind of a very slow entry to the game. And they respect Boom with the Venge ban.
On the other side, of course, Doom had to be banned. You are playing Morphling, even though I have seen a couple of Morphlings in competitive scene, by the way, play into Doom without too many problems, I feel like it's always safer to ban it.
So then what other Crystal's heroes can we put on to make this strategy work a little bit better? Do you want his traditional tanky stuff, like his Svens and his Kankas? Or you want him to be more of a traditional right-click damage dealer?
I probably would lean towards Sven myself, even the just for the fact that you have Blink Stun. I find Storm, he's actually dead from a core rather than it being Kunkka it's too much soft stun. But anyway, there's Sven gets banned out, doesn't happen. And now we pick up the Tidehunter. Oh.
Yeah, usually you want some melee thing into, like most heroes that are good against the Morphling. If this was like a Slark meta, unfortunately that hero has been dead for a long time, as a carry at least.
Would be good here though.
Some sort of I mean, Ursa as well is an option into the Tide. Of course, Monkey is first banned, but versus Morphling, none of these feel exceptionally good. Like the hero that came to my mind before that they played was Chaos Knight, but now with the Tidehunter, it's also not good.
It's the time. It's the Anti-Mage Vanguard, Radiance, Mana Bomb, Kill the Storm. You don't care about the Morph. No, I mean, he is smiling.
Honestly, not. No,
he goes for Ursa.
They go with Ursa. I feel like Ursa kind of... Is it the perfect hero? Perhaps not. But it gives you a decent lane, and it plays very nicely with the rest of your draft. Like, you can recreate something that how Navi was playing in game number 1. I feel like that's the way Tundra can play in this game. They have heroes that post-laning stage, you have all the skills. The moment you hit level 6, you can create pressure on the map and make sure that this Ursa gets to his Battle Fury, Blink, and join a little bit quicker than the Morphling can.
Yeah, I mean, Navi, they set themselves up a draft where the MVPs that we often talk about for Navi, it's to copy on his active playmakers. He's on a Storm where there's not perfect lockdown for him. And then Yuragi had an exceptional game 1. He's on a Morphling and a very good Morphling game, right? So he can pop off. But yeah, Tundra's lineup, it feels like they just kind of copied a Navi draft from some point in the tournament, right? It's the Warlock to progress to safe lane. It's the Ember to bring life. And it's very scary. Tundra's progression in the early game is quite formidable, but Navi, they have such a strong lineup. The Tidehunter brick wall, the Storm and Morph behind it, that's really hard to overcome.
And this is, again, a Tidehunter that will be supplemented by a Marcy. We have seen RA continuously be such a great boon to Boom.
Yeah,
I did not mean to do that, but
he's been making him feed in a lot of these games. He's been taking him. He's been taking him places where Boom really didn't want to go.
He's been taking him to dubs, though. All right, they get the win, though.
They have been winning. Yeah, maybe they can turn this lane around and make it a bit more aggressive than I'm imagining it, because you are still playing into Warlock and Ursa. I think those two could just chill and farm as well. But in general, completely agree with the sentiment. I think Tundra are way more volatile in this draft. They can take it earlier. So, yeah, we'll see.
All right, let's see what Moon Meander's idea was for a recovery, because he's standing by with Nomad.
Good idea, Tsunami. Yeah, so Moon Meander, what did you say to the team in between these two games? What conversations did you have?
Wake up. Fucking bots. Yeah, my team's playing like fucking bots. Yeah, very rusty, but they're good. They got this. If they play well, we'll win.
All right, so Tundra's not a morning team.
No, unfortunately, we got 4 morning games in a row. I know, like, you know, like regular people go to work and stuff in the morning, so we've no right to bitch. But also bear in mind, we're all some of us, me especially, we're super jet lagged. So it's not easy for us, yeah.
All right, well, hopefully everybody gets logged in for this next game. Talk about that last pick, you know, the Ursa coming out. Do you think that solves all your problems?
Solves all our problems. No, I don't think our problem is a draft issue. I think our problem is we're fucking bots. And enemy knows it too. They sniff it. They're just like, guys, just kill them. They're just farming. It's Tundra. No, we need to, you know, stop farming too much sometimes and kill the fucking animals that cross the lines.
Well, talking about that, unfortunately, Navi did just draw blood on first blood on you guys. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's just unlucky, you know.
Unlucky. All right, I'll let you go watch the game. Let's get into it. It is only Pixel and Kezu for game number 2.
Oh, there we go. Well, let's see if they're bots or not this game.
Yeah, one animal has been slain already.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Let's
So,
wipe this out. I mean, Moonbro, if they can't get up, slap them. Come on. No excuses, 10 a.m. early game. But
gotta wake up.
I want to see something better from Tundra. I do think they are geared up to potentially do that because they've got more tempo, like more fight back. You know, you've got a Split, you've got an Ursa, you get the hell in there. But I gotta say, if I had to bet on one of these games, I like what Navi has got cooking. This is a good tight game. I'm a good old Melon fan, Melon enjoyer myself.
All right.
So
what's good about the Tide here?
I mean, it's kind of, so sure, you have Ursa, but Ursa's like the only real answer to the hero. So Tide can literally just be like a block. He's very good against the Willow, the Warlock. You also have the Shard later against the Ember.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Oh,
another reason, question mark?
Reason?
No reasons.
What's going on here?
Copy can't stop breathing in the mic.
Well, that is essential to live.
Breathing is good.
You need to breathe. It's Boom. Okay, yeah, Chris, of course, flaming his old teammates here. It's calling him out for the heavy breathing.
Yeah, Boom, of course.
Who's breathing in?
I used to play with him. He's a mouth breather.
These
so
mics are pretty good. Like, I don't hear you breathing.
Yeah, I don't hear you breathing either.
There you go. Yeah,
I won't copy
when
you.
I swallow the microphone, then
that's
wonderful viewers
really
do
down
hear
your
me
throat.
breathing. But these mics, we got to get the players these mics. These mics
We need to
don't pick up
teach them
breathing at
how
all.
to breathe.
Let's have a good. There's a lot of different breathing techniques, isn't there?
There are plenty of them.
But maybe the easiest one is just hold your breath. If your teammates get annoyed by you on comms, just hold your breath. It's win the game quickly, you'll be fine.
Yep.
Some people can hold their breath that long, can't they?
Yeah, apparently for like 10 minutes. Maybe you should try it. Are you Googling it right now?
I am. 24 minutes. You could win a Dota game in that. There's one guy out there who could win a Dota game whilst holding his breath.
There ain't no way. You're going to make the worst. You're literally going to be a passive bot.
You're holding your breath whilst playing. Well, let's have a look.
All right, back to the game.
Yeah, what's going on? So we got Ember Storm mid. Whoa.
What do you mean, whoa?
Look at this, bottom lane.
Oh, I'm looking. That's a lot of pressure.
I mean, Whitemon wants the kill.
He's got the heal.
I mean, they got another Shadow Word onto Ari.
He's got a Fairy Fire.
Yeah, he's chilling, actually. He's got Fairy Fire and a Tango to chomp on if he needs to. Well, he already is.
He is fortunate that he drew first blood, because without this Wraith Band, I believe he would have given up a kill here to the Tundra easy line.
And what are we getting? Because mid at the moment, pretty rough for the Ember, right? 10 and 4 here.
Yeah,
Ember Storm against the 5 and 0.
Ember Storm, quite the skill matchup, I would say. Storm.
Oh, top.
Oh, Saxa. Dead.
Is this expected? You sort of expect this top lane from Navi to be getting kills?
I'm not sure. I feel like this can go both ways. It's more of a pressure lane, and then whoever drops low, kills can happen. But I wouldn't expect Saxa to be the one to fall. I mean, it is a Morphling, sure, you know, he's got right clicks, but that's about it. So it is Kaori with the chicken fingers, who's applying the pressure in the top line.
Now Yuragi, it's going to be chilling.
And it is, if you're a Navi fan, Yuragi has had some banger performances with 0 deaths.
Sure.
This is a very good Morph game. Sure, Ursa, you know, if he stacks the Fury Swipes on you, he's a little bit annoying. But you're quite mobile. He's got lots of teamfight to back it up, and he does not really care about the other heroes. Hell, he even likes Ember. You can turn into him, get the chains going.
You can do a lot as a few of these with the Morph this game. But you did like to see what Tundra going back for this whole strat around 33's brew this time.
Yeah, his brew has looked, I think it's looked the best for him in terms of like hero-player combo. He's, I believe, 4-0, yeah, on this hero in the tournament. So I like that they picked it up early, and not just that, but also to match Navi's pace. Navi, they just took every fight to you in game 1. They basically didn't answer any of them, but this time around, they've got more teamfight. You know, Brew into the Warlock, you're saying, yo, we want to fight.
Corey in a good aggressive position here, making sure that they don't even really get close to Yuragi, as he's able to enjoy the creeps under the tower.
Yep.
Mid lane continues to be pretty rough. On top, I actually get a bit of a setup.
That's a lot of damage.
I mean, he's going to get the Shadow Ram off, and he's salving up, but he's still going to be solo after this here.
He will be quite high with the innate.
That's
so
true.
He should be okay.
Actually, that's right, yeah. Back up to 2/3 of his HP, yeah. It goes up quickly. You have that sort of move. Saxa back up to full now.
I am looking at BZM. Like, BZM Ember is a classic, even back on the glory days of OG.BZM. Of course, very good hero-player combo, because last game on the SF, he was very quiet. didn't really have too much impact. Crystallis.
Bottom. It's going to be fine, but only just. But it's just going to be a slow start, though, on the Ember, right? You know, BZM's not going to have much to work with out this early game.
Yeah, it's going to be him. Hopefully, they need to help him get runes, and then he has to connect himself with the supports and 33 split. They're really going to have to try and get some of those moves together.
Well, they want to go on bottom again. Get him with a jump on a Crystallis.
Oh my God.
He's dead.
It's so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Ari, definitely on the Marcy, right? He knows, like, all the good lane combos.
Yep.
You know, you can imagine during the draft, he's like, we're going to do this Marcy Tide. We're going to do the Marcy Axe. You know, I bet he's got a lot up his sleeves in terms of, like, what he wants to pull out for these lane combos.
No, Ari he's very strong in, like, his ideas and his beliefs. So whatever needs to be pushed when it comes to gameplay or the draft, he will absolutely do so. And, I mean, Warlock, he wants more chill lanes, right? Like, harass lanes, you heal through, but Marcy doesn't give you chill
They're
lanes.
in again. Boom. We'll be able to kite out that last bit of damage coming in, so he'll live. They'll turn to Ari, so this time that attempt not going quite as smooth for Na'Vi. Crystallis will be able to finish off the kill.
Okay, even Saksa did TP into the safe lane. Uh-oh, Kaori, chicken fingers.
Got the
into
setup.
the suck.
That's going to be a dead BZM, so this mid lane continues to get rougher and rougher. 24-1 against the 38-8 on Copy Storm so far.
Yep, Copy. He's been quite a standout player.
Yeah, straight up. He's pretty much 1,000 gold ahead of the Ember.
Yeah, and this is not quite to be expected. Of course, now you did get the kill.
Yep.
But that's just Kaori using his time well. You know, you play against Tundra, they're going to pull the wave back behind the tower. You're not going to go contest it as the 5, so you need to use your time elsewhere. Whitemon steals the Lotus. Ooh, rebound.
Crystallis will be fine, but again, only just. So much damage with each of these attempts. Crystallis is going to try and turn. At the same time in the mid. They got him again. Oh, the slider fist, the remnant. Maybe they haven't. He will live this time, BZM, but only just. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
If he goes down a second time, then it's going to be a big struggle. But he lives.
He does outlive the amplify damage timing here on Copy, which is quite a big one. Generally, when you get a 6-minute amplify on Storm, you nearly always get a kill. It was very close.
Bottom.
More pressure.
And onto Whitemon this time. Crystallis going to try and find the trade. One more hit onto Boom would do it. Can he catch him?
He is 10 move speed faster.
Indeed, Boom's fine.
Oh, Copy is here.
Now turns with a gush. And indeed with Copy TPing over, it's going to be a dead Crystallis. Copy cleaning up the kill.
Easy galvanized charge for Copy. BZM also down here, wants to kill Mr. Boom.
I mean, Ari's here to help out, and Copy's still got mana. BZM's got to be a bit careful.
He's not killing him.
Yeah, he can't commit for the kill onto the Tide. BZM's got to be careful. Gets back to mid. Signs of a good start once again here for Na'Vi.
I want to see how Tundra try to use their first Brew split. Because one of the reasons Morph is so good against Brew is that you can live in your safe lane forever. You don't really get kicked out. Ooh, that's a big kill. Did not expect Boom to die to these heroes, at least not at this stage, because he already kind of got through the lane nicely. And that's big. Whitemon, if he wants to show up into a fight, he's got 3 charges on the book. Which
they're going to try for the setup in the mid. Slider fist there to dodge the rebound. Sax is ready to help out as well.
Because basically to offset the Brew Morph matchup, you need to amplify Brew's first timing. With the split, bring heroes there, overpower the Morph. Even if you don't kill him, you need to kick him out of the lane.
Try and make the play bottom. Crystallis is going to get TP back up from Saxa, but Saxa can't keep him alive. Now Saxa might be in trouble as well. Has the Shadow Realm. Same time, Uragi was able to kill off 33 up top with the setup. They'll drop the Golem down onto the 3 of them. But Saxa's gone, and Boom and Copy should be able to walk this one off, no problem.
Hey, great stuff from Na'Vi. I will say, I mean, Moon said in an interview, it's time to wake up. They saw Storm walk through the river, pick up the rune, all the way, and Crystallis, he gets caught off guard. Not just that, they also used their first Golem in the game for this move.
And it only gets the Marcy kill.
Yep. Okay, you have the split available in 33. But yeah, as I mentioned, if they want to open up the map nicely, they need to bring heroes with the split. Either you bring the split to mid, but there's a storm, so you likely should bring heroes top 233 and open up the map. Because Na'Vi, my god, they are Bing chilling in this game right now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Looks like we've got Kaori who's pinging out the Watcher. I think he wants to guard the area
He's going to find Whitemon, and he'll drop that Serpent Wards immediately onto the Warlock. Whitemon, he's gone. Christmas is going to come through. See what he can do in return. Corey's able to get the shackle off. Corey will die. Can Yuragi clean up anything in return? They've got the Primal split out from 33. Here's the backup from Copy and from Ari. They're looking for Chrysalis in the corner. They'll catch him. Tex has to go for the TP out, and 33's got to run.
Uh-oh. Oh, he's in Trouble City.
Has he got any way out of this? He does not. Na'Vi continuing to rack up the kills. BZM's headed over, but there's nothing he can do here. In fact, he's just got to be careful himself. Cannot afford to stick around. 12-4 now, 3K lead for Na'Vi.
If Na'Vi gets to hold, like even just holding, okay, hold up.
Oh, they've got the Hex.
Chicken finger.
Not going to be enough lockdown. Heals come in.
Like even if Na'Vi would just trade even into the early split, into the early golem with their draft, they're happy. But they're not just trading. They're defending and winning these little engagements. BZM looking for a catch.
With the Bramble follow-up. Ari still able to run though.
Can't even kill the courier.
Yeah, they're going to keep that safe. They get another chains onto Ari. They really want something out of this Tundra, but it's still so hard for them even to get the support. BZM's going to keep going for it. Ari's out with the jump. They cannot get the kill.
Of course, Ari and BZM, good friends and absolute clowns. So we'll tip each other in good fun, of course. All right, as Yuragi wants to go down bottom, Siege Creep is available, so you can go here, pressure it up. In the meantime, it will be very slow for Tundra to try and return the favor in the top lane.
Now they drop the Serpents. That's how we go.
So Tundra are trying to pressure in the mid with the Siege. Whitemon.
He's just ready to set up. They're going to drop the Golem. Copy's able to kite it out, turn, kill off Whitemon. And this Golem's not going to do much at all. Can't even use it to push the tower here as the shackles come out. They want to be able to farm the Golem up. BZM trying to hold them back with a sleight of fist, but they'll finish off the Golem kill. Money goes the way, I think, there of Ari. Gets the last hit on that.
Yeah, I do not like what I'm seeing. If I was watching this game as a coach, I'd be...
You think one Moon's watching this be like, oh no, not again?
Yeah, I'd be a little sad right now. Because even before the game, you need to combine your spells. Like, you want the Brew split together with the Warlock Golem and, like, make stuff happen.
Copy. Should be able to find something here again, here with the help of Ari and Kaori. It's a dead Saxa. Copy's still got mana to play with. He's making the jump on a Whitemon. Is there anything they could do to stop him? Okay, we'll hold back. Respect the fact that BZM's going to have spells up again in a second. Copy's got an Illusion Room ready, though, for the next play.
Copy has 12 charges on Galvanize and a Kaya at minute 12.
Yeah, we saw the timing there on the Kaya, one of the fastest.
So 5k lead, minute 12. I mean, Navi super happy in this game. Full control. They have everything on all of the heroes that they would like to have.
Yeah, they are crushing them. That mid lane just went so well for Copy.
Yeah.
As we've seen him do in a fair few of their games now. He has dominated some of these mid matchups.
So now what? Navi gonna go hit it mid tower. They're up 5k gold. How do you respond as Tundra? You don't have Golem. Saxa is not level 6 yet. Ember, BZM has nobody to play with at this point.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And not even able to catch a break there and get a deny on the tower. Copy still gets the last hit on it.
Yeah, and boom, he's queuing up the hold up. 33.
They're going to make a go for it. I've got the Hex into the shackles. See if they can have the damage to stop him from getting a split off. Rebounds in. They can. They burst him.
Nice staggering. So 7k lead, about the 40-minute mark.
Big lead.
Looks like what? This is double Wisdom Shrine unless Tundra set up a fight.
I don't think they can.
They are thinking about it.
If
they start the fight, 33 can TP in. He still has to split.
Sure. Does the split. They're bringing Chrysalis in. They're bringing the big guns over.
They will be able to. This is good.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like Navi aren't interested in sort of throwing away their lead here to fight that. They'll let them have that space for the shrine.
That is a Kaya Sanj on Copy. Another reason why I like the Tide, especially in this game, Brewmaster lineups, they want to win the team fight within the split duration, right? But you're going to have Tide. He's just going to be the anchor in the front. You've got the Ravage. He's also rushing Pipe, which means his Pipe will match the Radiance timing of 33. And it's going to make it... He's already having such a hard game on the Brew. 4,500 net worth, minute 15.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the thing as well, right, for Tundra's lineup. You know, Moon want to see a bit more action, but at the end of the day, they do have a lineup that needs to hit a lot of creeps. You got Battle Fury Ursa, and you've got 33 going for this Radiance into Midas.
You do need to hit creeps, but you can also use your ults together, which we have not seen yet. And now maybe you feel like you're down too much. It's 7k gold. It's not really hard to find these openings.
I think again,
this is a good opening.
I dropped the Golem, the split.
Ari wants to potentially bail him out.
They're ready to maybe help out Boom. Okay, Boom will fall.
They got Yuragi.
That's a big one.
These are big kills.
Okay, yeah, getting Yuragi at the same time up top. Saxa must have come in with some...
That's another one.
Well, there we go. Little bit of a punch back here from Tundra. They needed that.
Big one. Copies onto Crystallis.
Yeah, I think up top we must have seen it. It must have been like a Terrorize catching him off guard. Copy.
Got him.
We'll finish off the kill. Saxa also... he's dead.
Dead.
So a little bit of a glimpse of some positive moments for Tundra.
Yeah, so...
But does get sort of slapped back down there with the kills that Na'Vi still pick up at the end of it.
Yeah, so Saxa and Crystallis did squeeze in the kill there on Yuragi. A very needed one.
Obviously going for Boom now is very difficult. He's got the Ravage back available. But Tundra showing they can find those opportunities despite being behind. Not easy to catch them though. Especially if they get the Roshan on their side here, Na'Vi.
Shadow Shaman has looked way too good in my eyes. I know the hero got nerfed, what, it's like -2 intelligence, -1 base armor, but still. The laning, the objective taking, you have 2 good facets. Because we've seen a lot more early Roshans in this tournament compared to other ones. Aegis onto the Storm against the Ursa lineup. Of course, very good news for Na'Vi.
Nearly has the Radiance, 33 online. And Crystallis, Battle Fury also coming out at similar timing. So they'll have the farming items online here.
No, Tundra are definitely getting some things up and running. If they can take team fights, the idea should be you lift the Tidehunter and you try to get Crystallis on top of Yuragi. Even if you force him to wave out, you clear the stacks onto the Morph, you make it hard for him to fight, and you could turn the fight into a 3v5.
Dealing with this Storm, though, is going to be so tough.
Yeah.
Like, he is having such a fantastic time here. Copy 705, very close to the BKB. On top of the Kaya Sanj. Once he's got that, he's going to be unkillable. Bottom. They get the opening. They've caught BZM. If they got enough damage to take him out, the Golem comes in. BZM is going to get caught by the Vortex into the Ravage. He's dead. Copy seeing if he can find more. Whitemont out with the Glimmer. Copy hot on the chase, though, and he'll see him. Copy's going to be able to follow up and set this into another one likely, unless 33 can do anything to help him. Okay, the backup comes in. Copy won't get another one for now.
Well, good kill by Na'Vi. I thought that Whitemon bailed out BZM. Did he not have a Remnant? Because I saw him moving a little bit. So BZM did have time if a Remnant had been out. But
I think maybe he didn't have a Remnant out.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, there was some time.
Yeah, there was a little bit of an opening.
Because then Whitemon's effort would have, of course, been very worth it. But like that, it's just a Golem down and you still lose your mid.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tundra do have to split up. I mean, do you actively try and look to go for plays as Tundra still, or?
As if Na'Vi are not together, you can still fight them. Because sure, there is the pipe, but you need to just lift. You need to lift the Tide and try to fight the rest.
It's going to get the opening onto BZM. Corey's having to get the follow-up Hex into the Shackle. BZM caught once more. He is pretty tanky here with the Blade Mail out. It's enough to survive. He should get away here with the final few remnants. Now Copy.
Sick Terrorize.
The Terrorize catches the 4 of them. That's the Aegis gone out of Copy. Ari and Corey dead. The cause of Na'Vi, do they want to try and fight on? Copy He'll back off for now. They'll kite out the split. 33 used to try and see if they could turn this into anything more. But Tundra, yeah, getting the Aegis out of Copy. They get a couple of support kills. They won't be able to deal with any of the cores afterwards. And again, of course, they are having to use their ultimates to find these opportunities, but it's still taking something away from Navi, slowing Navi down a bit.
Yeah, it's some crazy... What, there's a 4-man terrorize while they're all trying to kill BZM. But he gets healed up. I believe there's also like a Glimmer that's being popped his way by Whitemon. Gonna be a Pavis next as well. So just small tankiness being thrown their way.
Now these cores, though, are going to be so tough to take down. Boomers we're seeing with the pipe. BKB now in line for Copy. And Yuragi as the morph hitting all of his timings with that Manta done.
Tundra are picking up the pace quite a bit. Crystallis with the Fury, also the Blink completed. So you can definitely look to get into the fight. But yeah, BKB still on Copy.
Yeah.
Flawless game. 8-0, BKB. And now with the BKB completed, I don't really see him dying unless he...
I don't think so, unless he goes over aggressive, yeah. But he's not making those sort of mistakes, Copy.
He has to mess up majorly. Someone get like, what, terrorized before the BKB? Until there's a Basher later on Crystallis, Copy should continue to have a great game. Free shard for Navi. Kiori will get his hands on those. Good old foul play.
At 1,500 gold into the Blink on Boom. And Copy just putting the pressure on the bottom lane. I mean, knows that, yeah, he can pretty much go wherever he wants. We've got a bit more catch now for Tundra with Saxa having the Atos online. Navi approaching in on the bottom lane. Do have the Serpent Wards ready to drop if they want to go for the tier 2 pressure.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
There we go. Tundra, do they want to do anything about this? Can they do anything about this? Might just have to let the tier 2s go.
Looks like this one they will let go. But if they find an opening, it's still like their spells are incredibly strong. Actually looks like they do want to fight. It's important for Navi to stay as a group. Stick around the pipe, stick around your morph.
Okay.
Looks like Tundra looking for the wrap around.
Who can they catch? They get the high ground here. They're going to find
That's
Ari
a good catch.
Copy. They get the jump force straight away, and Ari's in trouble. And we can actually get the rebound off still. The Ravage to follow up. Ari, he survives the initial attempts. Finally, he'll fall, but the ults are out, and they've lost BZM. Copy up on the high ground trying to deal with Whitemon. 33 will manage to clear off Kaori. Yuragi's entered into the fight, but there's the jump forward. Yuragi just dies to Crystallis. Crystallis gets it with a swipe. 33 gets the final touch in Tundra. They're taking this fight big time off the back of 33's split. Boom surrounded. Tundra clean up.
Uh-oh, Navi bleeding a little bit as Tundra find a really nice angle.
Well, yeah, even with sort of the awkward start right there, they didn't kill Ari. Ari gets to get his spells off, they get the Ravage off. But it's Tundra going all in on that. 33 cleaning up with the split. Crystallis getting involved. Just overwhelming them, and Yuragi kind of gets tripped up. He just gets jumped upon and just swiped to bits by the Ursa.
So they find the perfect angle around. I mean, ideally, you need to have Boom break, but eyes on Crystallis later. When he comes into the... So he starts on Yuragi without using his blink, and then gets to follow the waveform.
Yeah, watch him here at the top. Ooh. And indeed, bam, straight away ready to continue on towards him, and Yuragi gets caught whilst he's shifted into the Ember.
Absolutely cannot let that happen, but yeah, Tundra are definitely awake now, playing the fight perfectly. I mean, if Crystallis has a free fight, it's only a matter of time before he does cut through your heroes.
A massive fight there for Tundra. Crystallis off the back of those kills as well. He pretty much had the BKB for the next fight. So even easier for him to just get in and stay on top of Yuragi. Yuragi's got to be careful, has to respect the Ursa. They got the setup on Copy. Crystallis is in with the damage. Ari's ready to take Copy out though. Copy very much trusting in his teammate there, as he did have BKB, but was confident that Ari would be able to drag him out of the catch.
Okay, so Boom wants to go for AVULUS. After some of these fights that have happened, shifting his mindset a little bit, I would still like the shard quite a lot on his hero. because it would make the map play quite hard for BZM.
Copy. Going pretty deep here for 33.
Does have a region rune, so not too much commit here.
They have got Ravage up on Boom. 33. They're caught by the Vortex into the Hex and the Shackle. They have enough damage to cut through this Brew, though. He's pretty tanky with the Radiance and the Evasion. They don't. They'll have to pull back here. RV assessing the situation. Can they get back in on anyone? And Tundra's pushing forward. And Tundra absolutely not afraid of a fight right now.
Tundra did get a lot of stuff going, like in terms of their items and tankiness. 33 in the front lines with the Solar Crest heal and the Glimmer. Not that easy to be cut through anymore. Crystallis will pop the Enrage just to secure the mid-tier 1. Right, all eyes on the next Roche, which is spawning very shortly. Don't trust the overlay. Somehow it's always wrong.
Oh. Alright. Has he got a way out of this one? I don't think he does. Maybe to the neutrals. No, won't get the shot. Oh, maybe the neutrals. Oh, it was close though. At 33, able to get the last tick in.
Well, Tundra are striking back in this game very, very hard.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, what time? Maybe this is the sort of time of day they wake up. Well,
I think so.
About a quarter to, about 11:30. It's prime time here for Tundra.
Dodges the Atos. See how we're looking on the vision. They know that Whitemon went through the gate.
Oh, copy. He's ready for that one. Could see quite the team fight here. 33, he's just charging in. He's ready to start teasing around with them. He knows that they can't really go on him as the Brew. He can get a lot of information, gets in deep with the Primal Split. Start things on towards Boom. Ari's going to try and take him out, but Ari's going to get caught. Ari's dead. NAVI, they have to run. Tundra, they've got the catch on towards Boom. He'll get the pipe off Boom. Still pretty tanky. How much further do Tundra want to try and chase this? Boom's able to get the blink off there thanks to the pipe barrier. So cutting their losses there, Navi, only losing Ari. Tundra still, they'll get the space to pressure onto the tier 1 top. Yuragi, of course, avoiding the action, trying to get that butterfly done, so things are a little trickier when it comes to Crystallis finding the chance to take him out as the Ursa. On the mid, copy.
Okay.
Setting up with the Invis. Again, as we're seeing, BZM's pretty tanky on this Ember. And they're too tanky for these two to deal with right now.
I'm a little worried for Navi. I'm not too impressed with what I'm seeing in the last couple of minutes. Of course, Copy has still been able to hold on to his perfect game, and Yuragi has got the butterfly.
This is going to be the timing that they were waiting for. So let's see how much this changes things up with Yuragi having the butterfly. Is that going to provide them the damage required to clean things up? They get the jump on Whitemon. They want to try and eliminate the threat of the Golem. Whitemon's still able to get the Golem off, though, before he dies. They get the opening shackles on the BZM. They're locking it down with the Fear. Comes in onto the three of them. It will free BZM for now. He's actually caught by the anchor of Boom, but he quickly takes it off him. They chase Kaori out of the fight. Ravage comes in from Boom on towards the three of them. Crystallis will die this time. And this fight, 33 does not have the split to rely on. They'll drag him back in. Evade, 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 but he's still dead. Na'Vi, they find the opening to get in and fight around the cooldowns of some of these ultimates from Tundra to get back to taking the team fights themselves. And it's a crucial time as well. Roshan's up. Yuragi's going to be able to head over with Ari and Boom, take this Roshan for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely the most crucial part. They get themselves the second Aegis, or at least they should. I don't see how Tundra can really pose a defense here. Shield Rune on top of all of it as well for Copy. I mean, without the split, they lose so much of their power.
They really do. They need 33 split online to take these fights, as we're seeing off the result of this one. Even with Whitemon getting the ult off, you see a lot of the fight. Now, Corey gets in with this long shackles, does get stopped by Saxa with that Terrorize. And at this point, it just gets difficult, right? Crystallis, Enrage is going to wear off, the BKB is going to wear off, and Boom, he's ready to go, saves the Ravage for this perfect time, trips up the three of them, and at this point, the fight's over for Tundra.
And also now, with this butterfly, it makes it so much easier for Yuragi to just man up and stand his ground against Crystallis. Like, until Ursa finishes up in MKB as they catch Saxa in the real game. Well, 33, of course, not too happy with the fight before this one.
And Na'Vi. See where they want to go with this Aegis. I mean, Aegis, Butterfly Morph could be ready to hit the high ground. See what happens. I mean, a split is back up, of course, for 33. Hasn't quite hit the level 18, though, so no level 3 split quite yet.
Yeah, this copy storm is so strong. 26 charges on the Galvanize, level 20 talent, Parasma, Shield Rune.
Still hasn't died.
He's got the Shiv as well.
Here's the push. Tundra, what are they going to do? The fortification comes out, but the banner's there.
They need to deal with this without using their big spells.
Copy's in. Gets the jump. 33, I said his split usage has to be perfect.
That's it, tier 3. They've got a banner problem. They can't really hit it.
They might just have to let these racks go. BZM's trying to head forward. They've got the Curse Crown onto Uragi, but he's away with the waveform. The melee racks are gone. Tundra not able to punish Navi at all, and Copy's ready to make the jump back onto them. Gets the drag back in on a BZM. Copy will put the BKB, booms in with the anchor. They've locked BZM down into the Ravage. BZM's gone, he's out for 50 seconds. Copy's ready to try and clean up more. As he looks towards Whitemon, Chrysalis makes the jump onto Ari. They've killed off the Marcy, but they can't kill anything more here, Tundra. Copy, getting a bit low on mana. He's still playing very aggressively. Once Saxa dead, I mean, he's styling on them. Slides past, gets the kill. He's going to have enough mana to get out as well. That was the fight with the split, but this time round, Tundra, they can't make it work. Even with the primal split, they only get the Marcy, they lose the barracks, they lose 3 heroes. Navi, they're back to cruising.
Yeah, and they've still got the Aegis. They've got all the spells out of them. They can just regen, heal up, spend your gold, and go straight back to the next lane that you want to go to. And yeah, like you said, Copy, he's been kind of a standout player for me.
Yep.
Showing it again. 12-0, kind of styling, you know, going in on his own, 6k damage.
Yeah, dominated the lane and has managed to survive even through those couple of situations where there was Tundra coming in with a solid showing in the team fight. He never gets caught in them, even in the tough times.
Amplify damage rune for Uragi. Let's see if Tundra can come up with something strong and fast.
It's hard. They've got to wait for that split cooldown again. Still a minute before that will be back there. 4:33.
Oh, they're going to lose their racks before that's ready.
Navi with the smoke.
Do they want to play it safe?
Boom will show. Look for the catch in the mid. Uragi. That's fine. Still going to try for him, so they can get the Aegis out of him, but he's so hard to kill this morph with the butterfly online. And the Copy, he's in with the zip. Starts to mess around with the backlines of Tundra. He's just straight up going for Saxa underneath the 4 of them. And can they even save Saxa? They will with the heal. Saxa will live.
He has no mana.
He overcommitted this time. A rare mistake from him this game as he dies without the mana. Uragi, they're looking towards him next.
He's got the BKB.
33's in.
He's got the split at 10.
Soon. So they can finish off Uragi the once. Chrysalis in on a Boom. Ari looks to take Boom out of there. Chrysalis and BZM, they're going to be hot in the chase. Boom will find a haste rune, and Ari's out with the blink, so they'll get out. Uragi, he was able to get over towards Saxa, get the kill, and now maybe look towards 33. Corey will fall. Here's 33's in on top of him in the radius, and that is Aegis gone. They're going to use the buyback here for Corey, and coming in for Copy as well. They've got the Ravage coming out from Boom. They caught Chrysalis. Chrysalis out for 80. See if they can find more big kills. They can. Copies in with the opening. The split, it's there for 33. But the roots are on a BZM. BZM, he's down for 70 seconds. They'll get the split and the golem off. Boom will fall. Have they got any catch for Uragi? The Atos, Saxa, he's got the setup into the fear, but Ari takes Uragi out to the side. Uragi's going to be fighting on top of the side. Chrysalis, he's going down. That's a dieback on the Ursa. Copy's got mana to get away from the split. Uragi cleans up once more. They do close in here towards the end of the split with the golem. Copy, it's a dieback from him. Uh-oh, Whitemon, he's dead though. The diebacks from both sides into this fight. And then the big takeaway though is that Uragi, he's still alive. He's ready to hit some buildings. And he's ready to do it pretty much on his own. He's got Boom by his side. You know, the one that's going to do the damage to the objectives lives, and that's a big problem for Tundra.
Yeah, Uragi should be able to clear through here with the racks. Let's see what Saxa and 33 can do. But Navi gives some crazy freaking games. I don't know what the hell is going on in some of these fights.
They're going to try and get in onto Uragi, but
he's fine.
He's chilling. Well, now an extra buyback's coming in. He'll respect that one, Uragi. I get the Atos onto him. Manta and BKB both on cooldown.
BZM is coming back up.
It's got waveform in a second. Boom's going to jump back in and try and help Uragi. Saxa And they get taken out here. BZM's gonna look to try and chase down Uragi. BKB in 5 seconds, might not be soon enough. Uragi surrounded, 33 BZM, can they kill the BKB's there though? Uragi tries to run, doesn't matter, Tundra, they've got him. And now Boom, left on his own, Tundra should be able to chase down the Tide as well. Has he got any way to play out? This does have a TP, but they've got multiple ways to stop it, so he's not gonna try. Boom knows he's dead. Tundra will manage to ensure that they don't lose the middle set of barracks. I was going to say, was Corey going to go for crazy play with the Invis? I don't think he is.
Because he's not taking the full Rex, not on your own, brother. Like, chill out. They're full HP. I mean, Tundra, we've got a hell of a roller coaster going back and forth.
Up and down and up and down. So what do we got now? Tundra, they're going to have everyone back in the game. Boom, he's dead for over a minute. Uragi also out for 40.
33 just finished as Shivas. Now he has more than 3k gold. And Navi, what? They bought back on like 2, 3, 4 here? I don't know.
We'll see it again here. Now a little bit of a defense coming into play. You know, Uragi did want to try and go for a second set of barracks, but between sort of the two of them, 33 and Saxe, just sort of creating a distraction enough, pushing him away so he couldn't get the job done for a second set, and buying time for BZM and Whitemon to come in and allow them to take Uragi down, get that big kill.
I mean, once you have to start running, Tundra obviously will start chasing you down. They've got Brewmaster, Ember, and everything, so you need to be sure that you're able to stand your ground.
Yeah. And again, to summarize, yeah, 3 buybacks from Tundra for that fight, but 4 buybacks were used by Na'Vi to get in on that action, and hence why we're now seeing the net worth difference pretty much be dead even, as close as it can be to here at 35 minutes in, 28 to 31.
And Na'Vi, they gave up a lot of XP in these fights
yeah,
also.
That's a lot they put into that. Back in action. Ari, can he do anything to help out? Copies in with the zip. He gets the grab. He's dead. And Kaori's still alive. They'll finally kill him, but it took so much there from BZM and Crystallis to try and kill the Shaman. Tundra, they've got to get more from this. They're looking over towards Ari. Copy, consider if he can get into the fight, but the split's up for 33. He'll chase down the Marcy. Ari's dead. Copy and Boom over towards the backlines. The Fear does catch on to Copy, into the Atos, into the Curse Crown as well. Copy's running low on the mana, and his BKB's on cooldown. Boom is there to push them away as BZM takes the trip out of the Twin Gate.
Through the gates.
33 also making his way through with the remainder of the splits. Will avoid the rest of the fight. Na'Vi, a good punch back. They only lose their 2 supports, and yeah, it's just a lot of time there with the 2 cores. They were trying to kill this Shaman. Ends up in Crystallis getting caught again.
Especially with like the pipe, you've got the saves, you can just live through, you've got the foul play too. But still a lot of back and forth.
Well, that's going to be the Aghanims online for Copy and the next team fight.
With the 25 timing, which means Shard is coming up next.
33's got his refresher. You know, absolutely doing everything he can this game here with the splits to try and hold things for Tundra. He's going to have 2 rounds of them for the next fight.
He did also instantly use it. He, of course, knows that Na'Vi are coming to your high ground right about now. 10 seconds on Crystallis, and he did finish the MKB. So if they can somehow get on Uragi, he could die from full to 0 in a stun.
That's the mid-rank's gone, though. Corey bringing in the top wave so they can try for the tier 2. Look for that 3rd and final set, Na'Vi. Still definitely have to be careful how they progress here, as we're seeing, you know, Tundra. They absolutely have a chance. They're not that far behind in farm or items or even levels right now. So the team fights are still difficult for Na'Vi, despite the fact that they have the advantage in terms of objectives and barracks.
Na'Vi likely just gonna wait for this Roche timing. You do have Skadi on the morph. You should let Copy get his shard, absolutely, before the next fight as well. 25 with the eggs, only 500 gold away.
Okay.
Well, I hope for Navi's sake that they're gonna de-ward, which is exactly what they're about to do in this triangle, because Tundra have been seeing them the whole time.
Now Tundra's on the way out. They absolutely want to try and force a fight before the Roshan respawns.
Shield Rune onto Copy. Let's see who they try to get.
Copy or Uragi would be the big ones to take out. You know, as we've seen, sort of the supports on Na'Vi usually end up dying in these team fights. It's the cores that most of the time are getting away, at least 2 of them each time.
I mean, I would, if you're Tundra, you should try to abuse BZM's buyback. He is the only core with buyback in this game. And of course, being an Ember, you can try to bait a lot, put out your Remnant, come back into the fight. Shard is available for Copy. This is Exodia Storm Spirit territory.
He's ready to go, and he's also, look at that, keeping the dust in the slot so he can deal with some of these backline supports. Glimmers aren't going to save him. He's ready. Roshan's up. Tundra. Smoke comes in from them. Can they get the angle to take a fight against NAVI? Who's going to show first? As you say, we've got to watch out for the buyback play potential from BZM. If he can get in and they drop a lot on him, he will be happy.
Yeah, absolutely.
So ideally, they want to try and bait things with the Ember at the front here, Tundra.
Well, to be fair, also 33 is refresher. It has been cooling down this whole time.
He's going to have 2 sets likely for the next fight. Yeah, he will, for sure now. And they get the jump in. They're going to find Copy chilling in the pit with the shield brew. He's able to turn with the Vortex. They've got the Hex follow-up. He's just dead. Look how quickly he died, but he's going to have the buyback ready. We'll see if he commits for it. He's holding back on it now. 33's got the split. Crystallis is getting played with on the back line. Yuragi's in. The BKB comes out. There's the buyback from BZM. Crystallis trying to stay on top of Yuragi. But the BKB soon to come in. A little one's Copy, but Copy's got the control. The Vortex is there onto Crystallis. He's out, and he does not have buyback available.
The split is dying.
He's destroying the split. 33 has to get out. He'll jump to the side, pop the refresher, look for round 2. He'll throw Yuragi up in the air. BZM will be able to kill Ari. But the cause of NAVI still stays strong, and 33's just got to run.
Ruh-roh.
The chase continues here from NAVI as Boom gets the anchor in onto Saxa. 33 will try and at least bring down Kaori with him. BZM watching the fight from the side. Kaori's going to get healed up. He's fine. Now 33, without his splits, he's getting blocked up. Actually able to get the jump over somehow and actually get that kill and get out. So 33 will live, but overall the damage is absolutely done there by NAVI. BZM and Crystallis have gone without buybacks. NAVI ready to bring it straight to the base of Tundra.
NAVI should be getting their best friends on the board. Vega creeps. Don't really see how they can stop Yuragi here.
He's got Manta and Waveform, so he'll be fine. And in fact, just straight on to Saxa. Saxa does have buyback. They'll have one back in 5 seconds. The Vortex there onto 33. It's going to try and run, but the anchor has got him locked down. 33's gone as well. No buyback available for him. The top racks are gone. 10 seconds, they'll have Crystallis up. So Tundra, they might have a chance to fight, but it will just be with the 3 of them for at least a minute whilst they wait for BZM and 33. And NAVI, they're already onto the exposed ancient. Crystallis is in straight away looking for Copy. Copy's got the Vortex, able to kite out the bear. Crystallis trying to find Yuragi, but Crystallis is in rage, and BKB comes to an end. Rebounding from Ari, he's out. And Tundra, they're out of the competition. NAVI knocking them out today in the first round of the lower bracket, 2-0.
They did it, sending home Tundra, very unexpected. But NAVI, I'm liking their run. They're looking good, playing without fear, playing with the confidence, just making stuff happen. They still throw quite a lot, but this team, they're doing well and they're very entertaining.
They are. You know, Tundra did give them a bit of a better fight for sure in this game too. But the execution at the end of it all from NAVI coming out on top. Fantastic stuff across the board from them, and yeah, Copy popping off once more. Only ends up with the 2 deaths, 16, 2, and 15, and the highest hero damage on his team. And in the game, of course, by far. Well played there to NAVI. They move on, and unfortunately for Tundra, the end of the road for them here at Wallachia.
What a victory for NAVI. What a series for NAVI. And in fact, their very first 2-0 of all of PGL Wallachia Season 5. All of their series have gone the distance, either with them winning or them losing. But against Tundra of all teams, NAVI manages to pull out a resoundingly strong 2-0 victory.
Yeah, resoundingly strong 2-0 victory in record time for themselves as well. Usually it's Tundra that are considered like one of these teams that close the games early, but I guess they lose or win fast enough.
Right.
And of course, this game, 40 minutes, NAVI, they just crushed the lanes. I feel like their draft was solid. I was talking during the drafting panel about the Morphling into Brewmaster matchup. It just went exactly, but much better than what I expected. 12 minutes in, Morphling is taking your tier 1 tower on the offlane. The rotations from Ember Spirit really didn't connect. Meanwhile, every single rotation from Storm did.
I mean, it feels like Tundra's life in this game because they made some pretty good wraparounds, right? NAVI, they had this early laning phase, they were snowballing the game, and then Tundra, they got to the back lines a couple times, they were able to isolate the Marcy, survive through the Ravage, but NAVI, they just, every time they died, they just kept going. As if losing a fight meant nothing to them. It was, you know what, we can still go. They take the bottom racks, then they go mid, and now they have the Aegis and Morphling. But Copy dies, his first step of the game. A bit over, you know, he's zealous, he's going around the fight thinking he has the Aegis maybe, but yeah, it's for Na'Vi, it was just relentless aggression, keep going, keep applying that pressure. And for Tundra, it's like, yeah, it just didn't really work out.
They could apply that pressure because they were an item ahead. That's the problem in this matchup. Like, you're playing Morphling into Ursa, I feel like Ursa should be the one making the aggressive moves with his team and trying to apply pressure. Meanwhile, what happened in this game, Tiga mentioned that they had some wraparounds, that they won some fights. They won some fights off of a Radiance Brew with Split. The moment the split is off, Navi is all go. And they lost the 7k lead, they dropped down to like 2k, and then Morphling hit Butterfly. The moment he hits Butterfly, he's unkillable. Unless he makes huge blunders in these teamfights, he's absolutely unkillable, and that's why they were constantly fighting. So I really feel that Tundra, for some reason, they weren't respecting their timings, and they didn't really play to their strengths.
I mean, a lot of the highlights are just, it's either Crystallis dying or it's BZM getting caught off at the start of the fight. You know, BZM, he had to play at the start of the fight. He had to be the center of attention. But then it's like one or two too many deaths, and Crystallis never really turned that into, you know what, if BZM's soaking everything, I can then turn up and be the carry. Like, the scorelines just don't look very good for Crystallis in this game. And yeah, for Na'Vi though, I love the fact that even when they win like this, it's not a clean win. It's one of those messy wins because it's the Dota that we want to watch, right? It's the chaos, it's the fight, it's the, you know, the fact that, again, coming into the tournament, there was quite low expectations for the roster. Now they're, breaking into top 6 in the playoffs. And of course, Copy, 16, 2, and 15. The 2 deaths that he had were at a critical point in the game at the tier 3s, but it doesn't really matter. He cleans up his act. He straight away goes to Roshan. I love the fact that he has the shield rune standing next to Roshan. So he's like utilizing his shard. When someone jumps in, he doesn't die because he has the shield rune. He then insta-kills the Ember because of the shard. I don't know. There's so many cool things that happen in that game.
He played it extremely well, which is why I'm glad we're getting the opportunity right now to speak to him as Nomad is standing by for a winner's interview.
Thanks, Tsunami. Yeah, Copy. 15-2. How are you feeling about that one?
Pretty good. I think the game went well for me. I kind of did throw a bit on the high ground play where I had to buy back and die back. But apart from that, I think I played well. Was a good game. Was a good storm pick.
Absolutely, and Navi's first 2-0 in this tournament. You guys have been winning series, but this was your first 2-0. So, I mean, you know, did it take getting knocked down to the lower brackets this to happen, or did you just have Tundra's number?
I feel like we had very good drafts this game. Also, Tundra decided to play on second pick, and usually the teams right now prefer first pick, and we got 2 first pick games in, which I think helped our draft as well. Apart from that, I mean, I feel like the 2-1s are just, you know, we're kind of throwing some games here and there. So I feel like that's part of the reason why.
Absolutely. But, I mean, it's a hard question to answer. But how do you guys have, like, the mental fortitude to keep going here? Because, you know, you've had, like, you got knocked down from the upper bracket, but still you just get back up, you keep going. You look like, you know, an unstoppable team in this series.
I mean, it's always about just the next game, right? Even if we lose, we lost yesterday, right? You can even say, like, you know, maybe we could have won those games as well. But at the end of the day, you just want to keep playing Dota, so you show up the next day, you try to do your best, and today the result was very good.
Absolutely, and you know, your mid lane's going phenomenally as well. I mean, did you expect to do this well versus BZM?
I feel like I had 2 matchups in the lane that are like fine for me. I think the SF is not really a threat to the puck. He's like gonna slightly win. I think he had like 500 more net worth than me minute 10. I think it's expected. On the Storm Ember, I had a better block on him in the lane, and on that matchup, it's just all about the first wave. I played a good first wave with the block. Afterwards, it's a bit hard for him to play, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, that clearly did wonders for you. 2 fantastic games coming out from you, Copy. But one thing I've noticed is that, you know, you kind of like to play like an unhinged madman, running around the map, just killing. And you've always got that support behind you to help you do that as well. I mean, you guys are syncing up so well at the moment. How's that happening?
It's not really kind of like my playstyle to run around, but Kaori is on me to make me kill heroes, and I just follow my leader, basically.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you're being enabled by your supports.
Yes, my supports are doing very well.
Alrighty, Copy, thank you very much. Well, now you got the rest of the day off. I mean, super quick start here, so you get to chill. You know, what's the plans now?
I've been trying to get a massage the whole time I've been here because my neck is very sore, so maybe today I can finally do it.
Awesome stuff. All right, Copy. Enjoy your massage for the rest of the day. Thank you very much for coming to talk to me. Good luck in the rest of the tournament, and we'll send it back to the panel.
That man deserves the massage. He is so sore after putting the team on his back. Oh my God, I gotta destroy BZM mid for you guys. All right, I'll do it. Let that man get his massage. He's earned it.
It's not just the neck, it's the full back.
I know.
Everything.
A little tight right now.
You need some sport massage, some deep tissue right there after these games.
Especially after a somewhat stressful Tier 3 push, as he self-admitted it. He may have, as you had said, Tia, a little bit overzealous.
Yeah, a little bit, but can we just take a second to really understand the fact that NAVI are in top 6?
I know.
It's still not sinking in. Like, they're meant to be, like, thanks for playing in Swiss, but that's about it. The fact they're in top 6, and, like, the teams that we're seeing in upper bracket, there's no, like, one team that's like, oh my god, they're going to crush everything. Maybe Gaming, but it's like, I feel like there is a
competitive bracket.
There is a path where NAVI could get to top 4. Like, it's not unrealistic.
They're usually the meme. Like, in PGL Wallachia, every time they were here, I'm not saying the organization is a meme, but the results. And if you look at the last season, they played versus Alliance, and we were hyping up the El Clasico, you know, because these two organizations were matching up. But of course, they dropped out in, like Gav said, first couple of days. It's very refreshing and very cool to see Diorg do so well. By the way, these guys, Diorg has another squad as well that is doing well. So I don't know. I think they should just do Team A, Team B, and play like that.
I hope so. At least they're making a very strong case for themselves moving forward. Although, unfortunately, that does mean that the road ends here for Tundra. It was a strong competition all the way around. No shame in losing to any of these opponents, but their journey at PGL Wallachia Season 5 ends here. Now, we have to have one more elimination for the day. Our next series is going to be Aurora versus Team Spirit. Let's find out how that one goes after the break. For the day. Our next series is going to be Aurora versus Team Spirit. Let's find out how that one goes after the break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
All right, friends, it's time for our second elimination series of the day. Team Spirit versus Aurora Gaming. And we're obviously putting this theory out there about morning games. That you really got to wake up. You got to be feeling alert. Team Spirit had a very late night last night, and it ended up being an 0-2 for them. So I hope they were able to spend enough time to not only sleep, but maybe reverse engineer what happened in that series. Because of all the teams to get 2-0'd by, I did not think BetBoom would be the one doing it to them.
Yeah, being honest, they look like one of the weaker teams. Oh, a little slide there. One of the weaker teams in the playoffs, BB. They just weren't really inspiring me at all. Of course, that is an analysis for a whole other day, but I think, Katomi has done a shift for that team. Yeah, but for Spirit, unfortunately for them, they do this thing where they respect the meta, but they don't always draft around it. They always try to bait their opponent into it. It's like, we know you're going to go for it because you're going to follow the script of the meta, and then when it happens, I'm expecting big strategies, and last night it just didn't come through.
it's, I think, the bane of all the big teams, right? Like they try to counter the meta instead of playing completely to it.
I mean, we can very quickly go to that graphic actually, but it's a good example is against Wildcard. I believe we're starting with Wildcard, yeah. Here's Spirit's opening bans, right? If you look at their first pick games, they don't ban TA. They don't want to pick it themselves. And even in the bottom game, they're not banning TA. So they don't care. Both teams have actually kind of politely ignored it, right? So here, Spirit's kind of offering up the opportunity for Wildcard. They don't fall for it. Drafts progress, right? And then Spirit get it in the second game. If we then look towards the BB series, that's more important. They try to do the same thing. Look at the bans from Team Spirit. They are first pick both times. They don't ban it out. And BB go, wait a second. You're not going to take the TA. You're not banning it. Of course we're going to take it. And this has happened before for Spirit. A key hero in the meta, it happened in a previous Wallachia with Tinker, for example. Maposhka, he wanted to try and play it himself after giving it away. Didn't really work out. They take the meta hero, they offer it to enemies, they lose to it, and then they have to adapt. And sometimes that adaptation doesn't happen in the tournament. Sometimes it takes until after the tournament to truly understand. And it used to be Tinker that was the bane of their existence. Maybe TA could be it now in this Wallachia.
Even within that series, they picked 10 different heroes. So they gave away the Templar Assassin in game one. And we're like, here's our 5-man strategy against it. And then they were like, okay, I guess that didn't work. Try another completely different 5-man strategy against Templar Assassin, and it also didn't work. So it's not like they were being stubborn, but I guess they were being stubborn in the idea that I'm okay giving Templar Assassin, but they tried multiple approaches against it.
It was a weird strategy, but I mean, not a weird strategy. The weird was the outcome of the strategy, because when you look at those drafts, they were really good into TA. Like they had a TB, they had the shirts as well, they had everything. But of course, they had, I lost my thought. They had some heroes that are really good against the TA that didn't really work out in the end, unfortunately, for Spirit in yesterday's series.
There's a lot of love on the screen right now.
There's too much love.
What are we watching?
We're going to change our category out of
This is the lower bracket and how it usually works, I guess.
This man's hydrating. Nightfall. He's on. Tell me about Aurora Gaming.
Yeah.
What's Aurora Gaming been up to?
I like watching Tsunami just swirl around in circles.
I have to thank the amazing analysis from Tigav. This is a little bit simpler. Pick this guy last pick, like last pick pulse. Or if you're not picking him last pick, at least pick him after the enemy mid laner has been revealed. Because it's a huge difference in the gameplay and how easy they get to their games. On the screen, you can see if they pick him last, they have a much better win rate than if they pick him earlier. And he's been, like, Nightfall, of course, is the name of the team. That's who everyone talks about.
He's the heart and soul.
Exactly, because of the BKB TP out memes or because he just hard carries. But Kiyotaka has been doing some amazing things. I think he's been doing something very similar to what Copy has been doing for Navi. In a way that he is constantly active, and once he wins the lane, he just rolls with it. He snowballs as hard, and perhaps he doesn't have those moments that Copy is still having where under the tier 3 he just feeds. So he's almost 0% takoyaki this tournament when he's last picked, when he has a good lane. When he doesn't, it's a different story.
But this is because we're describing a team that has static side lane players, right? Like we just saw how Navi was able to bring 5 people to one fight. Are you really going to see that from Aurora? Not so much, right? Nightfall wants to have a bit more farm. You need to see that. And I think it is critical for Aurora that Kiyotaka has to have that good game. If he's not having a good game for his team, then we are hitting a state of a Magnus or a Darkseid for Toronto Tokyo just farming, a Abaddon or a Doom or an Omni on Nightfall also farming up. So, of course, as we look at the comparison between Kiyotaka and Lau, this will be potentially the story of this best of 3. Can Kiyotaka create those moments in the early game to bring life to his team?
Do you think that the Templar Assassin greed will continue, or you think Silent and Mapushka have learned their lesson?
Luckily for Spirit, Aurora don't really like to play the Templar Assassin.
Okay.
So it could just be one of those heroes that gets ignored once again. Maybe even Aurora banning it out as a respect towards Yotaro. But when you look through Aurora's games, it's not really a hotly picked up hero here. They often are banning out themselves. When their first and second pick, Aurora are banning it.
Yeah, because we had mentioned that Spirit getting to this point in the tournament has had a comparatively easier set of opponents to 3-0 throughout the Swiss stage And then the first roadblock they run into is BetBoom Team, which is of all the teams that they've faced off against, it's the only one that's going to TI. It was Wildcard, Edge, and NAVI up until that point.
Yeah, but NAVI is looking pretty good.
Sure.
And
they beat them.
Exactly. So, I mean, they beat them, but it was a difficult series.
They should not have won that series.
They should not have won. That series could have easily been 0-2, but they managed to turn the Mega Creeps around and then win it completely. So I'm not sure how I feel about Team Spirit's power level right now. Yatoro said they're 4 out of 10, 5 out of 10, something like that.
Yeah.
So I'll trust him because so far they haven't been dominating their usual way, where they just 2-0 every single series until the playoffs.
I mean, it's a fair assessment, right? Spirit are winning games through comebacks because they're an experienced team, but they're not in good form to be able to close out games in 30 minutes because their strategy is far superior, right?
That makes sense.
Yeah, I can see why that makes them so entertaining.
And they've had some interesting drafts as well, like your Mars carry. They're willing mid lane Venomancer, so they are willing to experiment quite a bit, and I think that's also one of the reasons why they didn't look as convincing so far. But they do get a first phase DP.
Yeah, they get a first phase DP, and of all the first phases, Undying manages to slip through too.
And he's ignored, which is kind of interesting. Instead, it's DP and DB on 2 sides.
Again, I think it's fair. There are some heroes I think are just overrated. Not that they're bad, it's just in regards to draft value. I think there is ways to navigate these heroes, and I think I appreciate when not every team is have to ban this, have to ban that, have to pick this, because yeah, Shaman's good, Undying's good, Death Prophet's good, but I could list you 15 heroes right now that are all maybe good enough to be in the first phase of heroes, right?
One thing is heroes that are so strong that they are being banned out all the time, and another thing is like have teams figured out ways of dealing with them. And I feel like for Undying, yes, they have already. For DP, we have seen it multiple times in the last couple of days. Teams figure out ways of dealing with her. Even though she's 71, the last couple of series she hasn't been so hot. If you remember, I believe it was Netta playing.
It was Tundra's DP, yeah.
Exactly, versus GG.
Yep.
And they got hit by Veno plus SF. I feel like that's a really good way of dealing with the DP. So maybe Aurora can recreate something similar.
Already they're banning out the Shadow Fiend though. Just having good magic damage and additional control is a good way to deal with Death Prophet. Hence why, Veno Shadow Fiend that you just mentioned was a good combination.
There's another one. There's Lina, right? Like when you're looking at DP, it's SF, it's Lina, it's all these glass cannons from distance that can kind of deal the same thing.
That means Aurora, if they want to open up the second phase of a Tusk, creates these opportunities further down the line.
I like Tusk. I also like ranged heroes that can just dish out a spell on DP and move out. Those are my favorite ones. That's why Veno looked so amazing. If you can hit her with something just so that she cannot siphon after.
Yeah.
Even I've seen teams actually try out Disruptor, just Thunderstrike and then move out. It's another option.
This is also Spirit's first performance on Death Prophet this tournament. And so we'll get a chance to see, one, how good they are on it, but also how flexible they're willing to make it. Or am I guaranteed that this is a collapse offlane Death Prophet?
I mean, there's no guarantee here. I think with the way that Spirit drafts and plays, it could be your mid, your offlane, a support if it has to, right? Yep. They're going to be able to play it wherever it needs to go. And there's the Tusk. Nothing too crazy, as expected for Aurora.
So is this preemptively looking for a Glass Cannon follow-up with Death Prophet, or it's just for Death Prophet?
It's the fact that Dawnbreaker is a independent offlaner around level 4, so Tusk can then break the mid lane, break the safe lane, whatever draft they want to construct. If Lina looks good, they'll go for it, but if they don't get Lina, then they can create opportunities on the map to kill Death Prophet with number advantage.
And it's also comfort. Like, most of these teams are still drafting according to comfort. If this was Navi with Dawnbreaker, maybe we'd say it's going to be Dawnbreaker plus Marcy, but it's Mira Tusk. It's one of, if not the best hero that he's playing, so. On the other side, they instantly hit it with the Dark Willow. It's really good versus both of these, by the way. Not fun using your ulti into Brambles or Terrorize. Not fun snowballing into Terrorize. So overall, not too bad of a pick.
It's still on the list of lower win rate heroes, though. 38.9 for such a popular hero. It's surprising.
Yeah, it is pretty low. Last couple of days, I have seen most Dark Willows do well, besides the last series as well.
Yeah, besides that one.
We should do those stats where it's like eliminated teams versus like the playoff teams, and then start trying to find a slightly different
trend
on it. Exactly.
Maybe they won't be eliminated if they...
That's also true.
Pick it.
Ooh. We're in the lower bracket teams. Oh, no. Spirit taking the time with the pick. They know that if they pick, for example, let's say Mars, to go Mars Willow in the offlane, Death Prophet gets pushed more towards mid. Do they want to make their draft that predictable, especially what Aurora's going for, and they go for the Ringmaster?
Wow, okay. I'm still going to put it out there. Undying is still in the draft right now.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Again, it can just get ignored. That's the...
I don't think it can. That's illegal.
No, it's not.
It's illegal.
Wrong.
Valve cops are going to come arrest us.
I gotta say that I am slightly surprised, but also understandable. So basically, they could have went for Undying here, like seeing there's a Tusk and a Dawnbreaker in the lane against you.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't mind that at all. Ringmaster, however, does other things maybe a little bit better. I'd still get the Undying. It's just so good right now to play. But you get the box for DP. She always needs a soft reset thing tool, which is really nice.
Sure.
And you get your ulti again into Dawnbreaker. So it's quite nice to have it.
It's just layers of saves, right? It's the team fight that Lizard mentioned, so you don't have this pressure of the late game. You've got the early skirmish, but when Tusk rotates, if Ringmaster can follow, he snowballs in. You got the box save, you got the whip to go hit on top of the snowball. It just gives Spirit life to their draft. Both Willow and Ringmaster, they can be in separate places and play with the cores to fight.
Are we sure, by the way, that this swap is mid? Ame has been playing it, of course, 1-1 now, I believe 50% win rate.
I would say
as a
yes.
carry. I wouldn't
For
mind.
Kiyotaka, like you see the Death Prophet, you got the blink to get out of Siphon.
Yeah, but if the DP is mid, if it isn't, safe lane co-op does exactly the same thing, and it's not that bad.
Yeah, I guess.
But yeah, I agree. Like it was picked because it's strong and it's really good into the DP.
I'm just Nightfall playing Queen of Pain just
would be cool.
So wrong.
Ooh, and an Oracle.
So instead of the Ringmaster, I was also thinking that Oracle would be another if I want to combo with Death Prophet type support, but Ringmaster has more offensive potential. I've said it for the past few days. I've been underwhelmed by Oracle as an anti-Batrider hero because it seems a little bit too one-dimensional.
If you look at what a Ringmaster needs to face versus what an Oracle would have to face, it's much better to pick the Ringmaster because it's easier to lane. If an Oracle would play versus Tusk and Dawnbreaker, he would not have a good time.
Right.
So you have to think about a hero that's good for you post-laning stage, of course, but also you have to go through the laning stage somehow.
Sure.
And I think Oracle and Spirit would just get crushed.
Aurora see value in it. They pick it up, and Team Spirit get their Laurel. Well, no, or Rue hero, actually. Spirit were the only team to turn their...
Calm down now,
with
calm
Willow
down
and Ringmaster.
They probably have their supports already. It should be the mid.
Yeah, Ember mid, Death Prophet off lane. I mean, they're just respecting the fact that Aurora wants a very skirmishing game where Tusk, Quap, and Oracle running around the map together, poking heroes, trying to take the fight, Dawnbreaker being their insurance policy at any minute. Spirit, now you've got an Ember. He can soak up that. You get the Mage Slayer, Blade Mail yourself, you can take the fight, you can buy time. Ringmaster Willow, we already mentioned that they're very good supports at reacting to fights. You put them behind an Ember, it is just going to be a battle of the core and like the mid lane and supports in this game.
You have to, if there's a world in which Nightfall takes the Quap, I feel like maybe a Huskar is a decent ban. Like it would lane into Ember. There's
with
an Oracle. And he'd have Dawnbreaker follow up to all his craziness once he starts diving.
I mean, you'll probably lose because we keep saying Husk.
Probably lose.
But it would be really cool.
It's so juicy, you know, when you see the Ember matchup and you have a Monkey, an Oracle. I was thinking ahead, Monkey King is another option. But yeah, if you wanted to counter the mid lane. But you can just put the Quap there and last pick your safe lane carry.
We'll see if Spirit want to double down on carry bans if they're 100% confident. It'll be Kiyotaka Quap. So far, they take out the Ursa to protect their to-be-determined offlaner. Could be... Actually, I guess it's Death Prophet at this point.
Yeah, it is. Like I'm just reaching here and entertaining the flex idea, but most likely, we just need the 2 carries in the end.
Yeah. If I ever see Nightfall play Queen of Pain in the current year, I'd...
Well, get ready, buddy.
It's so jarring.
Take out the Sven and the Tiny, the big cleavers.
I like for Aurora, depending on what Spirit go for, going back for the Troll. Having Dispo against the box later down the line with Aghanim's. Sure, you can get a bit kited, but if you ever lock onto a Death Prophet, she can die. You don't care. The Oracle behind you.
Not a bad hero on the other side as well. Won't be that terrible for Spirit. You don't have an Oracle to save you, but...
You got a box.
You got a box, and you've got some mischance into Tusk Dawnbreaker, always nice, versus 2 melee. And you can see the way Aurora are banning. They're just making sure that the lane has no big beefy boys in it, so that they can bully you. For Team Spirit, I don't think one of these glass cannon carries is possible. So yeah, they go with the Morphling.
They got a glass shotgun.
Well, it's not really glass, right? Like it kind of is glass shotgun, but in the lane, it's much more difficult to take down the Morph. You've got mobility, and of course, you can always trend shift.
It's just nice. Repositioning is very available for Spirit. Dark Willow eventually sometimes goes for Blink. That was really weird English, but Dark Willow can go for Blink. Ember's very elusive and gets to the backline. Morphling gets to backline. Death Prophet, second, third item, Blink Dagger. Often Oracle lineups are the best when there is no way to cleanly find the Oracle. But Spirit, they have so many forms of it. And, yeah.
Do you, like looking at all the carries, the only one left remaining in the pool that still feels solid.
A lot were banned out, yeah.
The matchup versus Morphling used to be terrible. It's all right now. I feel like it's definitely playable, and you have an Oracle to follow you up.
I don't think you could ask for like a better game 1 draft in the fact that you have Nightfall Terrorblade. Can he get to Skadi? What items, like how quickly can he get there? Then you have like your Toro Morphling. It really feels like it's all about the carries, because both lineups have exceptional early game poke and prod between the mid lane, the supports, what the offlaners can bring to the game. It's who's basically better at bringing their carry into the game, Aurora or Spirit.
Unfortunately, Kiyotaka was picked first, blind into the mid lane matchup.
Oh no, the statistics.
The statistics, they are not in his favor or in Aurora favor when this happens, but yeah, we'll see. Because as T said, it's about the carries, but for carries to come online, someone needs to do the heavy lifting in the mid game, and that comes usually so far in all our series in the playoffs from the mid laners.
I'm also keeping my eye on this Collapse Death Prophet. If I think about what I've come to know from Collapse over the years, I don't really put Death Prophet in his camp of like, yeah, this is totally a Collapse type of hero. Other than he gets in the mix, but like there's no stuns.
Yeah, you're right. Like usually Death Prophets, they're played by these Venomancer, Viper specialists,
the Visagers.
The Visagers. Yeah, he's definitely not that type.
I think it's like February 2024, I just checked now, was the last time we saw him play it in a competitive game. So it's been some time since Collapse has played the Death Prophet, and yeah, we'll see if he's got like a different twist. Maybe he has a different item path compared to other players, so all eyes on him, I guess.
Yeah, because we saw Gaimin Gladiators be able to diffuse offlane Death Prophet, which has been contested, I believe, in every single game this entire tournament other than one. There's one game that it wasn't contested. But otherwise, it's always been perma-picked or banned.
Yeah, I just wonder if this Oracle is some sort of a secret tech in the lane, because it does deal a lot of burst damage, and while you're trying to siphon, level 3 Oracle might be able to bring you down, but yeah, overall, it's definitely not the Veno SF.
Yeah, and they're also being able to play other heroes that they're not... This is also their first Dark Willow thing. I think Spirit is just going on that, like, let's just knock off all the heroes on our list, see which ones are good. Maybe we'll find out some more insight as Nomad is standing by for a coach interview.
Yeah, maybe. Let's find out. G, what's your thoughts on this draft?
We finished our draft.
You certainly did. Right. Well, yesterday things didn't go too well for you. You know, you did end up losing. Was that your fault or was that the team's fault?
I think it's never my fault. And I think it's great to lose to Team Liquid because they reminded us that there is more than 100 heroes in Dota. It's always nice to remember this thing. I think it's a good lesson. Thanks.
Thank you, Team Liquid. All right. Well, let's hope you take those lessons into this series. So, what do you do? You know, what do you say to your team? What happens with your team when they lose? You know, how do you deal with that as the coach?
It was pretty simple. I asked guys to remember this feeling, losing, and never lose again.
All right. Let's hope that works. G, thank you very much. Let's see how you do here in game number 1 with ODPixel and Kezu.
There we go, some good stuff there from Nomad and G. Nice. As we get into this game 1 at the best of 3 between Team Spirit and Aurora. Loser is knocked out of the tournament. Let's see what we got here. Starting off, a bit of a setup, and a mirror not able to walk in and grab the bouncy rune. Can he actually walk this off? He can't. Chains are there. It's going to be there we go. First blood for Rue. They'll be able to grab that Team Spirit.
Yep, of course, good start for them. We'll see if G's boys can help him with never having the feeling of losing again. But I like what I see. Kyo Takiyaki on the co-op. He's got a lot of backup, and this hero has looked very strong in this tournament.
It has.
You've got the new facet with the bondage, you've got the Donald to help you out, you've got the Snowball, you've got the Oracle. Oracle will tell you where all the runes are. But let's see, because yesterday's Spirit against BetBoom, I ain't gonna lie, they looked very disappointing to me. So
it was rough.
That they're looking a bit better today.
Yeah. Fresh day, fresh start. They have Team Spirit. See what they can pull out. And overall, what did you think of sort of the way that the 2 last picks came in? You know, Spirit going with the Morph, and then we have Aurora getting the Terrorblade out.
Both very happy, but I will have to say that Carry Poop was very starved. Even when it came to Spirit's last pick already, I wasn't too sure, but Morph did come out for Yatoro.
Top lane. And Nightfall should be feeling pretty safe here with the backup of Panto. Yeah, let's see what Collapse is able to pull out this game on his Death Prophet. Something we don't get to see too much from him in particular. I mean, obviously something that's it's been very popular as of late in general.
It looked very good like the earlier days, and of course we did see the nerfs come through, and then Gaimin, I believe they destroyed Tundra when they played it back-to-back. But this time around, it is an okay DP game. I wouldn't say it's great. Queen of Pain, very good against Death Prophet, as is TB. Just range heroes that can stand their ground with overwhelming damage. It's not really what you want to see if you're playing the Death Prophet.
Because, yeah, I think all in all, it definitely could be one of those games where killing heroes for Spirit could be difficult with the amount of saves that Aurora has, right? I mean, the Dawnbreaker, Toss Snowball, and of course the Oracle. A lot to happen. Mid lane, Maposhka comes in to help Lal out and getting that kill against Kiyotaka.
So he just moved over in daytime. They got the chain combo into the whippity whoppity and took out Kyo Daddy.
Seeing it as well. CS was pretty close between the two up to that point, but obviously getting that involvement in the kill here for Lal. It's going to have him feeling pretty good. Back down bottom. Trying to look for Mira, but not going to happen.
I will keep my eyes on the mid lane matchup because, of course, when you have the dagger levels on Kiyotaka, it's important for Ember to try and dodge it. Mira trying to be very aggressive.
I would like to try and get back ground for the Lotus in a couple of seconds. See if he wants to keep trying to fight that against Maposhka. He won't get the chance to. Maposhka's able to get the pickup.
And Mira is only level 1. Kind of needs to get level 2 on the deck because only then you really unlock a combo of kill potential with the Dawnbreaker combo.
Mid lane. Having that little bit of an edge now, Lal, against Kiyotaka. Top lane. Trying for the setup on a Rue. Nightfall stepping in with the Metamorphosis, but hasn't got enough damage to kill Rue off, and Rue it's going to be Nightfall that has to be careful himself, actually. The damage that Collapse is kicking out might be just enough to get Panto. Panto, he's gone. Collapse gets the kill. And Nightfall's going to be left pretty low in this top lane.
Not great news for Aurora. You pop the fresh meta and you actually lose out on the fight. I mean, it is a very annoying lane to go up against Asta TV, at least as time progresses. Lots of spells that will be coming your way.
It's alright. It's going to be okay here with the shift.
Yatoro shouldn't really die. His hero basically is a counter pick to both the heroes from Aurora. You can always dodge the Starbreaker, you can get out of the Ice Shards.
Which is definitely a little bit of an issue, right, for Aurora, because I feel like you do draft this Dawn Tusk to try and get these kills in the laning stage, so when a carry gets through, that is not going to be vulnerable to that sort of setup.
It's definitely not. I mean, they did ban some of the better ones. I believe they banned out the Sven and the Tiny, of course, ones that also protect themselves. But what they have going for themselves is that they can play through Kiyotaka on the Quap. You can move the Tusk to mid, you have the Dawn ult later as well. So, should be looking to play through Kiyotaka or maybe even the safe lane. We've seen a lot of the nighttime TP into the safe lane, like minute 5, you know, play through your safe lane as a Tusk, get a play done, and then move towards mid with both the supports for the first active rune.
Yeah, things starting to even up in that mid lane in particular. On the side lanes, a close start also. I mean, it's just a couple of CS behind in terms of the carry on Aurora's side of things. The mid.
Careful.
He's going to be fine, but only just.
Can't quite reach him. It's still a big deal, because in 40 seconds we've got the active rune. Let's see if Kiyotaka wants to linger and stay low, or does he go back to base to TP and be ready for the rune?
He's got a couple of tangos to go through to get his health up a little bit in advance of that.
I mean, Larl has been doing a very good job at dodging like 2 or 3 daggers in a row, as Kiyotaka keeps trying to fake him out, but Larl ain't having any of it. Supports make their way to mid.
Yep, Bramble's going to be dodged. Larl, he's going to be able to set up with the Remnant and the chains into the whip there from Miposhka.
See you later.
Very neatly done there by Spirit. Panto should be all right. I mean, Miposhka's going to try and chase him down. Does have a whip and an impalement arts in a second. He's going to get his courier.
That's a courier.
At the least. I mean, Panto's still in trouble, potentially. Has got Mirror by his side, so Snowball save would be there. Miposhka knows it, won't try and push for anything.
Spirit are doing a good job, and also look at that. They're collapsing onto Nightfall, who's being pushed over by Collapse.
Oh, this is a bit of an awkward spot for him to be in. Nightfall, he's just walked over and died. What? Well, maybe they'll get something in return.
Yep,
they might get some trades. Miposhka will die. The chains are out on the two of them. Collapse coming in with the siphon damage.
Blinks on
Blinks up in a second. He has to use the Sonic Wave to push them back. We'll get the blink off, but another Remnant's there on Lau, closing in. Not quite enough to kill Kiyotaka as he'll heal up with the bottle, but where was Nightfall going? He just wanted to come over and say hi.
He certainly did not take the right path for that play.
Well, meanwhile, down bottom, Yatoro continues to chill. Has Miposhka with the backup. And they might just be able to chase Toronto Tokyo down. Good control from Miposhka. Yatoro able to get involved with some action there. Miposhka making some very nice moves with how he's going between the mid and the bottom lane as this Ringmaster. Very aggressive in this early game.
Perfect movement from him and really good spell usage too, as here we see Mr. Larl and Kiyotaka going at it again. It is a bit annoying at the moment for Kiyotaka to play this Quap. Lots of lockdown against him in this early game. Very easy for Larl to get the chains, either with the Slide or with the Remnant combo. You've got Rue with the Brambles as well. They're on to Collapse.
He's going to try and heal up with the Siphons, but the overwhelming damage from the 3 of them, enough to secure the kill here for Nightfall.
It's absolutely good for Aurora to play through their safe lane against this DP. I mean, even with this death, Collapse still on the top of the net worth.
Yeah, he's getting a huge amount out of that top lane. 8-minute power rune. That's going to be down bottom. Spirit full control of the river for now. Arcane rune ready for Nalal off the back of that pickup. So Aurora's got to be careful. This Ember Spirit ready to go wherever. And I mean, Mirror shows up in the mid. He's got the shards, but Lao's going to be able to stay on top of him very likely if he wants to go. Actually, his Remnant's still on cooldown, so, but the next slide changes there. Mirror knows it, tries to use the snowball to dodge a potential slight, but Lao's patient, gets the kill after the snowball.
Yeah, because it's not great news for Aurora. Usually when you play Dawnbreaker, you want to kind of control the other 2 lanes, but they have lost full mid control. And I like what Collapse is doing. They're one area where Aurora are strong is their safe lane. So you just leave it, you go to mid, you empower your strong hero. Now, what is Aurora's response to this move?
Yeah, I mean, do you want to try and turn up and defend a tier 1 against an Exorcism? I don't think you do. You just sort of have to let this one go. As early as it is. You're not stopping this push.
Nope, you're just giving it. And look at the type of vision as well that Spirit already have. Both behind the mid tier 1 into the enemy triangle.
Well, he's got the setup. There's a lot of damage between these two. Lala and Boschka. They've been doing a lot between the two of them from the mid lane and now ready to start taking the show across the map. Mirror tries to push them back with the shards, but the sleight of fist is there. These two, they're a nightmare to deal with, right? If Lala and Boschka come looking for you, you're in trouble.
Yeah, and this is the dream type of Morphling game. You just sit in your safe lane, no one can really push you out, your team is owning the rest of the map. Yeah, Spirit, 3k lead at the 10-minute mark. I mean, if you're Aurora, should look towards Collapse again if you have the chance. Meta up in 20. You've got the Dawn ult. You would like to try and use it.
Lal, again with the setup. Toronto Tokyo a little bit beefier than the others, so he'll manage to walk it off. Still frees up the space for some pressure to come in onto the tier 1. They've got the fortification. Now, Aurora do have members around here, so might have a chance of pushing them back. Kiyotaka also hovering around in the area in case anything goes down. They'll opt to swing back to mid now that they see Spirit pulling back from that attempt at a tier 1 push bottom lane. Bit of a setup in the mid. I mean, Lal's coming back over, but Kiyotaka does have Panther behind him. Chains won't connect anyway. Got the amplified damage rune. Looking to play quite aggressive here, but won't be able to finish off any sort of kill with that. Lal can sit back, wait out the amplified damage timing.
Aurora needs to try and break out of the state of the map, but to be honest, it's not that easy for them because, like, Larl's Ember, they don't have the tools to deal with him at all. Which means wherever Kiyotaka is, if Ember is there, Larl just kind of puts a stop to this play. Spirit pressuring down bottom. To be fair, I could see Aurora go for a smoke, like just with Oracle and Quap, you smoke up to maybe even just Yotoro's lane. If they both come out of smoke and they combo the Sonic Wave with the Purifying Flames, I feel like you could at least snipe him out of the game once. Because right now this stalemate is... I don't think this helps Aurora at all.
No, it feels like if it continues at sort of this passive level, it's not like Spirit's going to be farming any slower than Aurora is.
Because right now, if you're Spirit, they're very likely talking about, okay, we've got the next EXO up, where do we go? You go and try and like collapse on the top lane onto Nightfall, take his tier 1. Likely after this active rune fight we will have coming up in 10 seconds.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
12-minute power in. Spirit again with control of the area. Lal and Maposhka finding another setup on a mirror. See if Mirror gets their help this time. Kiyotaka's moving over. And Mirror, they can't save him. Another kill for the two of them, Lal. And just not a chance really for Aurora to try and do anything around this mid. This area completely under Spirit's control.
As for now, yeah, Aurora not really looking to do too much. I mean, when it comes to the rune fights, they're looking at them, but their 3-man is just way weaker than Spirit's. Like, Lara's just kind of king on the map. Yotoro not being pressured either.
I'll be able to finish off the tier 1 tower. Aurora completely avoiding Spirit here for the early game.
I mean, maybe Aurora just looking for like the double blade mail on their Quap and Dom, but I do feel like when you have this meta, you could even look to bring Nightfall into bottom because your map is just kind of suffering. And they're not putting up a fight, at least as of now. Because now you've lost your mid tier 1, you've lost your bottom tier 1, which means the next EXO will start pressuring your safe lane tier 1. 40-minute Wisdom Shrine in 30. So do Spirit want to help top to help Collapse advance? Do they want to make an aggressive move bottom? Are they happy with the status quo and they just take the active rune?
Looking towards the mid, but Lal's got both Room and Poshka by his side. They do burst in pretty low, but the controls there. And the damage as well. Not easy for Kiyotaka to sort of front any attempt at a kill. Once again, Spirit having control of the power runes for Lal.
It's kind of sad. Like you're picking Oracle and you know where every rune is gonna be, and you can't contest any of them because you're just not strong enough to fight into Spirit. I mean, at least when I look at what Aurora are doing, they're content. Because every time meta is off cooldown, Nightfall, he's just insta-popping it to kill the neutrals. Which means they just want to scale into the game, get themselves closer to this Manta style.
Oh, and in the mid, this is what happens when they try and make something happen right now. Kiyotaka goes for some action. Spirit, they just punish him. They're going to try and look in for more. Solar Guardian's coming in. Lal, he oversteps the mark himself in turn, though. So Aurora will at least get the mid trade.
Yeah, I had to really pay attention because I didn't understand. How did Kiyotaka end up at the enemy tier 1?
I mean, he must have blinked him right. He must have gone for some crazy play.
Yeah, apparently so. They do get the turn kill on Ember, which is actually quite big for them. Yatoro makes his way up top. He's got his 50 items in the quick buy, turns into the TB, takes the enemy tier 1 tower.
Yeah, still able to sort of shake off that lead that Spirit have against them, Aurora. Trying to Tokyo, nothing crazy from him in terms of builds, just to blade mail into the Aghanims. Kiyotaka back in the mid. I'll definitely be a bit more careful next time round. Does look like they might have a chance of securing themselves the 16-minute power rune this time though, Aurora.
They absolutely should, because Larl also decided to TP into the bottom side of the map, which means he can't really help Yatoro right now, being aggressed on.
So they're hoping that it spawns top here, Aurora. Are they going to get lucky?
I mean, they should know, right? If they know how Oracle works.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, then.
And indeed there won't be an explosive one though, just the Invis rune.
They're looking. That's one chain.
And get the blade mail off. Silence thrown in does clip on towards the Oracle.
Aurora have held on pretty nicely, as Nightfall still up top did get to take the tier 1 towers, got the illusions there. In the meantime, you've got Toronto Tokyo in the bottom side, pushing that in.
Nightfall's heading over. Lal immediately away.
I mean, with his meta now, they can look into the mid tier 1.
That's some good moves here from Nightfall, enabling Aurora to put some pressure on. Aposhka trying to slow down this push, but won't be able to stop it. Another tower to be claimed by Nightfall within a minute. See what they want to go for next. As Aurora have entered into the jungle of Spirit. See if they can get some sort of catch, maybe onto Lal. A collapse, Amrua by his side. Well, no, Kiyotaka able to snipe Collapse's courier as it was making its way over.
I mean, Aurora don't have the most killing capabilities between the Oracle, Tusk, and the Quab, but with Panto behind Kiyotaka, he can at least play quite aggressive now. Of course, you can just take off the chains. If even more stuff happens, you can pull out the False Promise on the second route as well. Spirit have a good lane war down here.
And they do, Mira. Can they get the catch on him? They can. Change to that. It's going to be Mira going down again. Same time, Aurora did continue to hover around the mid. Lal's going to TP over.
Active rune up top again, it looks like, for Mr. Kiyodaddy. This time a haste rune.
Maposhka. And won't show himself for now, but they will see that movement, so Yatoro will get the information that he's got to be careful up it. Because even if they do catch him, it's very difficult to kill this Morph right now. With the Manta online.
They do have a Yules now onto Rue. So you do have a couple of layers of like kind of being annoying when it comes to the Oracle. You've got the Yules, you've got the DP Silence, even the Ring ult. Sure, maybe you false promise some guy out of a Bramble, but if they're stuck in the Ring ult, they will continue to look at it. I mean, Toronto Tokyo, quiet game, but very high up on the net worth.
Yeah, he's going to hit that item timing with the Aghanims online very shortly. Here, pre-20 minutes on top of the Blade Mouse, and Not bad at all from him.
They are giving Mira a little bit of space, which will let him complete the Blink Dagger.
Okay, attacker. Looking to play aggressive. I mean, as long as he has the backup of the Oracle, he's going to feel very safe in doing these sort of moves. And very much trusting in Panto to bail him out of any aggressive jump he makes. So yeah, Toronto Tokyo definitely going to be giving the go-ahead for the team to try and push for these plays. Now that he's ready to join with the Aghanim Solar Guardian.
They're looking on Larl mid.
Here's the setup. Solar Guardian follow-up. It's an easy kill.
Oh, nice play.
Very nicely done. They want to try and turn this into more Aurora. Immediately in with the smoke up. Trying to join with Nightfall to maybe get the catch on to Spirit here. And Spirit were pushed up on this top lane.
Yeah, Toro TP's out. Ruse somehow weasels his way through all of them, but Miposhka, not so lucky.
So able to quickly turn that Ember Spirit kill in the mid to something else up top. Some good moves here from Aurora, which will now get them in the lead.
The last 30 seconds to 1 minute of macro, very nice. You go into mid, channel up the Fortune's End. On the blink reveal, you get the Ember, smoke top, get a kill, Tormentor. Very, very nice. It's also likely we soon seen Aurora kind of flip the map a little bit. The bottom side should start becoming more important because of the first Roshan.
Looking at the mid. Spirit, they've got the setup. I mean, Collapse is coming in from the side.
Oracle.
Silence indeed coming in as the Panto key attacker. He'll get the self-fuels off, though. Change catches onto him, but the false promise is there. He turns with the Sonic Wave onto the two of them. They still want to try for him, but they can't kill this Quap anymore. Key attacker able to escape.
Needed a little more damage. They did have a good silence to kind of stop the backline, but I didn't even realize up until now, Larl's game has suffered a lot in the last like 10 minutes.
That's true, especially when you consider what sort of a start he was having and the kills that he was getting involved in. Spirit, they're going to go for a pretty quick play here, straight into the pit with the Exorcism. Are Aurora going to expect this? It doesn't look like they are.
They are picking it.
Okay, Nightfall's heading over now. Can they interrupt? If Aurora's able to interrupt this, this is going to hurt big time for Spirit.
Meta used.
The Collapse, stepping away from the pit, trying to draw attention away from it to give Yatoro space to finish it, but Mira, he's in with the jump. The Solar Guardian's coming in as well. Aurora going to be able to push Spirit out of the Roshan pit. Lal, he jumps in, but Nightfall's able to secure the Aegis. That'll cost Lal his life there. As he tried to jump in for the pickup, I believe got the kill on the Rosh Lal, but couldn't grab the Aegis before Nightfall gets it. Rue will go down. They do, by the looks of it, quickly take the Aegis out of the hands of Nightfall. Can they kill him a second time? Mira in trouble off to the side as Yatoro and Collapse will look to chase him down.
Blink in one. No mana though. So have to keep running.
Keep running. Look for the neutral deny. He wants to keep running. He's got big dreams here, Mira. Feels that he can live.
And dreams are gone.
Maybe Duke the Crypt Swarm. That's not going to happen. So Spirit still cleaning up kills towards the end of that, despite the fact that it went a bit awkward. You know, they get pushed out of the pit.
Honestly, I thought
they
would
still
go...
got the kill on the rush.
Yeah, I thought that would go better for Aurora. They force out Yatoro from the pit and pick up the entire Aegis, but then the fight got a bit separated, and did end up losing a couple of heroes.
Now Yatoro survives throughout it all. And Nightfall and Yatoro still very much at a very similar level of farm here, the two of them. Very close between them all from the Terrorblade. It's a slight lead at the moment for Yatoro.
Oh boy.
He's also working on, or he wants to work on his own butterfly on Nightfall, whereas Yatoro, he's got his about to be completed.
Looking at Key Attacker again in the mid. And constantly has Panto by his side. So the Guardian's back up as well for Toronto Tokyo, if anything goes down. And Spirit, they are going to look to try and make a move once more here between the two of them, Lal and Miposhka.
Aurora's teamfighting is stronger, because now that you have some items that help you dish out the damage, all this defensive stuff you have in your draft with the Dawn-Old Snowball Oracle is really starting to shine. Not easy for Spirit to kind of cut through those.
Yeah, it's oh, maybe they find Panto.
This is what they need.
Yep, and they go on the back lines. Panto looking to protect himself for now. Does get clipped by the silence. Nightfall's ready to go with the Metamorphosis. Panto surviving. He's going to be fine. And now they turn with the snowball control on towards Lal. Lal's gone. The Terrorize pushes back Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo for now, and Spirit, they're going to commit him with Collapse and the Exorcism, but they'll just turn straight towards him. They're considering if they can kill him up, but the Wheel of Wonders laid down. Nightfall falling low. Toronto Tokyo is going to get left behind as he's caught by the wheel. Nightfall, can he find a good Sun to target? He's going to have to take the life of Mira. Gets the Sun on a Mira. Sonic Wave comes in on towards Miposhka, but the controls there, the roots catch on towards Nightfall. He's gone. Yatoro gets the double, and now he's ready to look over to Kiyotaka as well. Kiyotaka has to try and run. He'll dodge the Curse Crown hit with the Yules, but Yatoro chases on, cleans them up. Triple kill for him as Spirit get the team fight.
Well, Spirit used their heroes quite, like, the way that they played around the Ringmaster was honestly really, really strong. Even with Nightfall, dishing out so much damage, ultimately it's just Yatoro who stands his ground, turns into the TB with the meta and his butterfly, and just kills everybody.
Yeah, it really does get so much out of that fight there, Yatoro. And we see at the start here, it looks to be, again, not a bad beginning for Aurora, right? It takes Spirit so much to try and get Panto. This timing comes in for the Solar Guardian. Mira's got the punch up into the Snowball, into the Solar Guardian. Lal gets dealt with immediately. But indeed, the Yatoro, is stepping up. And at this stage, with Miposhka dropping the wheel down, it's just sort of impossible for Nightfall to get back in as he'd hoped to do the damage.
And Kiyotaka was so late to the fight. Maybe if when he's there, where Spirit like angle into this like Lotus pool, maybe they could turn and fight. But yeah, he's not there. Wheel of Wonder comes out, and Aurora just have to like scramble.
Yeah, I mean the Sonic Wave, it does get them the kill against Collapse and Miposhka, but it's kind of everything else just doesn't matter if the Morph survives and kills everyone. Because if Yatoro is able to do that, he's going to get closer and closer to being able to easily carry this game. A huge jump up in his farm, of course, off the benefits of that fight. He's now 3K plus ahead of Nightfall's Terrorblade. And this is moments ago, they were absolutely neck on neck. They were even. But now Yatoro shooting ahead, level 20, 2 levels ahead as well. The more thing's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, last fight, you still had options. He didn't have a BKB. You can like clutch him out, or you can at least like force him to go out of the fight. Now with the BKB, they're on Laurel.
Coming in. Yatoro's ready to enter into the fight. He's going to turn into the Tusk, try and use the Tusk's power against Mira. He'll start punching into Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka will get the blink off. Brambles do trip up Mira, so Yatoro is going to be able to claim another kill. Continues here as unstoppable.
This Morph is becoming very scary. Level 21, level 20 talent up available. It's got the gunpowder, more attack speed, more night vision also.
Kiyotaka looking for the backlines. Sonic Wave at the ready. But they had to, I mean, what do you do about the Morph? How are Aurora going to approach these next fights with this Morphling in mind?
You can still try to go around. So if you start on him, even if you don't kill him, if you force him to morph up all the way, you can then like at least ignore him for a little bit. But for now, let's see, what's Nightfall's progression looking like? Yeah, he's closing in on Ascari, so that will be one of their timings to try and go about it.
They have to have some sort of answer or way to play around it, because even though the numbers are close, they're only 2K behind it. It very much is the situation that if in these team fights they don't have some sort of way to avoid Yatoro or keep him out of it, he will kill them all.
I mean, Aurora's they've got the damage, but not the most lockdown. They really rely on this blink, snowball punch into the Solar Guardian to get a guy killed, but after that, you're playing into DP Ember Morph. Very elusive course.
Right. Got the setup, but Panto's ready to help out.
They've got to be kind of careful. When they force out this Yules, if Miposhka pops the Wheel of Wonder behind into the whip, Kiyotaka could be in trouble. Skadi complete on Nightfall.
I'm looking for Collapse. It's a tricky one to get there. Does have Blink, BKB. He's able to TP back over to Tier 2, so Collapse will get away from that effort of Aurora to check out the top corner of the map.
Mira tried to get the Shrine, but Collapse will secure it to get himself the level 3 ult.
They've got eyes on Nightfall coming in.
I mean, the Skadi is cool and all, and of course it's strong, but I still feel like they do lack... They're gonna lack some damage. Just because Spirit can kite them out quite well. Collapse also 2500 HP. He's got the Gale Guard, he's got a Ghost Scepter queued up with the BKB. Of course, you've got the box also to bail them out. Well, the numbers say it's a 2K lead. But I think if you're playing this game right now, you feel a little more behind than that if you're Aurora.
Yeah, it definitely feels that Aurora are going to be much more terrified of the Morphling than Spirit are of the Terrorblade right now. Oh. Easy man to dodge. They're going to try and chase on, but backup's on its way here for Yatoro.
Ooh, that's an early meta.
They'll get the fear as well to push back Nightfall. Just get removed here by Panto. Kiyotaka still trying to chase on. Will get the setup on him at Poshka, so they'll get a support kill, but they will not get the chance to tackle Yatoro. Turns into the quad, blinks away himself.
Let's see if Aurora can get more. They're
still trying to chase.
Yeah.
But it morphed into the quad. There's no chance of outdoing the blinks that Yatoro himself can use to get away.
Oh, it's an instantaneous Roche respawn. And they just used meta for one support kill. If Spirit scout this out, they will immediately want to force Aurora into a fight.
I'll jump in the mid, but Lal already got the sleight of fist off. Mira went pretty deep for that one. Aurora's got to start running now because Lal, Yatoro, and Collapsed could look to be hot in the chase here. And if they indeed check out that Roshan, they will definitely fancy their chances stepping into the pit and taking it.
Well, they'll certainly see it walk over towards the bottom side of the map now.
Two of them still seeing if they can get the setup onto Kiyotaka. He's got Panto behind him. On the tower. Going down here, so 30 minutes in, all the tier 2's taken out by Spirit. Aghanim's online for Lal.
It will be Roche and Spirit see it. If you're Aurora, you gotta let this go.
Yeah, you can't get over it in time. And as you say, especially with the fact they don't have the meta back up yet.
It's also the correct choice from Nightfall to swap up his item build. I believe he had a Pike queued up first or something like that. You need something bigger and better. You need this MKB. You need to stand your ground and either force the DP or the Morph to run away or die. If they get to keep running at you, your entire lineup falls apart on Aurora.
Just on Yatoro. Let's see how Aurora deal with it. As we're seeing here, they do have the farm Aurora to match that of Nightfall. But do they have the right setup and tools to deal with a Morphling that's definitely one team fight win away from being completely out of control? They have to somehow find a way to manage the Morph.
And Spirit have some really dirty wards. Like even this one that Spirit have in the Aurora base, it's already lived half duration. Let's see, they might want to push forward a little bit. They know that the MKB is not yet out for Nightfall. Still about 2,000 gold away.
Collapse. Won't be able to do anything about that. At least gets the creep waves grabbed so can start getting the pressure on. We'll see the smoke coming in from Yatoro, Maposhka, and Root.
They see Nightfall on another ward. They see him walking towards the left up top.
This would be a pretty painful death if Nightfall gets caught.
They are showing both Larl and Collapse on the map, so I'm not sure Nightfall can read this one.
Indeed, I don't think he's going to expect this coming in like this with the three-man smoke. They're going to have him. Nightfall, has he got any way out of this one? Nobody's here to help him. He's going to pop the meta and try to help out. There's got the Solar Guardian, so he will be able to turn and kill off Rue, but Nightfall will get the Sunder off. It is there. They'll take out Yatoro the once. Lyle's here to help Yatoro out for round 2. Can the three of Aurora survive? Panto certainly can't, gets destroyed by Yatoro. Now Nightfall has got nothing left to save himself. The Sonic Wave will come flying in, pushes back Yatoro, and Nightfall, he's gone. Yatoro can survive and can continue to look to clean up as he goes over towards Mira with the waveform. Kiyotaka trying to at least find Maposhka, but Maposhka's able to jump away. The Remnant does set up for the chains onto Kiyotaka, but he's able to quickly remove it with the Illusion Rune. Lyle's going to keep chasing Mira, but the blink is there, so Mira gets out. Kiyotaka, can he escape this? He's going to go for the TP, anything to stop it. The damage.
Holy damage.
Nearly did. And he'll get out. But as we saw, they were able to kill Yatoro the once, get the Aegis out of him. But after that, and that to sort of have that situation, it did kind of rely on getting this clutch Sunder. But other than that, they couldn't get him a second time. And he can certainly get them. That's Nightfall dead for 40 seconds still.
Yeah, let's see what they want to try to do with this. Do they want to force something, as we'll see it again on the replay? I mean, the fact that Nightfall didn't just like kind of die from full to zero is already good for Aurora. Of course, you've got the Donald coming in. And he gets off the clutch Sunder while Yatoro tries to force himself in.
See back in action. Lyle looking for the dive. He's got the change onto the two of them. Yatoro's in. They're looking for Panto. They've got him. He's either. No buyback available on the Oracle either. And look at this. Yatoro's going in up under the tier 4s.
Donald.
There's a Solar Guardian coming in. Has he gone a little too far? He hasn't. He's able to force out. Yatoro's going to be fine. Gets away for the dive with the dive for now. Aurora. I'll be able to hold here. Spirit, back off.
Kiyotaka still trying to hunt.
Has to jump in with the silence. Sora. Answer at the ready. Still has the BKB ready to pop as well if he gets pressured.
He had the Curse Crown on him and blinked on top of Yatoro and that got stunned. Kiyotaka, absolute maniac, but of course no set Mira could bail him out.
And Yatoro, he's ready to go again. Finds the regen rune. So fully refreshed here for the fight in terms of HP and mana.
Still no MKB on Nightfall. It's 200 gold off the Javelin, which would do the trick.
See what they can find here with this smoke. This might catch Aurora off guard. I mean, Aurora are kind of set up on the high ground, but there's the jump forward. They found Panto first, Spirit. Shrine of Wisdom's going to be theirs. And Yatoro very close to the level 25 here on the Morphling.
Yeah, he's really zooming away right now when it comes to both the net worth and the XP.
And do you think, with the Aegis gone, will Spirit sort of slow down the aggression a little bit, or do you think they can still go without the Aegis?
They can still go, maybe. I don't think they want to force the high ground.
It's alright. He's going to get the BKB off. Solar Guardian's coming in as well. They're bringing him down pretty low. They've got the control. Can they kill him? They can't. Yatoro's able to waveform out. He'll survive. Aurora, can they clean up anyone else in return? Collapses in on top of Nightfall. Nightfall needs help. He can't get anything off. He's dead for 80 seconds here on the Terrorblade. Aurora, they have to bail out of this fight fast. Toronto Tokyo's not going to get the chance as Lyle catches him. Lyle continues to dive in for more. They've found Kiyotaka. Panto comes in with the save. False promise is there. So Kiyotaka gets out, but that's Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo dead.
They try to go for the all-in on Yatoro, but I mean, Mipochka's around. First of all, he boxes Yatoro, gets off the Wheel of Wonder. I mean, Nightfall has a lot of damage, but no BKB to play around the Ringmaster.
Couldn't find a target to Sunder as well in his dying moments. Kiyotaka is trying to draw their attention away from the barracks. Yatoro's going to stick around and finish off the objectives. The rest of Spirit, they're ready to go over and deal with Kiyotaka. Tries to stop them from pushing by bringing them away, but ends up dying. Doesn't manage to save the barracks as Yatoro still gets them, and he's ready to potentially go for more. It's still a fair bit of time with his 3 heroes dead on Aurora.
Even when Nightfall respawns, he's got no meta. He's useless. Sure, you disarm him. Yatoro does have the Manto. You're going to be threatened on Megas here if you don't use your buybacks. That's buyback number 1.
Okay. Gonna try and get the burst onto Collapse. So BKB back up in about 12 seconds, Collapse. And Spirit, they can chill out for a bit. 2 sets of racks taken. Buyback forced out. They're very, very happy with the state of the game, and it's just been a bit of a strange one, right, considering how close Aurora were in farm. Like, the whole game, they were like 3K, 2K behind, but what we're seeing play out now is definitely what you could feel before, right? That it was just one fight away from this morph cleaning up your base.
When they look for these fights, they need to be a little more clean. Like, either you come up with a plan where you're all in the Morphling, and I think you can, but if it looks hard or risky, then just look for a smoke around and kill the supports first. But now, you've made a couple of mistakes. I would not be surprised if Aurora making the call, yo, we need this BKB on Nightfall for this final fight. Hopefully Roche respawn isn't super quick. I can sell my Falcon Blade and he'll have the BKB within like what, a minute, maybe a minute and a half. Because they only have one more fight in them.
Yeah. Yeah, they really do. If they collapse in this sort of situation next time round, that's the base gone, the game over. Rue.
Got the catch.
He's able to find the setup on a Panto. Kiyotaka's going to try and jump in and help out, but he's just dead! I maybe felt that he could somehow fight back. I mean, sure, he killed Brute, but he doesn't have buyback. It's cooldown.
Whatever he was thinking, it was bad. That was not great.
They needed him to survive so they could have the chance for Nightfall to get the BKB. So they could have one more fight. I don't know if they're going to get to have one more fight now. They've got no mid.
Yep, that's a 4v5 at best. And Yatoro, he got the Satanic, which means he had to drop the Vlads. So Mepochka's like, don't worry, brother. I'll get the Vlads for you. So just gearing up everything to make sure you're as strong as possible.
Let's see if they can stop Yatoro.
Meta popped.
No,
counter meta pop.
Use that for himself, Yatoro. Well, that's the Raxcom.
That's the Megas.
On to the tier 4s as well, why not? Exorcism's up. Still over half a minute here without the quap. A Spirit looking to be on the verge of closing up this game 1. Aurora, if they got anything left to show. Trying with the jump in and the Solar Guardian. They're trying their best, but it's not going to be enough. Nightfall's just getting dealt with by Collapse. Thunder does come in. Collapse gets the BKB off. He's going to be able to dodge that as well as he gets out of the harm's way. As Yatoro is just cleaning up. They're ready to close this one up here. As Toronto Tokyo will put the BKB. Yatoro just killing them in the fountain, diving in.
He's farming them.
He's not going to get the Ultra. Okay, he will as he kills Panto. Can he survive long enough to get the Rampage? Give him the Rampage, come on. He's not going to get a Rampage today.
Just an Ultra kill.
Just an Ultra. A cheeky little Ultra kill to end this one. But yeah, Team Spirit. Yatoro on the Morphling. They just couldn't stop it. Even in a game, as I said, for the most of the mid-game, Aurora, they had the farm, they had their items, but they just couldn't come up with the plays, Kezu.
In the early game, Ember kind of putting the stop to them. Played it really nice there. And yeah, in mid-game, Aurora for game 2, they need to talk about how they team fight together in the mid-game because that was not it. Spirit,
no, not at
very
all.
clean.
Absolutely, and yeah, Yatoro 14-0-8. Flawless Morphling performance to close this one up. Team Spirit, take game 1.
Little lack of synergy in Aurora's camp ultimately leads to a Team Spirit victory in this game number 1, and definitely a stellar performance coming out of Yatoro. I thought that Aurora had it. I thought that for the beginning, after seeing the laning phase, I thought that team fight would be on their side, Morphling would be under control, but somehow it just slipped out of their grasp.
Yeah, I think they just got spirited. This was a little bit of Spirit special, showing up with full force today, outmaneuvering them in almost every single portion of the game. I have to say though that I did feel that Team Spirit were the ones in control though, going after the laning stage. That Prophet's rotating from top to mid lane, uncontested. He's farming a very quick Aghanims. Ember as well doing well against Quap, and then you're forcing rotations to you instead of Quap and Dawnbreaker making some moves together across the map, which they naturally do so well with the Dawnbreaker ult.
Yeah, I mean, the critical thing there is Spirit always looking on the map, right? When you see their lineup, they want to find kills. Ember's always running in first, trying to force out a Snubble save or an Oracle spell or a Solar Guardian, and once the fight had developed, that's when Yatoro comes sweeping in or collapsing into the fight. So I think, Lau had to be a bit more of the sacrificial lamb in this game. He only died 4 times, but there were some moments where it looked like him dying was going to make the fight difficult. But if anything, it brought a lot of life to the fight for Spirit because they knew key spells have been wasted, therefore Yatoro can shine. Even, I think, the Ringmaster, Mepochka, sorry, had exceptional spellcasting in this game as well.
I have to say that the game overall was high skill. Just looking at Aurora and this last clip that we had, where an extremely well-positioned Radiant Ward allows them to see the farming pattern of TB. They smoke on him while 2 heroes are farming the map in vision, so they can approach him without him thinking that, okay, I'm in danger zone. And he still manages to turn. I'm praising Aurora and Spirit in the same fight, because Nightfall, man, sure, he lost, but this Terrorblade, just to praise him a bit more, he's so quick at analyzing team fights and knowing what his target is. As you are going on him, he prioritizes the Ringmaster, then he switches to the Dark Willow, completely shoving them away from the team fight, and then he can sunder the Morphling.
Yeah, it takes a lot of discipline to be hit by a target and not immediately want to retaliate, but know that like there are higher priorities that I need to take care of first.
Yeah, one of the reasons why they managed to keep themselves a little bit longer in the game, because once he got the supports off, he managed to take down the Aegis as well. Unfortunately, they stuck around a little bit too long, in the end losing the team fight.
Perhaps maybe they overanalyzed some fights though, because that Roche fight that we saw at the beginning of this highlight reel seemed overly complicated from Aurora. They were trying to 5-head, taking the Aegis, and I feel like the simplest solution would have probably gotten them the best result.
Also, you could argue Spirit was trying to 5-head it as well, right? They started it, then Collapse leaves the pit, trying to bait them away, and then the Dawnbreaker jumps into the pit, and then rather than going for the Aegis, he leaves. And I mean, the entire Roshan from both teams, they were trying to kind of min-max as much as possible. But yeah, of course, stand-up player, without a shadow of a doubt, it has to be Yotaro. 14-0-8. Every single fight that looked like it maybe could go Aurora's way, when he stepped up, he was ready to slaughter them.
Yeah, this so far in Wallachia, these Y carries, Yotaro and Yuragi have had a lot of games where they end with 0 deaths, which is exceptional from both of them.
We can also take a look at some of these carries in terms of their numbers and their items, as I want to see the comparison between Yotaro and Nightfall at 30 minutes into the game.
Yeah, the reason why I feel like we're leaning more towards it being Yotoro's game is because the way that it moved, Nightfall, he wanted to go for that early Skadi. He wants to try and threaten the Morphling, but that then delays other items in your build, right? As much as Nightfall's having a good game, he needs to have a Skadi, and he needs an MKB, and a Daedalus, and a Satanic. Like, we're talking about 3-4 more items. His net worth looks good. His ability to take the fights looks fine, but the fact that Yotaro has around a 4,000 net worth lead, as you see here, that's the difference. The BKB or the Butterfly is, right? He's got one or the others. If you delete one of those items from his inventory, you might argue Nightfall could win a fight against Yotaro, but the fact that Yotaro was always able to join the fights at the correct time, build up that slight item advantage, the Terrorblade was always following the Morphling rather than leading the Morphling in the game.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's entirely a product of the draft, but maybe Aurora will be able to make some revisions. Again, elimination is on the line for both of these teams. Aurora are now just 1 game away from that being a possibility, so let's see how they choose to recover in game number 2.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome to Guess the Highlights, where we're taking a pro player, showing them a highlight from a previous Wallachia, and they are going to tell me if they can identify the hero in the clip. Who is playing that hero? I'm here with Miero from BetBoom, and with Saxa from Tundra, and I've got Lal here from Team Spirit. I'm here with Kadaro from OG. Kadaro, do you watch a lot of Dota when you're not playing? Do you watch previous Wallachias a lot?
Yes, I do. Sometimes, yes, but no, not too much.
Yeah, I mean, I maybe even spend more time watching Dota than playing sometimes.
Last Wallachia not good for us, so I don't watch games.
Oh, I see. You're just out of there.
I don't know what I'm gonna do.
All right,
I'll try.
It's from all the Wallachias, so maybe we might be all right here. All right, let's take a look at our first clip and see if we can figure this one out. Do you know who this is?
I don't really know. Maybe some Shopify Rebellion game. I don't know.
Oh, they just suicide throne. Okay. And David's out by, but
it's pretty accurate. It wasn't a very successful attempt at going for the base. 3 rapiers as well. But,
yeah, I see. Maybe I remember some this game, but I don't know which teams play.
I want to say it's like a boxy build, but I don't remember him doing this.
On the Batrider?
Okay, I think Dire team is judging by the draft. It's Falcons.
Interesting.
Yes. And Radiant, I don't know who could it be. Maybe it's heroic, like the Schofield. I'm gonna go with Schofield.
Okay, not quite correct. So I'll tell you that the Radiant team is a Eastern European team. This is from Wallachia Season 1, very early on in the Wallachia cycle.
Something tells me this is a NAVI on the Radiant side. And I feel like this base race is not working well.
Can you think of an Eastern European team which hasn't changed support player but changed everybody else around?
Oh, I know. Wait. Like, it's this team, right? Like, it's like this team left.
It's Radiant, yeah, it's Batrider. Yeah.
I don't know, maybe some Zayats, I don't know. Who's this?
Wait. I think it's one of the Team Spirit supports. Who was it? Miposhka or Ru?
I'm afraid that's not correct.
Okay, we just go by the name. There is a Pari, there is a BB. It's not them.
Nope.
They're too disciplined for do that. Definitely not Spirit.
All right,
they would never do that.
No, absolutely not. One more hint, they are playing at this event.
It's not Navi. Could it be VP?
It is in fact VP, which means the Batrider is... Which player?
Who was there back then?
It's still the same player now as it was back then.
Antares?
Absolutely correct. Yes, indeed. That is Antares playing on the Batrider versus Team Secret in this game from Wallachia Season 1.
He actually has a lot of unique item builds. Antares, he's trying to be hipster every game. Like, just look at him. It's like so many different things he's doing. You just try to not be like everyone else.
I'm done. I don't know.
You don't know? You don't know? Okay. Well, I can tell you the team, and then you can tell me the player. So it's Virtus.pro.
Virtus.pro.
Playing in this clip, yep. So who do you think the bat is?
Antares?
Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Antares playing on the Batrider. Well done.
FNG? I don't know. I don't remember.
No, still the same as it is now. It's Antares.
Oh, Antares. Okay.
Yes, yeah. It is, of course, Antares on the Batrider here, playing for Virtus.pro in their series versus Team Secret at Wallachia Season 1. So, yeah.
I'm done. You know the answer.
You don't know it?
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know it? All right, I'll give it to you then. It is Antares playing on the Batrider here, Virtus.pro. Yeah.
Okay, okay. It's a good try for me, but I don't remember this game.
Yeah, no, it's a hard one.
Some crazy game.
Wait, is this actually the play they're going for? Antares.
Well, he's got so many rapiers.
Oh my god, he's gonna go for it. They're keeping it. They just went out of the game. Virtus.pro coming in for the finish. Do they have enough? The lassos are there. They try and take them down. They get to this orb. It's not gonna matter. It's not gonna matter. No, Squadix goes down. They didn't have enough. Oh, Virtus.pro, you went for it all and you came up short. How?
I've got some other Season 1 memories for you because it was Team Spirit with Mira that won PGL Wallachia Season 1, and now Mira's on the other side and on the receiving end of Team Spirit's wrath. And it's not just the wrath from this series. I did some research into historical matchups. Give me the post-Copenhagen TI win rate of Aurora versus Spirit. Take a shot in the dark.
60% win rate for Aurora.
60% win rate. You think Aurora advantage?
Yep.
Blizzard?
40 for Aurora.
40 for Aurora.
Let's go with the opposite.
0.
Yes.
They have played 5 series, not only series losses, game losses. They have not won a single game against Team Spirit out of 5 series. Granted, I don't know how many of those Mira was on the roster, or maybe Yatoro was on break, or things like that. But if we want to talk demons, Aurora have a lot to conquer in terms of just get a game. Just get one game against Team Spirit.
Yeah, 50% of Team Spirit on one side, 50 on the other from the TI. I guess we know who's the reason for
Toronto,
the Aegis
Tokyo,
now.
and Mira were left.
Exactly. But yeah, like they've been struggling. They've been struggling to take down Team Spirit. I remember a couple of games in other tournaments as well.
I clearly didn't.
Yeah, no, so there have not been too many super recent matchups, but Spirit did beat Aurora also in Wallachia Season 4 group stage. and then there was some Dacia Belgrade results, a Blast Slam result, and so Spirit has had Aurora's number all season long.
Yeah, I feel like Aurora naturally struggle against any team that overlaps their kind of cores relatively early in the game. Against Gaming, they can struggle. Against Spirit, especially with how Spirit just played that game, they struggled. Aurora, they like a slower game. So they want to dictate it through their mid lane, the support's making the moves, but they don't want to have to drag Toronto Tokyo and Nightfall into an engagement. They want to bring 3 heroes, and they might take a 4-man fight, right? They don't want to bring 5 heroes. That is not an Aurora thing to do. So
yep. And it's a clash of ideas, of course, as well, right? Like on one side, you have Miposhka leading the charge, on the other, Toronto Tokyo that left the team to be a position 5. Now, of course, playing offlane. But correct. I got that right. But yeah, overall, I feel like Team Spirit and their cores are just way more stable, and have been and have proven that through the year. Is something going to change? It might. Aurora they don't look any more stable than they did through the year, but they looked like they have a higher high, like the skill ceiling is definitely higher. Yeah. But the games that they are losing, I feel like they're losing the same way like they always have. They crumble under pressure a little bit in the laning stage, and then the rotations aren't nearly as game dictating as they could be when they dominate. It's like a completely different team when, let's say, mid lane goes well and when mid lane doesn't.
So we'll see what lessons are learned as they opt to get a first pick Batrider on Aurora. They take out the Templar Assassin, the Axe, and the Abaddon. Naga Siren, and this time Undying gets first phase banned out. Death Prophet and Doom, and Spirit respond to that Batrider with a classic response, the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, nothing too crazy to talk about there, right? Queen of Pain into Batrider by Blade Mail, happy days. I'm more intrigued to know where Spirit's going to go with the Queen of Pain.
I feel like when you're picking Quap into Bat, you're making sure that Bat isn't mid, and you're happy with Quap on mid lane. And now it's on Aurora. This is one stat that we had before as well. Now Aurora actually have the knowledge of what's most likely going to be the mid lane, so they can act accordingly.
Because you want that Kiyotaka counter pick.
Kiyotaka the whole of Aurora looks so much better when he can control the pace and the tempo of the game. So yeah. It's nice to see, for Aurora's sake, that they have the opportunity to counter-pick mid.
The thing is that they've been in this position before, right? Against Gaming, they saw the Queen of Pain. They knew it was probably going to be mid lane, yet they put Kiyotaka on a Pangolier. And then Kiyotaka had like the worst game of Wallachia, right? So well, I hope they've found a new set of heroes for him to play into the Queen of Pain, because their previous experience of it has not been too good.
Well, hopefully they counter the Queen of Pain, and
yes.
Pango was never a good.
Yeah, what was the rest of that draft for Aurora after they saw a Queen of Pain? Or was the Queen of Pain first phase?
It was first phase Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
And then in the second phase they picked Pangolier. So it's like it was the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, for some reason they picked it into Quap. I'm not really sure. Maybe they had a different idea on how the matchup is going to look like, but historically this has not been a great matchup for Pango.
And Aurora are definitely dedicating a lot of attention to protecting this Batrider. They ban out an Abaddon, they ban out an Oracle, and they ban out a Shadow Demon.
I mean, sometimes I just wouldn't mind the mid player just to take it. Like when I think about Kiyotaka being super annoying, Batrider is that hero. Sure, he's not going to be able to maybe kill the Queen of Pain in the game, but the rest of the game he's going to be very potent. You buy an early BKB, you can shrug off a lot of that damage.
Yeah, it is a really strong core, and I don't know if at least in our games, maybe there was one core bat. Most of them were support or relegated to even offlane. I wouldn't mind seeing it, but in general, if you're playing mid-bat into Quap, you're so poor post-laning stage that your rotations don't hit as hard. And once again, they get put into a position where it's Kiyotaka that got countered. But I would love to see it for once at least, because in pubs it's all the rage. It's just carrying games.
And Spirit take away the Medusa. Starting their carry ban. Don't forget that in game 1, as we got to the end of the bans, it was just, 4 or 5 carries between both teams getting thrown into the mix, all getting removed.
10 seconds remaining.
Spirit not really deciding what they want to go for at the moment. I feel like always in this position, I'm going to call for a Tusk. No matter what draft, no matter what team.
Always easy.
The way that they're dedicating so much attention to protecting the Batrider, I wonder if your theory is right, Lizard, and then just gonna be like, whatever, you counterpicked my Batrider mid by Queen of Pain, but the rest of your heroes are still gonna be very vulnerable to my core Batrider.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing it, honestly. I mean, I just wonder how strong it will be if it's laned into co-op, that's all. But yeah, it would be a cool, stubborn kind of a play, you know, where you truly trust, like
to an extent, yeah,
your player. And Tiga talked about Copy and how he's a vibes player, right? Maybe that's all you need. You just need vibes.
Kiyotaka's just feeling the vibes.
Exactly. If he feels the hero, I'm pretty sure he called up for the Pango as well. He probably felt that it can work, so he asked for it.
Either that or they were trying to flex it a little bit too much.
Yeah, sometimes happens. Start picking heroes and now you're 2 picks too deep and you got to fix some problems, and yeah, drafts are the most important thing to a competitive game.
At the same time, one of his best games that I have seen so far in the tournament, not one, but multiple, were on Ember. And we have already seen how well it does into co-op, so I wouldn't mind seeing that as well, but first it's a Shadow Fiend.
I mean, the pick-off potential with Aurora's lineup is going to be exceptional. At any minute, there's a Lasso, a Requiem, throwing now Marcy as well, just jumping over the tree line, maybe even bringing in the Shadow Fiend for the Requiem. It's really explosive lineup this time around from Aurora. They got layers to the fight, and I think that is one key thing, is when you have Oracle on your team, you're always hoping that your 4 other teammates can do all the work for you to buff up their survivability. If they start lacking damage and you're an Oracle, the game can just feel very hard, and this time around they don't want to have defensive capabilities. It's all about the fight.
And it's really cool that they took Marcy away from Team Spirit. If they went for it, it would have been scary. We have seen some teams play position 5 Shadow Shaman. Imagine some Marcy and anything on offlane just jumping on SF. It's usually not a pleasant lane. If it even is a Shadow Fiend 1, by the way, which I wouldn't mind seeing at all.
Now, I feel like the way that Aurora drafting it, it's Batrider is now your 5, Marcy's your 4, Shadow Fiend's your mid. And for Spirit, they identify the fact that pickoff will be strong, so they start going for more reactionary-based heroes. Dawnbreaker, sort of Guardian, the Bane with the grip, the Nightmare, really good ways to stop the aggression.
And it's just beautiful way to start the aggression. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Like you can have Bane on one side of the map, Shadow Shaman on the other, Queen of Pain
connecting.
Pick and choose where you want to go. Dawnbreaker will connect. It's looking like a really difficult lineup to play into, the one that Team Spirit have drafted, but they have done the same thing versus BetBoom last night, very similarly, and they lost with it.
Yeah. But this is where the Spirit's lineup, it looks good when you're already 30 minutes into the game, right? When you're losing the laning phase with these heroes, there's no real play to make. Shaman doesn't kill people, Bane don't kill people, Dawnbreaker kind of can with Blade Mail, Quap, sometimes in certain games, you put the Sonic Wave out, sure, you get 1 kill, but now you're done. So it's like the entire lineup of Spirit is built around stable lanes, hopefully for them winning lanes, to then be able to kind of make their stamp in the game.
I've had some rough laning stages with Shadow Shaman, where I just start running across the map with Dawnbreaker being there, and suddenly I'm rich, because all I have to do is run up to a person and shackle him. Suddenly there's a Dawnbreaker from the sky connecting, and you can do that on cooldown basically every time.
Yeah, you've been quite the fan of this combo.
Yep. And now Bane as well. Also nice.
One thing we haven't noted is because of Tidebound playing the offlane Batrider, that could be an option with Aurora's lineup where Toronto Tokyo takes the Batrider, and then you play a Bat Marcy lane, just running around being super obnoxious. Of course, with Spirit's ban of the Silencer, they are respecting the fact that there are more cores in the mix available for Aurora at the moment.
Yeah, and Spirit get last pick of the draft, so if they decide to deal with a Batrider Marcy lane, they can also put Queen of Pain safe lane with Yatoro, and then get a different Laurel hero. Which so far, Aurora may be expecting that because they ban out the puck.
It seems so, yeah. They're more afraid of the puck, even though they do have a tiny, I guess. They just wouldn't want to lane him that way. Because you could still mix things up if you're Aurora. So Puck ban kind of is surprising to me. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, maybe
just tiny mid, Marcy, SF safe lane, bat off lane with last pick 4.
I just don't want to see Shadowfiend safe lane. I think that's so susceptible to dying, and then
it's not easy to play into Dawn Shadow Shaman for sure.
I also want to see Kiyotaka. It's like there's certain things about Aurora where it's like Kiyotaka Shadowfiend, it makes sense in my head. Nightfall, same thing like the cop in the game 1 where it's like Nightfall does not play these heroes, at least from in recent time.
No, all of his heroes this tournament have been big beef. He's been playing Sven, Abaddon, Omni Knight, Lifestealer, Medusa, Troll. These heroes are not vulnerable.
They cushion his positioning.
Yeah.
That's one way of
you give yourself a little margin of error.
Yeah, I feel like one of his best win rates have been on Lifestealer, right? Like just running in with Gore Storm and stuff. He's been looking exceptional on those. But maybe we already do see his hero, right? Well, with the tiny.
Could be. Spirit, they're not 100% sure either. They ban out the Silencer and the Beastmaster.
I feel like still it's a tiny carry, but it could be tiny with bat. Let's see.
Okay. Centaur is going to be Marcy's pairing in the off lane. Now, who would you like to send in the safe lane against it? It's Queen of Pain or a new hero? Morphling also still remains in the pool if Yatoro wants to go back-to-back on it.
Yeah, it's a rough lane. I know for a fact that you cannot go for Glass Cannon. I think we are moving back to what we were talking about in the last game for Team Spirit. Morphling was decent. This time around, no amazing targets to morph into.
I just hope we get to see a bit more creativity from Yatoro. Like you see everything.
Medusa? Sven?
Okay. I say creativity. We see
very creative.
That's the opposite of creativity. Well.
Yeah, Medusa was banned. Sven is the next one. These two teams, they really value their beef boys on the safe lanes.
Yeah. And it's just so much burst, right, between when Kiyotaka steps up. If he initiates incorrectly, then there's a lot of counterplay from Spirit. If he initiates cleanly, then sure, they're going to have such a great time. But I just love the fact that 2 games in a row, the identity is somewhat the same, where both teams have the big carry that can scale, take over the game. Nightfall, Tiny is one of the only players to make Tiny feel like it truly can scale into the game. Of course, Yatoro's on Sven. In the mid lane, just massive amount of burst between the Queen of Pain or the Shadowfiend. If you misstep, if you're in the wrong position, you will get reminded that you are not meant to be there.
How does this line up with your statistics of Kiyotaka getting the counter pick? It is technically a counter pick against the Queen of Pain, but it's a very early counter pick against the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, it's very early, and I feel like it's not really the type of a hero that he has done so well with so far. His heroes were like these chaotic embers, pucks that can go behind enemy lines and get out easily. I feel like in this kind of a game, if you're committing, you have to keep in mind that you're committing into a Bane. So even a BKB Requiem can be cancelled easily.
Yeah.
So you have to be extremely careful on what targets you pick and choose. So I actually don't think this is too much on him. I feel like the side lanes need to do some heavy lifting.
The good thing is the team fights in this game should match, if not even beat out the game 1 team fights, because the survivability of Spirit, comboing their spells to keep Yatoro alive, and then Yatoro, the amount of damage he can do if he's enabled. And then for Aurora, it's like how much burst. If they smoke any time, find a key hero. You got Tiny jump, Marcy jump, Bat jump, Shadowfiend jump, Centaur jump. There's like 5 jumps to blow someone up. And then Spirit's going to have to navigate all of that to survive the jump, to then turn around the fight to bring in their own damage. So I'm hoping the game lives up to what the drafts have.
Yeah, for as much capability as Miposhka has on this Bane to make things unpleasant, this has to be one of the most stressful things. You have to deal with a pick-me-up Marcy, a Bat Rider, a stampeding entire team, Tiny tossing stuff onto you.
Yep. Your positioning has to be
impeccable.
But he can also have so much impact in this game. You can stop people from stampeding, you can stop the Requiem. If you initiate him properly, he can catch you as well. It like kind of goes both ways.
And we'll get a chance to give both of the coaches an opportunity to speak, because after getting a chance to talk to G, now Nomad is standing by with Silent.
I certainly am. Yes, Silent. I mean, first, I want to ask about game number 1 from the draft. Were you that confident that the game was going to go that well?
I'm not sure we was very confident, but honestly, was more like, okay, this draft is okay, we can win with that. Not the best and not the worst.
Not the best, not the worst. Well, it looked, I mean, Yatoro looked excellent. Does he start like glowing or floating around this time of year as he powers up for TI?
I didn't understand, but
Yatoro, does he get stronger as TI and the end of year approaches?
we'll see. I hope so. But this game was like one mistake from him, and we could lose.
Well, that doesn't tend to happen very often, luckily for you. Let's look ahead to game number 2 then. You know, what do you feel about these drafts?
Second game is more stable and more default draft from us. I think it depends on meta and yeah, it's just good draft. More confident for me than game 1.
More confident than game 1? All right, that's a very good sign here from Silent. Let's see how it goes if it is going to be a 2-0. Let's find out. We've got Odie, Pixel, and Kezu.
Thank you very much there, Nomad and Silent. And yeah, would you sort of agree with that then, Kezu, when you look at Spirit's lineup? Do you think this is a bit more stable? It's safer even than game 1's?
I would say it's a little bit better than game 1 also, because so Aurora had some trouble in game 1, right? Where they couldn't really answer Spirit's 3-man ball with like the Ember and the 2 subs. I feel like Aurora might run into a similar problem. You've got the Quap with 2 very strong supports and the Dawn ult to like kind of follow onto SF. Like last game, the reason Aurora couldn't make many moves around mid was because of Ember. SF is not mobile to dodge Dawnbreaker moves, so I'm looking at Kyo Takiyaki. He needs to put on a show, at least for me. Okay. Because otherwise, I think they're in some trouble, Owen.
Let's see what Geartaka can do this game. Had some struggles on his Queen of Pain last time towards the end, but yeah, maybe on the SF. We'll see him pop off a little bit harder here as Aurora do need him to do so to try and push this to a game 3. Of course, they lose this game. That's going to be the end of the road for them here at Wallachia.
At least for now, Larl taking a lot of pressure.
Hello. Well, to be careful here. Geartaka does have a Mango ready for extra raise play if he sees the chance. Well, level 2's been hit though. Let's see. So the bottom lane. What are we going to get down here? Is anyone any sort of threat? Can this sort of... Is this one of those Marcy lanes where we're going to see Marcy Centaur getting the chance to get kills?
You can pressure, but Bane is honestly one of the better 5s against this type of lane, because you need to be able to like defend yourself. You've got the Brain Stab, you've got the Sleep. Sven also, he can protect you with the stun and the Warcry. So when it comes to going up against Marcy lane, Spirit should be pretty happy.
Mid. Well, dealing pretty well with the first few rounds of raises that Geartaka's been throwing his way.
We'll have to see if they can sneak in any of the moves later, as of course Shadow Fiend always very susceptible to some early rotations.
And do you think overall with the draft close up as well, keeping the Tiny on as the carry, does that look good this game for Aurora?
It's good. It's like one of the better carries when it comes to laning against the Dawnbreaker. You have multiple stops to the Starbreaker and everything. And Nightfall does play the Tiny very well.
As we saw down bottom there, a little bit of an attempt to make a move, but indeed the Nightmare pretty much puts a stop to the combo. So in the mid, again, you got to watch out here. It's a very high chance that one of these two does go down.
They are playing very aggressive on each other.
Yeah, lol, not fancying tanking some raises there.
Well, Kiyotaka, he's definitely gonna go a little bit ahead here when it comes to the laning stage.
So we're seeing so far on the bottom lane, CS definitely not easy for Yatoro with the pressure that Toronto, Tokyo and Miro threatened him with.
Just a little blocker. I didn't see if he cancelled a salve with the block grenade or if he was just saying hello.
Oh.
Reason. It's Panto. Needing a little pause.
Doesn't look like we're getting
he's fixing the chair.
Ah, okay, fixing the chair.
Might be the armrest.
Yep, you got him.
You gotta line that up with the table.
Yeah. Fix mine.
Yeah, me too.
I'm good to go. Panto's good to go. Geartaka. Gets another set of tangos out here to deal with the dagger spam of Lal. There's up stick charges as well.
Oh. Lar will secure the flag there. So Water Rune coming up. Is any support making a move? Looks like Miposhka wants to at least help out Larl a little bit.
And Larl gets another dagger in. Kiyotaka's going to fall pretty low. But indeed, with the raises, we'll make sure that he still gets the refuel.
Definitely good that he went for the top rune. So, of course, they communicated that Miposhka was likely heading towards the bottom.
Bottom. Another attempt here with the two of them to get in onto Yatoro. Nightmare will be there. Yatoro also gets the follow-up stun, trying to stand his ground against the two of them. I mean, Toronto Tokyo gets very low off the back of that.
The mango.
See if they can finish him off. Meanwhile, Larl does find the chance to get that first blood against Kiyotaka. Does eventually happen. Toronto Tokyo and Mira will both be fine. Mira actually thinking about making the aggressive jump back in, but yeah, brain saps up. So Miposhka, he'll also get a kill down here.
Yeah, it's Spirit, like the small things, getting to outplay Aurora. In mid lane, you have the Raindrop and the sticks. Lara barely got to win that 1v1. And Yatoro with the Lotus and stick could also man up down in the bottom lane. I was already afraid for Kiyotaka before the lane started. And now with Lara getting the first blood, him playing into the co-op with a good game and the Dawnbreaker ult later, could be a bit troublesome.
Off that sort of play that Aurora tried to make down bottom, not going too great. It's given the chance for Yatoro to very much settle things in terms of the CS.
They're diving bottom.
Yeah, they are trying for Yatoro.
Double edge.
It's not enough. They're going to try and keep chasing it, Toronto Tokyo, but yeah, Yatoro's out of there. Back in the mid. Larl does go down, and unfortunately for Kiyotaka, Larl does die before Kiyotaka dies. So at least Kiyotaka getting the XP on that. Bottom.
Still diving.
The dive continues. They will get Miposhka.
Okay, they will get the kill this time. Yatoro salving up. He is back.
Toronto Tokyo's low. Yatoro will get the stun onto him, but you can't quite continue to finish that.
Good pressure from Aurora. Of course, Spirit are spending a lot of consumables as well to make sure they can live through it. Lots of salves and tangos.
Nice rune here for Kiyotaka. Amplified damage rune.
Miposhka, 850 gold already spent on the consumables. Well, it's something you have to do against the Smarty center lane. So much pressure coming your way. Toronto, watching your CS. Only got 1 of the 4. Miposhka being a little bit annoying under the tower.
Bringing in the second support here, Panto. So yeah, it's the same to be said for Spirit.
Oh, as a cleave wakes him up.
We're going to try and make the move.
Good stun.
So now to the two of them, Shackles as well. They're locking down Toronto Tokyo. They've got it. Sonic Wave and onto the 3 of them. Larl's in town. Turns up, cleans up the double. Panto's going to end up ticking down pretty low to the dagger. He has got a Fairy Fire. But that dagger's still going to hurt. Is that going to kill him?
Nope. He will be fine. Unless he runs into Yatoro, who's maybe a second late. Good flame break.
Oh yeah, good job from Panto to make sure he does keep that Shrine of Wisdom under their control. But
just perfect rotation.
Yeah, Larl.
Just comes in, cleans it up with the Sonic Wave. Mira's here. They were looking for the rebound Requiem. Don't think that would quite connect. Would need some very, very good timing. Need to rebound into the dispose during the channel.
And top lane. Look at the grab onto Mira. Larl's heading over.
He needs a rebound target.
He's got Kiyotaka by his side. They're going to try and jump in and look for the Bane kill. It will cost Mira his life. Miposhka does die in return, so Mira, at least with the dying moves, sets up for Kiyotaka to find a kill.
Does get the illusion rune. It's very nice for him. Spirit, of course, likely waiting for Collapse to hit his level 6, and he is very, very close. So something else that Aurora will have to respect.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for them to make those aggressive plays with the Marcy once that Solar Guardian's hit.
And they need to be careful and clutch, because if you make a move bottom, there's a quick Quap TP and a Dawn ult always around the corner. So it could be good for Aurora to also try to just make moves on Collapse's lane.
But a setup, I mean, probably considering how close they are to being able to make an aggressive play with the Solar Guardian backup. They do have the 6 online here, God Strength at the ready. I'd say Yatora, I'll just focus on the farming for now. Lal. Sonic Wave's back up. Does have also Miposhka relatively close.
Spirit might just be saving all their spells for the 10-minute active rune. They are already bringing over Rue. Miposhka also getting some very deep wards out in the bottom half of the map. And you've got the Dawn ult available. So Aurora, they need to be talking about this 10-minute play right now. You know that the Dawn ult is available.
Yeah, they're bringing in both supports, trying to get some sort of grab. Top, they're looking for Collapse. Avalanche will catch onto him. With the lasso as well, locking him down. Collapse will put the 1 charges. It'll come in with the Starbreaker, but underneath the tower, they'll be able to continue the dive and kill him off. Same time around the mid, they were able to get in on top of Miposhka. Aurora getting a couple of kills, maybe see if they can even look for more. They get the jump in.
They can.
Lars gonna try and help out. Sonic Wave to push back on the 2 of them. Mira, he opts for the TP out. He'll get away from this, so the Sonic Wave will not get them anything this time round, Spirit. Aurora getting those 2 quick kills, and Kiyotake with a haste rune, considering maybe chasing down Lal. It has to go straight for the TP out.
That would have been an incredible read if he just went for the double raids there. But Aurora, some really nice stuff on the map. They catch Collapse on top. He TP'd way too aggressive. So Aurora were just ready to make this move up top onto him, make sure that he can't ult into the mid while they were making a separate play there. And they succeed with both.
Yeah, good opening so far from Aurora, and they want to keep it going. Smoke comes in. They want to see if they can try and catch Yatora.
Should be able to. Mira is drawing the way around to catch him underneath the tower when he's farming the neutrals.
Well, they might just settle for Lal. There's the rebound in. Solar Guardian's coming in. It's going to keep Lal safe for now. Allows Lal to blink away, and now Spirit, they can look to turn as they collapse in onto Kiyotaka. And we'll see if they can chase down either of the supports on top of this. Panto Mira pretty speedy. Got further gap closed. Lal will have blink up in a second. Closes in onto Panto. Spirit, they'll be able to get the bat as well, and the stun's there in time. The shackles come out from Rue. They find Mira trying to TP out in the trees. Spirit, they take out the 3 of them. This time round, Solar Guardian's there, and it's enough to just turn around that entire attempt of them trying to blow up the Quap.
If they want to kill Larl there, you need to either Requiem or Lasso. They used neither after Mira rebounded in the SF. So a little bit strange as Miposhka gets a catch up top. But he's just poking on his own.
Yeah, I guess they just felt that they could get the kill without using those big spells, but...
I guess so, but...
As you say, you can't really do that when there's a Dawnbreaker in the game.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. Like, you're not killing him like that. You have to...
His Lasso was on cooldown.
You have to Requiem there, otherwise
they did have
no
the
way.
Requiem, yeah.
Because especially through the Dawn ult and the most perfect neutral item, the Sister's Shroud, which everyone hates, myself included, ain't no way you're killing my bro. Ain't no way.
More space for Yatora after he doesn't get found as well by that play from Aurora.
Because, yeah, that allowed him to clean up 3 heroes. Nightfall wants to make a move towards the gate bottom as well.
They're going to try and go for Yatora again here. This time, Lasso's at the ready with the Stampede. Yatora, he's gone. So if they can get anything more, they've got the Avalanche in onto Root. They'll find themselves a second Aurora. Panto maybe seeing if they can eye up Miposhka as well. Coming in from the side, Kiyotaka.
Rebound.
Closing the gap. They'll get him. Oh.
Onto the high ground.
A little bit awkward with the dispose. Actually, throws him up to the high ground. He gets the Nightmare off, but 10 stacks off the sticky building up. Cannot escape the Bat Rider. Aurora strike back.
Doing some good stuff. Even just, you know, some of the smaller details. During the lasso, you pop the Stampede. You drag your Toro even further away from his team. Because, yeah, Dawn ult was not available. You bring everyone over, even Nightfall. 3k lead plus another tier 1 for them.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Kiyotaka is going to swing back across mid, see if he can try and get Lal off the tower. Lal did manage to bring it pretty low. There's ready with the jump in. Rue's got the Hex. Serpent wants the Solar Guardian follow up as well, but there's the same Mira, brings him out to the side. Still though, the Sonic Wave connects. Mira tries to get him out of the Solar Guardian. Doesn't matter with the ult flying in from Lal.
That's kind of what I was a little afraid for, at least earlier. Of course, they did try to bail him out.
Yeah, I mean,
drop. Yeah, 2 heroes plus your tier 1 mid. Big deal. Good play from Spirit.
Very much seeming like anytime the Solar Guardian's up, Aurora have to, I guess ideally sort of try and find collapse.
Yeah, like you have to be careful because the Quap can just blink in and you Solar Guardian. That's like you're in SF. That's Pantos on Rue.
Lasso's up. And Rue tried his chance there of seeing if he could get the Shrine of Wisdom. He won't be able to.
Yeah. And he's in.
Lal. It's coming in with the Invis rune. Miposhka does have a Fiend's Grip as well, ready to play. No Sonic Wave. But Mira looks pretty dead here. No drop the grip for this. Lal to get another kill here as he continues as the Queen of Pain with just the 1 death this game.
I mean, look at the towards that Spirit have in this area. From all the way earlier, on top of the triangle, even under the secret shop. So they do see a lot over here, which makes sense. When you play with Dawn, you want to be able to have control of the opposite side of the map from your Dawnbreaker. But yeah, for Aurora, Nightfall has yet to have really received any pressure in this game.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of space. A lot of space. A couple of times he's turned up to a fight, got himself a couple of kills. Other than that, going completely undisturbed. Closing in on the 12 and the S and Y. It's going to be tough to take down. See? In the mid, Solar Guardian's coming in. Lal's going to be fine. Now the chase here from Spirit. Lal picks up another kill. It's just so hard to make these moves when Collapse is ready to join.
Yeah. I mean, they have to do it perfectly. Like, if you don't dispose the Quap directly on top of the SF, the kill is not happening. 1600 HP plus the Dawn ult.
Toronto could be in trouble.
Oh, he's in a
Torres
lot
on
of
top
trouble.
of him, and Lal's coming in with a rotation as well as Rue. Spirit likely to find another hit.
Uh-oh, they are striking back. Nightfall TPs will instantly cancel. Nightfall likely telling his guys, yo, like, chill out a little bit.
Sure.
I've got a perfect game. Wait until I'm ready and we fight together. Because they did drop their, what, it was like a 4K lead just a moment ago.
I mean, that's true, because what you think if they bring Nightfall into the equation, they could sort of burst these kills before the, you know, to sort of outdo the saving potential from the Solar Guardian heal.
Yeah, because they are definitely, like, they are dropping some kills that are somewhat unnecessary.
Yeah.
And you just have to be careful, because there's the Dawn ult and everything available. Ooh, this could be a big fight coming up. They're eyeing Collapse, but Spirit are also around. They're already pre-smoked.
It's hard to get round to the Dawn. Spirit maybe seeing if anyone strays away from the rest of the team. They get the jump in onto Lal. Solar Guardians at the ready. Again, collapses in with a save. The Nightmare is theirs. This time, though, Lal will fall. Serpent Wards have trapped Nightfall for now. Collapse comes back up with the Starbreaker hits, but Nightfall's able to break his way out of the wards and survive. The difference this time that they did have enough overwhelming damage to take out Lal, despite the save coming in with the Solar Guardian and the Nightmare, wasn't enough to keep him alive.
I mean, they definitely have a lot of spells and stuns to work with. Like, even if this Dawn ult comes out, if you still have an Avalanche, he drops into that. He can also drop in towards the Requiem. So quickly back up to the 5k lead that they had earlier.
And Nightfall continues to be in prime position. At the smoke from Aurora, they know that they definitely want to go again here.
I feel like
especially when the Solar Guardian's not there.
I believe that smoke was under the Observer, so Spirit might know. Ooh.
Miposhka. Trees Lal's going to show himself. Opens up with the Sonic Wave straight away. Mira tries to take Panto back to safety. He actually sets up for the lasso on towards Miposhka, but Lal jumps in. Looking to finish Panto off. Will get the kill, but they've lost Miposhka.
Shield
One for one on the supports. Now the turnover towards Kitaka. He'll get the Requiem off. before the Starbreaker stun lands,
Yeah,
and now
gone.
Collapse is in trouble. He'll pop the Essence Ring, try and pull himself away, but the damage is done. Kiyotaka gets the double.
Kayayasha coming in handy. Oh, they find Toronto.
Do they have the damage
Very
for him?
tanky.
I don't know if they could do anything about that Centaur right now. And now the Centaur's coming down.
Yatoro's
here's
here.
Yatoro, though. Oh, they certainly could do something about him with the Sven turning up like that. Yatoro turns now over towards Kiyotaka. Has to be careful of the razors. They've got the shackles to hold him back. Yatoro's going to start healing off the neutrals. Tries to survive. He'll get one more stun on a Nightfall, but the toss is up. They try and find a fight spirit, bringing in the big old Sven, but Aurora still come out on top. Nightfall continues to reign supreme.
Comes in clutch to vacuum up the fight. And yeah, he's quite fat. That's a 13k net worth in 19 minutes.
Having an excellent time in Nightfall. Might even find something more here. The Solar Guardian does come in, and there is a grip at the ready. Is there any saving here for Nightfall? There is. Mirrors here, ready to take him out with a rebound. Stampede's there as well to ensure that Nightfall gets out of there. No chance of Spirit to chase. Nightfall will remain untouched this game.
Well, Nightfall is definitely set up to carry this one. He's got the Marcy behind him. Mira working on the Solar Crest. Will of course also have the Bodyguard later to work around with.
Dire are scanning.
Aurora. So it's going to be... Ah, they're fine on the supports.
They're fine.
It's a little risky, but no, they're good. Sharp for Panther.
Let's see about the Roshan. 20 minutes in the game. Both teams have pretty okay Roche capabilities. Rue might be running into Nightfall.
Oh, Nightfall, and Nightfall is very, very scary. And Nightfall is not going to let anyone take this Shrine of Wisdom. I mean, Lars stepping up, but he's not going to be able to do much about a Tiny.
Nope, just poking a bit. Have to be careful, as Panto, of course, has to blink on the bat.
It's all right. Very much needing that BKB before the next fight. We did definitely see the potential still when he turns up with the God Strength to cut through even some of the tankier targets like Toronto Tokyo on the Centaur. But needs that BKB with the amount of stun and control that Aurora do have. See up top. Well, get the setup onto Mira. It does cost them the two ultimates though, both the Serpent Wards and the Solar Guardian being used for that support kill. They'll at least turn it into a tier 1 tower here by the looks of his Spirit. They'll bring Yatoro over.
And Aurora looking for somewhat of a trade. They are smoked up around mid. They got the Shadow Blade on Nightfall and the completed Aegis on Kiyotaka.
It's a pretty good time for them to fight. They get the lasso on a Rue to start things. So Rue is going to get the back of Lal.
The Nightmare.
Jumps in for this one. Nightfall in on top of Yatoro. They've got the grip to hold back the Tiny, but Yatoro's having a run. Doesn't feel prepared to fight this. Miposhka and Collapse are going to get left behind as Miposhka falls. Collapse tries for the TP out, but the hoof stomps there into the Requiem. Aurora making these fights look very easy right now. And yeah, Spirit trying to fight there, but they didn't have the Serpent Wars, they didn't have the Solar Guardian. They get caught by Aurora and punished heavily.
Yeah, Spirit need more time. Without this BKB on Yatoro, not too easy for him to deal the damage. And gripping a Tiny...
Oh, that Nightfall.
He's fine.
Yeah, they had the sentry down right. I think he saw him on the edge.
Sees him now.
Yep, so...
It's just not that easy to keep this Tiny locked down. He's got the SOI and of course also his innate.
We'll see again here. You know, this was Aurora coming over. I mean, Spirit, they just needed to let Rude die, really.
Yeah.
At this point, when Lars jumping in, it's getting very, very risky. I guess they didn't quite expect Nightfall to be as close as he was, but at the point that Nightfall turns up, you know, you can grip him, but you're never going to kill him right now unless Yatoro is ready to hit. And obviously, we saw that Yatoro very much making the call that he had to get out of there.
Yeah, he needs, what, full grip and to fully attack it. Even if the Crimson Guard is out, maybe you don't even kill him. Because, yeah, the grip on the Tiny won't last too long. He's got the fast set, he's got the SOI, 3,500 HP on strength threads also.
Yeah, they need a lot to come out from Yatoro in terms of damage. Feels like he's got to get the Hurricane, not the Hurricane, the Harpoon into the Daedalus before he's got enough damage to really allow them to kill the Tiny, kill Nightfall. It's Nightfall. Another Roshan here. No contest here from Spirit for this one, so this will be a free Aegis here for Kiyotaka.
Aurora in absolute control of this game, doing very well.
Ooh, very close to maybe even getting the catch onto Yatoro, but he's out in time.
Yeah, for Spirit, if they want to look to strike back, they need time. You need Larl to start scaling. They're going to have to play around his Ag and his Scepter for sure. And Yatoro, I'm not too confident in his abilities right now until he gets like at least a Crystallis, maybe a full Daedalus.
Yeah, I think so.
So until then, it's all up to Aurora. Take over the map, shrink it down, build a better lead for yourself.
And should be able to get quite a bit with this Aegis. Coming in with the TP's top. Ready to make the blink play. See who they find. They'll find Root. The rest of Spirit this time, they'll get out of that. Best right now is Spirit in the position they are. If they could just let a support go down, but continue to have their cores finding space to farm. Sort of the best that they can make out of the rough situation they're in.
Nightfall's BKB is up soon. Would like to see him then get involved into some, like just closing down the map a bit for Spirit. Because he melts towers. 450 damage, he's got the shard. Toronto Tokyo also going for the Ags. Kind of like it, as Spirit rely a lot on clutching one guy out of the game. In a grip, have Yatoro whack away or doing like some shackles. Larl using all his spells. So you can put a stop to that. Spirit are under a huge Observer Ward for Aurora. So Aurora have full information of Spirit walking over. See, Spirit themselves.
Taking a fight here seems very risky. Into the Aegis. Spirit, can they really find a way to make this work? Kiyotaka stepping up. It's got Shield Rune and Aegis on the SF. Nightfall get caught by a Hex. Yatoro's going to pop the gold strength. He's ready to go in. Looks towards Mirror. They'll be able to kill off the Marcy. Can they find anything more though, Spirit? They probably have to start backing off now as the BKB starts to wear off for Yatoro. So they do manage to get a hit, get a kill, and it will stop Aurora from pushing the tier 2 for now. So a little bit of a pushback there from Spirit.
I'm surprised that they all got out. Of course, it was expensive. They used Gold Strength and 1 or 2 BKBs. Just the one, since they only have one.
Definitely a move that shows Aurora that, you know, Spirit, they're not afraid to look for the fight. Kiyotaka. It's going to chase down Root.
He's got the haste.
And they've got the lasso on Alarm, but the grip's there. Can they save the Quap? Larl's going to be able to get the blade mail off and the blink. The surround Kiyotaka, but Toronto Tokyo's ready to take him out. The Sonic Wave will push back onto the two of them. But inside the car, he's able to get the Requiem off. Gets thrown over towards him here. Nightfall tossing the two of them over towards Yatoro. As they'll kill off the Sven, and now the fight, it's over for Spirit. They've got to bail out. As they lose two.
Oh, we've got the Pawsy.
Oh, the Pawsarino.
Reason. As we see the cart from Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, that was
taking Kyo Daddy for a little drive.
Looked fantastic with the toss and the Requiem and everything going off all together there. And yeah, just a great toss. You know, make sure that they all get on top of Yatoro.
I mean, just way too hard for Yatoro to fight back. He didn't have Gauss strength. He's kind of a glorified walking creep against these Aurora heroes.
What's happening here? And what is happening? Is anyone else going to die here, do you think?
Rue has blink in less than a second.
Okay, he should be fine.
Should be fine.
I think he should be able to blink.
Well, if they know he's there, maybe they can pop the sticky to deal some damage and cancel blink. Let's see.
Oh!
No, he's fine.
He's good.
So we still got the Aegis for a whole minute on the deck for Aurora. Nightfall chasing for more. It's time to pick up a tree, my brother.
There's the tier 2 in the mid mirror. Trying to get the push going, gets the fortification out of Spirit.
Like Mira's itemization as well. Don't need no blink. He's got the bat to initiate, he's got other heroes to initiate. You just go to Solar, into the Vlads for this massive Tiny.
Ola will be able to steal the Shrine of Wisdom, but 70% on the other side of the map, of course, by Kiyotaka. Lyle is going to take a lot of damage for this. Collapse is going to come in with the Solar Guardians to try and help Lyle out. The lasso's there from Panto, but Panto will tick out. Nightfall pretty low. They've got the shackles. Further TPs are coming back in. If they can kill Nightfall, this is going to be a huge kill for Spirit. They're going to get him. Collapse gets the double. Sonic Wave now over towards the SF. That's the Aegis out of his hands.
Toronto's war trapped.
He's trying to get out here with a car. He's going to look towards Collapse. They should be able to get Collapse in return here with the fear into Stomp. So something for Aurora, but all in all with the position Spirit are in, that's them managing to kill Nightfall for the first time this game.
Yeah, at least not too bad for Aurora that they get turn kills, but yeah, the most important part was kind of the discrepancy of net worth between Yotoro and Nightfall, which will now absolutely shrink.
He's getting some space here to catch up, Yotoro.
He's lacking damage. He really needs to get to this Crystallis, Daedalus timing.
Rue. He's got himself a grab here. Yotoro's ready to involve himself.
Yep, bonus kill.
See Miposhka maybe even seeing if he can catch anyone else out whilst Aurora do have a few members dead.
Yeah, they're pushing back on the map a bit. They also have a good ward from the prior fight. It looks like Aurora will not give them another attack.
Spirit probably back off fully now that Nightfall's back in the game. Still very much have to respect the Tiny. It won't be easy for them to find another situation as they did earlier to take him down. Still very much a very tough kill. Both him and Kiyotaka, of course, with the amount of farm that Kiyotaka's managed to get online. Top 2 net worth right now. Kiyotaka, Nightfall.
Aurora should still be very, very happy with the state of the game. I mean, ideally for them, the way you just start a fight, you go in with the bat, you blink lasso some guy in, and even when the Dawn ult drops, Kiyotaka, he can just set up the Requiem. Collapse has no BKB, so if he drops into Pain, he's gonna die out to just random spells.
Sharp for Mira. Straight away with the smoke movement through the twin gate. Yotoro was in that area, but very quickly TP'd out. Headed over towards the much safer side here around the rest of the team.
They should know, but also Aurora, they were smoking through the gate, but because of this ward they have behind the tier 2.
Oh, they got eyes on Lyle.
Uh-oh.
They're going to go for him. They get the setup. So they're going to go defensive Nightmare. It's going to give him a chance to get out of this. And now with the jump forward, there's the lasso still on towards Ruben. Lyle pushes them back with the Sonic Wave. The grip's there as well. They're locking Nightfall down. Nightfall's in trouble. Nightfall falls as Yotoro finishes off the kill. I mean, just great stuff all around there coming in from Miposhka between the Nightmare into the grip that he finds on towards him. And now maybe even more the shackles.
He's dead also.
Catches Kiyotaka. Yotoro, he's just managed to clean up the 2 biggest kills on the map. Gets the triple as well as he chases out Panto. Mira gets dealt with by the rest of Spirit. 4 dead on Aurora after they went looking for that fight. As Spirit, they turn it around massively. And I said he getting the 3 kills and 2 of those being Nightfall and Kiyotaka. He got so much money out of that he's now at the top.
This is why Miposhka is just a GOAT. Without that sleep, that fight is just straight up over. But then also, Panto lassoed the Rasta with no spells left, so Nightfall, he just gets whacked down from full to 0. Oh, that was a ginormous throw.
That was so much.
What a counterplay.
So much going to the Sven off the back of that cleanup. And as you say, off the plays of the team around him, the saves coming in from obviously the Solar Guardian, but yeah, the nice spell usage there from Miposhka. Nightmare first up, and he's sitting safe back in position, so if across the trees can come in with the grip onto Nightfall, disabling throughout pretty much the entirety of the BKB, allowing them to do so much damage, and at this point, it's full panic mode for Aurora, and they end up losing 3 more heroes. A Spirit, they split the chase perfectly as well. Now Rue and Yotoro ready to deal with Kiyotaka. And Toronto Tokyo not able to head in and sort of take him out safely with the car. Back in action.
No way, again?
He's dead again! Oh no. he was having such a good time this game, Kezu, on the tiny Nightfall. It is falling apart.
They're going to lose the network fleet.
Toronto Tokyo's going to come in with a jump. Yatora's got the BKB, though. He's ready to just look towards Mira. I mean, this is getting very awkward for Aurora.
And for Spirit, both.
I mean, they get Rue at the end, but
kills.
You know, the fact that Yatora gets to clean up yet another kill, he's still hanging around. Oh, okay.
Oh,
he might have got a bit too carried away there. Can he get bailed out by Miposhka and Lyle? He can by the looks of it. Yatora's going to be fine for now.
Yatora's dead.
They've got the grip on his... Okay, yeah, for now, the now did not last very long. Triple kill for Kiyotaka. Lyle, what can he clean up? Get the nightmare from Miposhka over towards Toronto Tokyo. Kiyotaka here in the trees. Lyle.
What a standoff.
He knows he's out with the blink. Trying to chase him with a rebound. Lyle should be fine. Blink again in a second. That was Mira having to come in with the buyback. Yeah, Yatora definitely, he was in the moment then. He's like, I got this. We're going back in. And then, ends up dying at the end of it.
Okay, let's see. If you're Nightfall also, take time to take a breather.
Yes.
Chill a bit.
Yeah, after that, I think both carriers need to sort of just, reset themselves. Take a sort of a breath, take a break before they get back in on this one.
Well, luckily for them, their teammates are starting to get some big items also. Yep. Kiyotaka with the Refresher Roni. And you've got Toronto Tokyo with a full heart, so he's going to pick up the shard next.
Roshan's going to be up soon. Aurora in position. Would like to try and take this before Yatora's back on the map. Full heart on Toronto Tokyo.
See what Kiyotaka can do. He's also got the Whisper of the Dread. Lots of spell amp.
Oh, here's the smoke. Illusion spawning out. Lyle sets up for them to get the lasso. Red Crypt's coming as well. Solar Guardian's there, though. Collapse comes in. The two of them will get pushed back. Nightfall pots the BKB. The rebound comes in. They're locking down Lyle. They've killed off the Quap. They've killed off the Dawn. Aurora get back on track to finding these big kills. Pando's trying to chase on for more. The rest of Aurora onto Miposhka. They get the dispose into the kill as the Bane falls. Rue's able to get the blink out in time thanks to the protection of the Gale Guard.
Should be fine.
I mean, this game, it's getting pretty crazy. 32-32, but off the back of that, Aurora definitely getting back to sort of the position they had before with this 8K lead.
Gonna get the lead again and an Aegis on their hands as Roche is slowly moving to the top half.
Super fast time in this game as we saw there with a Refresher. Ready to make sure he had that Requiem good to go. And into the pit they are, Aurora. Now, does Rue want to go for a steal?
I doubt it.
No.
This is a rough one.
Doesn't look like he's heading over that way for any crazy places to Shaman. So Aurora will get the Roshan. And just on Nightfall. And Aurora's definitely likely to see what they can do up towards the high ground. So still tier 2s up on the two side lanes.
I mean, Aurora they could look for an easier or more clean path. All you need is have a blink lasso.
I mean, look at that. That was
a step back. Yeah, the roller coaster.
A little bit of a bump back where, Spirit were able to make that great move where they kind of clean things up and get Nightfall a second time, but just bam, just like that, Aurora get the game back into the position it pretty much was before.
Uh, 25 talent for Yatoro, so of course a way longer stun. It's going to allow him to deal a lot more damage also.
And surely Spirit, they're not going to want to fight into this Nightfall Aegis, surely.
Nah, they need like a really... Like, you cannot just fight straight up with no plan. You need to either try to force Aurora to like split up or find like a chaotic fight.
Oh, that's a good one there. It's got the Pyrrhic Cloak on Nightfall. You got to be careful how you just go all out on him if he's able to...
Even just with the cleave, right?
Get someone on that.
Yatoro has to be careful.
Could very much end up killing one of your teammates.
We've got a very big Solar Guardian, of course, from Collapse. Looks like we're getting a on disc for Lara. Just wants to make sure he's survivable throughout the fight.
Yeah, it's very much the initiation for Spirit. Ideally for Spirit, they have kind of Lyle go in, Aurora throw the spells down on him so that Yatoro has a free entry into the fight.
Looking for smoke. Of course, eyes on pretty much Kiyotaka and Panta with the lasso.
Collapse, of course, would be a huge grab here for Aurora if they can take out the Dawnbreaker.
He's got no BKB either.
Panto's going to see if he can find him. Over the edge of the trees, Collapse tries to swing away. They get the jump, they're in with the burst. That's Collapse in trouble. Nightfall and Kiyotaka able to clean him up. Yatoro is committed into the fight here with the BKB and the God Strength. That's Nightfall gone the once. See if they can do it a second time. No Dawnbreaker. So they want to try for this. They've got the Serpent More trap, but he's able to break his way out of it there with
Harpoon
a
toss,
Harpoon.
Blink.
Can they go in after the BKB? The Shackle's there on the Wars Toronto Tokyo. Yatoro, he's able to jump the backlines. He's in straight away, but the Avalanche comes in. They're going to take them up towards. He's on the cliff. He's going to get pushed down, though, by the Sonic Wave. No, they're completely controlling Yatoro, though, as he's out for 100. Can they get kills without their Sven? I don't think they can. Lal will fall. Kiyotaka heals up on the back of the Requiem. The buyback now comes in. Brew, he's on the cliff now. Avalanche holds him back from being able to lock anyone down with the shackles. Aurora, if they could just back away from this, it's a huge win for them, as that is Yatoro's buyback expended.
Yeah, they can just walk it off. I mean, Yatoro, once his BKB is over, not that easy to go about the fight. You've got the Requiems, Hoofstorms, random avalanches coming around. I mean, Lar was close to having that A on disc, but without it, just dies ever so quickly.
I mean, it's just a massive team fight win for Aurora, and a decent lead now for sure. 18k advantage, and with that ticket to the win, really, if they can kill Yatoro once more in this next 7 minutes.
I mean, if they catch him out of position, he's gone. Lasso into a Requiem, you've got tons of bonus stuns and follow-up stuns.
Hex as well now on Kiyotaka. There's so many different ways that Aurora can start the fight with their jump stuns.
And Aurora still have some very good wards outside of the Spirit map, or rather Spirit's base.
Yeah, Aurora outside that little sort of 2-3 minute period where there was a bit of a hiccup, and Spirit were able to take quite a few kills from them. Very much have been in control of this game, Aurora. As I say, now with this buyback on cooldown for Yatoro, a very fragile state of the game for Spirit.
Wouldn't be surprised if Aurora looked for a move on him, because of course you know that that's an absolute clear win condition. You can just have your own buybacks, try to play for a fight where all you do is just get Yatoro out of the fight.
Picking up everything he can, of course. He's got the Basher now as well, so obviously a little bit of a chance to get some sort of interrupt if he's on top of Kiyotaka, and Kiyotaka tries for the BKB Requiem.
Going for smoke.
I mean, I guess they feel they've got to go for the crazy plays here. Try and catch Aurora with something that they least expect.
I don't mind it when you're in this type of position.
Yep. Go for these sort of risky moves that Aurora might not be prepared for. I mean, you see, obviously, at the moment, Aurora are very split up because they don't expect Spirit to sort of take this risk whilst Yatoro's buyback's on cooldown. A fine mirror. God Strength comes out. I'll get the quick kill. Can they turn it into more? Certainly would love to here on Spirit with the God Strength committed. But it's not going to be easy to find anyone else there, as Aurora will sit back. Even so, getting that, just put the one kill like that means there's going to be 100 seconds of the 5 minutes that Yatoro doesn't have buyback, in which Aurora aren't going to be able to mount together a 5-man move. So even just these one sort of solo pickoffs do give a bit of freedom in just waiting for the buyback to come back off cooldown for Yatoro.
Let's see what Aurora want to do, because it will still leave them with like a 3-minute-ish window. Of course, to try and make a move going, and they're already going for the smoke now. They want to intercept them after this Tormentor.
Collapse very close to having the BKB. And Poshka halfway.
Oh, they're trailing Yatoro. Close.
It's very close here. So the Guardian's coming in from Collapse. They're going to try and make some sort of fight happen here, but of course Yatoro does not have the God Strength, so he might not be too interested in getting involved. He's going to try. He's in with the jump on a Nightfall. He's tried his best to beat into Nightfall, but Nightfall's far too tanky. Both supports coming in with the buybacks there, Mirror and Root. Also going to have the one coming in from Panto. Kiyotaka has got the setup. He's in with the Hex Requiem. It's enough. Yatoro now gone for 2 minutes, and Kiyotaka is ready to go for round 2. Pots the refresher, jumps in with the Razor on him. Aposhka, Nightfall there to finish off the job. 2 minutes without the carry here for Spirit. Kiyotaka finding that angle. I mean, that was a risky one for Spirit to try and take. You know, they didn't have the God Strength on Yatoro. He tried to find a way into the fight, but without the God Strength, he just doesn't have the damage. They're in with the dive. The buyback comes in from Aposhka. Nightfall beating into the tower. The fortification comes out. 90 seconds still without Yatoro.
Larl has very annoying poke. Pantos.
Going to be able to get the grab there. Spirit, how well can they hold here? 4 versus 5. Jumping from Nightfall, he gets the catch on the walls. Collapse. BKB's there in time, but the lasso locks him down. Collapse dragged away from the rest of the team. He's going to solo guarding his way back up to the high ground, though. Collapse escapes. Kiyotaka, and with the Hex on him, Aposhka did buy back for this. Has to be careful with his life. He'll live for now. Next round of the creep waves is coming in.
Dodging the dagger.
Just under a minute now until Yatoro's back.
Aurora not able to find one clear go at the moment. Spirit doing really well holding.
The 4v5 is definitely slowing Aurora down. Nali's in. Sleep set up onto Toronto, Tokyo. How much more can they play? And then they get the Hex in on towards the Lal Quab. Nightfall's in with the dive, jumps forward, they burst through Aposhka. Lal will get the BKB off and the pushback with the Sonic Wave on the Nightfall. Toronto, Tokyo ready to take him out of there. Aurora, they get the barracks. 20 seconds until Yatoro's back in. Mira caught by the silence. They're able to finish off him. The BKB Requiem in on Lal. The Eel Disc is there. Lal's going to be fine. Kiyotaka's going to try to TP out, but they've got the Hex at the ready. The Shackles as well. Kiyotaka, he needs some sort of help. Nightfall will jump in. The Starbreaker comes forward. The Solar Guardian's going to get put to a stop there as they catch Collapse with the stun. Yatoro's going to be back up,
he catches the TP.
But there's 3 of them dead. Still, it's going to be enough with him to cut Nightfall down as he tries to run down the mid on his escape. Spirit, it's a little messy, but they hold.
It's great. I want to see some damage numbers
They
on my boy
hold.
Larl. 70,000. Guys, Quap late game is nasty. They cannot underestimate my brother here.
Spirit. See what they can get here. Yatoro and Lal up on the map. He did have to use it was 2 diebacks there from Spirit to keep that defense going. 2 buybacks as well from Aurora on the offensive. I mean, at this point, Spirit just did an excellent job of not letting Aurora back off. They get Mira. Kiyotaka tries to go for this play, but already so much of the duration of the BKB is up there. He has to cancel the TP himself because he knows the BKB is going to wear off and wouldn't allow him to get out.
The Nightfall also goes back in.
Yeah, but he's already just solo HP, and even though they stopped the Solar Guardian, at this point, they just, and collapse that final swing, as you say, stopping the Nightfall TP, making sure that Yatoro, when he's back up, gets the chance to get a very big kill. Aurora still with the advantage, 15k up, but Spirit showing that they, as we know, do not go down without a fight.
I mean, they're all also from this one fight finished off an entire Octarine core. So it's getting very, very close.
Full Abyssal now done on Yatoro, so has that extra solid lockdown to deal with these BKBs.
And all the, like, Quap's talents also, you know, like the 26, 27, like the later ones you get, they're also very strong. All the Scream of Pain, whatever you have coming through. It's really not a joke. He's got a Refresher Shard also, so double A on disc, double BKB. Aurora gonna have to rethink a little bit about how they want to go about the fights.
Still these tier 2s up on both of the side lanes for Team Spirit, so Aurora, they couldn't really, there wasn't anything more to get for them there after they took down that mid set of barracks.
So yes, Collapse is also working on his own basher into the Abyssal Blade. With the 25 talent, he already has very low cooldowns. You need to remember also his facet, and then being able to get some bashes off into Kiyotaka and Nightfall. It's going to be very crucial, as they're going to have 2 of them.
Smoke out here from Panto. Aurora. Are they ready to go out on the hunt once more? Eyeing up the map, maybe seeing what shows from Spirit's side of things. Yatoro will reveal himself top.
I hope Aurora aren't like too shaken by what has happened. They're still very, very strong.
I mean, if Key Attacker can get in with the sort of double Requiem plays, gets off double set of the hexes, his initiation is still very hard to stop as long as Yatoro's not able to close in on him. Yatoro is definitely the biggest problem right now for Key Attacker if Key Attacker's trying to play with these BKB Requiems to start the fight.
Because either of the supports still just died to Kiyotaka alone.
Well, he's going to jump and get caught by the Hex. Just sort of seeing what he could tease out from them.
They did poke his Aeon Disc, so that's a good window for Aurora. If they do want to try and do something. I mean, Aegis on Sven, sure, it's good. But I would believe that Aurora already kind of want to kill his team anyway.
Here's the smoke from Aurora. They've got eyes on Yatoro. Do they want to try and deal with him the twice, get that Aegis out of him?
I think they could. He's kind of up.
Oh, but he actually jumps on them. Panto was going to look for the lasso, but he actually ended up initiating him himself. He has the backup of the Solar Guardian. They come in with the Starbreaker. They'll try and take him out of the side, but now Panto's in trouble. Has to back up with the BKB. Nightfall turns towards the Fear, pushing back Yatoro. Yatoro will survive. First hit bash as he turns over towards Toronto Tokyo. As Toronto Tokyo did try to save Panto. Panto still ends up going down. Yatoro heals back up to full HP. Jump forward for Lyle. Toronto Tokyo's gone. Nightfall pulling in Yatoro, but the Solar Guardian's here, ready again. Yatoro's perfectly fine. Mira has to try and run. The hammer's out for him to collapse, but Mira's able to rebound away. Toronto Tokyo catch the two of them with Hoostomp. Gives space for Nightfall to back off there. Coming in with a buyback to ensure that Hoostomp was there to give Nightfall the space to escape.
That was very important because he was gonna die without buyback. Without Toronto's buyback into the Hoofstomp there. They at least made Spirit use the Refresher Shard.
They did.
There was 2 rounds of spells from Collapse in that fight.
They have to be very careful about... Oh! Mira. Can he get out of this one? He's going to be able to jump over towards Key Attacker, go straight for the TP out, but the damage is too high from Larl. Mira's out now for a minute and a half.
Okay. Larl is starting to pop. His cooldowns are so incredibly low.
That collapse. Pretty much get that Abyssal Blade for himself. We'll see if teams are going to consider the buyback gold. No, not for now. He's going to put himself 700 short, but should be able to farm that up. The rest of the lineup do have the money for buyback. Miposhka's just about to come back off cooldown. And obviously for Aurora, the one that does stand out for now is Toronto Tokyo's, but indeed, as we saw, very much necessary in that last play. See if Spirit can force anything out of Aurora. Still 50 seconds without Mira. Serpent Wards are down. Still need to bring in that bottom lane to deal with the tier 2. We'll see the smoke up from the two of them, Yatoro and Miposhka.
Kiyotaka still 1 minute cooldown on the Refresher.
Okay.
I mean, I know that Aurora are up, but this round of items that Spirit are finishing are huge. Like this Abyssal into the Nullifier. Larl is queuing up the Refresher. And Yatoro's got the Swift Blink and soon his 30 talent, which is even more damage.
Yeah, I mean, the damage gets ridiculous then, the plus 50%.
Because for Aurora, I think that like kind of their power level, it's not really changing. Like they've had the Refresher on the SF for a while. Nightfall has been full slotted as well. For them, it's more about the execution of the fight. Can they get a good lasso into a Requiem? I mean, they need to split the fight a bit more.
They have got the lassos and the tossbacks, right? Yeah. So the high ground push against them can be pretty risky. Talking about the lassos, though, Panto's going to get caught. Dead for 90 seconds, no buyback. Key Attacker's got to be careful how close he plays. I mean, Rue is nearly on top of him there. 52 minutes in, 42 to 42. Only a 3k gold difference, which at this stage of the game is absolutely nothing. You can see on the win probability there as well, pretty much 50-50 at this point, which you don't often see here this deep into the game.
Yeah, Nightfall wants a Refresher of his own. I'm just starting to think that all of the Aurora cores, they really rely on teamfighting within their BKBs, but you're doing that into Solar Guardian, into Sonic Wave, and 2 cores that are playing with Abyssal Blade, and a grip with an Agonist.
I mean, that's you got to watch out for these grips.
Yeah.
And Miposhka, he will find the position to get these off successfully.
Yeah. I think Aurora's best bet is to try and turn the fight into something chaotic. Have Kiyotaka try to go on the supports, maybe, while you lasso someone else and like kind of force the attention with the Solar Guardian onto the bat.
I mean, exactly. You want the Solar Guardian gone, you want the God Strength gone.
Yeah.
If you can get those out of them, kite those out. Aurora obviously can fight around their lower cooldowns, especially in terms of their carry itself. Nightfall does not have any sort of long cooldowns other than the BKB that he cares about for the team fights.
And of course, it would be great if they could clutch out Larl out of the game, but I don't see them killing this Quap through the A on this BKB and the Solar Guardian.
He's just that far ahead and very close to being able to pick up the refresh and still have the buyback gold available on top of it. As indeed, as you can see, so the buyback situation much cleaner for Spirit. All buybacks available.
The best thing Aurora could ask for is to try and run a smoke onto the lane that Collapse will be on. So he'll have to be aware of that, because that is by far Aurora's best bet.
Amplified damage ring at the ready. Saving it for Yatora, but it's a bait! Trying to Tokyo's in with the jump, but he's going to get caught by the grip. See who baited who here. Solar Guardian comes in, puts the stop to the first attempt at the BKB Requiem. Kiyotaka has to back out of the fight. Yatora, he's in on top of Nightfall. Nightfall's trying to run. The lasso's there from Panto to control Yatora for now. Collapse just destroys Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka, no, he gets the Hex off. The Hex into the Requiem at the final moments. Kiyotaka will turn, take out a Collapse here with the help of Toronto Tokyo. Yatora and Lyle will look to chase up forward though. Nightfall's still in trouble. Caught by the storm, have a stun. He's out for 100 seconds. They'll continue to try and play around with Toronto Tokyo.
Oh, good save.
Takes him out of the side. Lyle's ready with a refresh. It goes in again. Yatora cuts Mirror down here. Lyle, Sonic Wave thrown into the trees. He'll kill off Panto. Lyle,
you sure about this?
Kill, gets the BKB off, ready to jump over to help out. As they get the Abyssal down on towards the Tiny. Hex is there into the Who Stomp. Toronto Tokyo and Kiyotaka trying to do their best to control him. Toronto Tokyo looking to take Nightfall out of there. Yatora standing his ground against the Centaur. The damage is done. Toronto Tokyo is out for 2 minutes. No buyback on him. Spirit, they'll dive on forward into the base, clean up Nightfall.
I just think that they're all dead before buyback.
The game should be over. 5 heroes dead, no buybacks. It is GG is called. Spirit take this game, and with that, the series 2-0. They just seem to power up. They get a little bit behind. Then it's over. They just power up, Kezu.
Aurora gonna kick themselves for that high ground defense, but this is what makes Team Spirit. They had their strongest hero dead with Yotoro, and they hold the base 4v5 for like 100 seconds.
Yeah, that hold.
That was crazy.
That hold into just sort of punishing them on the escape right. The fact that the time was bought. There's great stuff there from Collapse early on the defense and the Solar Guardians coming out down the line. And yeah, Lol, unkillable. Just able to sort of set the playing stage, the four of them, for Yatora in those last few fights to be able to get in and clean up. What a game. A tough one for Aurora, as it'll be the end of the road for them. Spirit, they'll be moving on. 2-0 here today against Aurora.
I know over the years we've built up this mythos around Team Spirit about some of the best comebacks in Dota. You never feel safe against them whenever you have a net worth advantage. But to have that theory be confirmed basically 3 times in the span of 4 days is exceptional even by their standards. They did it against Edge, they did it against Navi, and now they've done it again against Aurora.
The thing is for Spirit is they're willing to take any fight at any time. And in this game, you could also argue it's why they probably were meant to lose game 2, because when their Sven was dead, they were still poking out on the map. When the Queen of Pain then died, they were still trying to find pickoffs. Like, they always try to do something when the resources look like they shouldn't be fight ready. And when that gets put into the base, when they're put into a choke point, it seems to, of course, is when they come alive, right? But yeah, Spirit, they're high ground defense. Lao, a lot of people always will say, oh, Lao on Spirit, Lao this, Lao that. But this game, it was all about Lao. His ability to just clutch up with his itemization, his play style was, yeah, a really, really strong performance from him.
Absolutely. I feel like every single piece of Team Spirit did work at one point or another. And they did some crucial work at one point or another.
Yeah.
And that's why this game was so incredible to watch. It wasn't truly Spirit. It was Spirit, then Aurora. Then kind of Spirit, then Aurora. And then a bit of Spirit again. It's like a roller coaster, really, in which you didn't really know who's going to bring it back in Spirit's favor in the end. Collapsed, by the way, that last fight. He's won.
This fight here, yeah.
This fight here as well, for sure. This defense as well, in general, was incredible. Kezu, of course, praised it because this was the most incredible fight of the game. They defended for over 100 seconds. Sven bought back and died, and then they still managed to somehow hold. I saw Queen of Pain moving towards tier 3s, by the way, thinking, wait, you cannot go there, there's a bat. He moves in just in range where bat can blink and lasso, and then moves back instantly. Doesn't blink, just moves back, baits out the bat blinking in. Just these kind of small little moves, min-maxing, they're so insanely good at it.
I think one thing to note for Spirit is they do make mistakes, right? As much as the comeback is epic, it's not as if this game was flawless from them. And I feel like that's where they are able to make comebacks. It's because a mistake from, Dawnbreaker jumping in and dying, or Sven randomly initiating without his God Strength, whatever, right? Like, these are mistakes other teams would make, and it would compound to getting tilted and feeling that they're unable to win. It's like, everything we throw at them just not working out. But Spirit, their mistakes, they don't phase them. It feels like you can ignore what happened in the first 40 minutes because you know that the 45-minute fight, it feels independent to everything else that happened in the game. Like, every fight feels like a brand new way in which Spirit's approaching it.
I really think as well, if they feel like they have the ultimate win condition, they are 100% tenacity. They're never giving up. Like, if you have a Medusa or a Sven on Team Spirit, they will fight you until the bitter end. Like Tigav said, they will fight every single team fight until he comes online. And this one, he started off kind of slowly. Yatoro didn't really have the best time. They were lacking a lot of damage in those mid-game fights. The moment he hit the Daedalus, everything changed.
There's the man of the hour. Laurel was fighting tooth and nail to keep them in this game. And we are continuing to see what makes Queen of Pain such a force to be reckoned with in this patch and in this tournament.
How much damage did he deal in that high ground defense? Like 16?
Yeah.
17,000 damage.
Yeah.
A lot of damage.
Just a casual 16,000 in a singular team fight from one hero. Insane.
But to be enabled, you've got to have a strong supporting cast behind you, and Nomad is getting the opportunity to speak to one of those players because he is getting ready for a winner's interview with Miposhka.
Thanks, Tsunami. Yeah, Miposhka, I mean, a big win. How was that game number 2?
Thank you. No, second game was kind of like throw from us, throw from enemies, so it was like, play like that. But I'm happy that we won.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you should be. A 2-0 here is going to feel very, very good. So do you think you improved upon mistakes you made yesterday?
I think actually not really, because yesterday I think we played first map, not good, but second map there was only draft. Like on draft phase, I understand that game would be very hard and only like miracle would help us to win second game. And also first game, I guess I wasn't really ready and wasn't really ready enough to their opening with the TA, so we had to. I mean, not opening. They answered with TA on our Undying, and that was surprised for me. I wasn't really ready. So I think yesterday's series it's more about preparing.
I see. So still got to get back to BetBoom and get revenge later on, perhaps. We shall see. Well, I mean, what was it like also? You're playing against two of your ex-teammates here. What is that like for you? Do you prefer to play against ex-teammates, or does it no different?
Actually, I don't understand, but against BetBoom, and today, for some reason, enemies just farmed, AFK farmed. I don't know why. They don't want to fight for some reason, but usually we fighting a lot, like in second game. But in first game and also against BetBoom in first game, they were just AFK farm, and that's a little bit strange for us. That's what we understand. So, just a little bit strange, but because usually we playing more aggressively, both teams.
Understand.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, also the Miposhka Bane in this game as well, doing work. Really big save in this game as well. At one point as well. I mean, how does it feel to be able to make those like big skill plays as a support?
I don't know, to be honest, my last games on Bane, like that game and previous against NAVI, I guess, Actually, I don't know. For some reason, I'm playing bad because I see my score. It's not really good, and I'm usually losing my position during team fights. That save was, I guess, the only one, the only one good move from me last 2 games. So I don't really know why it happened, but right now I'm feeling that I'm playing not really well on Bane.
All right, well, I think I might disagree with you, but of course, we only see the best stuff, and that was a very nice save indeed. So well played, congratulations. Looking forward to seeing some more of you here in Wallachia. Moshka, thank you very much, and looking forward to seeing some more. Back to the panel.
Man, I can only hope that my supports ever play as bad as Miposhka. If that's how he's looking at a performance like that, it's like, man, I'm really not doing that well right now. Feels so bad.
I mean, I can sympathize with him a little bit because, Bane's one of those heroes that Nightmare is such a high skill spell. When you hit it one time, you're like, yeah, but then you want to hit it every single time, right? And in the back of his mind, it's like, I didn't hit it the second time or the third time, but he had an exceptional game. And
show me a yeah. Though.
Yeah, look at this one. Look, oh, bam, look at the Nightmare. This is great every single time, but already, I think at the 31-minute mark, this highlight is showing that Aurora was already starting to bleed in the execution, right? They were struggling a bit. The positioning that Miposhka said was up and down throughout the game. When it hit, the positioning was correct. These are the type of fights that we saw from Spirit. And of course, when the positioning wasn't as good, then we had these epic 100-second high ground holds. But I feel like this is a fight where Spirit always seem to find these little moments in a game where they're behind and it's one sleep to keep Lal alive. The fight's broken.
Yeah, and Dawnbreaker looked like such a solution to Shadowfiend, by the way, through the game. It wasn't only the sleep, it was every time they tried to set up on anyone with Requiem, they even had Hex. You see them going on, and the moment that the Dawnbreaker uses ulti, SF just runs away. And through the game, they couldn't find the right solution to it. They just couldn't find the right execution to stop the Dawnbreaker from getting that save off every single time.
I know every single time we've been seeing the Shaman Dawnbreaker combo, this is the type of experience that you are always envisioning, where you get the shackle, an immediate follow-up, or even if you're getting caught out as a Queen of Pain, immediate follow-up.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, the saves are there and the aggressive. Like, there is just so much defensive and aggressive potential between those two heroes that I'm surprised we're not seeing that combo picked up more often.
We may see it trending a little bit more as now we have completed the elimination series. Unfortunately, the journey ends here for Aurora, but it was a very, very well-fought game, even though ultimately I'm sure Aurora, they really wanted to break that streak. Not a single game victory against Team Spirit this entire season thus far, and the 2-0 journey unfortunately continues here. But Spirit will be moving on, and now we go back to the upper bracket. I've got Gaimin Gladiators versus Xtreme coming up for you, and Shiver, Jenkins, and Fear will walk you through that after the break. Bracket. I've got Gaimin Gladiators versus Xtreme coming up for you, and Shiver, Jenkins, and Fear will walk you through that after the break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I mean, BKB is the best item. Like you have to play a game with BKB, or you will just die to spells. That's boring.
I completely agree with you. I think you actually need to like combine it with like good heroes in order for him to work. Yeah. And also like this hero is pretty weak in lane, and it requires a lot of time to farm out as well. So yeah, he needs a right line out, needs time to farm, and weak in lane. Yeah.
Maybe in this patch it looks weak right now, but in lot of patch it's a very good hero. And also in this patch, I mean, in ranked game, there is one game Satanic play this and give me a free win. I just die on lane like 5 times and he carried the game. So it's it's a best hero. It's fun. It's really fun.
Exactly. It's really fun, and then you can do a lot of things with it, like as a techie player. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm giving 2 points because I know maybe there will be some new teams or new players, but I don't know they're playing right now. So yeah, but obviously there is not a lot.
It's been a while since we see new faces in China. Yeah, so it's been a couple of years that the old players are recycling.
I mean, he wished they can win TI, so yeah. Obviously that's 1 point. So, yeah, and I'm Tidebound, so I'm in team Tidebound. I have to have confidence of myself.
I mean, it's not 0 because we are like friends with them. Yeah, but or else it will be 0. Disagree. I think everyone who plays Dota has wanted to shout at his teammates before, or he has even done that before. Yeah, I think everyone has emotions.
Yeah. Everyone have some like bad times. I think that should be tier 5.
I think it's OP. It's even better than the Gossipper Cape. Was it? I do not know. I can't remember the name exactly. But it's now at tier 1 instead of like tier 2 or 3. Like you said, it could be even 5.
Yeah, it's just too OP.
Yeah.
In our team, sometimes we say you have to die to Tormentor to get the shard.
I think it depends. Like certain teams like BetBoom, for example, I don't think that sometimes they want to die, but they underestimate the damage required to kill the Tormentor, which is why they died, or why someone dies. Could be my team as well. Yeah.
Welcome back. You are watching PGL Wallachia Season 5, and we're getting ready for the second half of the day, and that means it is time for upper bracket matches. We got 4 teams sitting at upper bracket, guaranteed top 6 for them, and we're going to find out which one of these 4 teams, 2 will be top 3 by the end of the day. That's a big jump right there. We're going to dive right into it. Our first series here in the upper bracket is Gaimin Gladiators taking on Xtreme Gaming. We'll be taking you through all of that. I'm Shiva. I'll be your host for it. And of course, I'm joined by 2 wonderful people. It is Jenkins and Fair. Fair, how you doing?
One about this one as well, because these 2 teams are teams that I've had an eye on for a while.
And we're seeing some upgrading too. You know, some teams, for example, Team Liquid, they of course had a stand-in, so they're powering on. BetBoom, they were definitely not expected to go through yesterday, given how their group stage went, but still proving to be the team that, of course, is getting top 6 in pretty much every tournament this year. You still always have to look out for them.
Yeah, you have to look out for Team Liquid, obviously the defending champions. They'll be playing in the second series of the day. There's a team that people used to always need to look out for because they won every single tournament. I'm talking about Gaimin Gladiators. I want to focus our attention on that first series we have in upper bracket. Xtreme Gaming up against Gaimin Gladiators. And Gaimin, yes, they are invited to TI. They go to Riyadh. That's all great. But there were still a little bit of question marks placed with them. I think at this stage, at this point of the tournament, Jenkins, all those question marks anybody had, they should be gone.
Yeah, they straight up look like the best team here in terms of the Dota that they're playing. And I mean, the thing is though, Team Spirit also looked like they were playing the best Dota and they got knocked down to the lower bracket. So I suppose like every series, teams are powering up. We are getting to the playoffs and you still need to prove it if you're Gaimin Gladiators. They've had the odd tournament where they do fairly well, but since Watson got added to the roster, they do have Malady, of course, instead of Celery, but they've been kind of hot and cold depending on the tournament. But, you know, Watson, this man is rank 1. Yeah. He's extremely good at Dota. And it seems like in this tournament, they've found a way to make it work. They have found their identity. They are straight up first picking Quinn, his heroes, and getting Watson last pick in almost every single game. Of course, depending on the way the drafts are going and flex picks and whether you're first pick, second pick, it is going to determine how you're picking. But 6 out of 9 games is a very nice ratio to last pick Watson, his heroes, and Quinn. 4 out of 9 of the games, he is being straight up first picked. And the thing is, like, it's about 50%, maybe not so crazy, but as a mid laner, it is crazy. And the first picks that he's getting are Queen of Pain, Shadow Fiend. It's not really heroes that you would normally consider as a first pick material, but he's so consistent at winning the lane. He's so consistent and no matter what, going for some build in the game that he has a game that these counters, like you just can't do it to Quinn. He's too good at his 1v1s.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe in old patches, like they could be exploitable, but we've seen the Queen of Pain so much right now. It just looks so solid. Even if you have a bad game, you just buy Blade Mail. And Shadow Fiend has very few bad lane matchups. However, this will be a team that is going to test Quinn because you've got, you know, the XM Sniper on the other side, Vipers. This is a guy who likes to cheese pick you. So we'll see if that gets exploited in this particular series.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's this is probably the worst team to try to, we're just going to slam first pick. There's nothing you can pick to beat us. These lane dominators, they're not getting picked up. Yeah, not XM. He doesn't care. He'll Viper you. He'll Sniper you no matter what the patch is.
Yeah, but they have Tofu, though. He is the guy that we saw pick up the puck in the offlane, position 4. So maybe they can pick these heroes early. They just have to be willing to flex them.
They definitely might. It is something to always keep in the back of your minds. And when we're talking about flexing heroes from the mid lane, it's maybe mentioned quite a bit too much by this time, but still something for people only just tuning in worthy to point out. Ame's Queen of Pain, Jenkins.
Yeah, we definitely have to talk about it. Number one, his hero diversity is number 1 in the tournament. This is insane. Like, this is so many heroes. Underlord, Omni Knight, some offlaners in there, Queen of Pain, mid laner in there, you know, traditional carries like Morphling Alchemist. Alchemist is like a timing carry. He'll play Monkey King. This is an aggressive carry. And his Queen of Pain, we have to mention it. It's every single game that we mention it. And the reason is because it is literally picked or banned in every single game. 14 matches they've played and 100% contest rate. And I don't think people are thinking, oh, let's ban the XM co-op. No. This is an Ame co-op ban. And the thing is, it means that they get access to a lot more of these overpowered heroes because Queen of Pain has to be on the ban list. And another thing is that when Ame gets his co-op banned out, like I found this to be a really interesting stat that 100% of games, he's getting a singular hero banned out. Yep. And you'd think, like, okay, he has one alternative that he's going to. Like, this is the guy that's playing one hero. No, he has the number 1 hero diversity in the entire tournament out of all the teams. Yeah, that's crazy.
He definitely has a very wide hero pool. They oftentimes will pick his hero later unless it is the Queen of Pain, but Navi did show us that it is beatable.
It's beatable. It definitely bled yesterday. And there's one more thing that we should touch upon before we head into the draft of this best of 3, Jenkins, as you did some deep diving into Gaimin's drafting.
Yeah, like every series, you can see that Queen of Pain first pick, Shadow Fiend first pick, Puck first pick. there's an attempt to punish it. It just doesn't work. And then last pick, Watson is always getting the literal perfect hero for the draft. You know, Drow Ranger against Morphlesh, that's a counter. Terrorblade into some sort of like non-burst damage lineup, you know, a lineup that can't kill the illusions or deal with Terrorblade. And it's a lot of pressure to have on your shoulders. Number one, to be a player that can take a high skill hero mid and just do fine no matter what. But it's also a lot of pressure to always get last pick and have the entire game on your shoulders, where if you make like a single mistake, you just griefed your mid laner in order to get last pick, and you're griefing the game. Like one mistake.
I mean, I
counts a
feel
lot
like this
more.
is pressure Watson does not have, though, because he's a rank 1 player in Europe. He gets last pick in probably every single pub he ever plays. So he is well practiced on getting the perfect last pick hero for the game. And I think carry's in a very interesting spot right now too, where we don't really have the OP carries of the patch, which is incredibly rare. I think over the last few years, there's always been like 2 to 3 guys that were just like so OP, you could pick them early. I don't think there's any hero like that that is just that good right now. And however, I think most all the carries are viable. So we're in a situation where it is very easy to last pick as a carry, and you kind of need it to have some impact in the game. Whereas the mid lane, I really do think these Quap, Pog, Shadow Fiend type of mid laners right now, as Storm Spirit, they're just always fine, and they never seem to get cheesed that hard. We've seen Huskars come out. Huskars aren't really winning the games against these heroes. Like Sniper, I mean, sure, XM won with that Sniper game, but like it took a Rapier to do so. It wasn't a free game whatsoever. And Dawnbreaker will come out. I always like these. I mean, Dawnbreaker is incredibly popular right now, and it's very good against heroes like Shadow Shaman, Beastmaster, Axe, these counter initiators.
Yeah, you always pick a lineup around Shadow Shaman that is like jump and kill one guy. It's very hard committal. And Dawnbreaker, globally, you just know that you have to go on Dawn every single time, because otherwise she's going to save the guy, and Shadow Shaman is such an easy kill. You can even kill with the damage over time from her W through the chickens. Like she's pretty good at chasing him after he chickens away.
And it just complicates like how to play the game, right? Number one is Dawn is an incredibly strong laner, so that narrows your carry hero pool. There's definitely good heroes versus it, but you might need to pick a little bit later. And the second part is like, yeah, playing the map is difficult. Like oftentimes the strategy has to be, you have to gank the Dawnbreaker instead of like ganking the mid or the carry, because that +1 will be there. And it's typically not ideal to just gank an offlaner, but it kind of forces you to do so in a lot of situations.
Especially a Blade Mail incredibly high stats offlaner.
Yeah.
That feels pretty bad. Like if you screw that up, you know, you're getting 2,000 damage returned and a bunch of heroes TPing into your face. By the way, Queen of Pain still in the pool.
Yeah, we saw the last series, both games. Unfortunately, Aurora didn't win with it, but Team Spirit took it the next game, and they won with it. So definitely looking at it. I mean, the only downside of this Dawn plus Queen of Pain is it kind of leaves your draft very low on lockdown. And I think the supports are going to have to make up for that.
Definitely. Yeah, and we saw the Dawn Queen of Pain combo yesterday as well, right? Like the Queen of Pain blinking in, having spell lifesteal, being really hard to kill, and a Dawn to follow that up, help her with some damage, some healing, and they're both Blade Mail buyers. Like Blade Mail is such an OP item right now.
Really is.
Like you get 2 of them on the enemy side, and you have to press BKB to enter any fight.
Yep.
And that is not a good trade. It does not feel like.
The Doom gets taken out still, and it is a Jakiro. So that's some extra lockdown for them.
It's decent, but I want like a higher threat lockdown, like these Bane type of heroes that can just like ideally through BKB lock someone down. I mean, Dawn does have that, but we'll see what they pick for the mid laner. We are talking about the Quap, but it's not guaranteed that they are going to pick the Quap. It's just something that seems to be very favorable right now. If you do have a Dawnbreaker, I mean, between Storm, Quap, I mean, I will have to say at this point, I mean, you called it early on, Jenkins, that this Quap was going to be broken. This Quap is definitely, for at least a mid laner for me, has surpassed Storm Spirit as a mid laner. I feel like it just does more than Storm does. And Storm used to be one of those combos that Dawn enjoyed playing with.
I feel like there's some mind games going on here. You know, both teams highly value Queen of Pain. Both teams highly value Puck. and they will early phase pick them, and yet they are ignored, even with the Dawnbreaker coming out. I mean, Abaddon, we did see Xtreme lost with Queen of Pain to an Abaddon, but they also beat Abaddon with Queen of Pain in lane, so it's 50-50 for them.
There's people that would argue that the game that they won with Queen of Pain against Abaddon 33, Abaddon wasn't really living up to par in that game in particular.
But then 33 went on to do the same build in another game, and he won, so he still thinks it's a good build. So it's difficult to break down.
Yeah, that's guaranteed. Let's see, where does Gaming want to go with this? It almost feels like neither team wants to really start giving anything away, so they're keeping everything as safe and maybe even ambiguous as possible. But safe is, I think, the vibe that I'm getting.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Quinn jams a puck in this phase here.
They're definitely dodging each other's prep right now. Like, they just don't want to. It's like, okay, of course they prep for the co-op. Yeah, I think Puck is definitely good against these two backline supports. Also, Abaddon as a core is not really great at dealing with the puck.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about what's left in the pool, and Puck is still good versus Quap, so you take it. Puck is great. I mean, it's not really good versus Abaddon, but it's good in the sense where Abaddon just has no lockdown. So it gives you that freedom. Great for Shadow Demon. I heard Aurora say this is the best hero in the game for Shadow Demon in their eyes. And Shadow Shaman, yes, good versus Puck, but you have the Dawnbreaker who can bail you out of those small situations.
Well, and also, you know, we're talking Gaimin Gladiators here. They have Tofu who will actually play the puck as well. So if they pick something that's flexible,
but they have to then, if they want to keep that flex open, they have to pick their Watson hero now, right?
You should not, no.
They're not going to pick Watson. They want to leave Watson for last.
So I guess it's already going to be decided. That will be a puck mid.
Yeah, I mean, this makes sense to me. As I was alluding to before, like, at what cost are you going to try and counter this puck? You're not going to pick Huskar. You can pick Sniper if you want, but have fun for the first 7 minutes, I guess. But after that, you're getting coiled into Dawn ult at every single fight.
Ooh.
And that's rough.
Slardar.
This is a hero that historically has done well versus Puck in the mid lane. I'm not sure if it's still that good.
I think have a great record here.
I think when we've seen it, it hasn't looked good in the mid lane. It's like, yeah, the laning is good, and then it just falls flat.
Doesn't farm.
You cannot farm because of the nerfs to the Bash, no longer doing extra damage to creeps. But I get it. You're playing into a bunch of like low armor squishy heroes, like these two supports. You can definitely run them down. Jakiro has the slow for you. It's pretty nice. Dawnbreaker gets in there. Like, I think this is one of the ways you can turn and actually kill her in the fights. I don't know if Abaddon plus Slardar is that sick. It's not like some.
It's not that sick.
It's not some like epic minus armor combo, but
they're tanky though.
They're both tanky. They can both get in there together and like focus one guy without really worrying like, oh, is my carry gonna die when they're focusing the dude who's amped? Like, Abaddon's not gonna die.
Yeah, I mean, the damage output for these heroes is quite low for some time. I feel like over time, Abaddon, when he gets items, he'll start doing damage. Same as Slardar. But that's like a ramp-up period. And Shadow Demon and Shadow Shaman, not really known for high DPS, whereas Rubik and Jakiro, very high DPS supports there. You've got your reliable initiation with the puck. Slardar, not so reliable initiation. Shadow Shaman, he's quite good. So I think right now the Gaimin's pretty happy. It's just, what is XG going to wrap this all up with? Because I believe they have ran a Slardar before in the past.
They did, and they are actually the only team that won with the Slardar in this event. It was in the mid lane.
Yeah, they had like a minus armor strat though. They had like some, SF Slardar Pango with the Shadow Demon. Would be surprised if they get something similar to that again. I mean, if you want, they could ban the Pango, but I'm not sure if they care too much.
No, we have 2 carries banned out by Gaimin, so they're assuming this Abaddon is going the way of XXS.
Yeah, so, I mean, Ame, it's world is his oyster here and what he wants to play. I mean, Drow has always been good against heroes like Dawn because Ags kind of shuts down the heal, but you are playing versus Puck.
And they banned Terrorblade, so I feel like if they would let the Terrorblade through if they have Drow.
Templar Assassin is still in the pool.
That's pretty sick here, actually. I mean,
That hero was really bad in lane versus Dawnbreaker.
it's
tough lane.
It's bad against Shakiro as well.
But
Yeah,
they're
they'll go
gonna
for it
take
anyway. Good call.
I mean, there is a world if you're Gaimin that you consider putting this Jakiro with the Dawn, and I feel like that is an unplayable lane for TA.
Their prior response to this was to just get the gyro against TA. I think they even did some like weird flex on one of the other heroes to go for the gyro on Gaimin.
Well, Watson can just pick Medusa here and probably call it a day. If
That's
he really
true.
wants to.
It does nothing against all the minus armor.
Yeah. Doesn't care about a Batten in the lane at all.
No.
I feel like if he's really has the mentality of 1v9 hard carry, he will pick Medusa. If he picks something else, let's say a gyro or something like that, he cares more about the tempo. I mean, really free PL game too, if you want to go.
How many times are we going to say it?
Look at their lineup.
I know. It's just...
If you say it often enough, you know, we're just manifesting.
It did
PL
get
coming
buffed
out.
in the patch.
Oh, there we go.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe it actually.
I mean, in my mind, it was Deuce or PL. I think it was those two are too juicy not to pick.
Okay.
This is why you want a TI fear.
Yes. But can we recap for people that have not seen this hero in forever, because that's literally almost every single person.
Sure.
What's good about him now?
I mean, I can just, if the way we used to see him, right? It used to be 1-1-4, max rush, farm. Now you play him more aggressively. You get this Lancelot facet where it just implied in the name, there's more lances. So you actually level your lance now, which means you're useful. You rush Diffusal, which means you're useful.
That would surely tear through the TA refraction, right? Because it's all different instances of damage.
Yes, TA is hard countered by...
I mean, it was before, but I mean, even more so now with the Lance.
So is Slardar, so is Shadow Demon, so is Shadow Shaman, and I guess Abaddon's only here that has some tools because he'll buy Radiance, but still not good.
They have like virtually no AoE damage for PL, actually. This is an insane PL game. It's just that every time we've called it in the tournament, it never comes out. I'm glad that a team has the balls to actually pick it, because they just buffed the Aghanim Scepter, right? It's now, not only is it like if you rush through creeps or heroes, it's spawning illusions. It's also if you rush a certain distance, it's spawning illusions.
I mean, I've tried it. The Aegis is not that good still.
Okay,
let's
get some extra opinions on the board here. I think you did really well yesterday, Beakup, so I'm going to ask you again. What do you think of these two drafts?
I did really well yesterday, but I need some help from the Ghost of Wallachia, so I'm going to call the Ghost of Wallachia to help me. And they're going to give me some information. Okay, they said PL's a dead hero. They said it's probably not going to work out, as we've been reading on Reddit. And, well, as to Lacoste's words, Rubik is a garbage.
Yeah, if they win this game, this is the best team in the world. Winning with Phantom Lancer and Rubik on the same team.
Okay, can't wait to see what's going to happen in this game number one. Let's go.
In game number one, we go Lacoste. We were joking about Rubik, and then all of a sudden a Phantom Lancer was put on our screen. I was a little surprised.
Yeah, I heard Panel talk about Phantom Lancer a couple of times. I thought this guy's, you know, didn't really read a couple of last patch notes, but seems like they did, and they did guess this one correctly. I did play like one game against Phantom Lancer, and it did feel very strong in the lane, something that before you didn't really have. So will be surprising how strong of a, like, on paper it looks like a very, very good Phantom Lancer game. Maybe you can create the illusions with Shadow Demon Disruption. Abaddon will be buying Radiance. Maybe also there's a chance that Ame will be buying Mjolnir on Templar Assassin instead of going for Deso. This is something that Mickey did a couple of times when he was playing against high armor heroes like Morphling and TB.
See, I'm interested to see if this Phantom Lancer works. I've read so much bad things about Phantom Lancer just not being a hero. I have a hard time believing in it. But if there's a team that can make it work, it's definitely Gaimin Gladiators. I have faith in Watson. Grandmaster Phantom Lancer definitely helps restore some faith. And then we've got this Slardar mid, as well as the TA. They're really working with quite a bit of minus armor with this lineup from Xtreme, potentially working towards a early Roche timer. You have the Shadow Shaman in your lineup too, so that's definitely objective-oriented for the side of Xtreme. I'm curious as to your thoughts to the lane too of Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, he also did go for Lancelot facet, which makes him like I think this is gonna be the ability that he's gonna be maxing in the lane. Lance is an uncommon name nowadays, but in medieval times, people were called Lancelot.
Don't look. You just look here, and you're chuckling as you're saying that. I really like that. That was clever. Take a look over mid. 7-0 already for XM as he's fighting against this puck. We've seen XM have some really good performances, especially because, you know, there's been a lot of games from Xtreme, including the TI qualifiers, where Ame seemed to get punished pretty heavily in lane, and then it was very reliant on XM and XXS to save the game for Ame and the rest of the team.
Yeah, it did happen multiple times. Ame, in this one, he is playing against Rubik, which is not the strongest laner. Dawnbreaker is causing some of the issues because you have this damage over time, Celestial Hammer. You are also paired up with Shadow Shaman. They have ways of dealing with Shadow Shaman, casting his abilities without getting interrupted.
Watson using that Doppelganger just to get away, and you can see Quinn taking some excessive damage as he's got that bottle dropped off to him. He's going for Ame, but the Shackles connect. The Starbreaker doesn't finish, but a Blood Grenade thrown by Tofu as well as from Pelosin. As they'll chase the Shadow Shaman, but not enough damage. Ether Shock as well, and Rubik. I know your thoughts on this hero. He's level 2. How much does he add to the game?
Look at him, 33% win rate, not too bad.
I don't think we've seen a win for Rubik.
No, I don't think so. In theory, again, it looks like a good Rubik game. The spells that he can steal, like you're going to be stealing a Photic Shield, you're going to be stealing spells from Shadow Shaman, a Shadow Demon as well if you can get Disruption. Slithering Crush is also very good, maybe Traps. So there's a lot of these small spells that you can steal. I think the biggest one that you want to get is a Photic Shield and Shackles most of the time.
See if they get to a quicker 6. We've been seeing a lot of aggression for that 7-minute Wisdom Shrine, especially from teams like BetBoom and Spirit. They really like playing aggressive on that 7-minute mark. You do have Shadow Shaman and TA. They could definitely step up. Good Hex Shackle combination could lead to a kill, as well as getting that Shrine if they're playing the position right. XM kind of low, but put some damage on with the Bash and the Slithering Crush on the Quinn, as he'll start to sip on that bottle, but now empty. And he's also going to bring himself over a Salve, so just trying to heal up and sustain in this lane, because Quinn is kind of putting some hurt out of the Slardar.
Yeah, this is why they picked it. I've seen this matchup a couple of times. It wasn't as bad for Puck. I guess it also depends how much you're getting in the first wave. XM is a very strong laner. Quinn had a great tournament so far, but also this matchup throughout the Dota history has been Slardar favored. Something that he lacks is also a bit of a farming tool, now that your Bash doesn't really deal extra damage to the creeps.
Starbreaker, but Tofu on the run. Ame.
Look at him go.
He's gonna go under the tower. He will. He needs one more shot, but the telekinesis now able to survive. So Ame takes a lot of damage for that attempt to try and get that kill. Doesn't even get that first blood, but he really, really would love to pick this up and might be able to do so if Tofu steps up too far. One of my questions to you, Lacoste, is we've been seeing a lot of Puck's mid take the curveball facet, but Quinn's gone to the jostling rift. What would be the difference here in taking that over the curveball?
It might be related to the matchup that he's playing into, where he can push or pull some of the heroes, but push is going to be probably better in this one because you're playing against Slardar and then you can push him away from yourself. Maladish, 3 stacks of Shadow Poison.
Yeah,
Fourth one is going to be the kill.
Might end up trading here to Watson, and that should be the case. He'll Doppelganger and get away from XXS.
I guess XXS did not want to save him there. He had Magic Wand ready, did not want to use it. His Aphotic Shield was off cooldown because he is playing with the Quickening facet. Bottom lane, Pelosin will drop.
Hey, he stood his ground knowing that he was probably going to be dead there using that Shackle, but they lose vision of Tofu. A Blood Grenade from Maladich, and now they're going to go back on Ame. Celestial Hammer, Jin-Q makes the rotation, mirroring over. Jakiro's moving down towards bottom. The Starbreaker lands. Ame doesn't have Refraction for 6 seconds, but he will end up getting under the tower. He did lose those Gloves of Haste as Ace killed the Courier after killing Pelosin. 4 stacks hit onto Ace, but nothing more coming out from the Shadow Demon here for Xtreme.
It was a nice try from Jakiro to TP bottom and try to grab a kill after he died. This also relieves some of the pressure from the top lane. Watson definitely would love to get some of the extra XP, and so will XXS with this rotation from Shadow Demon. Both of them are going to be getting it.
Coming over towards mid. And the look over, trying to get Quinn. Dream Coil placed down, but they get the kill onto Quinn, and Jinkyu will be traded. Maladich might be next. They've got the Corrosive Haze, the Dual Breath, but the Bash comes through. Tofu trying to help out this Jakiro, but now it's a double kill for XM. Might even be a triple kill. A Bash, and there's another for XM.
Oh man, he's level 7. They brought in numbers, and XM pretty much cleaned all of them. Sitting on 1,000 gold. This is going to be a really good Blink Dagger timing. This is something that they do lack, because from the offlane, Abba, he wants to farm. He's not really a hero that joins in some of these early engagements, but a very good start for Xtreme Gaming, especially for Slardar, sitting at 3-0 at the moment.
I got a little nervous for Gaimin when they picked up that Rubik, and
I got like triple nervous when they picked PL after that.
I was going to say the same thing. And it makes me a little bit worried, especially the early game going really well for Xtreme. Things have been a little bit inconsistent for Xtreme Gaming, but for right now, they do have themselves a bit of a lead. They don't play aggressive to go for this shrine. They'll also pick up their own, so it'll be one apiece. Jinkyu getting his, Tofu getting the other one, and we'll see Ame finish off those treads as he is not exactly super farmed. It's actually XM, especially after that triple kill, who's got a lot of gold under his belt, almost up towards that 4,000 mark. So now you've hit that level 6 for Phantom Lancer. You got that juxtapose. But what's like the real power
Nobody
spike
knows.
for Phantom Lancer?
I don't think anybody knows. I'm pretty sure that some of the teams try to use it in some of the scrims to see how the hero feels after the recent changes, but I haven't seen it yet. Like, I've seen that one game that I talked about. It looked much stronger than I expected it to be.
XXS still to go in deep with Polosin over here. They've also got both supports, a Doppelganger, and they'll leave. Watson gets out of there, leaves Maladich to die, and this could just be the tier 1 tower top 2. Wouldn't really surprise me. You've got the Illusion, you've got XXS. They'll take this tower. Gaimin Gladiators really don't have a response.
They can't really do much about it. They bring in the numbers. There's a lot of saves on their side. These heroes are not easily killed, and I'm looking at the damage from Gaimin Gladiators. Rubik doesn't really provide you with much damage. Jakiro, especially when you're playing from behind, doesn't feel too strong. PL, he's going Yasha. I want to see what the itemization is going to be. I assume it's still going to be the same with Aghanim Scepter. Panel did talk about the Aghanim Scepter, whether that's a viable purchase or not. We'll see if he decides to go for it. And I like what I see from Ame. The build that I did mention, instead of going for Deso, he wants to go for the Mjolnir, deal with that PL and the illusions. It's very good against high armor heroes, and if you need to deal with the illusions, it can still work. So it can be really good, especially with the build-up from Abaddon from the offlane where you're going for the Radiance. So they will definitely have the answers.
Great Fade Bolt there from the Rubik, not really stopping Ame much at all. But almost has that level 6. It's not really the slow 6 we've seen from a lot of these Rubiks. We've seen Rubik struggle to get into that ult, but you said there's a lot of options. The question is, can a Rubik still use them? We've seen so many games where it sounds like this is going to be the game where Rubik wins, looks good, and people will start picking it again, being a showstopper, but then it just never, it fails to launch every time.
Yeah, it looked miserable. It looked actually unplayable every single time we watch Rubik. He did win some of the games. He did win 33% of the games so far at Wallachia, but maybe I bring bad luck to this hero.
I think you might.
Me and all the boys from the Hate Club.
The Rubik Hate Club?
Yeah, that I organized. I'm the CEO.
Telling the local chapters to also hate their fellow Rubiks.
Look, the best hero in the game to stack, besides Shadow Demon. 5 cams stacked in 10 minutes. Oh man, XM, he's gonna hit a very critical timing. Blink Dagger's getting delivered 10 minutes in. It's not just Blink, it's Blink, Bottle, Magic Wand, Treads, and Raindrop as well.
Yeah, 5,000 net worth at this point. XXS not too far behind. Watson's getting a decent amount of gold, and so is Quinn. But we'll see how they react now that they have this Blink Dagger, I assume. I mean, he's got an Invis rune, but I assume they're going to try and smoke and find a pick off somewhere. On top of which, Pelosin can get into the 6 soon. Then they'll use those Serpent Wards to take another objective.
No, Watson changed his mind in the end. He did go for Diffusal Blade as his first item. That's the power of PL, when you can buy Blade of Alacrity and then decide what you want to get afterwards. A lot of farming in the triangle for both of these teams.
Corrosive Haze bottom, and the Blink Slithering Crush. He stole Refraction.
Cool.
It
Still
keeps him
gonna die.
alive, but for a little bit longer than what would have been the normal Zeph timer onto a Rubik. So Ame gets another kill, and Rubik's dead again. Already 1-3-1. That's that Blink debut for XM. And XXS, the fact that it's been so quiet for him and he's just able to sit here and farm, now just go into the Radiance, make it easy. Nobody's really coming his direction. Not only have they gotten that kill, though, over bottom, they're going to smoke. They've got Mass Serpent Wards available, and they can push the Tier 1 tower bottom and potentially even get a kill here on Ace if he doesn't back away from the tower.
They're pinging the mid instead now, seeing that Ace did leave. This is how you play against Dawnbreaker. You initiate onto her instead of going for others, because you know that that Dawn ulti is going to come out Quinn. Let's see how they approach this one. Smoke ran out. Shin-Q, nice deny.
Denies the haste rune, now in the water, but stole the disruption, so that'll stop XM from coming over. The Dream Coil used on a Jin-Q, but now Quinn's got to get out. XM blinks, Slithering Crush has the Corrosive Haze, trying to control up this puck. Pelosin's waiting for him to come over to his side with that Illusory Orb, and he jaunts right into a Hex.
Not a trade that Gaming wants to get in this one. They were still not using Solar Guardian, and now with Shadow Shaman Wards, they can push the mid-tier 1 tower. Tofu, he stole Mist Coil. I like this from XXS. He's level 9, very close to level 10, doesn't put a point in borrow time, knowing that he most likely is not gonna die. And also has Mist Coil, so Rubik can't steal the shield. He didn't get it twice in a row.
Nice Mist Coil.
No, it's Mist Aphotic Shield, not Mist Coil. That's the biggest spell you can steal. Removing Corrosive Haze, dealing with Shadow Shaman as well. Can't dispel Shadow Poison, but there's a lot of good things that you can dispel in this game.
He hasn't really gotten great spells yet on Tofu. I think the best one that he had for a moment was that Disruption. But for now, sticking with Mist Coil, and I don't know if that's really gonna help all too much. He's looking for Yules. I like the item. But will he be able to do much with it if he just gets jumped on and killed immediately by Sarda, right? Like Blink Southern Crush with the Corrosive Haze, you just die very fast. Ooh, they will kill this Shadow Shaman in time. Watson by himself able to kill Pelosin before he's able to TP out.
Getting involved. Watson 2-0. 2-0-0 as his Phantom Lancer. I just gotta double check what he has as his talents. I have not seen this hero in action for quite some time. So Phantom Rush Agility, Spirit Lance Slow Duration. Well, nothing too crazy, I would say. Not until you get to level 20, 25.
Right. Not really the immediate impact hero, but Diffusal Yasha going into the Manta style, maybe you will be able to get involved. He is top of the net worth now. It was XM kind of starting off by pulling away with it, and then Ame and XXS have had free games. But overall, Watson, he is at the top. Despite what felt like Xtreme kind of controlling the last 5 minutes or so, Gaimin Gladiators, they found their farm, and they really haven't died too much other than their supports.
Yeah, he's in a really good spot. I mean, if they win this game, I think a lot of people will be wondering, like, how did they do it? And, yeah, it's a hero that has been dead. I don't remember, like, last time when this hero was viable? Maybe 2021, 2022? You picked Watson and you win the game with it?
That's a surprise. Radiant's finished for XXS. Still not fighting all too much. Tofu kind of waiting for his moment. Took Refraction again. But like I said, with Corrosive Haze, with the Meld Strike, and the Shadow Shaman, you can just kind of duck into Roche. And they're going to try and get this Aegis. Meanwhile, nobody's really coming over just yet. And I don't know if they're going to come over fast enough. They are sitting mid, but their attention is on a Pelosin. And they'll have an Aegis for the side of Xtreme.
And they're going to give it to Ame. They have very good objective taking. It's not as good as when you have Templar Assassin with Deso, but he needed to adjust his item build, go for the Mjolnir instead since you're playing into PL.
Poor man's shield for Watson, so it's like we've never left 2020. Still have a poor man's shield. And Miscoil again. The big spells. Stolen here by Rubik.
Yeah, Quinn can do the same thing. He can also miss his coil.
That's a problem. He'll hit the coil, though. Jump away, but he is slowed up. Disruption connects, and XM will be there for another Slithering Crush, but that doesn't connect. Solar Guardian from Ace to save up this Queen Puck as they'll chase the other way and look for XM. Tofu trying to get his hands onto this Slardar, but just cannot get close enough for any telekinesis or control. They don't actually kill off Quinn, and this was an attack from Xtreme that just didn't work out.
Tofu with stolen Slitherine Crush. We'll see. Getting into the middle of a fight, like you can use that maybe slightly later. Let's see. He's trying to set something up here. Could use telekinesis into Slitherine Crush.
Oh. Missed the crush. Dropping down another puddle on the ground, though. Ace trying to clean up some creeps so they can't take this tower so easily, but Ace and Ame just continuing to push and do a lot of damage. Another creep wave coming in, and the push is easy. The kill on the tower is quick. Objective-oriented for Xtreme. They get the first tier 2 pre-18 minutes, and they also find Ace. But they need to get the damage here to kill him off, and he'll Celestial Hammer up into the high ground.
Also, very interesting item build from Ace. This is not... I'll hold that thought, Maladich. Fighting against XM. JNQ is ready with the disruption.
Yeah, Dream Coil doesn't have to worry yet.
Crush, let's go.
There's the Crush, the Fade Bolt, and still cannot kill him, but the Telekinesis throws him into the Macro Pyre, and that's still not enough to save anybody. Maladich ends up dead. Watson looking for an entry point into the fight. Will go after Pelosi to take the Shadow Shaman away from this one. Doppelganger deep, but now disruption onto an illusion. Slitherine Crush is going to be off the mark. Watson goes into the trees. He's trying to avoid anything that is coming from the side of Xtreme Gaming. Get to the back lines, look for these supports with the Diffusal. He'll move forward, take away the mana from the Shadow Demon. They'll even use that Solar Guardian, but the damage coming into Watson, is it enough? Not really. But the Slitherine Crush hits, and XM finds the real one and then kills him. Ace came in with this Solar Guardian and now is going to be pulled over as they hit another Slitherine Crush with the minus armor. The kills are quick, and Xtreme come out ahead.
Overextending there. Watson jumping underneath the tower. Also, this is something that Shadow Demon can't do. He can create illusions out of PL of his own, but then you don't have defensive disruption, which was something that got him killed in the previous fight. But you can see the power of this lineup from Xtreme Gaming. When you have a Slardar with his innate ability with the Seaborn Sentinel, so he has extra bonus armor, extra bonus damage, extra regen, and then you also have Abaddon playing behind you with Radiance, using a Photic Shield multiple times on him. That's a lot of regen. Perfect timing from XXS to get in there.
You have that lockdown telekinesis with the Slitherine Crush, and it's just not enough, but I like the idea from Watson to go for Shadow Shaman, who's really one of the bigger annoyers in this fight. But then going for these supports, any save opportunity, any lockdown that they offer is going to be taken away pretty quickly as Watson then chases and focuses his attention onto the Shadow Demon. But the entire time, XM's here and kind of shadowing Watson, waiting for this Solar Guardian to drop down and looking for his opportunity to blink in. And then he's all the way out, finds it, and he'll kill him off right as he feels like he's done enough.
Oh, nice try. Malady will be able to TP out. But this lineup from Xtreme Gaming is very good at taking objectives. Not so much without Deso, but I do like this Mjolnir, as we already said at the start of the game. Most likely... Ooh, Quinn. Could have been close. Rest of the team was relatively close by. XXS does have a Blink Dagger available. But also to finish off my point with Dawnbreaker, who did go for Vlad's, it is good amount of armor. You're playing against Tia, you're playing against Slardar, even Abaddon, Shadow Shaman Wards. It's a lot of physical damage reduction for the whole team in terms of armor, but also it's a great item for PL because PL's innate ability, so items, abilities, and auras that grant bonus damage, it gives him grant base damage. And then you have Vlad's, which does increase your base damage.
Does it seem like it's adding a lot at the moment, though?
Well, right now, he is sitting at 150, so 18% of that. That's 27 extra damage with the lifesteal and everything, and it's starting just now. Like when he starts to get more items, it's gonna be quite a lot more. Sitting at 200 actually when he uses Phantom Rush. So that's extra 36 damage that he's getting.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Has the Manta now going into the heart. Has picked up that level 15 plus 2.5 second Phantom Rush bonus agility duration. And when he has his heart, he'll be a little bit more survivable. Is there a point where he hits critical mass and Xtreme can't deal with him no matter what they have? Or, I mean, with the Mjolnir, he feels like
they
he's
have a
vulnerable
good
at all
amount of
times.
AoE. I would say with Mjolnir, with the damage, Slithering, Crush AoE, Radiance, Abaddon can also build into Shiva's Guard if necessary. Tofu.
Rubik things happening on your screen, which is basically going to be Rubik getting attacked and Rubik dying. Just that Yules is not enough to survive. But now, finding the disruption on a puck that was TPing out. Little illusory orb trying to jaunt up and will into a blink. Good job by Quinn to get out of this.
Ooh. This could have been big. He needs to play this type of a game. He needs to be playing on a different side of the map, try to push the limits. They have good amount of control. Right now, Poloson does have Ether Lens, does have Tumbler's Toy. Shadow Demon with the Blink Dagger and Ether Lens. Jinkyu is really farmed.
Yeah, he's got almost 9,000 gold. That is kind of crazy. Granted, he did get a little bit of a boost from the Tormentor. But even without that, he has got a lot of CS and he has been farming quite a bit.
He's been also given priority in that triangle to clear the stacks.
Yeah. Not as much gold spent on consumables as you saw there. But he's got that Blink Dagger, and I would assume Poloson, with the 1,400 gold that he's saved up, is most likely also saving for a Blink. So they'll have multiple initiation and save opportunities for this Xtreme Gaming
Yeah, Blink
side.
is great. I would also love to see potentially just a Glimmer Cape.
Okay.
Especially with the cast range that you do have. It's a very good way of dealing with PL, because these are carry professional e-gamers we're talking about. They don't buy dusts.
It's not a professional thing to get. Glad I know that I'm also being a professional in my pubs by not being the one who buys dust either. Ice Path connects, but no follow-up. Daedalus next on the docket for Ame, and he's picked up this BKB. Also got the BKB on Slardar, which is still at 9 seconds, so having multiple 9-second BKBs at the ready is definitely going to feel pretty good when you're coming into the next fight. They've got Glimmer Cape queued up for the Shadow Demon, and it will in fact be that Blink Dagger for Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, if the other guy can farm Glimmer Cape, I think that's enough, because you also want to be having repositioning tools. You want to be able to punish the map with the Blink Dagger and Shadow Shaman. So I like that. Two supports definitely having a talk about the itemization, who needs to get what, and the perfect respawn timer here for Xtreme Gaming. Roshan will roar, but doesn't seem like Gaimin Gladiators can take that fight.
No, not at all.
This is a pretty standard Phantom Lancer. I always need one extra item to be fight ready. Same thing did happen when Morana, for example, was being played as a carry compared to some other carries. You just never was fight ready, and this was kind of her downfall. Never, you can't even see that hero other than maybe some position 5s.
But heart is the item, right?
Yeah. And now, let's see what he queues up next. Now he's going to be needing something like Scotty, probably, Butterfly, something along those lines to be able to tank up slightly more. And with this Mjolnir on Templar Assassin, you still have ways of dealing with the Butterfly, because the procs do go through the evasion.
He had Orchid queued up for a second, but then switched it up.
Yeah, I think the items that you do want to have are, like, the 3 next items are probably going to be Butterfly, Scotty, plus Bloodthorn. Just hold, guys, for another 20-25 minutes, and we will eventually get there.
Seriously, you went, oh, he just wants, and then proceeded to name like 15,000 gold in items. Sorry, guys. Phantom Lancer can't come out to play. He still has to get 3 more items at the ready.
Nice item from Quinn. Usually you don't see this item, that's why it is fastest by 11 minutes. Shiva's Guard to scout things out, and also a good amount of armor.
Ame's out of mana immediately. This Aegis looks like it's going to be used pretty quickly. Disruption on some illusions, and then the focus is onto the supports. Bolosin is going to be taken out very fast. So they got the Aegis, they took out the Shadow Shaman, now they're going to look for more of the Solar Guardian. Now they're looking over at XM, who pops the BKB. The Dream Coil is going to be committed. Ame's getting a little bit low, but so is Watson, who has to fight back. But Ame, does he have the damage? Watson on the run, still alive. They got the silence, they get the shield. Ame, they'll find XXS. XM goes down, and it's all Gaimin Gladiators. This is a Phantom Lancer that is showing that you should believe in him because he takes over quick, and then you have no answer.
Finally.
Tofu finally getting that
Aphotic
shield too.
That's the best ability that you can steal in this one, and they did a pretty good job protecting each other. This Hearted Phantom Lancer gives him 60 HP per region. He has a bit of a damage block, extra region as well from Brawny, so quite a good fight there for Gaimin. Immediately, Phantom Lancer jumping the back lines, killing Shadow Shaman, and they didn't have enough. First of all, they killed off the Aegis almost instantly. No mana whatsoever. His mana got burned instantly.
So fast.
And you can see that the 2 supports, they can't really enter the fight. Very nice Macro Fire from Maladich to block them off, and then immediately Watson, forcing Shadow Shaman to use his wards and getting a kill on Poloson immediately after. You can see that there's still going to be a stun there from Dawnbreaker, who comes into the fight. There's a lot of heals coming out as well. Vlad's, you have a Aphotic Shield as well. Dawnbreaker, Ace bought his own item. He just bought AC. Plus Vlad's, it's all about tanking his Phantom Lancer, giving him the damage and giving him survivability. This game completely flipped.
In a fight that goes in is like that, where XXS is going to be right into the middle of the fray, and so are the rest of these heroes. Would you like to see maybe an Ags for Abaddon after this Manta style?
I think they might need to have more control, like more damage. Now, seeing that they have AC, he might try to replicate that, or if he wants to go for Basher, have a little bit more control, try to jump this backline. But it also feels like they need a nullifier, so somebody will need to buy this, seeing that there is multiple defensive items on the supports. You do have Ghost Scepter, there's Ghost Scepter on Rubik, Yules as well. You can dispel the Aphotic Shield, which is going to be pretty much priority for Rubik in this game.
Doesn't have a lot of time left with this Aphotic Shield, but getting it could definitely be a cause for, hey, we want to fight, knowing that we have some protection. It'll be Daedalus into the MKB.
All damage. They want to be able to kill the heroes instantly. He even picked up Serrated Shiv as his neutral item, seeing that Phantom Lancer is going for Butterfly, showing that Claymore. I mean, you're not going to be buying Heart into Satanic from that Claymore, so kind of showing what he's going for. You could still get something like a Shadow Blade, but you also have your Shard, which gives you invisibility. There's not too many things to break, so most likely that's going to be a Butterfly, and there it is.
Butterfly comes in, and curious to see if maybe Templar Assassin sees the Butterfly, holds on just having the Chrysalis, builds the MKB first, then goes back to finish the Daedalus. We'll see if that ends up being the case, as it is now Aghanim Scepter finished off on Slardar, and the idea here for Abaddon is to go, at least at the moment, for an Orchid.
Just wondering who's he gonna Orchid. Puck is definitely a good target, but they can remove that with the Aphotic Shield. Maybe Rubik can pick up the Shard off his own, lift him out of the trouble. And he can also buy a BKB if necessary, buy a Lincoln Sphere. These are all good items on puck. We've seen good amount of pucks in the last couple of days buying BKB as their like second, sometimes even third item. Because there's so much control.
Significant advantage on Xtreme before that last fight, but now it's all kind of come crumbling down. The cores of Dawnbreaker and Quinn getting a hit. Serpent Wards, look how quickly the Shadow Shaman is just dead. Melissa never stood a chance, and neither does XM. There's too many heroes here for the side of Gaimin Gladiators overwhelming them, and you just cannot get the damage out. They'll look for Ace, and they will get this kill.
He got him
but
off the
now
trap.
Ame is in trouble. He falls in XXS. You borrowed all the time you could, but you're hit with a telekinesis, and you're dead too.
This PL's too big. They really don't have the answer. Immediately, they jump in. They have to pop their BKBs. It was a nice play from Ame, killing off Ace off of that trap, but that's pretty much all they got. Ace tanking all of the damage with his AC, with his Vlads. I don't know if they have enough. It seems like they need... Look at that pure damage coming out from him.
Almost 1,200 pure damage. Ame just can't survive in these fights. Phantom Lancer is just such an overwhelming presence. And is level 22. Took that plus 6% juxtaposed damage. Looking to pick up a shard to upgrade that juxtapose. I mean, he is well ahead now, and I mean, even behind the TA and net worth, he was too much for Ame to handle.
Xtreme, they need to get into the fight and kill the heroes during the BKBs. Problem is they can't do that, especially if there's going to be a Photic Shield still on Rubik. He needs to steal it again. But they have good amount of defensive tools. XM, usually you see this guy being tanky. Slardar with the Aghanim Scepter becomes extremely tanky, but doesn't feel like it. And also, they got their mana burn so quickly against all of these illusions. Maladich is going to be the one getting it. I think in this situation, you would probably prefer to have it on Rubik, so you can, because they want to focus on the target, jump it with Shadow Shaman, jump it with Slardar and TA, and try to kill it off instantly. With Rubik Shard, you can push him out of the trouble, but you also have Dawn ulti as well coming in. They also just picked up the gem on puck, so that they can kill the traps, they can find the back lines. That Glimmer Cape not going to be as effective.
Quickly in, pops the borrowed time, trying to turn, but the Dream Coil now keeps him in place. Slithering Crush, but here comes Watson. He is ready to dive in if need be. These heroes start to get away, and Gaimin Gladiators, they don't actually continue their engagement. They'll back away from the fight. Roche is up potentially soon. Maybe they just don't want to risk giving up Roche if the fight were to go poorly, but they can also just back away and then re-engage on the tier 2 tower. They don't have to force anything. They feel like they're in a very comfortable position, and that honestly feels like the truth. The last two fights have just not gone well for Xtreme.
Oh, Roshan spawned immediately.
And Xtreme are aware of this, but they're most likely not going to be the first ones to the pit with it being over bottom. I say that now, Maladich, he's fine. They'll drop their own Serpent Wards. And then again, Xtreme just disengaging.
Yeah, they see Roshan respawning with Templar Assassin. Third Eye gives them that ability, innate from Templar Assassin. We've seen this yesterday as well when Rubik was playing against Shadow Shaman, stealing mass Serpent Wards and immediately using it to counter the enemy Serpent Wards.
Missed Coil again. Not what the Rubik wants.
They're in on Roche. Has been doing a pretty good job. Only giving it to him once, I believe. Knowing that is the best spell to steal. Tofu will smoke himself. They'll try to find that Aphotic Shield.
They know they're probably in Roche, and they are not going in too quickly, but they have bailed from the pit. Not continuing to try and take this Roche. They've smoked themselves. At Xtreme are doing the up and around high wrap. Maladich up on the high ground. Success blinks in, but Quinn's going to go through with that waning rift. They pulled him in for a second. They go to the Dream Coil, and Ame's just dead so fast. There is no answer here for the side of Xtreme Gaming. They've got the shackles on a Quinn, but they just don't have the damage follow-up anymore without the Templar Assassin. BKB comes through from XM, but he is on the run. They've got their hands around XXS. They'll take it the Abaddon. They'll find the Slardar, and Watson looking at him, coming their way, and he says, "What, son? I got your number."
They can't really do anything in these fights. For a second, I thought it was Darkseer with Vacuum, but it was very good Vanning Rift. Pulled them into the Macropyre. 5,000 damage from Phantom Lancer. You can see the damage as well. TA, Slardar not really dealing the damage. Abaddon, of course, with Borrowed Time will be dealing some of the damage with the Photic Shield and Radiance in these prolonged team fights. But this game looks pretty cooked for Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah.
He got stuck. He got bashed.
He does 500 damage in that fight. I mean, this is the guy that you need to be surviving, and he's dead first every single time.
His refraction is just gone in a second. It doesn't do anything. This is why, like, traditionally, when it was a good PL patch, people would pick it because you can't really deal with it. Even with this itemization, there's going to be a point in the game where you're not going to be able to deal with the illusions. It's not like you have, you know, some massive cleave coming out from Sven or anything. And now Watson ready pretty much to close it out. Basher in the backpack. They do have BKB piercing tools. You have Solar Guardian, you have Basher, so even during the BKBs, you still can't be like too relaxed inside of Xtreme Gaming. That's a full Abyssal Blade coming now.
They back off, but just go top, right?
I think they can just go. I think they can just force it, win a team fight, and win the game. There's just not enough damage. Like, sure, XM, he is tanky, but he doesn't like to play into illusion-based heroes. He doesn't like to play into insane amount of armor that they do provide. Dawnbreaker with Vlads. It's not the most, like, it has been decreased to only 2, but also Assault Curious gives 5 extra, so that's extra 7 armor as well. And now Rubik, he can be the one who can also jump in the middle of a fight with the Blink Dagger, with the Slytherin Crush. Finally, we're going to be seeing Rubik winning the game. At least the two of us. He did win some before. Quinn, Shiva's Guard in, trying to scout things out.
I wouldn't speak too soon. We've also not seen Rubik bin, but we've also seen the Mega Creep Curse be a thing.
It's a difficult one.
Yeah, this one looks very out of hand. If they do, in fact, get Mega Creeps, I feel like this one is looking surely in the bag. This has just been a complete turnaround of and just absolute beatdown from this Phantom Lancer. This is the last set that will be focused. Ace doesn't need to be there. He's got Solar Guardian ready to go when need be. Blink Slither and Crush from XM as well as Tofu. But steals the Mistcoil again, so not giving up that Aphotic Shield. Now steals Mistcoil again. Now steals Mistcoil again.
Uses it.
Ooh.
Let's see, XXS. Every single time.
Looking for an opening.
Not going to give it away.
On the back line, this might be the play. They've got the Hex to go to the Serpent Wards. They get the kill on a Maladage, but they use the Solar Guardian, dropping in immediately. They lose your orb and jaunting towards the back end of the fight, but XM's off to the side, not committing to anything just yet. They do not have this Jakiro, but they still have an Aegis. They still have 2 lives available on Watson. They're not committing just yet. They want this Jakiro to be back in. He can come over to the outpost. He's only 40 seconds away, but it will be towards the end of that Aegis. Didn't get that final tier 3.
No, but speaking of neutral items, Phantom Lancer did leave his Poor Man's Shield. This is Poor Man's Shield with Unleashed. So getting extra bit of a damage block as well with Titanic, having base attack damage, which is very good again because of his innate ability. So right now he's sitting at 350 damage. When he uses that Phantom Rush, that's with the Phantom Rush.
Still 295.
I love without big numbers, yeah.
Maybe they can make a hold, immediately TPing into the outpost. Solar Guardian available again. Dream Coil going to be thrown onto Jinkyu. Finally, a Photic Shield is going to be stolen. So now you've got that, but you are immediately killed for your grievances. They'll look for XXS. The borrowed time, it's going to get popped. 12 seconds left on this Aegis, so maybe they have a chance to go after Watson as the Aegis expires, but Ame's on the run with the BKB, and Watson wants to chase him down, but eventually turns back and secures himself mega creeps. In goes XM, but out he goes in a body bag. If they could just lock him down, and they will. Maladich dead one more time, so both supports are out of the fight, but they get the kill on a Jinkyu, and now they'll look over at the rest of the heroes on the side of Xtreme. They pop that Aphotic Shield. They've got the lockdown on XXS, who gets back into the fountain just barely, but the Waiting Rift pulling them all in as they start to overwhelm.
Back to full HP. Buyback. There is no buyback available on Slardar. Both supports on Gaimin, they do have buyback, but I guess they saw way too many games so far in Wallachia. They do not want to commit, so it's going to be a bit of a slower siege.
Yeah,
it's really not that slow.
They've got mega creeps, and I would say at this point, if they somehow let this game go, you could call me Shirley, and that ain't my name. So I don't think Gaimin Gladiators are really in a position that this one's going to be dropped. But they've got the throne exposed. They've got the silence. They'll throw down the Dream Coil. That's going to be out of 2. Pelosin is just immediately dead. Borrowed time is popped one more time. They'll buy back on the Shadow Shaman, and they continue to just poke from afar. There's no reason to commit any further than they need to. Serpent Wards were committed, but again, Xtreme looking for a way in, and they just have no door to go through. The door is locked. They glyph, they hold on, they buy some time. There's the Solar Guardian, they go to the Hex, but the damage coming through onto the throne will make sure that they get game number 1, and Gaimin Gladiators with a Phantom Lancer and a Rubik will take game number 1.
Oh, what a great performance, showing that they are not afraid to play some of the new heroes as well. Overall, 24 pick Phantom Lancer did work out great for them.
Yeah, worked out great with the Phantom Lancer, and I kind of want to hear what this panel has to say about the Phantom Lancer, so let's throw it their way.
Sir Lancelot is back. That's what I want to say. We're going to have probably more PL games coming. I will say, okay, this was probably one of the better PL games that Gaimin could have gotten for themselves. But that was great to watch. It was a little bit of a back and forth game, though, or rather one back and one forth in favor of Gaimin Gladiators. A lot to talk about here with Jenkins and Fear. First off, though, opinions on the Phantom Lancer. I do want to hear the initial reaction.
I mean, it was great. I just think that it was, yeah, we might not have a lot of Phantom Lancers going forward, but this game was a statement to let people remember this hero still does exist. You can't just pick Shadow Demon, Slardar, TA, and Shadow Shaman in the same draft and expect them to not take out a last pick PL. So yeah, the hero is pickable, which is great. It's been a long time since it's even been pickable. A lot of teams are just like, this hero doesn't exist. We don't have to look at it. But Watson forcing them to remember this is a hero.
Oh yeah, big time. We have unlocked a playable character here. So, I mean, the thing is, like, depending on the meta, certain heroes are actually imba because the traditional counters to those heroes just aren't good. You know, we've talked about like Shadow Shaman in the past, Shadow Demon, heroes like Ringmaster. They do not do well into illusion heroes. They do not do well into Zoo. And we even saw that Terrorblade was one of the bans coming out from Xtreme because that is like the only good illusion hero. Nobody's running Naga as a carry. We've also kind of theory crafted that here or there. Could they flex the Naga to a carry? Because against TA, for example, who's an S tier hero, illusion heroes own them, but the best one is the Terrorblade. So people just ban it out, and in Gene X, you know, they're like so confident that the Phantom Lancer is not going to come out. So it makes me think like maybe the value on an S tier hero like TA will now go down because instead of just a singular illusion answer to the hero being viable, now Gaimin has proven that PL has actually received enough buffs that it's good on last pick. I mean, I think we saw in an interview, I can't remember which player it was. I think it was Laurel. He's like, yeah, PL's maybe good on last pick, but that's it. Maposhka's like, nah, you can always find a better hero. But it looks like Laurel was right in this case.
Yeah, it did.
I love the misquoting going on there. I love the misquoting.
The misquoting.
Wasn't it Laurel?
I mean, you just misquoted Maposhka because he said only. He said it's only. I'm just gonna do Maposhka justice here because he says it's only good on last pick, but oftentimes there's still a better hero. is what Maposhka said.
Yeah, that is close enough to what I said, Cheever. Go ahead.
Absolutely not.
Well, we are lucky to be in the job. We can make up any quotes that someone said and make it sound
Maposhka
like...
he said Phantom Lancer is shit.
Dog shit.
No, I think Watson made a great case for the hero in this particular game. He is the standout player, I think, having the confidence of picking the hero up when it is a good game. Probably called for it himself.
Sure. I mean, he definitely was in a position this game where he just had to get to his item timings. And I think the important thing is the itemization was perfect as well.
I agree.
Like, you can get baited by this hero to do like some of the more trendy meta, bad PL builds that people have been experimenting with, like going early Shard into Bloodthorn into this Aghanims we're talking about. These are all like bad items.
This is what I've been seeing in every single one of my pubs when somebody picks a PL.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
It's like,
I
oh
will
shit,
say-
he's invis. Oh no.
This PL obviously looked great at the end of the game, because I think we do need to give some light to Xtreme Gaming, that especially at the start of the game, Fear, they were doing quite well, and particularly XM was doing quite well.
Yeah, absolutely. They were outplaying Gaimin Gladiators this game. So, like, I think looking at this game here, like, this isn't going to be a situation where you're just straight up going, Gaimin's the better team here. No, absolutely not, because the starter was popping off. He got that triple kill in the mid lane. He got a very early Blink Dagger. I think 1 minute past this time, there should be like a Blink Dagger in his inventory, which is extremely fast with treads on this hero. So I think this hero in particular isn't like the strongest hero in Dota right now, but XM, he made it work. Look at the net worth too. Like, it's just unfortunate they got in a situation where no matter how well they played, if this game went long enough and Watson got farmed enough, the game was utterly hopeless. It's been a while since you've seen a game where you're just watching, like, knowing the outcome. Like, you just know there was no chance unless Watson just somehow ran in and didn't click his buttons and just fed.
Which is exactly why it's I think people were kind of happy that PL was not considered a hero, because it is one of those heroes where if you pick it last pick, it is just like an insta-win as long as the game goes past a certain point. I do want to give a special shout out to the rest of Gaimin and their itemization, because Malady, he went for Greaves. That's going to heal all the PL illusions. Then on offlane, Ace went for Vlad's AC, Aghanim Scepter, all stuff to just AoE heal the illusions and not a super traditional Dawnbreaker build.
Now, obviously, it was going good for Xtreme Gaming, but at some point, the Phantom Lancer does show up in a fight, Jenkins, and that's, I think, when the tides were definitely turning.
Yeah, so in this clip here, we will simply watch Watson walk in and, counter TA in the way that, we expect the matchup to go. By the time you're actually able to Sideblade and find the main illusion, you're already completely out of mana. Really great prioritization in the fights, though, for Watson. Like, while the Aegis is respawning, he goes immediately for the backline and kills the Shadow Shaman, so he can't get off, like, multiple rounds of spells. And also, the entire time, Gaimin is very healthy here because of the itemization coming out from the other heroes. Like, you can see Watson is actually quite low at the end of the fight, but having the Greaves, having the Vlads, all of these things like tip the balance that Fear is talking about, where you hit a certain point and the game is just unwinnable. You cannot kill the PL, and you get there a little faster by having 20% lifesteal, a little bit of armor from the AC, from the Vlad. So Gaimin knew the game plan. They played for it. Xtreme also knew the game plan, and they tried, but it was just kind of banking on, like, okay, PL, let's just hope that it's a bad hero, or we can win out the game early.
Yeah, we saw the progression of this game, like on the bottom fight where the tier 2, right? The PL dove the Shadow Demon. He died on that. He got a couple of kills. Next fight, he had a heart. He almost dies, but barely lives. Next fight, he had a butterfly. He never got low ever again. The game was just over.
Yeah, I felt like this was one of the typical games where the overall last pick is just going to be the strongest hero in the game, and there's really nothing that Xtreme Gaming could do against it. I'm doubtful that they'll let that happen again, though. But we're going to find out what's going to happen in game number 2 after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back. You are watching PGL Wallachia Season 5, and we are in the upper bracket. And that's right. We got Xtreme Gaming and Gaimin Gladiators. They have a best-of-3. Winner will be guaranteed top 3 here. Loser will be dropping down to the lower bracket. Game 1 was going the way of Gaimin Gladiators, but we saw spots of light for both teams. Xtreme Gaming had a really solid early game, but Gaimin Gladiators, they just had the overall last pick, and they smashed with it. So we're going to find out what's going to happen in game number 2, because I'm sure that both teams have something to learn from. Because Jenkins, yes, Gaming won, but I'm sure they're going to want to rethink how they're going to play those first 15 minutes.
I think so too. Definitely, you want to give a little more respect to XM, even though he'll pick a hero like Slardar, which hasn't seen a huge amount of success. He seems to be the one guy that is able to dominate the lane so well, or abuse the stacks, or whatever it is that's giving him the little advantage where like he can actually make these lane dominating picks work. And I think for Xtreme, it's not so much the PL that they should reconsider. Of course, now that is on the radar, but it's also the fact that this is what Gaimin has been doing in every single game that they've won, is they will early pick Quinn, his hero, which they actually didn't this game, but they always get Watson, his like last pick cheese, perfect for the game hero. So there's the option to just take last pick. There's the option to have a little more flex, so maybe you can counter what's coming out. Not drafting all single target, I think, also is
a good start.
Like just having a draft that leaves less like holes in it, where you're lacking this one thing a lot and it can be abused, because Gaimin will abuse it.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree, and I think Gaimin have a really good read on the patch right now. I truly do think, just from my experience in either playing pubs or just watching competitive games, there's a lot of times you see carry look pretty useless when it's early picked. But on the last pick, you can get some really cool options. A lot of things are viable right now. And the big thing is, I don't see a lot of punish that matter from the mid lane or even the off lane right now. You just throw the Dawnbreaker in, lane it with any support at this point, and it does fine. And the mid lane, you might struggle once or twice, but you buy a blink and you still have a purpose in the game. I feel like as a carry, if you lose your lane, you have a bad matchup, you're just a burden for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, we did have the overall first pick was Shadow Shaman, but the first pick from Gaming was that Dawnbreaker. We've seen it be successful actually fairly frequently. Is that something that you feel like Xtreme Gaming should address in this upcoming game?
Yeah, I mean, I think you should always try and address the Dawn. It's just like, I'm not sure what the clear-cut answer to addressing this hero is, because it fundamentally changes the game so much. I haven't seen a single hero that just makes, oh, Dawn is unplayable. Silencer is the closest I've seen so far.
Nyx Assassin was a age-old counter. You would walk into the Dawn ult and
that
stop
hero's
Oh,
her
like,
from
yeah, that hero's just
in.
dead.
It's a really dead hero.
We thought PL was dead for a little while. Why?
I didn't, though.
Oh, okay,
That's the difference. You know, I actually think PL is playable. I don't think Nyx is, but maybe these position forwards can prove us wrong. But I think ever since they changed it so the Mind Flare doesn't insta-kill creeps.
He lost so many play options
Yeah,
when you did
just
that.
don't get levels anymore either, right?
Yeah.
Well, if Nyx Assassin does get picked, it means that there's one more hero or one less hero uncontested here at PGL Wallachia. We're at the moment at 26 total uncontested heroes, which is fairly low here It's quite cool. We do see the Queen of Pain banned first phase. Previous game, completely ignored. This time around, Gaimin Gladiators, they don't want to dance around it like they did in that previous game, so they just remove it from the pool.
Yeah, that was the strategy that they prepped for the first one. They're like, okay, now all bets are off. We beat them with the strategy we prepped, so let's just not give them the Queen of Pain. I think it makes sense for a team to be behind one game in a series and then go back to something that's extremely comfortable for them. So I could easily see Xtreme picking that up as one of their first phase picks.
I mean, I think drafting some more AoE control will be a start for Xtreme in this particular series. And that means the Nature's Prophet will go through. We've seen this hero on multiple roles. It's been a pretty solid carry, but mainly played as support.
Yeah, and when it is played as a support, it tends to get so farmed. And here's another hero we pretty much never see get through and also can be played from 5 or 4 position. Honestly, it's every role except for carry is what Death Prophet can be played in.
Even, is it still as successful after the mini nerf? Because we've seen her picked up a little bit.
All the games I've
think
seen,
so.
like even today, Collapse played it. He did win with it, so it looked good.
The Facet Ghosts from other hero deaths do so much damage.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Like, the thing that used to make this hero a lot more balanced, in my opinion, was the fact that the level 1 ult just wasn't that impactful because the amount of ghosts, it like doubled, almost doubled. And so the damage on it was not this late game, like insane, just shreds you, Death Prophet that you see. But now if there's a decent amount of kills in the early game, you're getting these extra like hero ghosts and they do so much damage. Like, you can legitimately shred people or towers at level 6.
Yeah, this is a hero that can do objectives if need be. Incredibly strong laner. I think the meta for offlaners for a very long time now is because you have to pick your hero early, right? You pick the most obnoxious hero to lane against possible, which will really limit the, potential options for your last pick if you are Watson here. But can also be a flex pick, as mentioned, so...
I will say that all the things you say that are so good about Death Prophet are obviously valid. Why then was it ignored in game 1?
Was it completely ignored?
Completely ignored.
Well, I think they probably should have taken it instead of the Baden.
Yeah, I mean, that's just got to be some insane
Hindsight.
mind games going on. Like, they were prepping for all the common openings and then just never pulled the trigger on any of them.
Yeah.
Until this game.
Wanted to sway away from the Queen of Pain. I don't know.
Yeah.
If that was still just in their heads and therefore the Death Prophet was not.
I think probably this game, because you're against Death Prophet, you're definitely going to go Blade Mail and Dawn rather than like Ags, Rush, or Vlad's. I mean, right now, Gaimin has picked 2 Blade Mail heroes. If they want to run Nature's Prophet as a support, you'll typically see him pick up a Blade Mail, Shard, Vessel. So that's very good against Death Prophet. Just turn the massive amount of damage that she's doing back to her.
I find it so interesting how we just went from an AA patch, right? Every game.
Yeah.
And then it turns into a Death Prophet patch and nobody picks AA.
I agree.
Because, like, fundamentally, AA is very good versus DP. Because this is a hero that just wants to survive off sight.
Against Dawn as well, right?
I mean, yes, also good versus Dawn. It just, that hero just fell off, but rest in peace, I guess. We do get a Disruptor instead. The reason I mentioned that is, like, I guess if you look at their heroes, it makes sense. Like, they're drafting no stun on Nature's, no stun on Dawn. We need some control in this game, and it looks like Disruptor will be the choice for that.
Yeah. Also, just quickly, last point on AA. It has been picked 3 times. It lost all 3 games.
Unlucky.
I mean, another final last point on AA is Peloton actually plays it. So if there's any game that we could see it, maybe it's this one, because Nature's Prophet is also a like stand there, man fight you, and heal hero with the Sprout facet.
Well,
Sprout
after
heals.
knowing his win rate, I don't think Pelosi should play it at all.
It's only 3 games. I'm sure it wasn't picked in
Sure.
the best way.
We
'Cause
got
I think at the
Tango.
beginning of this tournament, I saw a couple AAs just jammed first phase, right? I think A might come back, but more of like that niche counter pick. But not in this game, more than likely. I don't see a reason why Xtreme should pick it. Like, yeah, Dawn, it is good versus Dawn. I think it's whatever versus Nature's Prophet. don't think it hard counters them, but all the little stuff adds up, especially if you're building some auras.
I think this is a really excellent Pango pick. You can
always is.
You can. That's true. It's a very very solid hero. You can roll through the disruptor spells with debuff immunity. You kind of don't really care that much about Dawn. Like maybe she stuns you through debuff immunity for like a second, but you'll just roll into the fight. You can roll through Sprout. Nature's Prophet can't really do much to deal with you there, and it's excellent control for a Death Prophet to do her damage.
This one's kind of cool. I don't know what their idea exactly is behind it, but what I'm gathering is like, you just take the team fights very slow, you initiate with the Pango, Dawn's gonna ult in on top of an ally, and you sleep both the heroes, right? And then you can just throw the Earth Splitter and counter-initiate the counter-initiate. So this used to be like how a lot of teams would kind of counter-pick like Io, right? Like you go into a black hole or something. So Dawn technically does put herself into bad situations, and heroes like ET really punish that.
So looking at Quinn's potential mid-hero pool, all of the spirits come to mind because there is not very good lockdown for them on the side of Xtreme. Also,
yeah, he's playing Ember right now, I think.
I'm thinking Ember, or if you want to go the Quinn carry route, which they were doing earlier in the tournament, Lina also is a pretty good counter to Death Prophet, but they also do have the Pango.
All right, they'll secure the Terrorblade first. This is going to be their first pick this game.
They don't have last pick, so
yeah. So 24 pick is the best pick on second pick. 18 pick is the best pick on first pick. So they're securing the carry matchup, and TB has. I mean, it's not the best against Pango, and it's not the best against Elder Titan, but it destroys Marcy and DP, and they didn't have an answer for either of those heroes yet. So it can also use the heal very well from the Dawn.
Here's a question. Do they ban out the PL this time so they don't get PL'd? Because they have Terrorblade.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, I don't know how... And the Ember gets banned immediately. I think that was their best pick for mid, but it sounds like Quinn has multiple heroes that he is confident with. I'm not sure how much in value PL is really going up against stock right now, but it is very good versus everything right now, honestly. Dawnbreaker, however, this hero does kind of own PL in some late game situations. The Q just like procs the Luminosity heal like crazy, and it's AoE. So PL, and it scales with physical damage. So that's something. But I think also Quinn, if he ends up picking, I mean, Leshrac looks pretty good this game too, right, for them. It's something that we've seen versus Pango a lot. If Quinn picks any amount of AoE hero here, I think you do not pick the PL. But if they pick Slardar mid, then it might be on the table.
Kunkka.
Okay, yeah, maybe not now.
Yeah, it's PL's still in a spot where
they covered.
You have to have very, very little to no AoE, and I don't think it fits for this game.
So what's Zami gonna play?
Probably Drow.
His hero pool.
Drow. They banned it out.
Oh, not Drow.
Morphling. Okay.
Yeah, there it is. Good call.
Yeah, that's the other alternative to Drow that counters TB. You turn into TB and you get to steal meta. But this one can also go both ways. This can go both ways. Like you can kill Morphling with his own illusion with Terrorblade Q. I don't feel like. Did we look up the win rate of this in the previous Wallachia, and it was actually Morphling favored?
It was 6-9 this tournament.
What's relevant with that, Fear?
Morphling's pick.
Oh, it was his pick rate
Yeah.
in the win rate. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It's very nice. But it's an All-My hero. All-My's one of the people that are still enjoying Morphling as a carry. In my opinion, like when we've seen it, it looks good. I'm actually surprised that this hero fell off so much.
He needs a good lane. That's the thing, right? And Dawnbreaker is one of those lanes that Morph can actually play into this patch. So that helps a lot because the shift has been nerfed so much. So yeah, you're versus this damage over time and Dawn. You can also waveform away from the Q. It just gives you that level of safety. So it's a good pick.
It's a good pick. Is it enough?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they can. This game is way more balanced for sure. Like they both have carries that, depending on who's having a better start, will win in the late game. They both have good team fight. You've got Kunkka versus Pango. I mean, I actually kind of like Xtreme's draft a little bit more in this one, but we'll see if Tofu can make the difference with the tempo.
And to sway the Morphling TB matchup, there's an Elder Titan as well. That's going to be a 0 armor TB. Like, Morph could just melt him if the Elder Titan can actually be in position this game.
Yeah, and we're talking about carry matchups. Obviously, that is later on in the game. But we first have to see what's happened in the start of the game. And before that, we are going to hear some words from Coach CY.
Thanks, Sheev. Yeah, a lot of interesting discussion on the panel about the Morphling versus Terrorblade matchup. What's your take on it, CY?
I think traditionally, like back in the days, I think TB was like a morph counter, when Skadi was like an item you can't always bought. Now I think, like, in some cases, morph can be better against TB. I think it depends a lot on net worths. Like, I think it depends a lot who has like the best game. Because if TB is Unreal Fat and has Guardian and like all kinds of stuff, maybe one item ahead of Morph, I think he counters Morph. But on the other hand, if Morph gets like fast butterfly, sometimes he just like destroys TB. So.
All right, thank you very much. Very good answer there. And of course, also in that last game, we saw the last pick, Templar Assassin. Was that like a tempo pick? And did you think, you know, it was a strong last pick? You know, were you a little bit scared, or how did you feel about that?
So I think, like, we also thought about TA for ourselves, but I think they kind of took it so we wouldn't get it, because we kind of needed a hero or wanted a hero like that. But like, I think it's more that than that they wanted it. We're not really scared about it. We kind of thought of it for ourselves. But like, it's not the greatest against Dawn Lane. Like, it's okay. Like, in some context, depends on soups. Like, we had Rubik, not the strongest soup, so they probably thought it's fine. But like, it depends a bit, because I don't really think we cared that much about it. But.
Brilliant. And then finally, you got this draft for game number 2. You know, how are you feeling? Are you more confident in game number 1? Same confidence or less confidence?
Just generally like confident. Like, some things in draft are like different. It's a new draft like every game, but I think we're just like pretty confident in general. So.
All right, CY, thank you very, very much. Good luck in this game number 2. We'll send over to our casters of Beacop and Lacoste.
They were looking for first blood. They might be able to get it here as we drop into game number 2. Pelosin ends up dying to Ace as the skirmish was long-winded, but eventually successful here for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. It was a couple of bounty runes apiece, but that first blood going to be important in this lane. We have seen how good Dawnbreaker has been in these games, and I really like what Gaimin Gladiators have in this game number 2, especially with this Nature's Prophet that scales, or we've seen scale really well. Yes. And, you know, things might get a little spicy in the mid game, but I think right now, Gaimin, I give them a pretty high percentage.
Yeah, this is a hero that builds into relatively early. Like, you're basically rushing Spirit Vessel, which is going to be a great item against DP, great item against Morphling as well. They need a little bit of a Kale action there happening.
Oh, Watson the one saying Kale.
You're playing against a Chinese team. You got to say it.
Gotta know what's up. 500 ping.
That's playable.
Yeah, that's easy.
We will fix that shortly, I assume. But to talk about the lanes, we saw Poloson playing super aggressive against Tofu. Almost got a first blood, or first blood, second blood, because they already had it in that 3v3 skirmish. And Ace on Dawnbreaker. This is not like the easiest lane for Dawnbreaker to play into, but that first blood's definitely going to give him the upper hand in the matchup. Nature's Prophet is a bit low on HP, but this is the hero that can do a lot. Like, he can definitely gank the bottom lane. This is also not, if we talk about the bottom lane, not the most traditional pairing with Marcy. With Pango, sure, you're keeping some of the flex open with Pango and Dead Prophet, which is nice. But Pango into TB also doesn't feel the greatest. Pango is all about that physical damage. And you're playing against TB, who has 12 armor when he's sitting underneath the tower.
Yeah, that's not going to be easy to get through at all, and I don't even know if you do get through that. But maybe they just focus their attention onto the Disruptor, but they've got that pick-me-up facet.
Jinkyu's
dying.
dying.
Yeah, chasing Jinkyu, but he'll be able to survive. No level 2, no glimpse back. Just that early level metamorphosis and putting some hurt on. Starbreaker doing some damage on Ame. He has to shift. As Polosin looking over at Tofu, getting a bit of extra damage, an extra 46. And hoping to output it onto these heroes of Gaimin Gladiators. But for now, it's really not hitting hard, at least initially. But they do end up getting that kill onto the Marcy. The turnaround looking for Watson.
And you can see him not getting the damage. Like, you're playing against Double Shield, Crash Bango with Swashbuckle. a lot of that damage is reduced by insanely high armor on Terrorblade. And overall, it is a good TB game. CY also talked about the matchup, some of the timings as well, which we're going to be seeing how the game's going to develop. But if you can stay ahead as TB, this is still a very good matchup. Scotty as an item has been buffed. You're going to be kind of getting the double benefit of it. It is an item that does destroy DP, reducing her healing and also slowing her down more because she is a range hero, great against Morphling because of the same reasons. So I think he's going to be opting to go for that, but we'll see how good of a timing Ame is going to have on Butterfly. Tofu.
Oof, choosing to go in waveform forward, looking for Tofu, and Ame gets a kill with Pulse and help it out. We'll put some damage on to Ace, but
I don't know if you heard me clapping on stream. I did kill a mosquito right now, but it was also an easy clap move from Ame.
You got a lot going on over there. You
yeah,
got,
it's
you got
that
the
time
mosquito
of the year.
clap. You got to kill these bugs that are going after you. You're also dealing with the post-spicy food going on with you, and Tofu coming back in, making Bosun's life like a mosquito, easy to just swat down.
Yesterday we had a pause during the BetBoom series when they paused because of the mosquito.
Yeah. You don't get that luxury. You just have to be...
I have to keep talking.
Yeah, you have to keep talking and keep trying to kill them. And they get that kill and they end up getting one back. Easy kill, easy maneuver, and overall it's just looking all right to start for Gaimin Gladiators. But XM 23-5 mid. Happy with what he's getting out of the map. I thought maybe we'd see a little bit of a drop-off on seeing Death Prophet, but still seemingly pretty popular.
Yeah, she's been highly contested. This hero, I believe, has been played only 7 times, but looked pretty damn good every single game. Her Aghanim Scepter got nerfed, so you don't have slow anymore, but there are items that you can still buy on the hero and feel good. This hero is extremely tanky. But speaking of tankiness, there is also Sunder on TB. There is Kunkka with the boat, so you can delay some of that damage if you can get it on TB. If he doesn't get bursted, that also means that his Sunder is going to be very easy to use. In terms of the damage burst on Xtreme Gaming, DP's damage is a bit on the slower side. Pango needs to get to Rolling Thunder. Marcy has a bit of an explosive damage, and most of the damage most likely is going to be coming from ET, his Aura, and Morphling in mid and late game if it comes down to that.
Dispose on a Maladich, but no follow-up. There's ways in, most likely, for both the Morphling as well as the Pangolier. They could wave form and they can jump in, blink with Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
Who's your pick-me-up target to drop in the middle?
They don't have that one. Like, usually you have some big, beefy offlaner. Most likely it is Axe that wants to go in. So this lane is not the strongest. XXS is doing a pretty good job in terms of CSing, and I like this build-up. Instead of going for Diffusal Blade this game, he wants to have extra bit of a stats, going for Urn of Shadows into Spirit Vessel. This is the item build that you can buy ever since we changed the item build, because Pango is Universal Hero, and ever since we changed recipe for Spirit Vessel instead of the booster, which was kind of a bad one. Now you build it with Diadem, which is something that Pango would like to buy.
6 all attributes feels pretty nice. Also a good looking item. Pull us in. Trying to come over and maybe attack Tofu a touch. Haven't seen Tofu really teleport to anything at the moment, but we'll just stack real quick. Also 6 minutes, and that's going to be a regen rune. They will
glyph immediately. You can kind of expect them to play with Death Prophet. It is very easy to assume what they're going to do. Death Prophet hits level 6. She has 4 Spirit Collectors, so those goats are going to be stronger. But Gaimin Gladiators, they know. They are reading this pretty well. And Maladich doesn't have much mana to work with, does have Mango in the bottom lane if he also needs to come to the mid lane, but Death Prophet with Regen can be a bit tricky. 2 Spirit Siphon charges, plus the Regen rune, plus the Raindrop. This hero is just not gonna die that easily. I don't think it's gonna die at all with that Regen.
Swipe that stack that was just made. But Maladich
nicely
picked me up.
Done from
He's
Maladich.
in trouble. They had XM TP to the bottom lane trying to get a kill on Maladich, and they will with the Exorcism. And Watson, he's only level 5, and he is dead as well. XM using that Exorcism to come through towards bottom to get a kill. And that is now Tofu swiping. but getting disposed of, so that will be him not being able to leave this fight anymore, and he'll have to sit here for what might just be an inevitable death for him. Body blocks from Jingyu, making sure that he can't run away. Swashbuckle connects, and they've got the pick-me-up, and they get the kill onto the Prophet. Took that shrine, and it ended up being a shrine for Tofu, a shrine for Ace.
It was a cool play from Maladich with his electromagnetic repulsion. Love saying that word. Very easy to remember, very easy to pronounce as well. Where he blinked, like walked in front of them, and then the shield crash pushed him away, like closer to the TB. This is the first time I'm actually seeing somebody use this innate ability. Like, you can tell that this was a move that he wanted to make, knowing where shield crash is going to land.
Trying to use it, trying to be effective, but right now...
Oh, another big one.
Xtreme happy. Arcane Rune bottled up. They will also Solar Guardian in for Ace and Gaimin Gladiators. Celestial Hammer and the Glimpse back. They get the kill into XM. Now they'll look over at these supports. Closing under the Tier 1 tower still isn't really that safe. Ace and Quinn are here, and Quinn will get credit for that kill as they're right up onto the tower.
They have very good ways of outnumbering opponents. Dawnbreaker, ulti, Nature's Prophet deeping in, and now this is going to be good damage to the Tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Marcy did a good job picking him up out of Dawn ulti, but it still wasn't enough. With the Glimpse, with the X mark, they have ways of controlling it. Watson in the bottom lane, sitting in the middle of the pack right now.
Yeah, not exactly the best start for this Terrorblade compared to what maybe we saw with the Phantom Lancer keeping up towards the top. But he's fine for the moment. He'll be holding on to whatever he's getting over bottom and maybe backing up into the jungle with the pressure that was put on, and potentially a Tier 1 tower to take here for Xtreme. They've also brought the Death Prophet down towards bottom. He'll lose this tower, and that means he's going to be backing up into the jungle. Not the worst thing in the world for the Terrorblade, but compared to what Ame has, at least for now, he's about 500 gold behind. Ame's happy with his lane, didn't really get pressured at all.
No, it's hard with Dawnbreaker and Nature's Prophet to kill. You can always shift. He did put the second point in shift as well. He did nerf shift a couple of times. We did nerf his mana regen. I saw a lot of Morphlings pick up one Null Talisman just to have enough mana sustain, but Ame realizing that there's not going to be too much fighting in the lane. He doesn't need to use his mana, instead opting to go for Vlad's immediately.
Early Vlad's pickup.
And so is Ace. He's going for the same item build one more time, seeing that there's a lot of physical damage, Morphling, DP, and Pango, even ET, so wants to provide his team with any kind of extra armor. Ace itemization in the previous game was perfect. We'll see what he's going to do this time around, if it's going to be Aghanim Scepter one more time after that. Watson.
The Linger on the Axe is just really good. It's hard to not want to grab, right?
Yeah.
Jumps back onto this Marcy, and the Swashbuckle looking to jump, picks up XXS, and they get themselves some distance with no Glimpse. It's still on cooldown for 10 seconds. It's a Metamorphosis that was used to try and get a kill, but you'll use it to farm anyway. So you usually always get something out of it as long as you don't die.
Yesterday, Yatoro, when he played TB, even though they did lose that game, he did a very good job with Other Facet. It was the only TB with the Other Facet, everybody else playing it with Condemned, where he is using his HP to summon the illusions at the full HP, and then he uses Sunder, which allows you to go for this a more aggressive play at the start, but everybody else has been picking up the different facet.
Kunkka, top of the net worth, leading the charge. They do have Wrath of Nature available on the Nature's Prophet, so some extra damage if they maybe want to make a smoke play happen, and they do start with that. Smoke onto Queen as well as Maladich.
It's all about anti-heal. I think they will have a pretty clear timing, like pretty good timing overall on Gaimin with the trifecta against the heal, health restoration, Orphan getting caught.
Static Storm, Starbreaker, do they have the damage to sweep on a 3? But the Static Storm, not going to be enough. They'll glimpse Ame back. The Rolling Thunder connects onto Ace. Spirit Vessel on him as XXS will now focus onto Quinn, who's kind of caught up right on this edge of the steps, and he gets bounced up out of the high ground, blocked in his spot, has to try and TP out. The torrent lands, and he will be out there before they get the sweep again onto the Kunkka. Dispose onto Ace, glimpsing back this Death Prophet. Ace trying to run, has that Starbreaker, but the body blocks. The Celestial Hammer will get some space and a good sprout to stop
you shall not pass on this bridge. There can only be one hero. Maladich will die in the end, but it was also a very nice read from Quinn, knowing that they have no ways of stopping his TP from going off, knowing that ET doesn't have stun ready. Still, Paulson did a very good job stopping that gank on Morphling. Ame doesn't die in the end, which is the most important thing for Xtreme Gaming. Pretty even game. And I talked about the atomization. They will have Shiva's Guard on Quinn, who is rushing it after the Blade Mail. Spirit Vessel about to be completed on Nature's Prophet, and also Terrorblade. I think in this one, you want to probably get an earlier Scotty as your second/third item, depending where you want to go back to Dragonlance after finishing off Manta style, and then pick up that Scotty.
So you wouldn't want this Manta to then lead to a Hurricane Pike. Just the component of the Dragonlance is enough.
Yeah, most likely. It depends on the game. Like with the Hurricane Pike, you have a little bit more extra protection against yourself, but if the boat also gets on top of you, if you get clipped by it, that also means you have that extra numbness to the burst damage, which might be enough. Plus, you also have Dawnbreaker, so we'll see how he's going to itemize, whether he needs or feels that he is going to be dying. XXS, roll.
Forced to roll away, trying to grab a glimpse. But no sight set onto the Pangolier. Avoiding yet another gank that comes in from Gaimin Gladiators. They continue to charge forward, and they are not able to really connect just yet. They're holding on to a little bit of a net worth lead. But Xtreme doing a good job of dodging these ganks and continuing to just farm and go towards their next items. They've almost got that Manta style available onto this Morphling. They're looking at a Death Prophet that wants the Veil into the BKB, also has a Yules already, and the Blink Dagger is available soon for XXS, so he'll have that initiation.
I don't think they're in any kind of rush. They could potentially try to take a fight near the Roche Pit, use Exorcism, or what's left out of it after the team fight, and then maybe get Roshan for themselves, because they definitely have more than enough damage. You have DP with Exo, Morphling Vlad, so you have sustain. We've seen these Nature's Prophet, I think you said it multiple times, really starting to scale, especially if the game slows down, where you can be farming on the other side of the map, farming on the enemy side of the map if necessary.
They've scaled really well as these... I know that Xtreme aren't really pressured to try and make a move and play aggressive, but if you give enough time over to a Nature's Prophet, sometimes you're asking to be up against 4 very farmed cores. For right now, you know, he does have 3,500 net worth, so he is farming parts of the map that the rest of Gaimin aren't exactly seeing. Although there's only 5 kills at the moment, so there hasn't been much impact in terms of getting kills onto Xtreme for the Nature's Prophet, but that's also been because Xtreme's done a good job of kind of keeping themselves out of harm's way.
Both teams playing it a bit slower, waiting for the next item, waiting to see maybe they can get a pick-off. They try to make some pick-offs on Gaimin in the bottom side of the map twice, but not really successful. Right now, they don't have that much damage. And also, Xtreme Gaming giving respect to Dawnbreaker. If they're trying to make a move on a different side of the map, they know that this level 2 Donald can easily come in, and now they're going to gank him instead. That's one way to deal with it.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder bouncing off the edge. They go to the pick-me-up, and they're right on top of Ace. They get this kill, but the commitment in from Tofu. Ghost Ship hits the Spirit Vessel on a Jin-Q. That will be a 1-for-1. The Static Storm is going to be placed here onto XXS. That's 2 kills for the side of Gaimin Gladiators in response to losing Ace. And a good movement over from Gaimin to answer the call of Xtreme Gaming.
Getting something done. They're still a tier 1 tower, so they can TP rotate to it. We talked about their global presence, and one way to deal with it is, again, to gank the Dawnbreaker, especially if she's showing. In the game number 1, Ace was doing a pretty good job with his movement, staying in these outer rings, never showing on the map, knowing that teams do understand how to play against this hero, because he's been very popular in the tournament. Very close to the Aghanim Scepter. Then you can come into the fight almost immediately.
I would say maybe the case that Ace is staying in the lane is because you've got Nature's Prophet taking up those spots where he was farming last game, right?
Yeah, it could be. This hero does love to get the good amount of farm. I also want to see what his next item is going to be. We saw a good amount of position 4s getting Blade Mail, because it's a lot about physical damage. Then you can TP in, and you can also have that extra bit of a protection from your shield that you get after teleporting. That 250 barrier could come in handy with the blade mail, having the second blade mail as well in Kunkka. There is good amount of uncontrollable damage, and it's also an extra armor. You're playing against pretty much all physical damage lineup.
Tofu is near Polosin. GQ also nearby. He's got 1,400 gold saved up. I'm curious to see what he wants to get. We've seen a lot of Aghanim Scepters being built on the
you need an item in between. Like, you need this choice. You need something, and I think Blade Mail is the correct choice. Makes you super tanky, then you can start thinking about maybe getting the Aghanim Scepter, maybe pick up the shard of your own.
Right.
But for now, they are farming, and I do think it benefits Gaimin Gladiators slightly more if they can get to the next round of items. Like, DP is not the hero that farms the fastest. She want to be using her ulti, getting the kills, getting the objectives after. So if you're not using Exo, you're pretty much just pushing the waves out. Also, Marcy is kind of the same hero. You need to be fighting to get the gold. You can't really farm.
They've got the X. Torrent Static Storm. They control the kinetic field. That is an easy kill for Gaimin. Spell stacking well and making sure that XXS is unable to get away. But Jinkyu searching, not really finding Ace. They know where he's at right now as he gets the creeps inside the lane. Marcy's gonna have some help in a moment from Morphling as well as the Elder Titan.
Underneath the tower again.
It's gonna be tough.
Not the easiest hero to kill. A lot of armor sitting at 22 underneath the tower. Their damage burst is definitely not there. Ame also opting to go for BKB, so that's going to delay his butterfly timing, something that CY, the coach of Gaimin, did talk about. Whether he gets the timing on early butterfly, but it feels like he needs extra bit of a protection. Against Disruptor ulti, against Glimpse, against X, could be very good. And this is a very deep observer that they just placed.
I really like the Inoue Knobs vision that we've been seeing from a lot of these teams. Getting themselves a lot of info on where these heroes are trying to sneak some farm, or maybe they're ganking over. Potential smoke spots. They are smoking towards mid. They are going to look for this Disruptor. He jumps back behind the tier 1 tower, but now they commit in. They've got that Crypt Swarm, the Exorcism, and a kill there for XM on Malich. More deep wards placed, this time by Xtreme. I wonder if Tofu will spot this, or if he'll just be spotted and killed himself. Cheeky Wrath of Nature.
You get so much gold with this hero. Lanes are pretty much always going to be in a good spot. You can push them out with TB. Kunkka one-shots the creep wave almost once he gets to his level 15, which he's very close with that extra 70 Tidebringer damage. XXS, he's having a trouble itemizing against what he's playing against, because you're playing against a lot of physical damage, a lot of magic damage, X, Static Storm as well. If they drop it immediately, it is quite difficult. Like, your shard's not going to help you. He does have it, but if they initiate immediately with some, like, Torrent Static Storm, it is quite difficult. There is no other save than Marcy with the pickup facet.
Yeah, Sweep's not really like a reliable save from Elder Titan or anything like that.
Yeah, you need to be there. Like, again, we are having some of the issues from Gaimin supports where they don't farm that quickly. Marcy, Jinkyu doesn't have a game.
Yeah, it's not really that great. You can see the Nature's Prophet very far ahead.
And it's only going to get worse.
He's got enough gold for the Blade Mail, but I guess maybe he's kind of holding. Potentially their thoughts are to go for Tormentor and then see if he gets the shard.
Never buy shard. I love that. Never buy shard mentality. My favorite, especially when it's a good shard. Maybe you'll get it from Tormentor at 40 minutes.
It's rolling the dice. At the same time, they get this Tormentor. I like this move from Xtreme. They go and get themselves an Aegis.
Maladich needs to run away.
And it's for Maladich. So let's see if the purchase happens for the Nature's Prophet, or if he just buys out on that Blade Mail. You said never buy shard. Now you just got to wait till 32 minutes.
Just delay it. You kill the first Tormentor, second Tormentor probably belongs to you. That's the mentality.
He bought it. Curse of the Old Growth picked up.
That's the right choice.
Yeah, we're out here being greedy from our observer status. Even with that Aegis, they're down 4,000 net worth. This has been a pretty quiet game, only 8-7, 22 minutes in, but they are smoked up. They want to use this Aegis. They've got everything available to them except for the Unleash from the Marcy at the moment.
Arcane Rune on DP.
I was talking about how Xtreme had been doing good at avoiding any movements from Gaimin Gladiators, but they're doing the same on the side of Gaimin. 2 BKBs for Xtreme, so they can feel very confident, at least in these fights early on, with 9-second BKBs. Let's see if Jinkyu can maybe help out. XXS, who goes in for Maladich, and this Rolling Thunder ends up being a bit of a waste. X marks the spot, but the waveform, Ame, avoiding any disturbances coming in from Gaimin Gladiators, and the side of Xtreme have kind of backed off.
Oh, interesting. So Quinn did decide to go for more spellcaster-oriented build instead of taking the damage on 15, 25% torrent damage and knockup duration. So I assume he's going to be building into some like Octarine Core, Shard, maybe try to pick up Hex as well. Thinking that they can scale with the damage. Jinkyu is just straight up dead.
Nowhere for him to go, nothing to rebound off of.
Something to point out that Kunkka has been heavily nerfed in the previous patch on his Shard. Your tidal wave distance has been decreased by 500 and cast range has been decreased by 350. So I want to see, because I haven't tested it out yet, I feel like it's gonna be pretty massive in terms of how close you need to be to the fight.
BKB avoiding the
committing.
But now he's got to find a way to wave form into the low ground. BKB's going to run out in a moment. They're holding the X, but he'll be able to escape that. And maybe they pulled it back, and he was still in that BKB. They go to the tidal wave. That'll pull in this Death Prophet, but they're jumping in for more. The Earth Splitter comes in from below Sin, but here is Ace with the Sword Guardian. They can kill Jinkyu. They look over at XM, who's inside the Static Storm, but he's got his own BKB. Rolling Thunder bounces Watson up onto the high ground, but he'll force staff back into the low ground, back into the fight. They're looking over at Death Prophet, who had the Spirit Vessel on them. They'll hit the sleep, and now they'll try to run, but glimpse back onto Pelosin. Ace right into the face of the Elder Titan. While Tofu from the high ground gets the Sprout and locks up XM to get a kill there, and they'll also take the life of Pelosin. So a fight for Gaimin Gladiators that goes their way. They don't get the kill on Ame, but they take what's around him.
Man, that's a lot of survivability. Them not losing a single hero. Both coming in very handy. Dawnbreaker with Vlad's, with Aghanim Scepter, healing them up. NP's then doing quite a lot of damage in the previous fight as well. This is also pre-Blade Mail. We talked about him scaling. Look at the difference now between him and Jinkyu.
XXS. Rolling up, swashbuckling, and now the attempt to TP out, but there is the glimpse. They don't need it, as he is dead anyway. So Maladich getting the kill in XXS, and that ends up being 4 kills for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. This is definitely very favorable for Gaimin. They don't get Ame, but Ame doesn't really have a chance to do much of anything. He's thinking about putting the damage on.
You gotta respect Admiral's Ram on Kunkka. This is not the target you want to initiate on. Seeing that your damage is not really explosive. You can't really kill him straight away. DP needs to connect onto the target, use the Spirit Siphon charge. ET needs to be plus Morphling to be able to kill him. And then Dawnbreaker ulti comes through. Suddenly he's back almost to almost full HP. And then you need to take the fight. He's ready to run back. XXS gets baited slightly later, seeing that Kunkka is a bit on the low HP, and he dies. He pays with his life.
10 seconds remaining on that Aegis. That'll run out, and they did not really get much positives from this Aegis that they got. They are top of the net worth on the Morphling, but the difference in between, when you look at these other cores for the side of Xtreme, their games are just really held back by the game state and what they've been able to accomplish overall. XXS only 10.5 thousand on the net worth. he is getting caught up to by this Nature's
Yeah, you
Prophet.
don't scale. This is the problem. Like, if you're playing from ahead, getting this Spirit Vessel, if you're dominating, if you're dictating the tempo of the game, it can be really good, but it also doesn't allow you to farm as much. So now you have him who's not going to be able to scale, at least not until he gets to his Aghanim Scepter. I see a Ghost Scepter as well, seeing that there's a lot of physical damage on the side of Gaimin, trying to protect himself against DB. And then you also have Marcy with just a Glimmer Cape.
Trying to keep these heroes alive, but the damage isn't just burst from Gaimin. They sustain it for a long time. Like, it is long, drawn-out fights from Gaimin Gladiators, and Xtreme just don't have the tools to really work a long fight at the moment.
No, it's more about using DPLT, ETLT, and Pango's role to try to grab the kill. Ame now at least does have Butterfly, so that's going to be pretty big. Watson seems like he doesn't care, at least at the moment, too much about this matchup. No MKB, nothing like that. Doesn't have Serrated Shiv. I guess he was not blessed by Gaimin in this one to have something to pierce through that evasion. But it's going to be more about the damage that he's going to be dealing to other heroes, and then they can deal with Morphling, because they have Spirit Vessel, they have Shiva's Guard on Kunkka. That health restoration is not going to be the greatest.
Melody making Aghanim Scepter, but that is
pretty standard.
A dream pretty far away, though, at the moment. BKB next for Watson, or at least queued up. Curious to see how long that takes him to get, and you can see already Tofu kind of scaling into a Nullifier. He's already got 2,100 gold.
That's going to be an insane item against multiple Ghost Scepters, Yule Scepter, double Glimmer Cape, Solar Crest. They lock onto a target, they are going to kill it straight away.
I mean, it just is.
Can't deal the damage. Like, I would like to see the damage numbers on Ame.
They aren't going to be that high, right? Like, yeah, 6.8 thousand. He's got half of what Nature's Prophet gives you.
Very close to nice, but not there yet.
Very close. I think he might skip over it, though, after the next fight.
Yeah, one hit, that's it.
Yeah. XXS picks up the Ags. That Spirit Vessel blink. Still, though, neither team forced to really go where, well, Xtreme, they're down by a lot, but they don't feel like they can go.
Roshan's going to be respawning shortly. Needs another 45 seconds or something.
Is that what the clock says?
Yep.
That's 45 seconds? That looks like 20.
Oh, it was 45 seconds when I said it. Does it still look like 45?
No. No, it doesn't.
I wonder why.
That looks like 10, right, guys? You can wave the mouse up and down to say yes. That's fine. 5 seconds.
Almost there.
Counterclockwise? Infinity. All right, I got you guys. Yeah, there it is. Roche.
On a different side. He's in a different pit.
We got baited.
He's in his summer home.
We got baited. The clock was there. We thought Roche was coming into that area. I watched as nothing spawned in front of me. Production playing some jokes on me in the middle of the game. 4 staff for Ame. Wants to turn that into the Hurricane Pike. He wants to at least have a defensive item here. He's also got that BKB. He's going into the Satanic, and yeah, does finish off that Pike. So now Roche is up. A fight won by Xtreme would be massive, but if they don't get the initial kill with the Rolling Thunder and the Exorcism, it feels like their fight peters out pretty quickly.
Morphling can carry you the game, especially if this Morphling is staying on top of the network. Problem is, others don't scale as much. The DP needs to do a lot with Exorcism. Smoking? Seems like they know. They saw the Shiva's Guard aura in the bottom lane. Watson immediately pinged it out.
They scanned. It
Read this clock, Benjamin.
I don't even know what that says.
It's Illuminati sign. I saw it.
I don't know. That's an F for doubt right there. That's the food pyramid.
It's the pyramid scheme, yeah. You have any of your friends that did message you, like in the last couple of years, to join their project?
Their MLM?
Yeah.
Well, if you just sell 50 sets of these knives, then you could go on vacation. And then if you get 3 people
Sold.
to do it,
I'm down.
Oh, wow. Chat, it's just a couple of sets of knives.
Ame getting initiated on, down to half HP immediately.
You'll get pulled back, thinking about the Rolling Thunder. Kinetic Fields, Maladich dead very quickly. Ame doing a lot of damage, but now they hit the sweep. They're going to jump in, and Jinkyu going to go in. I see he knows his judo as he jumps through and kills off Ace, but they get the kill to the Marcy quickly. Ame getting low. Quinn trying to get the kill there, but Ame still alive and finishes off Tofu. Blows some balls, and Watson trying to fight back, but Ame, he can't do any more. Evasion is a lot, but is it enough? It certainly is making things difficult. But Watson finally gets the triple kill and the Ghost Scepter TP out. But the Torrent lands, it stops that TP from XXS. The tidal wave puts him onto the low ground, and it will be Watson with the ultra kill looking for even more.
While all this is happening, they did manage like the catapult wave, 30 minutes. It's only one catapult, but still they pushed it out with Nature's Prophet ulti. Lane is going to be pushing in, and now they have Roshan secured. Not the cleanest fight from Gaimin, using Dawn ulti to try to save position 5, who dies off immediately, so they don't really get the value out of it. And also Watson not caring too much about carry-to-carry matchup until this point, where you can see the evasion. It's really like he can't deal the damage to Morphling. He still managed to kill him, but it took him a couple of good right clicks as well. And also the entry from Ame, coming into the fight with half HP, thinking that maybe he can lifesteal slightly more. Jinkyu, that was a good jump, killing off Ace as well immediately, but then Watson stands his ground. Ame with a metamorphosis as well of his own, still not good enough. And check
the evasion.
Yeah, check Quinn also with the shard. Like I talked about this shard being heavily nerfed. Look when he tried to use it on DP to pull him back. In the previous patch, would definitely be able to get him. Like it's nothing.
Would have gotten both the Death Prophet and the Pango in that pull.
Yep.
Oh, it would have given the Rampage.
Pango also with Fortune favors the bold. Like chance reduction is 40%, so the crits were not coming into him. Still dies to right click. 6, 1, and 6 on Terrorblade, and now about to finish off his MKB.
I always forget that that's what that's called. Fortune favors the bold.
Yeah, like you really don't see it much in action.
Well, there was a bunch of commercials in the U.S. where like Matt Damon was telling me that Fortune favors the bold.
I love Matt Damon.
Matt Damon.
Why do people hate Matt Damon? Like he's a pretty good actor. He's that's it. That's all it takes.
Oh, wait, no, I don't know. I don't hate Matt Damon. I just said he was in a bunch of commercials. Unfortunately, XXS, even though Fortune favors the bold, and Matt Damon's told me to that, he's not going to be able to ask Gaimin Gladiators, how about them apples? Because they are not getting the damage out. And they're the ones eating the apples on their side as Gaimin Gladiators. They've got themselves an Aegis, they've got an amplified damage, they can continue to push, and I don't know what's stopping them from potentially breaking more of the high ground.
They're ready to go. Also, their jump isn't really there, like the high ground defense. It needs to be some ETLT into Pango's role. Otherwise, like you don't have that clear entry to the fight. Like you have DP as your mid laner who needs to pop the XO, and then you can try to fall back. Ace.
Did you just see Tofu fake a TP in between everybody of Xtreme for a second? Totally gonna do it, guys. Like, sure. Alright.
Tofu does have GD Pollen back, so he can TP into them. This is 700 AoE, health restoration, 30% against DP, against Morphling. Could be pretty massive. He's also sitting on 4,000 gold.
Ame trying to hold the high ground with the rest of his team. Rolling Thunder started, Blink right on top of the Terrorblade, but the BKB goes off. They've used that Exorcism. XM immediately turning around.
Both of them using Ghost Scepters.
And then they just don't have much.
They can try to reset. They don't have to rush anything. EXO, half of the duration, already gone. This game is very difficult for Xtreme. There isn't that clear jump. There isn't like much scaling between the two supports as well. And Tofu, as a position for Nature's Prophet, took over. Pangolier, XXS, really not having a game.
No, not really. We talked about how his farm had slowed down a lot. And he is now below him. And Tofu is gaining ground on XM as well. He's able to farm a lot of the map. I mean, that with the Dawnbreaker, the global presence here from the side of Gaimin Gladiators, they don't have to be ready with all 5 in a group to start the fights. Of course, you're trying to go in with the jump from the Solar Guardian of the Dawnbreaker as you're pushing out and farming elsewhere. Xtreme just don't have the sustained damage to really make them pay.
They also don't have that explosive damage. Their team fight, even though on paper it sounds good with ET, LT, Pango's roll, DP, they haven't managed to execute it. There's a good amount of sustain. Pango needs to be careful using his roll close to TB, because he can just kill you from 100 to 0.
38 minutes in. Kirk Cloak for Tofu.
Plus Blade Mail.
Everybody's got their shard. So just a big chunk of gold for everybody. 455 each. Damn. Free 2.5K on the net worth for just the Tormentor. Aegis is going to expire. Thought they might finish the game with this Aegis, with the way that the game was looking.
I thought so too. I thought they were going to wait out on Exo to run out and then go for the high ground. Seems like they want to farm another item. This is the big one. Maybe Maladich was making the call. I need Aghanim Scepter with the Blink Dagger. They can focus people down. They can kill off Ame easily. And there it is, the Zune.
Blood Right. Is it Dazun? It's UN, right? I thought it would be Dazun. Like,
it's made up word. I mean, every word is made up, but...
every word is made up?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, somebody had to make up the word.
So you're telling me...
At one point of in time, you had to like, oh, some guy was like, you know what, we're gonna call it this. It went from ooga booga and pointing stuff with your fingers to actually making a word. And they're off to the high ground. Let's see how Xtreme Gaming is gonna approach it.
Rolling Thunder hits onto Watson again, but the Static Storm comes through. And they'll drop down that Solar Guardian. Watson gonna get the Thunder off, and he needs to back away. Ame, though, he's gonna be hexed. That's a Hex that was just picked up by Quinn. The Unleash, the Dispose, Tofu turning towards XM, who's also got his BKB. Siphoning a little bit, but the Starbreaker lands. The Glimpse is back. Watson's at about 66% health, so he is feeling all right. But Ame, with a BKB of his own, will focus his attention on these heroes on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. But they lose Jinx. Down goes Pelosi, and Ace has this. They've got the Hex again. Ame's dead. 4 heroes gone on the side of Xtreme. No Ame for 90 seconds.
They're so tanky. Him getting Sunder off on Maladich. Nature's Prophet getting out of trouble. TPing with TP Scroll, coming back into the fight with teleportation. No Ame means you're playing this fight 4v5.
Do they commit completely here for Gaimin Gladiators? Dispose on Tofu, Pirate Cloak, as well as that Blade Mail, Spirit Siphon. He nullified Marcy and now has that Hurricane Pike. I mean, this is just the results of a very farm Nature's Prophet, who is so tanky that even these two heroes going for just the Prophet can't get anything done. They'll start their attention onto the tier 4 towers, but you still don't have Ame for 50 seconds.
And you don't have Exo. You don't have damage. Maladich.
Hex. Static Storm upgraded with the Axe. They'll throw that Celestial Hammer. They'll kill XM. GG is called. Gaimin Gladiators will move on to the upper bracket final as they get the 2-0 over Xtreme.
Oh man, what a performance from Gaimin. Game number 1, bringing out Phantom Lancer as 24 pick, and this one also having a bit of a global presence, taking it slowly, but Xtreme Gaming, they were lacking the damage in this one, and they were lacking some of the coordination as well. Heroes on Gaimin Gladiators were not dying.
Yeah, they weren't dying, even with like long ults like that exorcism. It just was not enough damage. They lacked at all points in the game, and Gaimin Gladiators take the victory in the 2-0. We'll throw it over to the panel to hear their thoughts, and we'll send it their way. Shiver, take it away.
Thank you very much, and congrats to Gaimin Gladiators for securing already a top 3 by advancing here in the upper bracket. I will say, though, I was lied to. I was told Xtreme had a really solid draft. Fear.
That does not change, Shiver. I think their draft was very solid.
You're a lying piece of shit.
No, I don't think so. I think their draft was pretty good. They did get outplayed a little bit. I feel like the one thing I didn't like about their draft was how they chose to put their heroes in which lane. I think XM just playing the DP instead of the Pango did not work out at all. I feel like it did not really shut down the Kunkka, and they sacrificed this Pango as a result, because I look at Pango Marcy lane, it's not that threatening. Like, you throw in a Pango who already has a way of getting in, you know, it's not that strong. Whereas a DP, for example, you throw yourself in, you bring the DP or a hero next to the DP, easy siphons, easy lane. And yeah, unfortunately, XXS had a very tough game as far as the net worth department went for this Pango, and I feel like this Pango needed to be much more farmed. I wanted to see like an Ags, Basher, Pango just rolling on top of this TB, owning him. But you know what he had to do this game? He had to buy a Ghost Scepter and use Ghost Scepter while rolling, and that is just sad.
Yeah, I mean, he was trying his best. He was, and I agree with all points, especially the DP point. But I do think that part of why DP's game looked so rough was because of the itemization out of Gaimin. Like, what they're doing is really interesting. Number one, Ace still went for the Vlad's Rush on offlane Dawnbreaker. It seems like he just thinks this is good. I thought it was a PL thing. It's not. He thinks that this is just a good build to go every single game. They had Vessel on Tofu. Quinn went for first item Shiva's Guard after Blade Mail. Like, they were straight up just playing around the reduction of healing because they're playing into Morphling DP. And in a lot of the fights, it really worked out. Like, Tofu had 21,000 hero damage. Watson, who built a Daedalus, this guy's chunking out the damage, did 27k hero damage. Tofu did 21k as a Nature's Prophet with a Blade Mail. Like, this hero as a support actually does a lot of damage. I'm 100% going to go steal this build in pubs. And then the eventual scaling, because he's Universal Hero, you get a Force Staff, so you can like force your team out and be, you know, this utility hero. But also a Nullifier makes you a utility hero, but you're also a scaling damage carry. Like, Tofu did so much work in this game in terms of his raw damage output.
Yeah, I think that's why it's important to have like supports rather that can scale, because if you look how most of the team fights go, sure, maybe Watson's damage isn't as high as it looked, but you have to keep in mind every single spell is being thrown at Watson to prevent him from doing damage. So you need that additional source of damage coming out from your team, because nobody's going to focus Tofu in these fights. The Rolling Thunder, it's all being used on Watson. All the ET spells are being thrown Watson's way. The DP is also trying to deal with them. The Morph's turning into the TB trying to kill Watson. So yeah, it makes a lot of space for other heroes on the map to do things. And NP's a real big benefactor of that, because you just go into the fight and it's still, I mean, the Shard was nerfed. It does less damage, but it doesn't really feel like
it's good enough, yeah. And
it's still good.
And if you try to focus him, he's Blade Mail and Pyrrhic cloaking you.
Yeah.
It's actually so obnoxious that he can just TP on the backlines. Like, kind of, this hero in a way is like a backline jumping support, because you can just globally get in.
I mean, that item build doesn't even look like a support to me. I mean,
It doesn't.
If you were telling me it was playing offlane for this game, you know, I could have been, oh, you know, I can see that. I can totally see that. I think Malady was also very rich on the disruptor, and overall, I think Gaimin had a solid game plan. We had their last pick was the Kunkka. We saw Quinn as well. 0 deaths this game. What made this Morphling just not work out? Was it because it can't have just been the lane swap that we saw from the DP?
I mean, it's not just that, of course, but like we saw another game where Dawnbreaker looked really effective, and the Kunkka was just a very tanky hero that can play the front line. Dawn, you know, you're going for items that are helping your team stay alive. Your Kunkka's not being greedy either. This wasn't a Radiance, as Jenkins mentioned. You're going Blade Mail Shiva. you're super tanky. You have heals, you have Vlads, you have AC behind you. They just went for every single aura. This is very reminiscent of how old Gaimin Gladiators used to play, right? They would just buy tons of auras and then just like take it. They just have their own spin on it now.
They have some combined timing that looks very hard to deal with. And if I were any of the other teams in the tournament, this looks very unique compared to the Dota that's being played otherwise. I would take a look at these replays and see how they're combining these timings, because it looks very hard to deal with. Because I don't think Ame did badly in that game at all.
No, and it doesn't seem like it's restricted to this particular game, right?
No.
I mean, it's a, a stylistic thing.
Yeah, they do it. They seem to do this every single game, and probably part of this also has to do with why their draft order is the same in every single game, and why Ace is going for the same build in every single game. It's something to look at.
Something to look at is also our winner's interview with Watson and Nomad.
Thanks, Sheev. Yeah, so Watson, congratulations here. You are the first upper bracket finalists. How does that feel?
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome. So let's start with game number one. You go for the PL pick, a hero which is kind of a lot of people have been kind of hesitant about picking. What made it a good PL game?
TA, Slardar, Shadow Demon, Abaddon, and Shadow Shaman.
So every single one of their heroes.
Yes. But I wanted TA or Morph. But we banned Morph and they picked TA. So I was thinking 1 minute, what should I pick? And decided to pick PL.
Absolutely worked out for you in that game then. What are your biggest concerns? Do you think there's anything they could have done to answer the PL that game? Could they have like outpaced you or something?
Yeah, the biggest PL fear is lane stage. But I survived, and I think if he didn't fit on mid as 3 heroes, game is full chill. But we fed on mid, Slardar fast blink, and then he ran kill Ace, and they're taking map, first Roche, second Roche, Tormentor, and yeah, it was a bit hard.
But you got there in the end and you got the win. And then in game number 2, we had the Terrorblade coming out from you. One interesting choice you made in that game was to go for the Daedalus over Skadi or MKB or Butterfly or something like this. Could you explain that for me?
I just don't like this item. Skadi is very expensive. It's like almost 6k gold. And I was thinking Panga has Vessel Blink. What if I buy Daedalus and I kill him on 2 hits in a row with Pike? And also DP, they cannot just run and fight me. Morph, yeah, Morph is a bit problem with Fly and BKB, but I just said, guys, we don't touch Morph and BKB, we just kite BKB, kill other, and then when BKB ends, we just kill him very easy. So yeah.
All right, fantastic insight there. Thank you very much, Watson. Now, you got the rest of the evening off, a little bit of time left. What's your plans after this? You going to watch the other series?
I will play CS, then I watched Squid Game Season 3, and then maybe some poops, then I eat, and then I go sleep.
All right, sounds like a great plan. Well, enjoy your CS, enjoy your Squid Game, and enjoy your pubs later on. Watson, thank you very much for coming and talk to me. Congratulations on making it to the band finals, upper bracket finals, and we'll send it back to the panel.
He has a very, very nice evening planned for himself.
Yeah, that was the most, usually you ask players that, and it's they're just going to say they're going to pub. No, this guy's got pooping on the schedule.
No, that was pubs, dummy.
Oh, I thought he said, I thought he was going to watch Squid Game with dinner and then and then he's got to poop.
Are you making fun of his accent?
A really healthy digestive system. I was very impressed. He's regular. Anyway, Squid Game Season 3 is out? I didn't know that. Is this today?
I think it was
it came out yesterday. Okay, that's for me tonight. I'm going to do that as well, and probably also some poops.
Did you like his explanation on why he went for the damage item, by the way?
Yeah, it was interesting. So of course, he has his own idea. It was very timing based, and he just says he straight up doesn't like Scotty at all, which we see a lot of players buying. So yeah, good insight.
Well, the Daedalus ended up working out. Of course, everything worked out for Gaimin Gladiators in this one. A 2-0 puts them in the upper bracket finals. They need an opponent, and we're going to find out who that's going to be in our next series. We'll be having a break, and then it's time for Team Liquid versus BetBoom.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. intuitive interface, and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back. You are watching PGL Wallachia Season 5, and we're ready for our final series of the night. We have Team Liquid and BetBoom in a best of 3. Between them, winner goes forward in the upper bracket and is top 3 here and gets the opponent of Gaimin Gladiators in the upper bracket finals. Loser is not out yet. They are going to the lower bracket, so they still have another shot tomorrow. But let's find out what's going to happen. I want to focus our attention first on a team that's scraped by on the group stages, and then yesterday made a big splash in their opening series. The only team yesterday to get a 2-0 on the board in their victory. I'm talking about BetBoom, because for a while there, Fear, we were thinking BetBoom was not doing too hot and was kind of falling apart here.
Well, they definitely were, so that's still true, but they brought it back. It's more of a question of consistency. Of course, they beat Team Spirit last night. They won a game where all of us thought they were a bit outdrafted, and which takes a lot of resilience, of course. And then game number 2, they just stomped them really hard. So I think, as I mentioned in the past, I'll mention it again for the series. There's 2 teams that I think are really good at TA, and they're both playing right now. One is BetBoom on Pure, and then the other one's Mickey on the Team Liquid. So this is going to come down to Pure. He's looked very inconsistent, right? But if you give him his comfort, he will show up and he'll make plays. And then GPK, of course, looking really, really good. But the star of the show for me has been Miro. He has been playing incredibly well this entire tournament. Over the past few tournaments, I have been a little critical of his performances, but he's playing Queen of Pain offlane, going for some just carry builds. He's playing Lycan in the offlane as well. He's getting 11-minute Helm of the Overlords on this hero. And then on the Centaur, it's pretty standard stuff, but more things about his Centaur that I like is he's always scaling and his initiations have been on point. These are 3 completely different playstyles, by the way. One's the Zoo meta, the other one's Initiator, and the third one is you're just playing carry from the offlane. And he's excelling in every single position, which is very impressive.
Can I quote you, Fear?
Yes.
From the green room, you said, Miro is my GOAT.
He is, of this tournament, of course. Like, he has looked like the best player of the tournament for me so far. We'll see if other players can just change my mind on that, but for now, he's looking really good.
I remember just after he joined this iteration of BetBoom, we were interviewing a lot of other offlaners and asking, like, who are their top offlaners in the world currently, and people mentioned the obvious, you know, collapses of the world. 33, and but a lot of people actually put Miro up there. They said this guy is like climbing the ranks. He is devastating pubs, and when we asked him about it, he attributed that to like learning a lot on BetBoom. He was a very high skill player before, but he just learned a lot competitively from these players. So it's really nice to see him back in form, because this is kind of how he felt when he first joined the team.
Yeah, I will say, though, on the other side, Team Liquid, Saberlight yesterday had a great performance as well. We saw a Night Stalker coming out from him. That was a hero that 2 seasons ago he was absolutely crushing it with, and ended up, of course, winning the tournament with that hero pick in his pocket. It was a little bit of glimpses of Team Liquid making their run through previous Wallachias, and me thinking like, they might be getting the 3-peat this time round.
Yeah, most certainly. Both these offlaners are having a great tournament. We forgot to mention as well the Venomancer.
First pick.
Yes,
First pick Venomancer.
Veno.
So yeah, he's playing some unique heroes as well. So yeah, both these offlaners, they're really digging deep into like their hero pool and busting things out, which is really cool to see. And yet again, I think this will come down a lot to either for Liquid, they seem to succeed the most when Mickey is playing his signature NP or TA early on. And BetBoom, they're kind of similar. They like these early pick heroes for Pure as well. We saw in the last series, it was all about like the Watson last pick. I think this series, not so much about the last pick. It's going to be more about these potential offlaners and mids getting the last pick with some early carry picks.
Yeah, that also means that we'll probably see a little bit of a shake-up in terms of those early couple of bans, as these teams will be more focused around that early stage of the drafting process. One thing that I also still wanted to mention yesterday, when we were watching BetBoom versus Spirit, we saw the stat that BetBoom basically has Team Spirit's number almost every single time they play this year. So I went to look at BetBoom versus Liquid in 2025, and it is similar here, where Liquid only won 1 series, while BetBoom won 6 best of 3s against.
Why isn't BetBoom winning lands or beating everyone?
Yeah,
Right?
that is the weird thing. I mean, I guess you have to beat out some of the really good teams, knock them to the lower bracket. Like BetBoom is always like top 6.
Yeah.
It always feels like they're going to go far in the tournaments, and they're always capable of taking games off the best teams. But yeah, it's interesting that at some point they seem to hit a wall.
Yeah, it's just weird because we're used to seeing BetBoom. They used to be in talks for, you know, grand finals, top 3. Unfortunately, they're still top 6 all the time, but it's gone down a bit since then.
Yeah, and not even that from the looks of things, as we also see some top 8, top 10 there as well. Definitely not as good as the record against these top teams would make you think, which is indeed a little surprising. But potentially this is the start of it turning around. I know that we say that very frequently when it comes to BetBoom, but maybe this time it's true.
Maybe, yes, surely, maybe this time. I mean, they're looking pretty solid, and I think one thing I didn't think about a lot is when I'm talking about BetBoom, historically, yeah, we gave them all the credit, but I think when Miro is in form, this team looks way better, because I have been very critical of, like, he had some really bad performances over the past few lands, and maybe that's all they need. Just maybe when Miro's on form, it allows the space to be had, so
Pure can look like he's in form. Yeah, sure. I think that makes sense. One other thing that I do want to mention, just an interesting trend, is that the top teams have seemed to identify that you have to first pick slam a certain core. And it doesn't really matter who it is. Like Gaimin, it's Quinn. They'll first pick their mid. For BetBoom, it's Pure. They'll first pick their carry. And for Liquid, they're first pick slamming Saberlight. So they all have different approaches to the same problem of, like, you kind of have to, I guess, throw a core to the wolves that is good at playing into anything. So that way you can get like later picks that are good counters. And maybe it goes all the way back to what we were talking about the first few days of this tournament, which is it feels like a lot of heroes are viable right now. There's a lot of really good counters out there. So you have to leave the options open. And in order to do that, you need to get a core early.
Yeah. I mean, I would argue as well, like, for Liquid as well, like, the only time they'll pick Mickey's heroes if TA or NP's in the pool. So he's, like, splitting with Saber every once in a while on that first pick. But a lot of teams just won't give Mickey those heroes. So it's going to be interesting. So I think these two carry players, out of all the carry players of this tournament, share the most hero pool, right? They both like to play the carry NP. They both love the TA. So there's going to be some mind games when coming to this first overall pick, especially with those heroes in mind.
Yeah, and especially if we consider Team Liquid this time around will be first pick, and we can see that a lot of the heroes are left into the pool. They do have the chance to pick up that Nature's Prophet. Templar Assassin still gets removed from the pool. But let's see if that is indeed where they're going with this. And what would they ban out if they do want to go for that Nature's Prophet?
We just saw Storm get banned if you want to deal with like the direct one-to-one counter. But I don't know. It's really hard to counter Nature's Prophet, especially if you have a support that's willing to play it, which BetBoom certainly does. Katomi has looked god tier on Nature's Prophet. He was the first guy that I saw do the Vessel Blade Mail build on this patch. So I think if you leave it in, you're definitely considering that BetBoom will take it.
Yeah. I think if you're looking at Liquid and most of their success, unless they went home and kind of like did some mock drafting to do some new strategy, maybe they scrimmed.
Maybe they pick up the Venno again.
Very I mean, they picked that up against the Doom, right?
Yeah, it
So-
was a second first pick.
Oh, the Undying's still in the pool. Okay, cool.
Yeah, Undying trade for Natures.
But I kind of like the NP over the Undying.
Oh, really?
To be honest with you, yeah. Because you have the heal, right?
Mm-hmm.
As a position 4, if you want to play it on 4, it's actually really good versus Undying.
Because you can chase him in lane too.
Yeah, exactly. You just keep sprouting him, he decays you, and you're healing because of the facet, right? So it's actually good trades. You're a ranged hero.
And no matter what lane the Undying goes to, Natures can play carry 4 or 5. So you can actually follow the Undying too between the lanes.
Well, maybe they have other response here. And then I also think if we looked at Miro's hero pool recently, he's a Zoo player. And Undying hates playing versus these Lycan, Beastmaster type heroes. So I don't think BetBoom Team is too scared of this Undying because they have the players that can utilize the weaknesses of it. But they're going to ban the Beast regardless. I wouldn't be surprised if they just ban Lycan as well here.
Yeah, that's definitely.
But they don't.
A consideration.
Is there anything you can do if you're Team Liquid to set the Undying up for success more so? Or will you otherwise just put it as a 5?
I mean, I think that hero always will be fine as a 5.
Okay.
It's always going to win your lane for your carry. That's almost guaranteed. I mean, if Undying ever loses his lane, then yeah, that's complete despair. And but there's nothing you can really do about the other team making Undying's game hard. Just overall, like either picking the Zoo or these mids that have high mobility. You are just going to be a team fighter that sits behind your chorus at the end of the day, and if you give them a good laning stage, your job is pretty much done.
We got a puck ban out for BetBoom, and they instantly pick up the Shadow Demon.
They've been just generally valuing this hero really highly, not really picking it into any hero that it's countering, you know?
It used to be an Undying counter, though. I don't know if it still is, just because if you can get level 3 and easy right clicks to get the amplification, put a bunch of stacks on them, can actually kill this hero.
Yeah, maybe it's a hero that they pick just because it's one of the few
People
heroes that
leveled
can
it.
lane.
Poison, I guess Jin Q did. What if you put your W on the Undying too? Is that a counter?
I think probably 1-0-2 against Undying. I would imagine, even if you're not maxing the poison, you would. But I think people are still maxing poison. I think that's the build.
I mean, I have a lot of questions about Undying too. Like, does the Lucian get the zombie slow?
No,
no,
because you would get Manta style on the Undying. That would be pretty sick, actually.
That would be good. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's okay in the lane, but outside of that, not sure.
Marcy is a hero that's been rising in stock. Ahri, I think, has kind of proven to a lot of people that it has a lot of value if you are high skill enough to, you know, make it work and get those rotations in. And Boxy is no slouch on this hero either. I mean, he was also playing it at the start of the tournament when Ahri was. It just wasn't like an every game thing. You know, if it's a good Marcy game, he would take it. But I think the stock in general has been going up. But of course, it's great with Undying. Like, this is a hero that you love to get on top of people, especially if it's a core Undying.
Yeah,
And
so at the moment, it does look like that, right?
yeah, yeah. And Marcy SF, this is a kind of scuffed version of the Naga plus SF. You know, reel in plus triple raise combo. You can do the same thing with the Marcy tossback. Super strong lane. And also, if it's carry SF, the Marcy lifesteal buff is amazing for him.
A lot of options for flexibility on the side of Team Liquid with that in mind.
Very little disable for Liquid so far, though. Like, BetBoom can definitely look to get some sort of spirit-type hero and punish that.
Well,
I mean,
BetBoom
that's one of the
is
strengths
picking
of
both.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's one of the strengths of Shadow Fiend, though. Like, he does kind of shut down a lot of these spirits in the mid lane.
Yeah, it just dumps on them in lane.
Yeah, and Nisha will gladly play that into a good matchup. What were the heroes we talked about? It was like Puck, Quap, Shadow Fiend, Pango, and Tiny here and there.
Tiny is the only one of that list that is still available.
That has been like the mid meta right now. Maybe you sprinkle in a Void Spirit.
Yeah, I was thinking Void Spirit. Okay, they go for some repositioning against a potential Glass Cannon Shadow Fiend. Definitely always an answer against any Glass Cannon.
Is Magnus carry still a thing? I would imagine that all
No.
the carries doing it. Maybe Pure still picks it up here and there.
I mean, you can play it as a carry, but unfortunately, they just nerfed the amount of bonus your own hero gets damage-wise to the point where it's like you're going to get outscaled hard by many other carries. So if you're going to play him in a way where you're just enabling another core from potentially the mid lane, maybe they want the mid laner or something, sure, maybe you can do it that way, but is it a thing? The short answer is no.
I love the idea of disruption into skewer back on either a Marcy or an Undying as the 5.
Yeah, we saw this before, actually.
Like that's
Aurora was doing this lane.
Yeah, like that's pretty devastating. And both of these heroes tend to put themselves like out of position. You know, maybe normally they're not considered out of position because of course they're melee heroes that want to run at you. But against a Magnus, like standing anywhere in skewer range is going to be out of position, especially if you're near the tower.
Yeah, I didn't mention Storm in that list, even though he's definitely on that list I was
Oh
talking
yeah,
about.
we mentioned him before that. I think you mentioned
In
him
a different game, I think. But either way.
No,
definitely-
just literally just now.
Oh, okay.
Did you mention it in the list? This is the old man debuff.
Yeah.
I think this is a great.
What can you do?
SF flex to mid and then
Father Time comes for us all.
he really does. Yeah.
I think we mentioned it in relation to Team Liquid not having a lot of disable, so it being a great spirit game. And it still is, because obviously since then, Team Liquid hasn't picked up any new heroes. Question is, how will Liquid answer this? At the moment, I'm assuming this Shadow Fiend is probably going on the safe lane, and you want to pick up something against this Storm Spirit. As we have been saying, this pick that Liquid's doing right now is going to be one of their most important ones, since they do not have overall last pick.
I don't think they'd be sad about Shadow Fiend going mid either. It's just more of a question, what heroes would they want? Okay, they're going to just take the Ember. Okay.
Yeah, on the flip side, BetBoom also does not have great disable between the SD and Nature's Prophet and Magnus. Very easy to like slight dodge all of the mag spells. The only thing they have is Storm, but Ember counters Storm because he has great disable, he has a magic shield, and he's going to build a Mage Slayer. So you nullify a huge part of Storm's damage.
And I think whenever there's an opportunity for Nisha to play Ember, he'll take it immediately. I was thinking like maybe there's another hero that could be better on the safe lane, but might be hard to find, to be honest. They already have the Shadow Fiend, which is great. So getting this hero in the game was really good. I think we did notice as well the last time they played versus Aurora when they dismantled them. They did have an Ember in one of those games, and they just played very quickly. Yeah. And Mickey joined early fights. Saberlight was on a high-tempo hero. And I guarantee you, Saberlight will be on a high-tempo hero this game too, whether it's the Undying or it's the next pick we see coming out here.
Since they have to pick out of this ban phase, do
they
we have
better ban
preference?
Night Stalker.
Oh, on the side of BetBoom?
Yeah.
That's a good one.
I think they have to ban that.
Magnus SD, I think we saw literally the same thing. This is a better draft because Knight is also good against Storm Spirit.
Yep.
Oh, that
and Nature's Prophet. Okay, this is a juicy Night Stalker game.
Let's see if they did their homework.
You have a Marcy in lane as well, potentially, to jump you on top.
He'll play it, for sure. And Saberlight's been coming out with some really cool hero picks recently, so.
Yeah. Is Venom still an option?
I don't think so. Not against Storm.
No.
It's just not great. Nature's can TP away from Veno too.
I mean, it's playable. I mean, if you're willing to first pick it, I'm sure you're willing to last pick it.
The ban at the dawn first.
This is scary.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, that would have been. This would have been the best Night Stalker game. Okay, now this pick gets interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless they just go for a position 5 and just put Undying off, no?
Or 4. They could also just pick a 4 for Boxy. You know, get him something like Willow. Play normally. You've Undying Willow off lane. Marcy SF. This is not going to lose any lane. Marcy SF. It's so strong.
5 seconds remaining.
But then that would require Insania to play Marcy, and you know, my man's been in Hawaii. I don't know how much Marcy he's been spamming.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also thinking they ban like a Terrorblade and just do Undying off lane, because what's left? I mean, Medusa is definitely annoying. I don't know, maybe there's a more perfect pick here. Looks like it might be Undying offlane with some of these bans I'm witnessing. But these heroes are also good versus Shadow Fiend too, so perhaps that's the reason. Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, if they want to do offlane Undying, I think they might get Terrorbladed or something. But they're going to go for Tide Hunter, which does explain the Ursa and Lifestealer ban.
How do we feel about the Tidehunter? It's not as flashy as some of Saberlight's other
It's
heroes.
cool. I mean, it's always been good for Smag, right? You can always frontline.
Yeah, I was thinking like ABBA earlier in the draft for Mickey. It just didn't look good with a potential Marcy or Undying safe lane, but it's the same concept.
ABBA looks good for Pure now too, though.
You can just run in there.
Playing ABBA carry versus Tide is pretty easy. You could go the route of like some Razors.
Do you want to carry that benefits from the mag and power?
I mean, if you want that, then you have to pick Juggernaut here, which is also good, but...
Ooh.
So, no, they don't really... I don't think people care too much about Empower nowadays. It seems like it's nice to have, but it's redundant, and the way the map is played right now, you don't want to rely on stacking and farming with Empower. These teams are so good at invading stacks if you lose your lane. So, you got to play for the lane.
Yeah.
This is a hero that can do lots of damage in this game. Pretty solid, I suppose. Maybe they're also afraid of potentially the Tide flexing if they pick the wrong hero and Undying going off. And this kind of answers both Tide and Undying.
Definitely worth answering an Undying in general. Like the Tombstone is just so overpowered. I like Muerta versus Tide because you have all this like ground targeted stuff. If you fear Tide away, he's not going to crack and shell that. You can like disrupt him in fights by doing that. You can ground target the silence. Tide can't cleanse that from himself. So I do think it's good, but I also think that Saberlight, when he picks up the Ag Shard, this is very good against Storm. It's really good against Magnus. These heroes can't get away from you. And Ravage is S tier against Shadow Demon. The best way to focus one target against SD is to actually AoE stun everyone. So that way you can just focus the guy that's right in front of you and SD gets stunned on the back
They have lines.
2
two forms of that too. They have SF ult, they have Ravage. Not an easy Shadow Demon game, for sure.
Do we have a favorite then? Because the way you guys are talking about it seems slightly Liquid favorite.
Liquid is much easier to execute. Okay. Muerta is kind of a hard carry to execute on because you get kited and you're useless after that. But if you can get the damage on, it's great. But I think you do have a lot of cool tools from BetBoom, though. If you get big RPs this game, skewer back, Storm gets farmed. But Liquid, it just looks so simple to execute that I like it more.
Okay, let's see if this simplicity from Team Liquid is going to pay off with a victory or if BetBoom will take game 1 of this best of 3. We're heading over to our commentary duo of Bcop and Lacoste.
Thank you so much, Shiver. I was going to say the same word. Simplicity seems to be the name of the game. But Lacoste, how are you breaking this down? We got some time to talk. We're a little bit paused at the moment. But both these drafts, there are definitely aspects of each that I really like. But what's sticking out here for you?
Definitely this carry Muerta. We've seen Muerta 5 times so far in the tournament. She did win 4 out of 5 games, and only one of those games were played by position 4. It is Rue who played it, but others were played with quick draw facet, which is pretty good for carry Muerta. This has been pushed towards us with the old facet being kind of relevant. What was it called? The one with the respawn? Ofrenda. There, yeah, there it is.
You don't even wait for me to answer. I can't even get a second to sound smart here.
I remembered. Even though I am old, I still remember. But it is a lot of times that you do need on Muerta to come online. And they have like relatively okay team fight with Magnus, but other than that, these heroes are extremely squishy. Like Stormstrait's not the most tankiest hero in the game, neither is Muerta. I don't see anybody building into Blade Mail other than Ember Spirit. I think it's a very, very good Ember Spirit Blade Mail game. Overall, we've seen that item being more popular than the Mage Slayer from the mid lane. You get on top of her. In terms of magic damage that they do have, like they don't really also have much. Leash is something that is annoying. Ravage is annoying. Shadowfiend does have raises, but yeah, it's going to be between Shadowfiend and Ember Spirit who's going to be dealing damage to Muerta during her ulti. But yeah, overall, I would say this is a very good Muerta. Muerta game, Muerta pick.
We'll see how Nisha plays. He played that Ember in that previous series against Aurora and went 14-0 and 18. I mean, you talk about perfect games, then there's that game. That is a step higher, it seems like, than perfect, which feels impossible because perfect's supposed to be the best, but I mean, 14-0 and 18 is pretty insane.
It is, and they managed to snatch 1 extra rune for themselves, extra 40 gold for everybody on the team.
Always nice to get a little bit of an influx extra, especially when you're going for that bottle first. If you can get yourself that, or maybe even a first blood chance, that's always pretty significant for you. GPK, he's been exciting to watch. He had that great game as Lashrak yesterday, where he just put the hurting on as well. So both these mids have had their moments to really shine in this tournament.
Yeah, he had some really good performances. Nisha as well did manage to kind of carry most of the games as well. When Nisha's having a good time, you know that the rest of Liquid will also be having a good time.
Both these teams so far in the playoffs have looked good. BetBoom taking the 2-0 over Spirit, and then Liquid taking the 2-1 over Aurora after what was a rough first game for them. Those back two were really great from the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, BetBoom, they also had a bit of a rough series against NAVI as well. Basically, I would say losing all 3 games, did manage to win off of good Nagasarin songs, but other than that, they've been very hot and cold. Insania behind enemy tower, Save knowing that they can't really play this lane, not the easiest lane. Magnus early on doesn't really provide you with much damage, neither does Shadow Demon. And Save picking up boots of speed of his own, and looking at the top lane, Saberlight on Tidehunter with Marcy. Not the also traditional pairing, I would say, not the insane amount of damage. You can pick him up, get maybe Gush into Anchor Smash onto Nature's Prophet. But in terms of the damage output, it really isn't there. Like, that lane is not the most killer threat lane.
What are you looking for from this Tidehunter? Because I know that there's been some aura building tides. There's been Gush, prioritization tides in some of these games. But what is it that you're looking for from this Tidehunter?
Probably, I would say, just we saw Vlad's in the previous series. Insania is going to drop here. Blink Dagger. I'm not sure about the auras. Maybe it's an okay game for a pipe, but nothing too crazy. And you want to pick up your shard. Great against Storm, great against Magnus as well. Even more to keep her in place, even though she can kill it relatively fast. Same goes for the Tombstone. Getting that first blood, but also getting the kill in the top lane. We said that Kataomi might be in trouble if they get on top of him. Anchor Smash, Gush.
It's definitely a good amount of minus armor, chances to get kills. But the chances may be only with overextension. That's kind of what happened there to Kataomi. Pure's had some great performances. He had looked shaky early, but now they've got the Dispose, and the Sprout is around Saberlight. He'll die. I thought maybe they'd have the damage bone. You're not able to put more onto the Muerta. They just could not get that kill, and you could see what they're able to accomplish when locking up that Tide.
We also saw a lot of Marcy's with Pick Me Up Facet Griefing, especially in the Navi series. Like, not... Gotta be careful. Maybe they're not on the same page, whether they need to go in and out, but this one has been handled for free to BetBoom.
It was Ari picking up Boom, just kind of dropping him in the middle of 4 heroes to a very likely death. Although I can see that being a thing here, especially something you want to use on the Tide when he gets that level 6. You pick me up, rebound into a spot where a Ravage is going to do the most.
I was just getting some flashbacks when Mikke was playing Nature's Prophet. I remember him playing against the same lane, Shadow Demon plus Magnus, where you get close to the tower, you get disrupted, you get skewered into the tower. Right now, Save is making a rotation towards the mid lane. He wants to secure the Water Rune, but might also be able to get the kill here. Marcy is in.
Rebound
6 heroes.
Sprout coming through. There's a Tombstone, but they're working on it. They'll get the gold for Kataomi, and now they just don't have the damage to take anybody out from Liquid to BetBoom. And they hold on. They get 125 gold for their troubles.
That's about it.
And that, I mean, free 125 for a Nature's Prophet. Won't say no any day.
Both mid laners picking up Water Rune in the end. GPK does manage to pick one up in the bottom. And now Mikke needs to be slightly more careful. Save. Disruption is ready.
Saberlight's been taking a lot of damage top. This is not been too easy for him, but he heals up a little bit. The Muerta kind of having free reign up in that top
ready
lane.
for the skewer back. Mikke's underneath the tower.
Yeah, that's problematic for this Shadow Fiend. Should be a kill. Will be. The pressure from these lanes on BetBoom. You always have, as long as teleportation is available for Kataomi, you always have plus numbers if you need them. But again, they go for pure. They hit that dead shot. They throw down the calling, and they'll have that sprout for Saberlight. They just need to be able to get this kill, and unfortunately, they don't have the damage, but Saberlight still wants to stay in the lane and throw a gush through. As meanwhile, Nisha goes down to GPK, and BetBoom, they are finding a lot of success in this early goings, as they'll lose Boxy after the rebound, and Saberlight's going to have to back out because he is not really feeling that comfortable.
Kataomi getting the earn charge, giving him the tango as well. Has another earn charge available. Very good start for BetBoom Team.
All their lanes really successful. Early earn. More to be implemented here from BetBoom. Miro already setting up. He wants Blink Dagger. He wants that initiation.
Miro's having another great tournament. He had a couple of the last ones where he wasn't really doing Miro things, I would say. But also yesterday, he had a great game against Spirit when he was playing that Lycan, completely dominated the game. Not the easiest hero to kill as well in this lane. You're against Undying and Shadow Fiend. They can't really stop you. You can always cure and TP away if you're in trouble.
Miro's also almost level 6, so they'll have opportunity with that RP. We have seen GPK be no stranger to rotating to the side lanes when he feels comfortable enough early on. Has that 6, you know, a ball lightning with a vortex. If you follow it up in RP, you'll have Kataomi to make that rotation there too. You have options. So I wouldn't be surprised to see BetBoom play aggressive in a couple minutes. Saberlight, I say play aggressive in a couple minutes, but look at that. I mean, they just clean up Saberlight. He's supposed to be this tanky Tide, and
he's not.
Yeah, not even.
All this magic damage that they do have. Save, also maxing out Deadshot, knowing that they can be getting the kills. Picks up Dormant Curio, extra attack speed as well, level 6. Not much mana to work with, though. But Kataomi is a pretty high level, or at least trying to pull the lane back. So the lane's going to be closer to the tower.
Senia drops down that tombstone.
Can't really kill him.
Just take out some zombies. But has that level 6, holding onto a skill point. Like I said, wants that Blink Dagger. Save should be able to stack a little bit. And will stack at least these camps. So stacking starts. BetBoom Team get more map on the, or more gold on the map to farm. What's the answer for Liquid? Because they're not down by that much, really. But when you look at what kind of game Pure is having and the way that they've moved for BetBoom and these kills that they've been able to get, what are you lacking on Liquid?
You're lacking some of the early damage. Tidehunter, he wants to be farming in the jungle, wants to be getting some levels for himself, so it doesn't get really much done early. Nisha doesn't really have a hero to play with. Marcy and Undying have very limited amount of damage that they can throw at the early stages. Shadowfiend, he also doesn't want to join. He wants to be farming on a different side of the map.
Chase after GPK, and GPK will ping and tip Nisha. Happy to just shoo him out. They have an obs up here for both teams, and they are going to make that double stack happen again. But they have information of these stacks being made. You know Magnus is going to try and get them. They'll sweep on over and potentially go and swipe these stacks. Both teams will have obs on it, and they are going to TP in GPK, but he might be the one who's in trouble. Nisha.
That is level 1 Searing Chains.
He's there. They drop the tombstone. Kataomi's here. Boxy, he's trying to show up, trying to help out, but do you go after the Nature's Prophet? GPK is the target. They'll rebound. They'll pick me up, but they've got themselves the skewer, and Ember has to bail. Neutrals get the kill on Kataomi as Mickey comes in to try and steal some of these stacks. They'll also have Nisha re-engaging into the fight. Saberlight here at level 6. They'll find themselves a Shadow Demon. Saves dead 2, but 2 heroes die on BetBoom. Only 1 dies to a hero, and then they'll start to swipe all these stacks.
This is not too bad, but there's also going to be a lot of pressure on the side lanes. I see Pure going immediately for the tower, try to deal some damage. Boxy will need to be taking care of that. Good move overall for Liquid. Let's see what the fight recap does have to say about this one. Still, they got a tombstone, which is a good amount of gold at this point, 125. GPK was the one who got it in the end. So still a 2k gold lead for BetBoom Team.
Yeah, not bad. Does put Mickey on the top of the net worth, at least for now, and he has really not been mangled too much. We've seen Shadow Fiends, they are fragile. We've talked about this a couple times where Shadow Fiends, they'll get this massive lead, die once or twice, and then kind of fall off. But who's here to support the Shadow Fiend, to make sure that even if he has a death, is there anybody here that can make sure that they can prop him up and have him sustain through a death or two?
They have Ravage to play around. They have Undying, maybe later with the Shard when he starts to get points in Soul Rip. Marcy with the pick-me-up facet. So I don't think he's going to be dying as much. Their team fight is really good. Also not an easy Shadow Demon game overall. You are playing into Ember Spirit. You are playing into Shadow Fiend and Ravage. So the save's not going to be like really that comfortable. Not unless he gets his Lens, until he gets his Blink Dagger. But also creating illusions out of Shadow Fiend could be pretty good with the presence of the Dark Lord. Getting it for themselves could mitigate all that minus armor, or at least use them against them.
Sprout on Anisha, not really much of a deterrent. Anisha even moving forward. But 2 stacks of that Shadow Poison and then forcing the Remnant back.
BetBoom is also very limited on the amount of stuns that they do have.
Yeah.
So Nisha can have a pretty free entry to the game, at least in some of these early fights, as long as he has Remnant available. There is like Deadshot, 1 point in Calling. I don't think he's going to be putting more points in Calling. You are playing Carry Muerta. You might want to get some of the stats instead. Pure with the pause.
I think
don't do anything stupid. Let's see.
I think even we saw that jumped pretty hard all of a sudden. 400 ping. Been a couple of server issues, but nothing too crazy. Knock on wood somewhere around here. It's a superstition.
I thought you were going to knock on your head for a second.
What, do you think I'm made of wood? I'm Pinocchio or something? All right.
It's the same sound that it would produce. Seems like they're ready to go, but also not ready to go at the same time.
Do you think so?
Looks like it.
No, I was going to say, you think my head makes the same sound as a very frail piece of wood?
Test it. I'll take off my headset.
I don't know if you heard that. Kind of the same.
Told you.
There's never a thought behind these eyes. I know that.
Now, there's always something going on there. But there's a lot of stacks being made. Can we check the number of the stacks? 12 total, 8 on side of Liquid. Shadow Demon, one of the best stacking heroes in the game. Maybe Nagasiren took over that, because we saw Panto doing a lot of work on Nagasiren, stacking multiple camps at the same time.
Going pipe first for this.
I said it's an okay pipe game. It's like nothing too crazy, but if they want to be grouping around, taking objectives, I do like this pipe. If they want to go for Roshan relatively early on, they have a good amount of damage with Undying Flash Golem, Tombstone. You always have damage with Shadow Fiend. You have that sustain. Again, the question is going to be whether they can be taking those fights. The only way you can start a fight is to have Ember run in pretty much. Marcy with the pick-me-up facet isn't really doing that much. They didn't really snowball out of control like we've seen Axe plus Marcy do a lot of the times. So the game did slow down, stabilized a 2k gold lead for BetBoom Team.
They're smoked up for Liquid and looking like they're going to go through the Twin Gate. But nobody is really up there, so close to the Twin Gate initially. If they want to dive deeper, they can find Pure. He's actually going more towards these Ancients, towards the side of Liquid. And the smoke breaks, but they don't see him initially. Now, they'll have some help. Katomi thinking about TPing in. Saberlight shows. Disruption is there. Save. He's up on the high ground. Throwing the Shadow Poison out, and the smoke from Liquid doesn't exactly connect too well. Link into the RP. Skewer back. They should have the calling for the silence, and Nisha gets taken out by Pure. They responded in a lot of numbers here for BetBoom and turned this around, and that's also, I believe, Miero showing off that Blink Dagger.
Nicely done. RP, skewer back into silence from Huerta. They do have control. Right now, he isn't really as tanky. Doesn't even get his magic wand off. Might have been a difference into that fight if he could have got it off. Because again, both of these teams, they have very limited amount of lockdown. Basically, the lockdowns coming out from your mid lane with some Searing Chains, which is maxed out at the moment. 1 point in Electric Vortex on Storm Spirit, but basically having the team fighters from the off lane who have long CD stuns. Still looking for something in this bottom lane, bringing in numbers. Even Pure's coming.
They try to fight the Shadow Fiend, and they're almost matching what Liquid just did, but without giving up a core. Instead, they'll turn their attention towards the Tier 1 tower, and they'll get this glyph to come through, and they should be able to get an easy tower take. That should really cost them too much. Everybody coming down here. GPK also going to join the fight. We'll see if anybody responds from the side of Liquid. So far, nothing. Is there another smoke that they're going to use? Save has the smoke. So does Katomi. Nobody using it. They could go back towards this shrine. But eventually, they might just go in, and they will find Insania, Blink, Skewer, as well as that Shockwave. There's more than enough damage to get a kill here on the Undying.
BetBoom getting another pick off. Something also to point out, it is not the craziest mag and power game. Fear talked about it on panel about it being a bit of a, you know, just a bit of an extra that you do get. But on Huerta, it's pretty good because you have this Gunslinger chance, which is 45%. If you get to 65 with level 25 talent, this damage definitely starts to add up in a fight.
BetBoom Team have been mostly the aggressors or successful aggressors. Liquid haven't really found many openings, only 2 kills for them. 16 minutes into the game, averaging a kill every 8 minutes. They're content with farming, and they do have a Shadow Fiend at the top.
Can they find a
smoke?
fight?
But
Like,
yeah, can they find anything?
That's the problem. Without the Blink Dagger on Tide, you can't really take that fight. You can group up with this pipe that it's being delivered on the courier, and then use Shadow Fiend's damage to try to force a fight. But BetBoom Team seems like they have a better idea how to dodge some of these fights. We'll see if Liquid's going to be able to pressure. Maybe Tormentor 20 minutes in, maybe go for Rochon. Because right now, they can't really gank. And this also allows Nature's Prophet, again, we're seeing it time and time again, where Nature's Prophet can easily get insane amount of farm, become another core.
Picks up that shard, unlocks Curse of the Old Growth. A little bit of a different way into this build for this Nature's Prophet. The last one went into the Blade Mail first, but Saberlight now sprouted. Calling's there, but just walks away. Even chose to pierce the veil. Still continue to
They can still kill him. Like, they can definitely kill Tide if Marcy's not around him. With Pierce the Veil damage, Ember thinking about jumping in. Nisha.
They'll find save, but he's got disruption for a moment. Miero's looking for the blink into the RP. He finds 2. He's got the Shockwave, then the Skewer back onto the Tier 2 tower. Ravage is used, hits on 3. They'll use the Unleash. They'll try to get the damage out. They'll dispose. Miero save. Pure all falling. 4, 5 heroes gone. Whoa, Liquid coming out of nowhere. The full team
they're
wipe.
tipping Saberlight, and think in this scenario, you might want to tip Miero, because he just brought him in.
Yeah, you don't have a blink. I can drag you.
Clicked Ravage, exactly. Yeah. This is this is one of those funny videos that you've seen 10 years ago in Dota, where you're like, oh, we're trying to initiate onto Tide, but Miero also didn't use it immediately because he didn't turn during the RP, so forced to use the Shockwave, buys it a little bit more time, and them getting clipped here, because I can see what they would try to go for, try to burst him down, again with the same combo they did in the top lane, skewer back RP into Ghost, but the execution just wasn't there. They missed it by a little. Maybe that Shockwave, because he didn't turn with the RP, messed up with the timing. He wanted to pull him in with the Storm Spirit into the silence and try to control him, because you're underneath the tower. I'm not sure if they popped the glyph as well. Yeah, they did, for an extra bit of a damage so that all the heroes are being attacked. Difficult to execute, though.
To me, it kind of looked like the Magnus was trying to just get one based on where he blinked, but pulled in two, maybe on the edge of that RP. I don't know if it was all intended, but Saberlight's happy.
They do see them.
I'm tanky enough to survive it.
This is a new spot that I think a lot of teams have been using for this observer board. Gives you a lot of information where the enemy team is farming or if they're moving down the river trying to make something happen.
Disruption, Pure, Deadshot connects, piercing the veil, has the calling, the silences are all connecting. And Pure getting a kill on Tunisia with the help of Save. So something back for the side of BetBoom because they're now down 3,000. And also, by the way, Saberlight, he went and got a Blade Mail
off his own. I can't really blame him.
Instead
You
of the
are
blade.
playing against Muerta, so they want to... Because right now, they don't have that much magic damage against Muerta to kill her. And I see that Pure sees these two Blade Mails and immediately goes for the BKB.
Gonna definitely need that BKB. How many Blade Mails does that make? That is one for the Tide, one for the Ember. We've seen Undyings potentially build one, but I don't think that'll be the
from
case.
the off lane.
Yeah. Has the Solar Crest right now. Not upset with that.
You still need to decide how you're going to itemize, because Ghost Scepter doesn't work against Muerta, so that's going to be a downside, so you can save some of the gold. Maybe you can get a Blade Mail, maybe you can get a Glimmer Cape, try to... Force Staff's also going to be fine.
Right.
And seeing the limited lockdown on both of these teams.
Yeah, both don't really have a lot. You've got Deadshot, you've got Vortex, RP, Disruption.
Yeah, they can use Demonic Purge inside the Calling, then a Deadshot, then RP, and still be, or at least try to kill Tidehunter, but it's gonna get more difficult. He's gaining more HP, he's leveling up, Blade Mail available, Essence Ring as well, has extra bit of magic resistance on top of that from his mystical enchantment.
For the side of Liquid, it's Ravage, Searing Chains, and Dispose.
And if you use all of that and suddenly you get picked up by Marcy or there's a Glimmer Cape, the fight could be massively different. BetBoom, they don't want to take the fight until they get 3 BKBs. There are 2 available right now, one being delivered on Miero. Pure still needs a good 1,000 gold to finish it off.
Yeah. It'll be a couple of seconds. When you're able to rebound in 2, if you can drive Saberlight in there, it is also that 1.7 second stun with rebound. So you can, truthfully, have a lot of lockdown time if you put it all together the right way for Liquid, but it's going to be tough. GPK farming a little bit deep. Storm Spirit has that BKB. Going back into the Witchblade with the Kaya. They'll go into Roche. Liquid trying to advance this net worth lead and kind of get themselves an Aegis to start taking some more objectives.
Very easy Roche, damage amplification from Undying. Have zombie spawning, GPK. He's forcing a BKB out of him. No TP available. Box is gonna chase him.
Why not, right? He's still going forward, and now they're gonna turn Kataomi in, but GPK needs to be careful. The damage, ooh, the jump, and he gets the kill on a GPK before he dies. So a Blade Mail from Isha, and he will burn out Kataomi. Boxy persistent, and the persistence pays off.
Oh, that shard that he did pick up from Tormentor allows him to rebound off of the enemies, which is really nice and very tanky with this Glimmer Cape. We saw in the previous game Glimmer Cape that Jinkyu did buy on Marcy, but didn't have that much impact because they were losing the game pretty heavily, and you can see like 5 minutes, almost 6 minutes faster than I believe what Jinkyu did buy in the previous game. Saberlight in the mid lane, he is completely isolated.
He is very much alone, and now the calling, they'll pop that pipe, pop that Blade Mail, still alive. They don't have the damage to take out this Tide with any semblance of ease.
53% magic resistance, 53% physical resistance on Tide at the moment.
Where can they fight next? They are playing pretty far forward. We'll see Kataomi
keep it in.
Way out of position, but now GPK, at least with Pure, will get the trade. Miero was looking for something, but again, you've got Ceaseless Dirge, and Insania's back mid. Like, he could come back into the fight, and they could still go for this if they really wanted to. They're working with Ravage. They have the ability to get some lockdown, and Nisha looking over at Save. Searing Chains locks up Miero, and Saberlight thinking about going out of the tier 2 tower, but they don't commit to it on the other side of the fight. Insania is being chased.
running low on mana. Needs to be careful. He wanted to kill Undying as soon as he respawned, but the initiation wasn't there. Miero, like 150, maybe even 200 distance away from getting the skewer back this time.
Good shockwave, good skewer, but the RP, oh!
Boxy.
The pick me up out of the RP. Quite the save, quite the jump, and then they got the save, and they'll also kill save.
Oh man, Boxy, I'm just getting some flashbacks in the last Dream League when they were playing with Tuna. He was playing Marcy, and Tuna was playing a lot of Luna, and he bailed him out of the trouble so many times.
Unleash
Blade Mail.
and Blade Mail.
Multiple Blade Mails.
It will stop him for a second, but Boxy has the rebound now on a GPK. Ooh. Boxy dead to Kataomi, and then they won't be able to get Nisha, who's back towards bottom with the rest of his team.
Good damage onto the 3-3 tower, also forcing the glyph.
That was a great move by Boxy earlier. I'd love to see a replay of that little pick-me-up out of the RP.
Perfect timing.
I mean, they say cool guys don't look at explosions, but cool guys don't look at RPs.
Double BKB forced as well. Make a Glimmer Cape. Extra bit of a heal coming out. That was a lot of commitment there from BetBoom Team. They thought they had him immediately because he still dies on Tidehunter. Huerta deals good amount of damage. We'll definitely love to have full Mjolnir just for that extra attack speed. Level 17 on Pure.
17 for the Huerta. Almost 19 for the Shadow Fiend. Mickey having a good game at the moment. Nobody really like one-manning this game.
No, it's definitely a team effort. Bing Bong Man himself is pretty much unkillable. Did die 2 times, did some early deaths. But now has a Blink Dagger, has a Shard, has a Pipe and Blade Mail. Very difficult to kill unless they heavily commit. I see that Save is trying to go for the Aghanim Scepter, try to break Tidehunter. Didn't find Greedy Enchantment, unfortunately.
Ooh, taking another little look in reverse. That was confusing. Seeing it in reverse.
Because it's a reverse polarity, that's why we wanted to show this one as well.
Okay. Little reverse polarity reverse. Okay. Huh. You and production are on like that one wavelength. You got that brain Wi-Fi connecting to them. I'm just sitting here like a fool going, what?
Knock it on that wood again.
It's still just empty.
Kataomi, we've seen this a lot from Nature's Prophet yesterday as well, when Yatoro did play it as carry, put some Observer Ward into the enemy triangle and try to get some farm, but you also got to be careful. Let's see if Team Liquid will have a good read on the situation, if Insania is going to get the D ward on the high ground.
Miro almost has Horn Toss with the Ags. His farm has kind of fallen off. It's slowed down, him and GPK.
That's the problem with some of these Blink initiators, especially if you get them early. If you're showing on the map, it also means you're not putting any pressure. It means that they can play freely, seeing that you're pretty much the only guy that can initiate other than the Storm Spirit. I would love to have some extra bit of a farm on Shadow Demon. Needs another 2.4k gold to finish off his Aghanim Scepter.
Not too much of even the time, right?
No.
Kataomi doing a lot of what we've seen some of these carry Nature's Prophets do, farming here across the map.
Kateomi chews the chewing gum very aggressively.
Find out there is no gum.
Lets him stay focused. Also, he's a unit. This guy, like on camera, you can't really see how big he is, but if you see him in real life, he's actually a Giga Chad. Might be the big. He's like puppy size. Might be even bigger.
Chill dude, just a chill guy.
He is chill, but he is also Giga Chad inside of the game. Had some really nice performances so far at the Wallachia.
4 wins out of the 5 matches on that Nature's Prophet. Still a minute plus-ish remaining on potentially getting that Roshan back up. Liquid content with just continuing to farm, get these next big items, as it's 500 gold needed for Saberlight on that Ags. Ags is about 2,100 gold away for the Ember Spirit, but everybody else starting to collect their items on the side of Liquid. Undying holding gold maybe for a gem or the next item, and it is going to be Sanjin Yasha for Mickey if he buys out. He hasn't really been stopped. 2-1-4.
Oh,
1 death over bottom of the laning stage.
Insane amount of farm on Mickey.
They are going to smoke. They are going that direction. But Nisha breaks the smoke of GPK and immediately a ball lightning, but the Remnant out. And that means that smoke, they are aware of it. And they start to back up, but Insania staying towards the front, maybe trying to bait them in a little bit. Pure's going to be up out of the high ground. GPK goes inside of his Searing Chains, goes to the BKB. They go to the RP. They find themselves Mickey. I said he hasn't died, and I jinxed him immediately. They get that kill out of the Shadow Fiend. They'll look over at Insania. Pure doing a lot of damage, but they're right on top of it. There's the Ravage right into the face of Pure. They have the disruption. They have the control. They hit the 2 heroes that they needed to control. Bing bong. They got him, and Kateomi is going to die too. Liquid, despite losing the Shadow Fiend, that Ravage connects, and that makes sure that they can get the kill into the Muerta, and the carry is gone from BetBoom.
Liquid, they know that if they want to go like this, they need to heavily commit with the BKBs. Pretty much triple BKB popped at the same time to be able to get that kill. And then Tidehunter has a pretty free reign. Like, he has pretty free entry to the fight. He stayed very far away from the fight in the first place. GPK forced to use a BKB, and you can see 3 shiny golden BKBs. Sure, you got Mickey, but look at the positioning from Saberlight. Even though he gets feared, he's waiting. BKBs are down, jumps in, and both of them pop the Blade Mail, so Pure can't really do much. Like, you can attack, deal some of the damage, and kill yourself, or you can try to, you know, just not attack, and eventually you're gonna die. But again, another great fight coming out from Team Liquid.
Almost a disruption save, but when they
doesn't matter. Yeah. He doesn't have any ways to reset the fight. There is no Shadow Blade. There is no Hurricane Pike. Opted to go for even more Glass Cannon. MKB, seeing Butterfly on Shadow Fiend. Oh, you're just gonna be dying, like the self-damage during those Blade Mails. It's a very difficult game on Muerta, considering how they itemized. Maybe they can try to kill, and there it is, Aghanim Scepter being delivered on save. Maybe they can try to kill Tidehunter with the break.
Maybe. BKB pierce the veil, but when they pull back the veil, they find a very vulnerable Pure, no longer having this BKB. And with the gush hitting and the damage there, they take out this Muerta again. Save with the Ags, goes after at least this Marcy, who will die to save. Trying to rebound out. Or toss and the skewer back into the base. RP committed. That's another kill here for BetBoom. Starting to chip away at the options for Liquid, but another Remnant forward. Miero's gonna die. He's got buyback, but will he use it? He doesn't have RP anyway. Sprout, thinking about the Requiem. That lands, hits GPK. Do they have the control? They got the kill on a save. They've taken out another, but it's time for Liquid to retreat. They don't have a lot left. No Requiem, but they're feeling pretty confident on Ember. There's that Remnant away as they'll start to retreat from the BetBoom base.
If BetBoom somehow has Muerta ready in some of these high ground defenses, Liquid would not go for it, but in a situation where maybe they have buybacks, these are the type of fights that BetBoom can win. Like, it shows the strength of how they're playing, even without Muerta. But then again, Liquid, there are too many problems on their side right now, because you have this Shadow Fiend who's pretty massive, so is Nisha. Tidehunter dies in the end. He was stunned. He wasn't even broken. Save didn't have Aghanim Scepter ready, I believe, but Miero just dies. Nisha's causing a lot of issues, knowing that they have pretty limited lockdown, and this fear clipped GPK. Also got to be aware of Storm Spirit fighting near his base, being able to replenish mana quickly. And look what GPK has queued up. He's more about his right-click damage and also being able to lock onto a target, remove some of these annoying things, these Glimmer Capes, Solar Crest. They've been very annoying for him.
2 wins for GPK on the Storm, but now spotted by Nisha, forced to leave. And Aegis for 4.5 minutes for Liquid. We'll see what they go for next, how they will play the objective game here. Haven't broken the high ground just yet, but they have been really close to breaking the game open. At 11,000 net worth lead, things are looking good for them, but it seems like they are one good fight away from really sealing the deal.
In the end, GPK swaps his mind, swaps the item, instead of going for that nullifier, which, like, you can see the thought process behind it, definitely, but opting to go for Parasma, which is also very good in combination with Muerta, because your damage is going to be magical, and it reduces magic damage by 20%. Gives Pure another 20 extra damage. 20% extra damage that he can't deal, but it does feel like he needs a way to reset the fight. We haven't seen that Hurricane Pike, which is pretty much a stable on Muerta, opting to go for more Glass Cannon, picking up that MKB after Butterfly. And that's why now. Yeah, because Kataomi had enough farm to buy Nullifier, and he gets it, but he is completely isolated.
Found 60 seconds. Not pushing just yet, not forcing a buyback. We'll have some time. Refresher being built for Miero, but Insania's here. They've got this Obs and farming real close to where this Undying is at, but nobody else is here to really help him out. Both the Ember and the Marcy are bottom. Success continuing to be found for Liquid, but BetBoom continue to farm. They're trying to find the item that'll help them back into the game the most. They want a Hex from the Storm Spirit. They want a Refresher from Huerta. Ball Lightning and a Vortex on Anisha, but he'll claim those Lotuses. Saberlight. He's buying out. He does not have that buyback anymore.
They have some big items. Aghanim Scepter on Magnus, Shadow Demon, 2 charges on Demonic Purge, now down to 1. They can still kill the heroes relatively quickly. Pure, they are playing around their vision. GPK, they spotted him, I believe. Saberlight.
Buys a full Hex. More farm than anybody on the side of BetBoom. Hex giving even more control here for Liquid as they are looking to use this Aegis to break the high ground, potentially win the game if the fight is right.
Miero wants to jump in.
Or toss, but searing
Mickey got him.
Well done.
Mickey, Anisha, Saberlight ready to jump in.
Trying to make a move, GPK. Ball Lightning, but the Gashi lands on a Kataomi. They'll use that Requiem. Save is dead, and this high ground is going to be pierced.
The question is, do you buy back here? You have a lot of damage on Shadow Fiend. Solar Crest sitting at 250, 450 damage pretty much. I mean, it's very long 50 seconds. You have no tier 2 towers available, so they can clean it up relatively quickly.
Buyback from Save. The creep wave's not pushing him bottom, but I don't know if that's really going to matter. They still have an Aegis, still Ravage, but only hitting on a save. GPK is going to go with the BKB, and so is Pure with the BKB as well as Pierce. They're going to go to Insania, as well as Saberlight. Kataomi dead. Last shot in from Mickey. RP used. Pure ends up gone. He'll buy back. They'll look to get the kill here on Anisha. But do they have enough? No, he's able to remnant with the Ball Lightning from GPK. He's got himself the Vortex. They'll drop him off right in front of GPK. They get the kill to
20
Miero.
seconds on Aegis.
Anisha.
Save.
This is a disruption on a Mickey, but they'll use that Aegis. It's an ultra kill for the Shadow Fiend. Buybacks aplenty. But can Mickey get anything else? They've got the Vortex, they have the control, and they'll get him a second time. Oh, they jump back in with the Marcy.
They want to close it out.
He's
GPK,
dead.
no
2
mana.
minutes gone, and it's just GPK that's going to be alive. He's the only one standing between Liquid in the way of finishing this game, and he will die. GG is called. Liquid take game 1.
I love when teams realize that they can close out the game, seeing that the enemy team did buy back, so they kind of risk it one by one. Slowly, they're getting back into the fight, and we haven't seen those RPs like landing on multiple heroes. No real skewer backs into the tier 4 towers. Pure did a lot of damage in the previous fight, but again, Nisha with the big smile and with the big performance as well. His Ember Spirit definitely is a menace.
Yeah, definitely a menace, and casually sipping on some coffee after he gets done with the game, and happy to take a game 1 victory there. BetBoom, they looked like they had it for a little bit, but then it turned Liquid's way, and they never gave it up. So they have a 1-0 lead over BetBoom. We'll send it to the panel to hear their thoughts. Shiver, take it away.
Thank you very much. We did say that Team Liquid would have the easier to execute lineup, and I think we saw that in action. I know that there's a Magnus on the side of BetBoom, so there always was a chance for BetBoom to come back into the game, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough. The RPs just weren't quite hitting right, and it is Team Liquid that with an easier lineup, Jenkins just takes it.
Yeah, we can see why Liquid picked Tidehunter versus Magnus in this game. It's like such a difficult hero to, when he's standing in the front, either you like ignore him and go for the back lines, which is very hard to do, or you just skewer him into the fight. But this was the first point in the game where Liquid looked like they were making a good move into the game. I mean, BetBoom was up, like that was 7-1 at this point. And, you know, Nisha on his Ember Spirit, he's like casually poking, chilling. Mickey the whole time is just farming stacks. They're literally just here to steal the stacks. They even bring Saberlight over. He's got Ravage, so he's ready to fight this. This is always a really important move when there's an SD on the other side to steal the stacks, because they also had stacks to themselves.
Yeah, and then they made this clean rotation to the mid lane as well. And here's the RP, right? We talk about why do you pick Tide against Magnus, and this is exactly it. You skewer in 2 heroes that just don't care about being repositioned. The Ember Spirit, the Tidehunter, and you just alley-oop that one straight into the Tidehunter's hand, and that's when the game started to look really rough.
I really love the final fight of the game, by the way. Like, to me, this is when teams are playing peak Dota, when you see that they take the opportunity to buy back everybody and then go for the end. It's so risky, and it requires such confidence. But when it works out, like when you do have that confidence, it makes a game, instead of, you know, lasting 40, 50 minutes, you're giving some chance of a comeback. Like you're just ending the game. Like to me, this is a really confident move from Liquid, which is surprising because usually it's game 2 that we see this coming out from them.
This fight as well. It's like buybacks are Dota's in-game objective right now. Like if you don't have buybacks, that's how you win games. And they realized it right here. Like Mag just bought back. The Morta just bought back. And then you're in with Ember here. And of course, like the buyback from Marcy that just happened goes in. Now Mickey, he cleans up a little bit. Now Nature's buys back. So like all these heroes are buying back. And yeah, at some point you do kill the Shadow Fiend, which I do believe you get a Storm buyback here too. Yeah, you get a Storm buyback as well. And then that's where it all hit for Nisha. It's like, okay, you guys are all going to buy back. SF might die here, but I can finish this game here as long as I just get a kill on this Morta. And they exactly did that. They ended up killing the Morta here, and everyone else ends up dying as a consequence of that. So it was down to the wire. If something would have went wrong there for Liquid, they could have been in big trouble. So it's like reading that situation takes a lot of like balls, to be honest with you. But it is a game-winning decision. This game could have gone the distance if it didn't just end right there.
If like a single hero didn't buy back in the most immediate possible time and TP at the furthest location possible, like if there was any delay from any player on Liquid, there wasn't any delay from BetBoom. They were absolutely ready for that because it's in their base. Of course they're going to do that, right? They have Magnus, they have NP, they have these heroes that can like easily get there. So
and Mickey had a Remnant in the base, which was also enabled this entirely. So he knew. He was like, if I die here, I'll be able to buy back. I'm sure he communicated this as Mickey was getting kills here. I'll leave a Remnant in case you need help. And then he delivered.
Yeah, of course, it was Mickey that created the fact that Nisha even had buyback money by killing just one extra person.
This is true. He didn't have it. I'm sure that was also the call. Like,
yeah, just kill that person.
Kill
I'll
somebody.
be right
Kill somebody.
back.
Like, I'm close to buyback. This unironically does happen, and it's like Fear said that buybacks are the late game objective in Dota. So to play around it this early is like, it's very risky. It's very cool to see, and it only happens in peak Dota or the bottom tier Dota. But this was peak Dota up until that point.
High risk, high reward, right? That's the way you got to play it. We want to show you something still that happened halfway through the game, or rather, I guess, towards the end, because we talked about the Ember and the Tide that you don't want to ravage.
Yeah, I mean, Marcy, Boxy playing this. When a complete support build, I want to look at the Glimmer Cape and the Rebound that he has available here. This is going to be completely a support Marcy. He's not going for his BKBs. He's not trying to get in there and be a hard carry of the game. And we saw some really cool interactions on how you could save heroes. And this is one of the ones where things are looking good for BetBoom. Like, the RP is supposed to hit. He drags himself and the Tide Hunter out of it, and this is when Morta had a BKB, so Morta popped BKB. They were all expecting to have this team fight here, so yet again, something that probably you don't expect a lot of when playing against a Magnus, but apparently Marcy counters this Magnus skewer back because it's faster than RP.
Yeah, because you're thinking, or at least I'm then thinking about the cast point of the Magnus that obviously is going for the RP, which but normally, he puts his thing up and that's what he does. Basically, it takes a little time. But I guess Marcy is just a lot faster with her cast point of getting the Tide and herself out, right? Is that basically what
I mean,
happened?
that's exactly what happened. And goes to show you if Marcy's good versus Mag, Tide's good versus Mag, Ember's good versus Mag. Wasn't a very good Mag game.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. Is like you accept that Liquid knows the answers, that they have the answers, and maybe get Miro one of his other heroes, like a summons guy. You know, that's what he's looked really good on.
Well, let's see if BetBoom is going to go for that in game number 2. It's coming your way after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I personally only read it after we win a series, so like when people glaze me. But I would say even then it's not good, because you get too arrogant.
Arrogant.
Yeah, exactly. It's gets into your head. So I would say it's for sure not good if you're doing badly. Then for sure don't do it. And then if you're doing good, you can maybe do it a little bit to glaze yourself, make yourself feel good. But even then, if it's too much, I think.
But I kind of only read them when we lose.
Really?
Yeah, because instead of eating a lot of ice cream or I don't know, some other coke behavior, you go there and hurt yourself.
I see.
That's I don't know. I'll give it a 4. Saber gave it a 6.
Give it a 6. Just because I think, I don't know, strategy and planning, I don't know if that's the most important thing in a team.
It's more about skill and play.
Yeah, if it was skill, then for sure. I mean, vibes are very important, but I would say having skill team is better than having a vibey team. But I mean, I don't know. I think here on Liquid we kind of do a lot of vibes
and not so much
a strategy.
No planning.
I don't think that one was the last time we had a strategy meeting. Because
the problem is you're playing tournaments all the time. There's no time for strategy.
Okay, well, so you're saying for TI we're gonna have strategy meetings.
Well, number 9 Large coming in hot.
Well, I just feel I was having fun. It was not last, but first Wallachia I think that we won. It was the Dazzle patch. I finally like had a hero that only I played. Maybe like BM was playing, it was like the only other offlaner, but he was not at the tournament. And I was cooking. I don't think we even won that many games on it, but you know, it
But
was
you were
just fun.
cooking?
I was cooking, and that's what counts. And then they just killed him. It was like, yeah, so sad, so sad.
Yeah, I mean, I think he should have been nerfed. I just put a 3 instead of a 1 because it got nerfed a little too much. It did get buffed a bit again, so I kind of feel like it's playable. I'm not sure as an offlane, but I've seen some Dazzle support do pretty good. Don't know about core. So I don't know, I think, yeah, it's like okay. I'm voting.
10, 1.
Saber would try to keep up the good vibes.
True, true.
That's good. I think Nicky would probably just like lay down and accept his fate.
Yeah, I feel like...
It's like, I'm just gonna die here, guys. Good luck.
Yeah, I think, yeah, Mika might be the rough one, but I also feel like Nisha and William, they will like either like go really hard and like clutch up, or they will like be completely useless.
They could fight the animals.
True.
Or the other.
They can like be the explorers and
jungle.
fighters.
That's good.
Three, two, 1, go.
Boom.
I did like a switcheroo.
I mean, you put a 9 because you always win Wallachia.
Yep.
I put a 5 because I feel like it's like 50-50. Either we win or we don't.
That's true.
And we don't win tournaments before the big tournaments. So due to the placement of Riyadh and TI, I'm like a little suspicious of this one. That's my
However, that was before I came to the team. So now we're winning just Wallachia. That's like the only thing we're winning.
Okay.
And then hopefully TI.
We won't win any big tournaments, but we'll win Wallachia.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I mean, that's
a good pick.
start.
Team Liquid, your defending champions of Wallachia Season 4, is on the right track to also have a shot at the title here at Season 5 because they're one game up in this upper bracket semifinals, and if they win the next game, then they will be going to that upper bracket finals, and they have already secured top 3, and surely just the 2 more series to win the whole thing. Sounds pretty simple. I know BetBoom wants to go for that same route though, and game 1 did not go the way they wanted it to. I'm sure they're going to come up with something better for game number 2 that's coming your way right now. I'm joined by Jenkins and Fear, and we should be in the draft already, Jenkins. What do you want to see changed coming out from BetBoom? Previous series we credited Liquid on their simplicity. Is that something that you think that BetBoom should try out this time around?
Maybe in the draft, like give Miro a better game. We talked prior to watching this first game that maybe a lot of the reason that Pure can look like he's hot or cold, and when he's cold, BetBoom loses, is also because it's stemming from Miro not having good games, and he has carried them in the previous series he did, and throughout this entire tournament he's been like probably their standout best player. So I think being on Magnus in like a completely hard countered game does not look great. If you're going to be in some completely hard countered game, you know, maybe earlier phase pick the hero, but people aren't really doing that. Like that's what they're doing with Pure, you know? This is not like Saberlight on the side of BetBoom.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there was like an offlane diff, support diff, and mid diff in that last game. I think Pure was fine. Like he just, what could he do? You know, like he didn't really have any supporting cast in this game. And the biggest one to point out, I think definitely for me, is probably going to be the supports in the offlane. I feel like Shadow Demon Nature's Prophet is a very awkward support duo. They don't really bring any team fight, and you're pairing it with a Magnus who, I think if you're playing Nature's Prophet, you want to be aggressive, right? And Magnus is a very defensive hero. So yet again, all the times we see Liquid get played, they're very quick, and Nisha is running at you. Mickey's getting aggressive, they're stealing your stacks, and they get the Dawn. This is a hero that I think is very, very strong against Naga. The lane is super good, and then later on, oh, guess what? Do you want to do some Sleep Black Hole? Well, Dawn will just interrupt that at any stage of the game, kind of breaks that combo.
Yeah.
So already a good answer to the Naga with the Dawn.
Yep, I definitely feel like they also agree with your take because they just insta-pick slammed it. We didn't even see the Naga's animation play there because they think the Dawn is so good here. Like, they were definitely anticipating this. Funny that there's like some little mind games going on here where BetBoom is actually the team that bans out the SF and Lina because they realize that it's likely Liquid has so much respect for it as a combo with Naga that if they're leaving one of these heroes in the pool, it's because Liquid is just going to take it first pick out of this phase. Because they could easily have just SF'd here, and they're not going to give it to BetBoom. BetBoom with a Naga plus SF sounds quite insane.
But they also banned out some of the best combos with the Naga, right? So
yeah, that's what I mean.
The other, yeah, I mean, that's what you're alluding to.
They could have
Like,
left
what's
both,
left?
maybe. So they get one or the other.
But how far can you take this without shooting yourself in the foot? That's like what I'm alluding to here. Because
Maybe a bit next level, you go previous level potential.
Definitely potential there because, I mean, there's still the Morta, I guess, which is good. It did fine in the last game. I just think the offlane was kind of an issue. Support duo was strange, and Nisha just had too free of a game. And they banned the Morta. Okay, so
and that's
at what point are you shooting yourself in the foot here? Because now you feel a little pressure to take it soon, and if maybe now. Otherwise, it may not be there.
And you highly likely know already what lane you're going to be playing against, right? Because most likely this is a Dawn Shaman off lane, so then you know you're playing Naga +1 against it.
Yeah.
So you could pick it now.
These are all of the ranged carries banned except for Gyrocopter.
And Drow Ranger.
Oh, I don't
I'm
know.
just saying it.
I don't know about just like whipping out a Drow into a game where it's not countering like a Morphling or something.
It's very good versus Dawn, though.
I guess Terrorblade is no, that's actually out as well. Okay, yeah, it's
eliminated.
It's legit. Like all the ranged heroes are gone.
Yeah, you're definitely tempted for the Drow. It's just picking it this early is risky because you know a Tusk is coming, which is potential on either position 5, or I know Insania can play the Shadow Shaman.
Ooh,
And
they go
this-
for Lion.
This is like the bad shaman of the patch.
Budget Shaman.
He is
No
budget
need to get
shaman.
Shaman, guys. We got Shaman at home.
I mean, he has worse lockdown, worse objective taking. However, he does have slightly more burst.
And he's played by Save. And if anyone can make a Lion work, I would think Save would be the guy.
Yeah, but he makes shaman work even better. So budget even for save. But I think they definitely needed some lockdown here, and that was like the best choice that was available. And the burst, hey, who knows? Maybe if they pick the right heroes, they're going wild right now.
I like it.
Yeah, this is like off the wall right now because this wasn't necessary. Like you don't see anything. You're picking Leshrac and Lion just blindly here.
I wonder.
What do you like about it? Just the boldness, or do you just like it in this game?
I like the boldness, but I'm also like every single ranged hero that pairs with Naga has been banned out, so I felt like they needed to pick something.
Carry Lush?
Maybe it's a Carry Lush, yeah. Like
That would be bold. Yeah.
I could actually see Pure playing Carry Lush, and then get some.
That's like a budget Lina.
I don't know.
I mean, they could also still keep it open for flex because obviously GPK played it as well. They don't need to decide now. They could both have it in their minds and then see what Liquid throws their way. As Liquid has to pick 2 heroes right now, which means that they see so much more by the time they do have to decide where it's going to go.
Carry Lush against Dawnbreaker, Shaman, and Lane could be that one could go either way. That's
There's
definitely
a queen
very
of pain in the pool.
very volatile.
Yeah, there sure is.
If it is a mid-lash, would you want to play Queen of Pain against it or not?
Absolutely.
Yes.
You just want to play Quap versus Lash, period.
Ooh.
You
Yeah.
buy Blade Mill,
You
blink
blink in,
on.
you blade mail, you lifesteal for.
You have Dawnbreaker. We've been talking about this combination.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah, they picked it at the same time. I was thinking, like, what could own these heroes?
But I guess, in that sense, the way you guys, then it doesn't matter if the Queen of Pain is against the Lash because in the game.
It's a game counter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's.
I mean, there's a reason we don't see Lesh blind picked very frequently.
Yeah, that is true.
There's-
Unless
it's a Blade Mill patch, guys.
unless it's a Carry Lush. It's a Carry Lush.
It could be a carry Quap now.
This is cool. This is really cool. I can get behind everything that's happening here. Yeah, it could be easily a carry co-op. I could definitely see Mickey taking that. I will say I'm not even sure if like the Puck co-op matchup is different now.
Yeah.
Because Puck has curveball facet, so Puck is now better in a lot of lanes that Puck was weak, which Puck beat Queen of Pain before. But with Bondage, if you blink on Puck in Blade Mail, the amount of spell lifesteal you get from this hero, you are never going to kill a Queen of Pain with Puck. So in terms of the game, I think co-op actually enjoys playing against Puck if you go for Bondage facet. But in that case, maybe you run it as a carry and you get something mid that will dumpster the Puck, something like
Ember, Yeah.
Tiny.
Well,
not DK.
It is
Not
overall last pick for Team Liquid, so they got a little while to think about it. We will also learn a little bit more from the bans that BetBoom will go for, as it's Monkey first up, removed from the pool. That's kind of like a generic one, could go either.
It could go either, yeah. I mean, you're playing against Mickey, you consider banning Monkey, but also a hero that does very well against Puck mid, Mage Slayer buyer that will do well in the game against Lesh and Puck. So this one definitely makes sense, and you're covering the base of the carry and the mid.
I mean, this makes it easy for Liquid to ban, though, because now they just have to be, what Miro hero is going to be a nuisance for us?
With Lion. Some sort of semi-carry. I mean, Lycan is a super solid ban. I just get Lycan Beast out of the pool. I mean, you can't Beast, I guess, because Enchantress blocks that.
Lycan is also hard versus Ench, too.
Yeah, I think the Ench was a good for the game.
It's anti-Miro, for sure.
Anti-Miro.
So they're going to ban out the Kunkka, maybe a Pango
Yeah,
on the menu, something. If they're looking at team fighters.
I was thinking Pango as well.
Centaur, he's really good on. Like, you can... I'm honestly a little underrated, like, Centaur versus Dawn. Like, disengaging from Dawn when she ults in. But they went for the Pango.
Yeah.
Which means they still might pick the Centaur. Centaur Lion is a classic lane. Miro's a great Centaur player.
I know you guys are not the biggest fan of Lion, considering it's a budget Shadow Shaman, but isn't Lion very good against co-op?
Yeah. But it's good versus co-op.
It's not like it was before, though, where you could instant
Yeah, if you
burst her,
finger
'cause now-
death a Blade Mill, that's real bad.
And co-op will just lifesteal for everything that Lion does. So, and she's got huge mana pool, so mana drain not that effective.
But to be fair, though, to kill a co-op, she still has to be stunned. So
Yeah.
in that regard, stuns are still
Yeah,
good
definitely.
versus
It's just
co-op.
not as bad as it used to be. It used to be like pretty hard to counter.
Yeah, I mean, if she has Blade Mill on and blinks in and you use finger, you're just going to heal her and kill yourself.
Well, let's see the final hero that BetBoom opts to ban. They are running out of time. No more bonus time left.
Yeah,
It's the
just-
Doom that still gets removed.
Pick your Centaur, man.
And an instant Omni Knight pickup.
Okay, I mean, I guess that... I'm actually curious how
Cool
Omni
flash.
in lane does against a Queen of Pain. If you want to run
It's all
co-op
that bad
safe
in
lane.
with Ame. It didn't...
I don't think you want to level repel early
don't.
anyway on Omni, and
No.
it's such a long cooldown.
I think that lane would get dumpstered.
I feel like you just pick a Puck owner mid right
just
now.
pick Ember. I think you just... It's Nisha Ember. What more do you want?
It's like Ember, Tiny,
Ember.
Yeah, and Mickey used to be a mid player, so I have no doubts that he has Queen of Pain
Pick
in his
Ember and
wheelhouse.
buy a Blade Mill. And
it's just so many Blade Mail heroes.
You just have triple Blade Mill and you're a Leshrac. What are you doing in this game?
I'm just thinking about it, you know, they got options. They might be wanting to use their element of surprise. It will be an Ember, though. That's not surprising then.
This is a funny draft, I gotta say.
I mean, BetBoom made it funny. I don't think Liquid did anything overly funny here. Hopefully what BetBoom did here is meta breaking. If not, because this is a early pick Leshrac. We all know Pure. He likes to play early pick in this patch. They pick the Naga. They ban the Lina. They
And the SF.
ban the SF. And then he's like, I don't know what's left, guys, to lane with Naga. So he goes for his Leshrac. He's playing for his triple Blade Mill now. This Omni is going to have to be behind this Leshrac at all times if he wants to do anything this game. And that's a little bit of a concern, to say the least.
Yeah, we were praising before the series began that Miro basically has been the driving force for BetBoom this event. When he does well, the team does well. And what we're saying is Omni Knight might not be the hero for him this game that allows him to set up his team for success. Is that
I mean,
fair to
he
say?
will be. It's just he's going to be a support this game instead of like that core. I don't know what to expect. This is cool. I want to watch the game.
Well, we are gonna watch the game, but before we're watching the game, we're gonna hear what Blitz has to say.
Thanks, Shiva. Yeah, I mean, a very, very interesting draft there. Did you anticipate this Leshrac coming out?
Did they show if his carry yet or off lane? We didn't see actually, or because I just left the booth, so I have no idea.
It's a carry Leshrac.
Okay, yeah, we knew it was coming. I think we talked about it in draft that they would puck probably, and Mickey said he would play the Quap no problem. So it's kind of chill. Like we saw it coming. We knew it would happen.
All right, everything going to plan then so far, and expecting this to be a repeat of game number 1.
I mean, it's hard to say because I think game number 1, our draft was much better than theirs. Game 2 should be a bit closer though. They have pretty good heroes.
All right, awesome. So pretty confident. Who should we be looking at on your team this game then? Who's got the best chance of like really popping off?
Probably not Aiden because he's really sick. I think he slept from like 9 p.m. till 4 today or something. And I think he said like 2 words last game, so probably not him. Shout out to him though, he's a trooper. I don't know how he's doing it. I think he is barely standing right now. So probably Nisha. I mean, he got the last pick, so if he doesn't pop off, he's kind of ass.
Alrighty then, hoping Nisha can carry through a nice quick 2-0 and get Aiden nice and healthy again. Thank you very much, Blitz. Best of luck in the second game. We'll send it to our casters, who are Bcop and Lacoste.
Thank you, Nomad. Another informative interview. As if he doesn't pop off, he's ass.
Won't be working with him again. He's out of the team. Pizza party is waiting for Nisha. I don't think that day is ever gonna come. That Nisha's gonna get booted from the team. Maybe like 2037 or something when he loses Will to play Dota, but we'll see. Panel talked about multiple blade mails being viable in this one because you have a carry Queen of Pain with Bondage Facet, you have Ember Spirit from the mid lane. I would love to see one of them buying a Mage Slayer. Dawnbreaker is also a very good candidate to buy it. Ember Spirit can buy it as well. Even Quap, we saw Queen of Pains like a couple of months ago. Not all of them, but some were still buying Mage Slayer when it's a really good game for it. Because you are playing against Leshrac, you are playing against Puck, Lion as well. There's a lot of magic damage. There is good amount of pure damage coming out from Omni Knight and Pure himself with Diabolic Edict. And also something to point out that Pure is almost dying in this top lane. But also he is playing a bit of a different facet. This is the carry Leshrac. He's playing with Chronoptic Nourishment, which is going to be the facet that gives him mana whenever he attacks, but it also means that your Diabolic Edict deals damage to the tower. So maybe BetBoom Team wants to speed things up a little bit. Go for these towers, group up with Omni Knight, and try to put more pressure onto Liquid. Insania
dropping for first blood again. I think he dropped for first blood in the previous game, and they were able to get this with Save and Miero. Omni Knight we've seen in the carry role. We saw Ame play this at one point. And carry Quap is dead. That was a lot of damage all of a sudden from half health to no health. And Miero starting to dominate this lane. And the thing that kind of worried me is the carry Leshrac, but now carry Quap. I have some questions.
We've seen carry Quap. We haven't really seen Leshrac, I believe, even though some teams definitely practice it. I think they practiced it even pre-this patch because these are the type of heroes that Pure likes to play, something that comes online fast. These type of heroes have always been in his pretty much hero pool. He loves to play Dawnbreaker as a carry as well. Bottom lane's not gonna have a good time. Like you have Enchantress, Queen of Pain, both of them are range, but also giving away first blood, giving away the second kill as well. Now Miero suddenly with those 2 kills, sitting with double Bracer, knowing that there's going to be a good amount of harassment. And also, I want to see which type of a build Mickey will go for. In
top lane, Boxy in trouble, but so is the Leshrac. Starbreaker hits. This Shadow Shaman will not get out. Now the chase is on a Saberlight. Already 3-0 in favor of BetBoom Team. They're going to chase this Dawnbreaker all the way back to the tower. The damage is close to getting a kill, but just not enough.
Yeah, I want to see if Quap will put multiple points in Shadow Strike. This is something that Ame did. Skipping Scream of Pain completely, farming with Blade Mail, farming with Maelstrom / Mjolnir, and then opting to go for more stats so that you are tanky enough. But again, this can be dispelled in the lane. Repel is on relatively long cooldown, so maybe you're not getting the actual value of skilling that ability early on, because it's on 55-second cooldown. Mid, a lot of... like, we've seen Nisha in this same matchup yesterday, where he did manage to catch Puck off guard, get the first blood against Kiyotaka.
Can't quite get the same here yet, but he is keeping up in CS. Boxy again low. This is... been a tough lane for Liquid so far, and you can see the damage coming through on his Saberlight as well. Just not enjoying the constant harassment that's coming through. Shadow Shaman, one of those heroes that normally gives you a lot of kill threat, but for now in the lane, it is definitely not feeling that way. However, they turned that idea around by getting not only Pure's Courier, but Kataomi there too, so it didn't feel like they were having that kill threat, but they dive the tier 1 and go in.
Nicely done by Liquid. They spent a lot of gold onto consumables. Nisha will pick up this water rune.
Ooh, they also got Pure top. Committing under the tower. I said they weren't showing the kill threat, and immediately they make me eat my words. They get those kills. Insania's here, looking over for GPK, and he's got that curveball facet. We saw Quinn earlier go for the Jostling Rift. Saberlight gets pulled in, but the TP is long from Pure. Well, maybe they could get Saberlight, who has options with Celestial Hammer. I wonder if they think about even diving this tower again. They've done some good damage, and they got a couple of kills back into the lane. Feels relatively good. GPK jumping forward. Nisha, ooh, 8 health.
Didn't even use that magic wand. Got extra bit of regen, extra bit of armor from the tower, so he was fine. That extra 2 armor actually making the difference there.
Surviving with just 8 health, walks it all the way back home. But it's better to walk back home and come back into the lane than die and give a solo kill over to your mid opponent. GPK with this should be able to get close to having that level 6 and having that Dream Coil available. Net onto Saberlight. They've got 3 heroes here top. That Earth Spike connects, but the Shackle onto the Leshrac, it's not making the initial difference, and then Pure let go, and we'll end up getting the kill on a Saberlight. Looking over at Boxy, they will find a second, and Kataomi gets credit for the other half. Nobody rotating over, nobody who could really rotate over and fight. The Enchantress was in the vicinity, but they never really had a chance to go.
To the mid lane. GPK will hit level 6 off of the creep, so if he can push it, doesn't have that much mana to work with. Rune is also spawning in 5 seconds. Save. He's gonna be there, but so will Boxy. Even Insania's coming.
It is going to be bot. It's an amplified damage. Save not really worrying about the non-impetus damage that comes through from the Enchantress early on, but with an amplified damage, you can find Save, and you look at how quickly you're able to get that damage out. Searing Chains as well as 1 slight or spike under the tower, but it doesn't matter. Boxy with the Ether Shock gets the kill and a save.
2 supports playing with Nisha.
Sight and the Searing Chains with the Hex. They've got the Shackle to follow it up, and the right-click damage is there, especially with that amplified damage, and they get GPK, who knew these heroes were around.
I guess he was not expecting this type of a damage to come out. Chicken Fingers, Hex into Chicken Fingers, into Shackles, 2 points in it. Oh, they might get the XP rune because of this. Boxy is far away. They are TPing in, though.
Ooh, they got Mickey. They got him, and now they'll get the Shrine.
He's fine with this one.
Happy to give it up. And Saberlight gets the kill on Kataomi, and they will pick up the other Shrine. So this is going to be support's kind of lacking a little bit. And that's
a little bit,
that
nothing too crazy.
Yeah,
if you look at the XP, they're still doing fine.
Yeah,
getting
they've
that
been
kill.
involved a lot.
Boxy has been involved in all 5 kills on Liquid. Save will get early level 6 on Lion, and he is playing Fist of Death facet. He got the stun. Oh, they're stacked the stuns.
Yeah, but I don't know if it matters. You've got the Hex, and now Sword Guardian kept him alive, and now Mickey, can he get back in or get a kill here? Doesn't want to really jump in and dive too far with the low health that he had, but he popped a salve, and now they turn it. They've got the Ether Shock, and now the Shackle Dream Coil used onto 2, but Boxy's still alive. They're going to bring over the Ember.
Still fighting.
Arrow's still fighting Mickey. Saberlight behind him. Illusory Orb just misses the mark. GPK is here for the blink over the high ground. Sonic Wave now lands. They've got the shackles
Oh, what a
onto
fight from Liquid.
GPK. Oh, Liquid.
It all
Getting away with
started
murder.
because they stacked those stuns. I guess he was not... Pure was not thinking that there's going to be stun coming out from Save, even though he does land it. And suddenly Queen of Pain blinks out, gets level 6, and manages to come back into the fight. This is the big fight for Liquid. And this lineup from BetBoom, they need to snowball. These heroes, they need to be getting a lot from the lanes. Saberlight will drop.
Getting chased by the supports of BetBoom. Knew he Solar Guardian and then TP'd back to the top lane, and now Pure's going to join them. But let's take a look at this fight. It's a long, drawn-out fight. They stack these stuns, and it's the Solar Guardian that keeps him alive. He's just on the edge of it, but that allows him to blink back, and he pops a salve to heal up.
He did pop the healing salve. He did switch to strength threads before they initiated on him, so that also kept him alive. A lot of these small things added up. And then 2-man coil, but again, they are focusing at the different targets. You see Miero kind of isolated. Pure is awake. He's not level 6 yet, and also a very nice dodge here from Mickey. Constant fights, 15 kills, 9 minutes in.
Song used, but Insania and Nisha are coming around the bend. They'll have a remnant. They should be able to kill Save if they spot him. Right now, they don't have the vision. Gets into some darkness. He goes towards the Lotus. He'll be able to maybe get away by the Sleight of Fist, as well as the Searing Chains. That's some control. Earth Spike and a remnant forward. Save trying to survive, but even on the high ground, isn't able to get away. There's nothing really that could help him escape once they saw him. Liquid doing a good job of getting a couple kills, sustaining the lanes, and counterplaying what BetBoom has. But that really is the name of the draft, right? Like, Dawnbreaker is one of those heroes that you're never comfortable initiating if you're on the other team.
Yeah, it's very difficult. There's a lot of sustain. They have Song to re-engage. You have Omni Knight, who doesn't have a point in Repel, but he has 1 point saved up. Also, later Guardian Angel. Miero has really good amount of farm. He's the most farm hero in the game at the moment.
Hex back and forth. Earth Spike lands on 2. There's the finger, the attempt to kill off Boxy. Good turnaround by BetBoom Team as they counter the counter of this Dawnbreaker. And they're also going to get this tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Not a bad movement from them. Top of the net worth for the Omni Knight by a decent amount of gold.
I thought Omni Knight's going to be picked more. This hero looked very strong from the safe lane, from the off lane as well. Gives you really good scaling.
Coil snapping it.
Himself.
Oh, gosh.
Not much he can do about it.
No, not really. And then they got the Hex, the net, and the reel in. He just came back alive, and even with the shackle, Boxy, he's gonna die. He was just dead, just came back alive, just to die once more.
Yeah, usually Lion is the guy who does that with the back to hell and back-to-back deaths, but so far Save has been having amazing impact, involved in 90% of the kills on his side. We'll have a good timing on the Blink Dagger as well.
Given some Kaka vibes with this, this
I mean,
Lion.
there's Shadow Shaman on one side, Lion on the other side. It's all about the control. GPK doesn't have much mana to work with. Does have 4 Magic Wand charges.
Illusory Orb, Remnant with it.
Very nice read. Again,
it's a good read into a Earth Spike. Doesn't matter. Who does he want to go for? Kataomi's off to the other side. They're actually getting baited here by an illusion to chase.
Kataomi denies it.
Nisha now running back. Pure going in. Finds the slow. They have the net. They'll hit the real lane, but now they've got the Solar Guardian. He gets pulled into that. They have the shackles. They look over at Pure. They get the kill.
Nisha.
Low Song.
Oh,
they should have him. But I say should because I am wrong.
Oh, man. Maybe if they let him with the Song, the Blood Grenade would kill him, even though I'm not sure. Also, Spark of Courage kicking in, giving him that extra bit of armor, and also allowing him to reset with the Magic Wand.
Committing on the Song on that now just leaves you very vulnerable on the side of BetBoom Team, and you don't even get that kill on Anisha. thought maybe he'd get that kill, but just too strong. Nisha gets so
Stun
low in
landed
this
onto
moment.
one. He reeled him in. Maybe if he didn't reel him in, it would land the stun. Like, there's a lot of these small things, and you can see that he's ticking down to Blood Grenade, but it's starting to regen up because he's not taking the damage. And then surrounded by 5 heroes, gets his magic wand, gets his shield.
And then he's never
He's
gonna
more
die.
than fine.
Yep. That's... Yeah, that's the kind of feeling. You got him on the edge. You realize that fight could have been ours with just one extra hit. And it didn't end up going that way. He could go north and potentially find Pure. He doesn't have a lot of life. This could be very devastating. Pure Remnant coming through. They have the Hex and another kill onto the Leshrac. This pure Leshrac just not looking nearly as good as the GPK Leshrac.
No, I mean, he also got relatively shut down in the lane. He's the lowest core at the moment. Good thing is you have Omni-Knight, who is the most farm hero in the game, who is about to finish off his Radiance. Going to be a good timing, 15 minutes in with the double Bracer and Strength Treads. But playing into triple Blade Mail, that's going to be a massive issue.
Yeah, not fun with the uncontrollable damage.
It is unplayable unless you have Repel on you, which Omni definitely will need to use it on him unless you get a BKB. So we'll see if he decides to pick up BKB straight away, seeing that there are way too many Blade Mails at the moment.
Smoke's picked up by both teams. We'll see if that ends up being a fight from either side initiating. Pure getting very low while taking these neutrals. Radiant's finally picked up here from Miero. Like you said, he's top of the net worth. He is just ahead of the Nisha Ember Spirit. But Nisha and Boxy heading towards bottom. Mickey is kind of in the vicinity. They're not going to find anybody initially, but maybe they could get onto Miero.
Boxy, Brown Boots, Blink Dagger, Magic Wand. If he gets the initiation, they can follow it with Dawnbreaker. Ooh, a little too short. Needed extra bit of a movement speed there.
Usually one or the other, right? Shadow Shaman, sometimes we see that Aether Lens first, then the Blink Dagger, but this time it's Blink Dagger, maybe into an Aether Lens afterwards. Right now, nothing really queued up. But the Blink Dagger is that initiation. They just didn't have the range to secure that lockdown. Had the numbers to get that kill, though. You can see, of course, Saberlight trying to get the Ags. That's been a very popular item on this Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, it's the almost instant counter initiation. Boxy is not messing around. Pure needs to run away, seeing that there's a couple more heroes showing in the bottom lane.
Game, though, net worth is very even.
Not sure if they needed to use Shaman Wards in the bottom lane. They had a lot of heroes. They had Siege Creep, they had Troll. With this, I mean, look at the damage on this tier 2 tower, down to half HP immediately.
They all back away from the tower, though. They get some of that damage with the Siege Creep. Nisha backs away. Most building damage being done by the Enchantress so far. Okay. Is kind of towards the bottom of the net worth of cores there with Pure.
He'll catch up once he
Solar
gets
Guardian,
Maelstrom.
Starbreaker, just a little bit late. Yeah, that'll start to boost up his gold, and then he should be able to get more towards the top. Miero is the one who's just been farming up really well up to this point. He's going into the BKB. He also looks for a Blink Dagger. He's level 12 and really rolling with this Radiance. He's 4-1 and 2 so far. He's got 1,000 gold lead on Nisha.
Omni-Knight can definitely carry the game. Again, he's also playing into triple Blade Mail, which is not something he likes to do. You're dealing insane amount of damage. It's going to be returned back to you. So Repel And he's also building BKB of his own, which I really like, seeing that he might need to use it on Lesh.
Definitely going to need to use it on Lesh. Lesh needs to survive these fights, and it's not been so easy for Pure in any of the engagements that they've had so far.
They're going to smoke up. I would still love somebody on Liquid.
Oh, finding
Shrek. This is a quick one.
Speaking of Pure and speaking of his survivability, he just does not feel comfortable in the map.
Now, I would love to see either Pipe or a Mage Slayer, potentially Pipe after Dawnbreaker finishes off Aghanim Scepter, because there's a lot of magic damage. Everything from Puck, Leshrac, and Radiance as well. Insania will be the guy that's going to die. Give some information to the rest of the team. Mekkei's
Ember's pinching. Coming from the right side. Actually, the Illusory Orb, the jaunt the other way. GPK threw the Dream Coil down onto the Ember Spear. Miero.
These Blade Mails are causing the problems.
He was thinking about focusing the Ember with the help of the Puck, but the Dream Coil wears out and Boxy moving forward, but not finding a target. Again, aggressive play by GPK. He's got that regen rune. And they're not going to continue to fight. Both teams trading a death, but one was on Pure, the other on Insania. Definitely more well worth it for the side of Liquid. It looked like they were going to jump in, but both teams kind of lacking the opening that they were looking for to commit to trying to fight.
BetBoom will probably try to farm BKBs until the next fight. Miero's still not like close to it, but they would definitely love to have one available on Leshrac. Maybe he even decides to pick up Blink Dagger so that he can follow people, so he can follow either Leshrac, who's out of position, give him Repel, follow Puck as well, because you know that GPK is going to try to push the limits on the hero.
Yeah.
Although there's a good amount of control on their side, he still needs to play like this. Like I don't think they want to be playing slowly, having this type of a lineup. Leshrac getting his BKB delivered on the Courier, and without the other facet with this one from the Optic Nourishment, you can deal damage to the towers easily.
Push this in and see Liquid. They'll get themselves a Tormentor. So that's Shard for Boxy. The game just sitting so even. Neither team pulling away at any mark, and Pure doing kind of what we used to see those support Leshracs do, hide in the trees and push the towers. But they're at 5, and they are going into Roche. They're committing to this, but Liquid are here. This is dangerous. Waning Rift, Silence hit onto the Shadow Shaman. Nisha, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains bails them out of the pit, but they smoke and turn around. Dawnbreaker's not going to be nearby because they want to use that Solar Guardian. They'll have that Ags upgrade. So Saberlight going to continue to farm, but they are wrapping far out, up, and wide, or down and wide.
Miero did turn off his Radiance.
The one.
This is a big kill. This is the Aghanim Scepter Dawnbreaker, but he knows. They read the situation well, seeing that they're not inside of the Roche pit.
Insania turns on those Wisps to start. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains comes through and locks up this Leshrac. They have the full Mjolnir onto the Queen of Pain, and they're backing away. They are not giving BetBoom that initiation that they really want. Either team, again, finding the right opening to
It's hard. They don't have that much damage to kill Roshan instantly. Warpine Raider inside of Roche pit, scouting things out, and seems like both of the teams are going to be trying to reset, maybe get a pick off on the side lanes, and then turn it into Roche. Nisha, again, having another flawless game on Ember Spirit so far. 5-0 and 4. Didn't die a single time. Kaya Sanj completed.
Minute faster than average. Blink forward, Boxy going in, has the Hex, the Shackle, and with the Solar Guardian, they've got more than enough to get a kill again onto Pure. The game is close, but the death count for Pure continues to stack up. That's his 5th death. This has been quite the difficulty here for this Leshrac surviving. Searing Chains or Spike now. Remember, fingered up and Nisha's dead. That's a 5-time spree going to GPK.
It might be Roche time now. Leshrac is respawning in 15. He got TP to an outpost, but they could definitely use his damage. Roshan still didn't regen up to full HP. So trading Leshrac kill for Nisha kill and then getting Roshan, this is pretty big. You also have Song ready to disengage.
Anybody coming over from Liquid not looking likely. It is not a quick Roche by any means, but Liquid without Nisha just do not have the confidence to go and contest this at all. And the Croaker is just a little bit too late. He tried. The Croaker tried to maybe be of some help, I guess.
Maybe you can get the Ravage inside and try to deny Aegis if you're there in the right time. A lot of things need to align, but some of the things have been aligning pretty perfectly for Team Liquid. Like we saw some of these fights, all of the neutral items, healing salve that they do have.
What's the 5-minute plan here for BetBoom with this Aegis?
Pure still needs to be careful if they want to be sieging these tier 2 towers. And also, I think Boxy will play this type of a game. Boxy is one of the better players overall when it comes down to recognizing what needs to be done in a certain situation where they don't want them to group up, and he can make this type of a play. How many times we've seen Nisha Invoker with Shadow Shaman, so you go for the Sunstrike play every single time with a Blink Dagger, you find someone on the other side of the map, get an initiation. Now with the Dawnbreaker, you can do the same thing. You definitely have more than enough damage. Maybe you can't kill Omni Knight, but every other hero is gonna die.
Blink Dagger for Pure. Just a movement item here for him. So a defensive item, a movement item. We'll see if Leshrac can output the damage if they have that chance to fight.
Well, that graph is pretty wild.
Up, down, up, down. Indecisive. But not indecisive is this attack onto Insania, but the Wisps just aren't going to be enough. Pure will have the damage with the Diabolic Edict to make sure that they get the kill onto the Enchantress, so they will be without Insania for 30 seconds. They're in the bottom lane, so maybe they can push this tier 2 tower. It's down to about a fourth of its health remaining. They get right up on it. They should be able to kill it pretty quickly.
This is a dead tower. Liquid will try to get a pick off, farm their new, farm BKBs pretty much on every single core. They do have Dawnbreaker with the shard, so that's a bit of a cheap BKB option. Still going for the big BKB. And you also have Nisha. So they still need another good 3 to 4 minutes to farm it up. If they don't die, Mickey is the one who's closest to his BKB, level 18. Mickey about to take over in terms of the net worth. Farming quite a lot. The Searing Signet. It also works on Mjolnir procs, which is really nice. Allows you to farm so quickly.
The impact from Queen of Pain was really, for the most part, that one fight bottom.
Still yet to see. Like, this is carry co-op, so you're not getting involved as much. You will be hitting the creeps. Once you get to your big items...
Oh, this is annoying.
You deal a lot of right-click damage.
Just hides in the trees, does some damage to your tier 2s. Some Gale Guards coming through. And a brawny gunpowder gauntlet for this Omni Knight.
I'm just gonna call it gun from now on. It's a lot of words. Leshrac is the most fancy one. Chronoptic Nourishment, Chronoptic Energy. It is a lot. It's a mouthful.
Certainly is. I think you could say it 5 times fast, though.
Nisha
saves your Earth Spike.
He got initiated on.
Finger stunned, but the Solar Guardian, they have the Hex, but is it enough to even save him? Sonic Wave comes through. They end up trading, but Pure loses that Aegis. Pure's gonna have a BKB, but do they have the control? No, he's gonna get the BKB off. He'll look over at Mickey. They'll go to the Starbreaker. Saberlight backing away for a second. But now, finding GPK, the song, BKB, Mickey needs to be careful. They're TPing out, though. Pure's leaving, and the rest of the team is going to leave. Ooh, they hit the Hex on a Miero. Serpent Wards, the Celestial Hammer, the damage onto Shadow Shaman's not going to be enough to get a kill, but they will take out Miero.
It was a nice try from Miero, turning off Radiance and then trying to go for the TP. Didn't work. Boxy, too good. A little bit unfortunate for Liquid. Nisha dies there. I don't think he got the Gale Guard off. He also had Regeneration Rune in the bottle. If he clicks any of those, I think it would be just enough, because Solar Guardian did come through. This is also level 2 Solar Guardian pre-fight. Now it's level 3, so it's going to be a lot more healing coming out.
Could have had a chance to survive and completely wipe that fight.
Sitting underneath Yobs.
Yeah, under the Yobs, and now Hex, but another Solar Guardian's coming through, dropping down on a save. Who will Gale Guard? Force Staff, get away! Oh, Save surviving. Who can they find? Pure. He doesn't have a BKB for 19 seconds, but they need to try and find him. They'll hit the Hex. It's going to be on a Kataomi, and they'll go get themselves a Naga Siren. But that is certainly not what they wanted.
Oh, Save could have died there if Saberlight somehow knew that he's still there. Running towards his...
I cannot believe Save survives that Gale Guard.
Gale Guard. They're still chasing. Pure down to half HP. Needs to be careful, though. This is not an easy kill to get. 3,000 HP on Dawn. If he gets the Blade Mail off, need to disengage immediately.
Nisha going for the BKB, but of course, wise to the Obs that was up there. They took that out. They go to the Hex, but the other Hex turns it around. They go to the Finger, and they get themselves the kill with the Earth Spike. Save. A quick 1-2 punch. Points his finger at Boxy, and then wipes him off the map for a second.
More than Boxy could candle. See candle, because Lion has the candle set.
Yeah, I see it.
This is a really good looking set. I love this one. I think it's one of the. It might be the rarest one out of all of them.
Is it? Of all Lion sets?
Not all Lion sets, but from that particular set.
Oh. That's pretty cool. I like the idea. Gives a little Luigi's Mansion vibes with the
candle. For sure.
I'm still a fan of the fish, all the fish stuff that he has from the Immortals. But that's just me. They go up here, 30-minute mark, and I believe looking to do Torm. It's Tormy time. Use that Gale Guard and then get in, take Torm, Guardian Angel, and a Shard for Pure. This Shard is a lot of area denial in fights.
It is, especially if you're like, in terms of reset with Naga Song, now you can use Split Earth maybe, you can use Puck Coil. GPK is getting bigger. He is going for a bit more damage-oriented build. Octarine Core has Amplified Damage, has Whisper, and now about to finish off Parasma. You know, Pain, she was thinking about going for the same route immediately, but for now it's just going to be Witchblade into Scotty, trying to reduce some of that healing that is coming out, and also going to give him good amount of stats.
Top of the net worth by about 3,000. At the same time, though, BetBoom Team, they lead the net worth overall. They took that lead when they took that Tormentor. Naga Siren's got a lot of farm. So does this Enchantress, though, almost at 10k net worth. The Ench drums Pike going into a Shard, so maybe we've seen this, we used to see this a lot more with Enchantress being more popular when Impetus and all that damage really did start to stack up. Miero spotted, but there's the Hex coming in from Save. They've caught Nisha again. Finger, Sonic Wave, but there's the Solar Guardian to get the save. Pure still running from Saberlight. They give up on that chase. They focus their attention on the Kataomi. They've also got Nisha low. He needs to remnant away, but the blink forward from Mickey gets the silence onto a couple. They got the Hex. They go to the Guardian Angel. Now Shadow Shaman Yule's up into the air. They've got the Split Earth down. They look for that Shackle. Kataomi's going to be dead, but Pure with the BKB. Can he get the damage out? Miero's there with a Purification. The damage on a save. Insania gets the kill with the Impetus. GBK takes out Saberlight, but Mickey, he finds the jackpot and kills off Pure.
Even without using the Blade Melder, you can still feel like this carry Quap. Oh god, they found him. Can he blink
Miero might be some help. It might even be the turnaround. Oh, go. Can you handle the impetus, though? The damage. Ooh. God damn, that Enchantress hurts.
I believe there was one miss chance. One miss. A bit of a Kale action.
Yeah, a little Kale.
Oh, Enchantress finally dealing some of the damage. 3.5.
500 ping.
Plus Mosquito again. Mosquito is back. We did not kill it yesterday.
It came back, just buzzing around. I used to have one of those rackets for bugs. I'd be at summer camp and it would electrify them.
Wait, electrify them? I only had the plastic one.
Oh, I had the one that was electric, and they would just burst into flames.
Good fight overall for Liquid, I would say. The Queen of Pain not dying. Mickey, look at his net worth, 21,000 here. Miero making the turnaround play. That was nicely done. But Queen of Pain, once she gets, this is also, you see the power of them, because they need to go in on Liquid and get stuff done during the BKB, so they need to pop them relatively early on, seeing that there's going to be Naga Siren that is going to try to reset with Song. And we saw it 2 days ago when BetBoom, when they were playing, I believe it was against NAVI, or 3 days ago. That fight with Refresher on Naga Siren did allow them to win the second game against NAVI. Going for the same item build this time around. Kataomi loves to play these heroes that do give him good amount of farm. Like Nature's Prophet position 5, Naga Siren allows you to get more farm and start to scale. Right now, you can see him creeping up. Maybe even getting close to Nisha.
Yeah, Nisha not really finding the pop-off that we thought he might. But kind of being... He doesn't need to be the main carry of this team at the moment.
Not necessarily. That's why I said at the start that one of them can buy Mage Slayer. You are playing into Leshrac, you are playing into Puck, damage from Radiance line, all that stuff does add up. And I see him going for Mage Slayer right now. That's what in his quick buy, 35 minutes in. So pretty late one. Will definitely give him more survivability in some of these early engagements.
Aegis.
Make aggressively blinking in.
Liquid, and immediately tries to blink into something. They find themselves Kataomi. It's the Yules from Boxy. There's the Hex Gale Guard, though. And Miero willing to throw that repel onto this Naga Siren. Miero has certainly salvaged and won fights for BetBoom. He has got nothing queued up at the moment, but he just spent out. He's got that Sanj and Yasha and looking towards whatever he's going to get next. And then it's BKB for Insania. We've seen this. Enchantresses just, they scale.
They do. This is with shards. Sproink is ready. Drums, Hurricane Pike. Does have Vast as well, so extra attack range is there. Mickey is the big issue for the enemy team. Him being more maneuverable in between the fights. Has that Sonic Wave on a relatively short cooldown. Might use it twice, might use it 3 times even if he uses buyback or if he respawns with Aegis. Now going for the high ground. Nobody's showing from BetBoom.
Have the 35-minute double catapult. Kataomi at the same time getting taken away from the fight. And then just shots coming in from Enchantress willing to step up. Double catapults get taken out, so that push will stop. Hurricane Pike to get some distance and continuing to farm, but Pure coming off from the side. He's actually farming nearby.
Mickey just hit level 25. Those extra 2 seconds, minus 2 seconds on Blink, does allow him to jump in, and he just finished off Scotty as well, which makes him super tanky. 3.3k HP on Queen of Pain with Aegis. They will put the banner down.
Hex and the Repel.
Repel is a relatively long cooldown. It's a 40-second cooldown ability.
Mickey taking a lot of damage and blinks back into that upgraded Split Earth. They are going to take the tier 3 tower. There's not much they can do. The banner is here, and they've also got the Serpent Wards committed. Save smoked up, looking for an opening. They're going to TP Pure forward. He'll try to find a stun. It's a lot of area denial, and there is the Earth Spike, the Finger, the Split Earth, and the Aegis. But the Sword Guardian, it's a little bit late. They've got the BKB from Yarrow.
Song to try to reset.
Song, BKB, Celestial Hammer running away, but the stun's landing. It doesn't matter with the Song out. They're trying to drain the mana. They're going to another Split Earth. They got both racks. They'll look at Pure. Guardian Angel onto him. But Liquid, they lose the Shadow Shaman. They do get the bottom set of racks, and they start to retreat, but nobody here from BetBoom can catch up to these Liquid heroes.
Relatively clean. They jump in. They get stuff done. Only losing Boxy. Losing that Aegis, but putting it to a good use.
Now it'll be some time till they get that next Aegis, but I kind of honestly expect the game to go slow up to that point. We'll see where Liquid go when they've got Boxy back into the mix. Dawnbreaker's working on level 24, getting closer and closer to 25.
He got these. He got the neutral item, big AoE for his spells. That's going to be pretty massive.
The made-up word, Dazun, or Dazun.
Yeah, I'm just going to call it these from now on.
That works.
But also, something to point out is how BetBoom is trying to amplify the damage, because you are playing into a lot of these BKBs, and post-BKB, there's going to be good amount of damage dealt, because you have Shiva's Guard, which amplifies magic damage by 15%, and you also have Parasma, which does lower their magic resistance by 20%. And you also have Whisper of the Dread on Puck with Timeless, so debuff duration, extra 8% spell amplification.
It's quite nice. By the way, 5 blinks on BetBoom. All looking for the right positioning. Not easy. This Hex on Pure, if he gets it, definitely going to be a fight changer. Have that extra control, and if they can go after Mickey, who's outputting so much damage, start with him, the rest kind of falls into place pretty easily. Queen of Pain went to the Iascadi like you were talking about, skipping the finish of the Parasma, but
it is
back for
it is insane damage that you deal with this Queen of Pain. She definitely has the highest damage in this game. In the last couple of fights, Mickey popped off completely, managing to also finish off kill on Pure in the last fight. BKB, Aghanim Scepter. A lot of items on Saberlight. Definitely scaling with this Dawnbreaker.
Radiant are scanning.
Definitely scaling, and Ember gonna have Aghanim Scepter soon, and there it is.
He was thinking about picking up that Mage Slayer. I think it would have been a really, really good early game purchase, but also decided to pick something slightly bigger.
Now looking for a Hex of his own?
Yeah, still, like, you want to have buyback, so not going to have that Hex for a really long time. Pretty even game overall.
It hasn't really split, and the net worth lead throughout these first 40 minutes of the game at most has been about 2,000. This is the highest it's been all game. Other than that, the game really hasn't... The game started 70-30, 58-42, but they go for Pure. Solar Guardian and an Earth Spike from a distance, but save.
Oh, look at this damage.
The Sonic Wave. They'll get the kill and a save. They'll look for Pure, the BKB, but the damage, is it going to overwhelm him? No, it won't. They'll Song, but that gets a little bit wasted, and now blinks away from Yarrow. BKB, TP out. The damage onto him is not enough, and the TP away from the Naga Siren.
All right, it might be a good time to maybe queue up a Basher on one of these heroes, just to make sure that it's not going to be happening again. Dawnbreaker has a good amount of farms, sitting at almost 4,000 gold. That's enough money to buy AC if he wants to commit after the tower, but could also maybe disassemble his SNY, get a Basher. It's fine to also get full Abyssal Blade and have SNY. You're kind of losing a little bit of a value from the double Sange, but it's whatever. Still gives you the tankiness.
GPK hexed. Oh, caught. That's a problem. Repel comes in from Yarrow, forced to drop down the Dream Coil. Now the Split Earth That connects. Nisha
Nisha.
taking a lot of damage here
Be
from
careful.
Pure. They jump forward. These heroes just do not have the life, but the Solar Guardian dropped down right on top of Pure.
Pressure on
He's in
Kataomi.
trouble. The damage with the impetus. They get the kill to the Leshrac. The song is not in time. Liquid, they did not buy tickets to the concert, and they will ignore all the music. They go with the Remnant
in
forward.
trouble.
They find themselves saved. Mickey's going to die, though. He's got buyback. Pure doesn't, and now it might be time for Liquid to retreat.
They definitely do, but they want to chase. GPK, blink ready in 5 seconds.
Illusory Orb, curveball.
Off cooldown. He needs to blink in aggressively.
They all have blinks. They all have ways to go, and that's exactly what they show there. But Saberlight goes back in with the Starbreaker. They have the Hex. It lands under the Ember. They go to the Shackle. It's on to Save. Save survives. Fingers Saberlight, and now you've got the Enchantress in trouble too. Boxy, Saberlight, they're paying so much for this on Liquid. It looks like it's going to be another with Nisha dead again. Insania is the only one that ends up running away.
It was Leshrac who was dealing most of the damage, blanking in and then soaking up all the damage, kind of sacrificing himself for the team. And then GPK pulling in some big right clicks. Did use the coil as well, and now got level 25. So this puck is going to be a pretty big issue. You have level 15 talent. He didn't actually take the Dream Coil cooldown with Octarine. Would put him down to like 40-second cooldown, but we're going to be seeing it again. GPK blinking in aggressively, knowing that Miro's behind him. He had to use that repel.
Look at Save.
The coil as well, Save. This team is very, very good at team fighting, not overlapping spells. Maybe we saw something at the start with the 2 stuns overlapping, but other than that, they're really on point. Okay, got slept here, and then he got initiated on again by a GPK Save, setting things up with another stun.
They got the buyback from Save. But that was really it. Pure was dead for a majority of that fight, and yet still, BetBoom looked like the stronger team. Obviously, they had the buyback, and once they took out Mickey, a lot of that damage was gone, and now they go for Roche. They do not have Dawnbreaker, they do not have Ember, and the damage on the Roshan, but they're gonna go with, is Mickey gonna make the jump? Is he gonna try for this? Aegis, oh, Sonic Wave, not gonna get it, now he's in trouble.
BKB off.
BKB, oh, the finger, Mickey! He got the kill and a save, but is that worth it? Song now on a both supports on the side of Liquid. Here comes
Mickey
Nisha.
with the buy.
Solar Guardian, that's gonna drop down. They'll look over and try to get the kill to Miero. Miero, though, is there with the help of Fury, goes to the Guardian Angel. The BKB is popped by Insania. Boxy's still surviving. They hit the Hex. They get the kill to Kataomi. They ball back on Mickey. They'll find themselves Pure. The damage with this Eye of Scotty as well as Mickey with the BKB.
Mickey's doing the right clicks.
Saberlight, Boxy, both dead. Kataomi buys back, but Mickey, he's got a triple kill taking out Miero.
Boxy's coming as well.
It's out of the hands of Pure. They hit the Hex. They've got themselves a splitter, but it's not going to matter. The damage is there, and down goes the Leshrac.
Oh, that was such a clutch buyback from Mickey. It's pretty much what won them the game in the previous one. Nisha and the whole team understanding what needs to be done, seeing that some of them use the buyback. Mickey jumping in, killing Save, who doesn't have buyback available, and then he recognizes we still have a tier 2 tower in the mid. I can TP and get to the close to the fight relatively quickly with that 4-second blink cooldown.
Gotta be a little bit careful. No buyback on Mickey. No buyback on Boxy.
No buyback on Leshrac. He doesn't have enough gold. He needs almost 500 gold.
Refresher is available for Kataomi if he wants to just refresh, but there's 30 seconds waiting on the song. Probably not going to use it. 20 seconds now.
Saberlight also has buyback available. Can come into the fight with Solar Guardian.
Dream Coil.
Snaps the coil. And
Insania.
Boxy's also in trouble now.
Yeah, he jumped in to try and react, but gets away. No, GPK not letting him leave. The supports do not have buyback. GPK, he's the one saving this game, and they'll TP out on Nisha, but Mickey needs to leave because he does not have buyback. GPK is right on his tail.
Oh man, GPK having a blast of a game. This is a very annoying puck to deal with. Almost 5,000 damage in like 30 seconds.
GPK 10, 3, and 10. And he is godlike. So what does that math out to? He started 1-3, and now he's 10-3.
Well done.
A thumbs up. That's good math. I always forget with the godlike beyond godlike number. Is it 9 or is it 10?
Because you're never godlike in your games, huh?
No, I'm a 5-position ancient apparition.
Mega
Of course
kill
I'm
streak,
not.
max.
Yeah. Rampages, look at my profile, 0.
Leshrac also got level 25. So that's going to be even more damage. This is Leshrac that deals damage to the towers. So the towers are going to melt. Boxy doesn't have buyback. He did buy out in the previous fight. Saberlight did go for Basher. I kind of like that. They need to be able to control them during the BKBs. We'll go for Tormentor. Everybody except Nisha does have Shard available, so that's going to be Nisha's Shard.
Snapping. Uh-oh. And there's that shard for Nisha. It's also some gold, but this mid-set Arax with the banner down, can they make a move? Remnant forward, thinking about it. Celestial Hammer, but the blink in from GPK. He is playing on the edge and on the brink of what you can pull off with this hero. They've got creeps pushing into the tier 4s.
Good
so if
damage
they
to
hold
the
him here,
tower.
they might be in trouble about going back out of this, but GPK, he went for it, and now Pure, he's in trouble. They go to the song.
He got the bash.
Up 2, but Pure's in trouble with the Celestial Hammer on him and the BKB. They're trying to get the kill, but save or spike attempt. Sonic
OD
Wave
stat.
not really going to do him enough, but they'll get the kill on Kanteomi. They'll look for the refreshment.
BK's
Sonic
in.
Wave once again.
BK's
But
dying. No
BK's in.
BKB.
Oh, he's in trouble with the BKB, but they found themselves this Dream Coil. It pierces debuff immunity. Nisha's dead. Saberlight gone. They chased too far. They got tricked. GPK went back to the base, but he's here again. Insania. Oh, you survive long because you're untouchable, or so you think. GPK beyond godlike.
They do have 2 buybacks available, but they don't have the buyback on the most important hero. They do not have it on Queen of Pain. Again, GPK destroying the fight. Same goes for Pure. His damage numbers are starting to add up, and they should try to go and get those buybacks out. They know that there's no Queen of Pain. Seems like they're
90
taking
seconds.
it slowly. They want to take another side. Saberlight with the buy.
They will have the advantage on the buildings. Dream Coil again. Remnant the Hex, but do they have the control? GPK
don't have enough.
has taken over this game. Boxy's still alive. The arrow died to Nisha, but Saberlight, he bought back and he's dead again. Maybe that slows him down, but the buyback from Miero was available, so he just TPs to the outpost and
He
he's back.
TPs and he's bringing AC to the fight. They want to end this one. They want to have extra attack speed, extra minus armor on the buildings. 50 seconds without Queen of Pain. Glyph is available.
Trying to use these couriers to pull these creeps off a little bit, but 40 seconds, no Queen of Pain. How long are they willing to stay? Searing Chains, Ether Shocks, Illusory Orb coming through. They've got Dream Coil once again.
They're buying time.
They glyph, they back off for a second, but they still want to try and get this to a game 3. One of their tier 4s is gone, and the creeps that are over in the base, they look over at Boxy. They should have the kill. The silence is there. They take him out. He's going to be gone for 80. There's the Hex Ear Spike, the Dream Coil. They've got the control to get the kill on Anisha. Insania's the only one alive. The tier 4s are gone. The throne is exposed. They don't have
going for the end.
themselves anything to stop this. The glyph is
Like, but they
unavailable.
can't stop
GG
it.
is called, and BetBoom, they take back game number 2 and push us to 3.
Oh man, we've seen some great comebacks, but this game was really back and forth. It was really hard to tell who's gonna win it, and GPK, he was the one who carried the team. GPK with insane amount of damage, great itemization coming out from him.
Yeah, GPK took over, and it was all his world. They end up pushing us to a game 3. We're gonna throw it over to the panel to hear their thoughts. Take it away.
Thank you very much. I think I was a doubter. I'm not gonna lie here. I was a doubter a little bit of the game here for BetBoom, whether they could do it with this draft they had, and I must say that I was pleasantly surprised. Fear, this was quite the performance coming out from BetBoom.
Yeah, absolutely. Like GPK and Save had some crazy performances. I guess Miro, I guess those 3 in general, like really carried this game. It looked absolutely amazing. I think from Liquid, they really shut down Nisha, or sorry, BetBoom shut down Nisha really hard in this game. Like time and time again, he just ended up getting kills on him.
Yeah, that was an insane game of Dota. I mean, from the draft to the gameplay, like there was uncharacteristic
Oh yeah, this was the
mistakes.
devastation. I was trying to remember. It was a long game here.
It was a
but,
very
like,
long game.
In the early game, this was like, it looked pretty rough. Like this is where Pure, he got 2 kills in the lane. Then they died on 2 heroes, and then he lost his courier, so it kind of translates this game where Pure, like, he died a lot. Eventually he was able to do the damage, but like the lockdown that was coming out through save and through GPK's puck, especially that level 25 talent, really made this game something.
I mean, on the flip side, like, Liquid were dumpstering the top lane, but the other side was Miro and Save destroying the bot lane as well.
They already started with like 2 kills within a minute or so.
Yeah, this like could have been just one of those snowballing Omni Night games. Miro was, like, it was very important that he had such a lead in this game because there were a lot of fights that they were on the precipice of BetBoom losing that fight and then just losing the entire game, but Miro was there with the save. Like, there was one on GPK mid. Like, they played really well around knowing they would always have an Omni Knight there. But man, sometimes you forget the amount of damage that Puck can do in the late game, and then you see a game like this and you're like, oh yeah, with the Ags, with the Pierce's spell immunity talent at level 25, like, that hero really churns out damage, especially if you're fighting into high ground over and over and over again.
Yeah, it wasn't just Puck either. I felt like we had Pure on the left track also. I mean, trust is a big part of this game because, as you said, they had to trust that Miro was just there to save, or at least to prolong lives, to dish out that damage. But I did feel like Leshrac did dealt a lot of damage. I do have a question regarding that, though, because he did go for a facet that people don't normally go for.
Yeah.
The one that that does hit buildings?
Correct. I mean, he realized in this game that they have literally 0 building damage. So if you can be ahead as much as you want, but if you can't take objectives, if you can't kill the enemy throne, you can't really win a game of Dota. And we saw in that late game situation where him being able to just siege and go high ground is ultimately which allowed them to get the win when there was no buybacks available.
And maybe the late game counter to Queen of Pain blade mailing and spell lifestealing off of you is just Leshrac spell lifestealing even more. I mean, that last fight where Mickey used the Scream to try to push people back, but he was like off the mark a little bit, it really hurts when you miss the Queen of Pain ult, because it's not just a massive amount of pure damage in the late game, which of course matters a lot because everybody has like an insane amount of armor, you have spell immunity, etc. It's also the spell lifesteal that you're getting back from that would keep him alive. So in that last fight, Mickey legitimately just blinks in and dies. And from that, it's the game. But either team having a player making a mistake like that would result in the game being over. And BetBoom just didn't do it. GPK would not. This man refused to make a mistake this game.
Yeah. I think was it Mumian there earlier today that he just said, like, the moment someone plays on the puck, they took it from it was already the case last TI. Nisha actually was the one to play the puck in the TI finals, I believe, as well, where if you have a person on puck and they don't make mistakes, that's just game. That's just it.
Yeah, and he had a great supporting cast, too, to help him out here. Like, the Omni bailed him out if he ever... I'm not saying he made a mistake. He probably put himself in these situations knowing he had an Omni, so he can really push the envelope with that. And then on top of that, he has this Naga with the Shard, with the Refresher Orb. They had lots of ways of, like, dragging these fights out. And it felt like if it got to a certain point in the fight, the Dawn ult is down, you have a song to reset, they would just win the fights.
Yeah, a very, I'm not going to say smooth game because it was not, but a very cool game to watch, as this was definitely BetBoom setting their own lineup, making it work. We did have some doubts. We were saying, like, well, this is better be them reshaping the meta, otherwise it's not going to work. And maybe they kind of did that. Let's see what differences Game 3 will bring, as one team will take this victory after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every every move.
The final game of the evening coming your way here with PGL Wallachia Season 5, last of the upper bracket semi-finals. We already have Gaimin Gladiators winning the first one earlier, and they are waiting in the upper bracket finals for their opponent. It's either Team Liquid or BetBoom, whoever is going to win our next one game, because the score is tied 1-1 right now. And Fear has a couple of demands for this third game. He would like to be inspired. He would like to have a flawless gameplay. Who do you think is most likely to bring you that, Fear?
I'm probably Liquid, I guess. They've had some of the cleanest games, but last game was also beautiful in its own way. The fact that you have just a bunch of heroes, mainly mid laners, just brawling it out. Like, we had a Carry Lush versus Carry Quap type of matchup. The Carry Quap is like becoming more normalized, but if Carry Quap is normal, I guess Carry Lush should be too. But I really think like this Carry Lush, it really struggled for a large portion of the game, but once he got to the BKB, once we had more available ways to give him magic immunity through the Omni Knight, that's when it started to really shine. But we'll have to see. Pure, he is a Carry Lush enjoyer, so Liquid, they're going to have to keep an eye on it. They lost to it.
They did, and they lost with the Queen of Pain Dawnbreaker combination, Jenkins, and we've actually been praising that combo.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like throughout the game it did look quite good. I think BetBoom just did a really good job shutting Nisha down, and it felt like Liquid was like lacking in the damage department. Queen of Pain late game does do good damage. I mean, you have two ults, like we saw it there. If you get a refresher, it's tons of pure damage. So, but it hits a threshold where like once all of your cooldowns are done, like that's it for the fight, and you're just this like tanky, you know, slow damage over time right click here with a Mjolnir, not like a Terrorblade that does this like insane sustained damage or Alina. So he needed Nisha to help him out, but Nisha was completely solved by GPK. So honestly, this was just the GPK show. I don't know how else to put it. I really love that the draft was like pure carry Leshrac. This is really cool, but I feel like GPK could have been against almost anything, and if he has a puck game like that, he could have anything on his team, as long as they're not playing like completely dog heroes, you know, like and he will 1v5.
That's true. I mean, we do have the puck is a very popular hero at the moment, and it makes me wonder, why did he get his hands on it? How did he get his hands on that? Because I know that Liquid left it in the pool thinking maybe they could counter with the Ember, although that did seem a little bit of a last chance decision potentially, but seeing the puck just and having a game like that, Fear, surely that must make Liquid think, let's just remove it from the pool or take it ourselves?
Maybe, we'll see. I think Nisha is also very self-aware of some of his games. Typically, I think Ember and Shaman should be enough to deal with a puck. I mean, this isn't their first time playing against a GPK puck before, right? I don't know if you can just ban it out of the game entirely. So
he'll get something that he's
we'll have to see. But they like the Ember versus the puck. It's just, unfortunately, Nisha just didn't have a good game. He should have had more farm. All those times where they went on him and the Solar Guardian went on him and it didn't save him, if he was a bit more farmed, it would have saved him, and then they could have turned all those fights, but he was just way too poor.
Definitely. Maybe he like overplayed a little bit. I know that his BKB came out as really like late, a very late item. And then you hit a certain point where it's like, okay, now I have the BKB versus Puck. Oh no, he's level 25. He can pierce spell immunity. So yeah, I agree. Nisha is very self-aware. He will usually adjust between games, and you know, I'd rather see Nisha where he's like playing really aggressive in the enemy team's face than just a player that's like playing really reserved. This is the way that Liquid wins games, by Nisha doing like crazy shit, and sometimes you can overextend, you know, and he was just playing against a mid laner who, once again, was refusing to make mistakes in a game where it was a very, very good puck game.
Do we think that then this next game around, there's going to be a little bit more emphasis to set Nisha up for success? Or not just on which particular hero he plays, but more in relation to we want GPK to maybe have a less good game, so let's try and put some effort into ganking his lane a little bit more or something like that?
It might help. I think just in general, this Liquid squad, when they're not playing from ahead, their movement on the map is a little bit scuffed. I think Nisha is used to playing in the enemy jungle, in your face, very aggressive. And this game we saw he's dying farming defensively time and time again. And I think this is something that Liquid isn't really familiar in being in this spot. So yeah, maybe support rotations to help his lane, make sure he gets off the ground a little bit easier. But he didn't have a bad game either. I think this was just kind of like a rare game from Nisha where he just has a really rough game. Usually they shake it off and do much better in the next one.
Yeah, that's the same for BetBoom, though. I think both of the last games that Liquid and BetBoom played yesterday, it was very one-sided in favor of both teams I just mentioned, which is, of course, why they're here in the upper bracket today. But one of these two teams will have to lose, and I doubt either of them is going out without a fight. As we're heading into the draft of game number 3, we got Team Liquid on the Radiant side, BetBoom on the Dire side, and first pick going the way of BetBoom, and that means overall last pick for Liquid. And we've seen yesterday, if we're thinking about Team Liquid's way of the route to victory that they had, we mentioned at the start of the series, they had Saberlight on the Veno, Saberlight on the Night Stalker. He had some really flashy, very strong performances on both those heroes. Both games that we've seen so far have mostly been focused around Nisha. So do we want to have the focus then back to Saberlight for this game, as that was their route to victory yesterday?
Depends. I'm not sure how they would do that. Like, I think the ban BetBoom did in one of the games versus banning the Night Stalker out, like, kind of shut him down in that regard. I think Saberlight has some heroes that are a surprise factor, but I don't know if he has anymore, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're getting banned now, so he's not getting a lot of his heroes that he's been kind of surprising people with. And Veno, I didn't think it was possible. I'm glad Liquid doesn't think it either. It's not just a first pick, jam it into the draft, it's going to work type of situation.
And I think on the Dawnbreaker, he did do what was required of him in the previous
played well,
game,
yeah.
which is he countered Naga. Like, I felt like Katomi had a pretty rough game last game, even winning. Like, it's just really hard to play into the save of the Dawn ult. You can't just do the Naga sleep and then TP. It's just not really a play option until maybe like super late in the game where BKBs are low. You blink on Naga, things like that. So I think he did what he could. I totally get what you're saying though, because it's like they play around Saberlight in a way. Like in the draft, they first pick him as hero, and then that sets them up for the rest, and then. But they also have been doing it in the game because he's playing playmakers. Dawnbreaker's not a playmaker. She's waiting for plays to happen.
Sorry to interrupt, but they left TA, which is something that, Pure completely owned on just the other day. So Liquid actually just respect the Naga. I mean, they just lost to it, so they decided that hero was an issue.
Well, TA has been banned in both previous games, both by the team that did not have the first pick.
Saberlight has been playing Veno, though, so maybe that's the surprise we have in store.
That would be true. That would actually make a lot of sense why he's been playing it.
Ultimate respect, though, is now ban Veno, pick TA. They already banned the TB.
Yeah. I mean, and Axe is good against TA as well, so.
Yeah, it would be good. But they
banned the TA themselves, and they will take the Nature's Prophet.
I mean, that's a cool idea as well. Like, we do know Liquid likes TA and NP, so instead of making the trade, they just took one of them. I just want to see a little bit of a variation from game number 1 when they had the Nature's Prophet. I believe they had like a Shadow Demon as well, Magnus. Don't go down that route again. That one did not look so good, so want to see something a bit new, but it's going to be a completely different style. There's no way you can emulate that last draft, I feel.
I mean, Shaman still open. They go for the Dawn. Okay.
Once more.
I mean, it is a good hero. It does look good in all these games. It seems to be. It's always nice to have that +1 whenever you want. So you can just be farming like really deep in your own jungle, just being very efficient with the net worth, and then just be anywhere.
Very easy to get out of Sprout too. You don't really care too much.
You follow
against
NP wherever he goes on the map. Like NP's ganking you. Well, Dawn is counter ganking the NP now, so just global presence.
Yep.
With global presence.
And a carry NP does not like a Dawn to jump him. You know, like you can actually do a decent amount of burst.
Yeah.
And it's a good lane. It's a really good lane.
If it's carry. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter what NP it is.
You'll follow it.
Yeah.
If it's a carry or a 5.
And does Save actually, I can check that. Does Save even play this?
The Prophet?
He has not played it yet, so considering how many games they have had, Save would have potentially played it by now if he was interested, but it's not really Save's play style either. Save is usually playing that like lockdown, stunning team fight type of support.
Well, we are in the part of the draft where I'm expecting to see some, well, I was going to say support bans, as there's none picked up just yet, and there's still a couple of strong ones in the game, but it's Shadow Fiend that gets removed first. Is there actually any other core that is still like in the same vein as Shadow Fiend that is just blocked from my memory right now? Lina?
Like the ones that can be like carry mid?
Yeah.
Queen of Pain, of course.
Oh yeah, of course.
Queen of Pain, Lina.
Leshrac, apparently.
of course.
Of course.
I mean, Doom. There's a lot of heroes that you can technically flex around.
Well, there's a lot of bonus time used by BetBoom in this second ban phase. They only have like 25 seconds left. They do ban out that Queen of Pain.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good strategy when you're first pick. Having these like high value flex potential heroes, like a lot of the heroes we see on the screen right now can do that. Like especially from BetBoom's bans, like Quap, TA, SF, and then they took the NP. All these are heroes that can be flexed around on that second pick, which utilizes it the best, which means those premier heroes are out and they're going to have to dig a little bit deeper if they want to do that.
I feel like Puck definitely has to be on the radar here. Like, which team is willing to pick it earlier? You know, an ideal situation for Puck is to get it when you're 18th pick and you have 2 bans, right? But it just seems like more and more it's getting picked early and earlier and not countered enough that it doesn't have a game. And I wonder, does Liquid just pick it out of phase?
Or ban it before? Because if they don't ban or pick it, it will probably be BetBoom that picks it up, right?
I just don't think the perfect counter to Puck even exists right now. Like, you pick a Shaman versus it, have a stun, but if Puck jumps the Shaman, now the Shaman's countered, right? So it really just comes down to execution, and we saw in last game, Puck is a hero that just does way too much damage in the late game as well, so it just has to scale at some point. So it's good to have tools against it. You don't want to play against a free Puck game.
Yeah, you know,
but there is no hero that's like, I can't play Puck because they have X, Y, and Z hero.
You did mention the Shaman, and I do wonder if Liquid just takes the gamble and they go Dawn Shaman and say, okay, you want to get the Puck? We have Shaman.
They ban Storm and pick Tusk. Is it not an open invitation for BetBoom to pick Puck?
It is definitely. I mean, there's not good lockdown between these two heroes, but it is a very strong lane. Dawn Tusk. The icy hands with Dawn's Q is so much damage. This means Nature's 5, Nature's carry. Like, the hero will suffer into this lane big time.
They can just pick Puck and Shaman. Be happy campers.
I think part of the reason they picked Tusk is also because I know people like it against Shaman. You can save from all of the single target. You can stop the channel. You can save from the ward. Like, you can literally move people away from the ward. Or the ward trap if you don't go for the big ward.
Yeah, I'm really curious on what BetBoom's going to do here, because they've shown a problem from Liquid, which is this Tusk Dawn lane. It's really strong. And typically people like Toro would go for Morph in this situation, I think. But Pure, he's kind of stayed away from it. He's more of a Lifestealer fan, and this is it's a risky one against Dawn and Tusk. Like, your Enrage will allow you to not take the bonus damage from just the tag team, and you won't get stunned from the last hit of the hammer, but you're still going to take a lot of harass, and you are playing versus Tusk, which has the BKB lockdown. Dawn's ult also has good lockdown.
But Pure is also the only person in entire Wallachia that has been able to make Lifestealer work, and undefeated. All 3 wins are in his hands.
Yeah, conceptually, it can be good. But have they picked it this early yet is going to be the real question. I'm kind of...
They also prioritized the Lion, even though we called it budget Shadow Shaman. Shadow Shaman was still in the pool.
I mean, after that last performance, I don't know. Maybe it is good, because Save had an amazing game on it.
Maybe Lion is Shadow Shaman 2.0.
Time will tell.
Time will tell. We got a Monkey King picked up by Team Liquid. That seems like a very on-brand hero. We have seen Team Liquid play this hero several times, both in the hands of Mickey and Nisha.
So
and
every
in the past
time
in Boxy as well.
Pure has picked Lifestealer so far has been 18 pick. So this is a much different, because like you pretty much are like, hey Mickey, hey Nisha, what do you want to play versus Lifestealer? And like, they're gonna jam on 2 hard counters here, right? Already got the Monkey King. This could be for Nisha. Who knows? But they invited, we're talking about these QoP, these SF, TA, flex picks. They just gave him one. Here you go. Nisha, Mickey. We'll sit on this for now. It's good versus what you see. But eventually, we'll be able to get you this counter pick. So
They finally get Miro a summons hero.
yeah, no inch.
Yeah. He is not a hard countered this game. Does okay against Monkey, fine against Warlock, just generally good in the game. I mean, you've Tusk Snowball save for the Roar, but Beast isn't really played around that anymore too much. It's more about...
The offlane Beast isn't, of course.
Yeah, yeah.
We've seen it mid a couple times.
It's more about the Helm Dom too, and playing against heroes that don't like playing into summons, and these supports definitely do not. But I do like Liquid's approach that they identify that BetBoom does not really have any like good team fighting whatsoever, and also some damage issues. So they go for Warlock, and they just say like, if you ever take a 5v5 versus us, you are not going to win unless you have some like significant item advantage. And BetBoom does adjust and correct for that with Beastmaster. He's a little bit more of a team fighter than the other 3 heroes.
What, they banned the Leshrac?
Yeah, you never know.
We've seen that do incredibly well against a Monkey King mid.
Yeah, GPK played it, actually, and he proved he is quite good on the hero. I mean, GPK has been having a really good tournament so far. Almost every game I watch him, he is popping off. But
Let's see which last hero that... Because GPK, surely you're going to ban his Puck.
I was going to say, I wonder if even though Monkey does well against Puck mid, I wonder if he just banned Puck anyway.
No, they banned his Huskar.
I could genuinely see him going for it. I mean, I do think they still have a little bit of damage issues, but it's a good Lifestealer Infest Bomb. They need the team fighting / disable. And I 100% understand Monkey King is supposed to dumpster Puck mid, but I really do think with Curveball Facet, the matchups are different. So, and when you just had such a good Puck game, we've seen it very rarely lose to anything, like really lose.
I mean, it has far less disables than the last game, that's for sure.
They banned out the DK, by the way. Just want to point that out.
I feel like Liquid will probably just run Monkey mid, because he will still win the lane.
Yeah. Is there then a better carry matchup?
Oh, there is, but I don't know if they'll pick it.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
What are you thinking?
Are you thinking Clinks?
I was thinking Weaver.
Ooh.
No, I wasn't thinking Weaver.
Okay.
Weaver is Puck and Beast, and Lion is unplayable.
Beast?
Yeah. I mean, the lane's good, but after that, nothing is good.
It will be an Ursa Bear.
Ursa, okay.
But,
I mean, I don't think they're going to pick Clinks, but that would destroy not only Clinks and the Beast, but this is a happy middle ground, I think. It doesn't hate playing versus Beast. I mean, it might hate playing versus Beast. It depends on if there's a little feeding going on in that lane, and then
yeah,
Ursa
as long
hates
as
the lane.
As long as they can just not feed, I agree. Like Insania has the heals, you're not going to really care that much about the damage over time. I feel like that's one place where Ursa suffers if he gets damage over timed in lane, and Warlock is like the perfect support to play with it to solve for that.
So if it goes well, Ursa's going to scale into this game really well. You have then Rage versus the Max, like Hex, and just the Roar is nice. However, Ursa versus Puck, not your favorite matchup, really. You don't like playing versus silences, so it's an overall good pick, though. It helps them in the late game for sure.
Once again, there is very little lockdown against GPK on Puck.
Yeah.
So that's one concern here. And I wonder, does Saberlight get an Orchid? We've seen that on Offlane Dawn sometimes. Or do they just say, you know, maybe we'll play for late game, get an eventual bash on Ursa, something like that?
Maybe. I can't get over. So they got the Puck again, which GPK is still undefeated on. They also, we've been praising Miero a lot, and we say this is finally an actual, you know, good Miero hero. Picked on 18, so they were able to properly protect it, and they thought it was a good game for it, which, if you were first pick, that's your golden goose right there. I'm kind of feeling like, even though you guys have not outright said it, BetBoom is a favorite in this one.
I mean, they're looking good, but anything can change with this Monkey King just roaming across the map, killing the Beast a couple of times, going top, killing Lifestealer. Like, all eyes on this mid lane for me. Both Nisha and GPK are going to be the center stones of this potential game.
Okay, well, we're going to find it out because it is time for this third and deciding game. Team Liquid and BetBoom, who will secure top 3. Let's hear it from Beakup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into the final game of the day, we've got a final pause of the day. A couple of disconnects. We've had a little bit of this. It's been some high ping spikes, but other than that, everything's been pretty hunky-dory.
Who the hell is hunky-dory? I feel like a lot of these American sayings don't have background. Maybe like some 30, 40 years ago, and people forgot what this actually means.
You know, somebody really close to me, very informative, said people just make up words, and that's how language was formed. I'm not going to say who specifically.
Tell me the story about hunky-dory. I heard the story about Humpty Dumpty, but never heard the story about hunky-dory.
Hunky-dory was a person who I believe lived in the 1930s, back when people were naming their kids Hunky, and then their last name, of course, Dory. Very happy person. They live their life day to day, just honestly with a smile on their face. And then, you know, you'd go around town and everybody would be like, wow, he's a real happy guy. And then when you said it to other people, you're like, oh, you're kind of like Hunky Dory. You're real Hunky Dory. And so that kind of caught on in about the 40s. And so when that caught on, it became a real big turn of phrase in the United States.
I think we saw a picture quickly on screen. David Bowie with Hunky Dory album, I guess, or a song. Not sure what that was.
Oh, Hunky Dory.
There it is.
Yeah. Also, great song, Starman from David Bowie. There's also a Fish song named David Bowie. It all comes full circle. Everything I said about Hunky Dory, by the way,
made
not
up.
True.
Yeah, it sounded like a shit story to start with.
I thought it sounded really informative, and people in chat were going to be like, really? That's just Hunky Dory. That's what I thought.
Well, I thought that this game is going to be very interesting, and I still do after that hunky-dory story. And yeah, Beastmaster, we saw Miero on some of these heroes, especially Lycan yesterday. We saw his Enigma, I believe, as well, where he played really, really good. These summon heroes where he goes for the helm. He goes for the helm of the Overlord as well. Gives them a really good early timing.
Shards?
It feels like they're not committing. Dead Boar, slowing them down a little bit, slowing down Nisha. So some mana used. Miero getting the stick charge out of it, and also getting the Blood Grenade. Blood Grenade is the big one.
Yeah, the Blood Grenades early. You always feel like you're going to try and go and get first blood, but throwing them and then doing nothing is very Faceless Void in the 4 vibes. It's time walk in, throw a Blood Grenade, do nothing more.
We killed that hero. We really did. At least from position 4. I think there's still an okay chance this hero to be picked as carry in some situations. It's a bit on the slower side, but we've also seen some longer games. This tournament, the average game time, I believe, is slightly lower compared to some previous tournaments overall. We'll check that one real quick.
Is it really?
Oh, it did go up. It's, again, up to 40 minutes. And as soon as we get to the playoffs, the games become longer.
Yeah, it does feel like that. It feels like also we've had a lot of games, a lot of 3-game series. Obviously not today. This is the first one of the day. But longer game times, you really think Void's in a spot that they can come back situationally?
He's not an S-tier carry by any means, but I think he's in a pretty similar spot as Phantom Lancer that we've seen today. It is a very situational pick that can work.
Wonder if we'll see any of it going forward. I know there was a couple games in which you were kind of calling for it, but what these players are calling for right now is GPK back on the puck. He had an amazing game number 2. He's what really led BetBoom to a victory, because Pure on that Leshrac in the safe lane wasn't getting much of anything.
Yeah, he really wasn't. It was pretty much a GPK that was carrying them for the first 45 minutes or so, and then Pure also did a good job in a couple of the fights later on, but he was the driving force of the team pretty much. Monkey doing a good job in the mid lane. As expected, he's playing against Puck. He still has a full wave coming next to him's tower. And again, we are seeing a lot of Monkey Kings from the mid lane going straight for the Diffusal Blade, but ooh, misses the stun on that creep.
Yeah, decided to also take the extra shot at the Puck instead of going for that range creep, but overall I'm still happy with the way the lane is going. 12-4, just the Puck's 9-1.
Also something to point out, the top lane, they counterpicked this. He's going to be playing Dawnbreaker again. With Tusk, this is a super strong lane. You get the tag team. With the Starbreaker, you are applying all of that extra bit of a damage during the tag team. Not the most effective against the Lifestealer, because if you go into Rage, they kind of expected this one to happen. And again, we're going to be seeing Kataomi on Nature's Prophet. Did one hell of a job in game number 1.
This is what I was expecting, the jump on the Nature's Prophet. I mean, yeah, you can go for a Lifestealer, but it's just so much easier to go for Kataomi, and they will look over at Pure.
This is also a lane where
do the damage.
You can't really stop them from going on you. There's literally nothing to stop the Starbreaker from going off, and that's going to be causing some of the big issues. If you get this either Snowball or Ice Shards on Kataomi, he's going to die, especially now that they are level 3. 2 points in Celestial Hammer is more than enough. So Kataomi will need to play much more careful in this one.
Mickey bottom, he's got the Shadow Word that's healing him up. It's only level 1 because Warlock's just level 2.
Usually this lane would be very, very bad for Ursa, and Kataomi is just going to die again. I don't think he can come back to this lane. I think he needs to try to make a move, try to make something happen in the bottom lane, maybe even TP mid, where GPK is going to be trying to get some trades going. He TPs in with the Blood Grenade, because this top lane is unplayable for him.
Would you see if Save would make the
mid.
switch?
There it is, Blood Grenade, he's coming in.
Yeah, Nisha's in trouble. Nisha dead. Ends up losing his life to Kataomi. That's the real big success, and he will walk his way back up towards top. Miero's taking a lot of damage. But now Pure, they've got the Snowball, they'll pull in the Dawnbreaker, and he is kind of going away from where Kataomi was coming in, and Pure is inside the Lotus Fountain, but running away from Boxy and getting enough space to survive. Just barely.
I mean, they could have gotten that kill. If Saberlight had that branch inside of his inventory, it would give him just enough mana to cast Celestial Hammer there. They might still get him here. Pure has Rage available, but they also need extra bit of a mana. This type of a lane does consume a lot of mana.
Gonna heal up a little bit, Boxy. Now going a little bit further, but Saberlight, he'll eat some shots here from Pure while Tusk leaves the lane initially. If Kataomi is going to show up back into the lane, though, there is definitely that conversation of, hey, let's just jump him again, right?
Yeah, and this mid matchup, Puck favored, sorry, Monkey favored. Suddenly with this one rotation, GPK, he's back to the game. He's going to be having Coil pretty much the same time as Nisha would be level 6, so they can start to play slightly more aggressive with another TP in, with another Blood Grenade, maybe an Urn Charge. Kataomi still needs to be careful. As long as they have mana on Saberlight and Boxy, he can die. He shows up, Boxer right now, I believe he was doing some of the, no, he was just walking, giving some of the XP to Dawnbreaker. They want to give him slightly earlier level 6.
That Solar Guardian good for a lot of these aggressive plays, especially when you're kind of forced in a little bit close with Dream Coil and Roar. If you're right up on them, Saberlight can just come in with the Solar Guardian and get these saves. Speaking of save, Shadow Word and Fatal Bonds. Save goes for the Hex, but they're going to TP in this Nature's Prophet. No, he'll stop it for a second. They're still trying to get this kill. Boxy comes over, and GPK forced to Illusory Orb and Jaunt behind the tower. No movement here from Kataomi. He thought about TPing in, but just never really found the spot to commit to.
Nicely done. Getting the kill. Giving some of the XP. Black Grimoire charge and Warlock. XP rune about to respawn in 30 seconds. Relieving some of the pressure from the side lanes. He can't really kill Pure unless he makes a mistake with Rage, but he should be fine. If he sees Starbreaker, if he sees Snowball, he can still hold it. They want Kataomi. Kataomi.
They want Kataomi.
About
they
keeping
want
bottom.
Too.
This bottom matchup for Ursa, if he had a different support, would be borderline unplayable. You're playing into Lion and Beastmaster. There's a lot of spam. You can't really kill the boars. But Warlock is at least healing him, so that's a bit of a benefit. Allows him to stay relatively close to the HP, full HP.
He is level 5.
Yeah. Good amount of levels.
We've seen some Warlocks go the different build. It's 2-2 for him right now. We've seen Warlocks go 1-4-4. Here, just fighting back and forth. Boxy shows up, shards off the mark, just the touch. Will be another level in that Shadow Word for Warlock, so healing up, or having the availability to heal up that Ursa even more. Pure only level 5, halfway to it. Sprout just looking for some heal. Boxy goes up onto the steps, thinking maybe Twin Gate. He's got a lot of mana to work with. There is this deep obs, though, in the bottom lane that kind of gets them enough vision and information. There's also this ward over mid that is doing the same thing. And that ward mid is pretty out of the range of that sentry, and it will be an amplified damage bottom. That's because GPK is here. They've got the Ob Sentry combo. Kataomi comes in. They'll find the Sprout. He's able to get away. Insania, though, he doesn't have the mana to go and get this Shadow Word on Amike. They'll bring in the Monkey King. Earthspike from Save. Nisha turns around and needs to leave with 4 heroes here for the side of BetBoom.
A nice turnaround play. Saberlight, I guess he was also calling that he is about to crack level 6. He did kill the creeps in the top lane, allowing Amike to turn and try to go for the counterplay. Nisha with this amplified damage. Let's see if he can find something. GPK, not the easiest target to kill.
Primal Spring, GPK, shards on the money, but has that Illusory Orb and goes to the right. Can't keep up with the puck. The ever-elusive puck, the ever-elusive GPK. And he's got some support, so BetBoom making sure that this puck survives, telling him he's got protection, King. Fatal Bonds come through. Wukong's command is used, and Sanya ends up dead first. They'll focus their attention on the Miero. Saberlight comes in with the Solar Guardian. Primal Roar, Boxy dead. Miero's got a double kill, and now they're looking over at Nisha. Mickey blocked out. Sprout keeps him away from the fight. Dream Coil snaps. They'll get the kill on Anisha. There's the Earth Spike. 4 kills for the side of BetBoom Team.
Oh man, this fight could have been a lot different if Warlock was level 6. If he had 1 extra Black Grimoire charge, he did connect with the Fatal Bonds onto multiple heroes, but was lacking that extra charge, maybe 1 kill, maybe something from the lane, and then that fight with the Rock could have been different. But good block off by Kataomi. Sprout also showing that they do have vision on the high ground. It is from Watcher, but big dub for Bibbidi Bobbidi team here.
Snowball very short. But the Balanced Strike, they've got the shards. Kataomi here with the Sprout. They're going to TP in a +1 to save. Earth Spike on to 2. And now they'll look for the turnaround. They'll hit that Hex. They'll drain that mana. Illusory Orb over again. GPK is here. And they turn this one, that aggression from Liquid. They get punked on. And that is going to be more for BetBoom as they look for Boxy. They'll drag this Snowball all the way towards Save because he has another Earth Spike ready to go. And that's another 2 kills for BetBoom.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Miero is taking the tower. BetBoom team playing it very fast. Ursa, not the hero that wants to join like early on in some of the fights. We saw Mikke trying to do so, but also not the easiest game for him. Usually Ursa does join once he picks up the Blink Dagger. And also this time around, you have good heroes to maybe steal away Roshan from Ursa with Helm build on Miero. And now with Dark Troll Summoner, he can... Oh man, Insania.
Oh no.
He has Boots of Speed ready this time. Still gonna die. Good block.
He's really unable to get away from that. Gonna need more than Boots of Speed to escape that aggression. Pops out of the Ancient Creep, and they're pushing this Tier 1 tower. Quick kill, quick buildings. BB team just keeping it objective based. There is not a lot for Liquid to do at the moment. They want this Diffusal on Nisha. They want the Battle Fury and probably +2 items for Mickey. We've seen a lot of Battle Fury BKB blink. GPK with the silence with the Waning Rift goes into the Dream Coil. Nobody else here. There is Solar Guardian available, but the Wrath of Nature flies through. Boxy's still moving forward, but it will be a regen rune over in the bottom area, and that is just going to be a Earth Spike Finger to get a kill here for Safe.
Maybe if Boxy was level 6 there with the punch, they would be able to land the stun, snowball, then use Boundless Strike, which is level 4, and now GPK is going to pick up regen rune for himself.
Yeah, that's the way Nisha went. I thought he was going to pick up the regen rune, and now it's there for GPK. I guess Ketaomi was enough of a deterrent, thinking there was more behind him. And he's got this Spirit Vessel now. He's very happy with the farm he's getting. He's only 1,100 gold behind a Monkey King. And we've talked about the scaling, right? Ketaomi on this Nature's Prophet is going to scale real well.
Spirit Vessel already done. 12 minutes in. Eventually, you will get the farm. This is very... Like, you can farm anywhere on the map, so you can be wherever. Miro clearing some of these big stacks. Just got the helm ready. Take over the Dino.
Miro and Save getting together to smoke. Also has that Helm of the Overlord, so he's got an Ancient Thunderhide right behind him. GPK's got Dream Coil. They'll go towards top, but look at how far retreated the side of Liquid are. They're so deep on their side of the map. They're going to have to try and find somebody pretty deep in, and Ketaomi goes forward and finds that Sprout with the Celestial Hammer, thinking they can turn this around. The Earth Spike and Snowball, they're going after Ketaomi, but Mickey, he comes through. Walrus Punch takes out the Nature's Prophet. Fatal Bonds. Is the damage going to be enough? Chaotic Offering comes in. Save's going to be dead. They'll look for more. They'll chase after Miro.
Miro has no boots.
But Boxy.
They chase him down.
Do they have shards? They have Snowball in a second. They should be able to keep up with the Beastmaster, but GPK is here. Boundless Strike, Wukong's command. Miero looking for a target. GPK out of the fight. They cannot save Miero. That's going to be 3 dead. A good turnaround there by Liquid. But BetBoom, can they even think about jumping in for more? No Dream Coil available. Pure has Infest in a second. And these heroes on Liquid are moving forward. Snowball, Illusory Orb, Phase Shift going the other way. Now towards this Solar Guardian. GPK is going to be on the edge of it, but the Celestial Hammer and the Starbreaker, GPK gets caught.
He overextended. They stay there for way too long. Going on the enemy side of the map, but not bringing in numbers. Maybe they were a bit too greedy. Pure about to finish off his Radiance.
Save.
Another 600 gold.
Snowball, Grief the Tree, though. It doesn't look like it'll matter all too much in getting the kill on Save.
And that's a Diffusal Blade on Nisha. BetBoom team staying very far ahead and then going for a play like this for Team Liquid. They bring in the numbers and they immediately, like they even brought Ursa. This is what I like about Mickey. He's not too afraid to join some of these early engagements, even with the heroes that a lot of other carry players would not do. Blink now completed, 15 minutes in, on top of the network by a huge margin.
And he's going Axe. So going away from what we've seen with the BKB, at least focusing on the Aghanim Scepter right now, it's been Battle Fury BKB Blink at times. It's been Battle Fury Blink BKB. But now this time, Battle Fury Blink Aghanim Scepter if Mickey commits.
We'll see if he commits. There are good amount of spells that he doesn't like to play into. You are playing into Silence from Puck. You are playing into Hex, which is also a silence, so you can't use your ulti. Great against Lion Stun, great against Roar. Fine casual Ogre Axe for now. Nisha is in.
Pure in trouble, but unable to get out of the Wukongs. They will get Insania, but that is not equivalent exchange. Not nearly equivalent exchange. With those kills, Liquid still down 2 kills. It's 9-11 with a 1K net worth lead for BB Team, but they're trying to go in for a second attack. As they got that kill into Insania, and they'll look over as the Primal Roar and the Finger means they get the kill onto Nisha.
Save was back from hell. Extra 20% debuff duration and Spell Amp actually gets them the kill there.
GPK, Boxy. Retreating away, Illusory Orb, as well as just a couple of right clicks to clean up the creep wave. No Waning Rift, it was on cooldown. Don't chase, they don't try to get that kill, but it is still leaving this Ursa free to do whatever they want. On top of which, you know, Saberlight's had a good recovery. He's sitting here now ahead of Pure. He's picked up that Aghanim Scepter first.
Maybe that's why Mickey's thinking about getting Ags of his own, seeing that he has save. If they initiate on him, he can easily get Dawn ulti, 2 points in it, like level 2 right now. It is quite a lot of healing coming out, so maybe Mickey is just opting to go for more stats-oriented build, get that Aghanim Scepter, doesn't have to care about the stuns, and if they initiate with the Silence or a Hex, this is where Saberlight is going to try to save him.
Pure backing up. He has not had the most fun time to start this. He is 4,000 net worth behind his carry counterpart. Has the Radiance, but overall, a much slower build-up for him. And this Ursa being so far ahead worries me for BetBoom if they're fighting a 5v5 and not these pick-off games that they've been finding.
Yeah, I think they should wait until Mickey gets his Aghanim Scepter, which he's going to farm in the next minute or so, and then they can try to go for an aggressive play, smoke up, and maybe try to steal or take Roche, but I'm seeing BetBoom Team playing around Roshan, maybe thinking if we can get the pick-off around the area, we can turn it into Roche.
Would be nice for them. Ursa lineups usually stay objective on Roche pretty early on, and they try to set it up where you get that Roche and then you go to the Tormentor. They go and hit the Boundless Strike. Solar Guardian drops down, and that is a deadly arrow. Dream Coil is going to be dropped, but Ketheomi thrown out in the Wrath of Nature. It does some decent damage, just doesn't do enough damage. Dream Coil is a lot of their lockdown, so BetBoom Team can't really commit for more, and Ursa being unneeded continues to farm. But they get that pick off out of the Beastmaster, and maybe they'll move over for Roche, because it's Roche into Torm as the timing can start to hit around this 20-minute mark.
They used a lot, so I think Team Liquid will just continue to farm up, wait for their abilities to reset. No Dawn ulti, no Wukong's command, no Golem. Golem's probably going to be missing for the next Roche fight, unless they can drag it, unless they can get a pick off. Mickey, very close to that Aghanim Scepter.
Sitting real close to it. We'll have it soon, but Pure, he's thinking the same thing. Aghanim Scepter for himself. Goes and takes that Ogre Axe first. See if he commits to just going into the Ags, or if he wants, say, Basher.
It's a bit too early.
Or Sanj.
Yeah, yes, S and Y maybe. Just to be more tanky. They have good amount of stuns as well. And also have slow resistance, which is nice. Aghanim Scepter, if he rushes it, like, it doesn't disarm the target anymore, which is a kind of a big deal. But it lowers the cooldown. Allows you to get it multiple times in a fight. And they also have a fast bomb. So he can play with GPK, something that we haven't seen them use yet.
Tormentor's actually going to be taken here by BetBoom Team.
If they take Tormentor, they're going to immediately go to Roche Pit. There's Mickey with amplified damage. Roche is going to the pit, knowing that they are playing on a different side of the map. And let's see BetBoom, if they maybe can go through the Twin Gate and try to contest this Roshan.
Mickey's going to go for it, but Ketheomi immediately in. Throws that Sprout. They know where he's at. Walrus Punch connects, but now they're going through. They've got the
Three-man stun.
Go. 3-man stun. Sword Guardian comes in immediately with a Fatal Box. Save his Deadpool supports out as well as Pure. TPing out is Miero. They have nothing to stop that. GPK is on the run. Nisha, Balance Strike in a second, but they just can't chase it down. They can go and get their prize, which is Roche. And that's exactly what they'll do.
They're getting outplayed right now. This type of outplay from Kateomi, it is nice, but Team Liquid, they were so ready for it. Immediately jumping out, knowing that they have Solar Guardian. This is the third game that he's playing Dawnbreaker, so he is pretty heated up in terms of like understanding when he needs to go in, needs to go out. And with Aghanim Scepter, it only like the initial one connected onto one target, but it lingers, it moves around, and it also allows you to get more heal. They're gonna get him.
Man, Boxy making so much happen with this Tusk. This early Blink Dagger just wand boots Blink. He knows he wants to initiate, have that extra bit of lockdown with the Walrus Punch. I mean, that plus a Snowball is more than enough lockdown time to get the damage out.
It is very hard now for BetBoom to initiate onto a target. You get a Blink Stun, you get a Blink Roar. Ursa, he has Enrage with Aghanim Scepter. There's a Blink Snowball save. There is Golem from Warlock and also Dawnbreaker ulti. So makes the game for them very difficult to play. Again, on the other side of the map, Kateomi farming it up. Sentry, Ops down, same spot. I think we still have 2 more days left of the tournament. People are gonna try to punish this as well. Potentially, we saw Yatoro yesterday farming in this same exact spot when he was playing carry Nature's Prophet, when things are not going well, planting this Observer Ward, planting the Observer Ward in the enemy triangle. And teams should have a pretty good read where NP is farming when things are not going well.
Mickey has a lot of time with this Aegis. He'll take a tier 1 over mid. They still have their tier 1 tower top. And the lack of push from Liquid up to that point, but they do get themselves a tower. Have an Aegis, so they can still fight and push more. And it's just Boxy and Mickey together, where they both have blinks, and when you've got that blink Walrus Punch initiation, your Ursa has more than enough time to get the damage out onto, I would say, just about everybody, maybe other than Pure.
Yeah. They also managed to survive through this big timing on Beastmaster when he had Helm available.
Blink, Walrus Punch, Blink in, Snowball connects, Solar Guardian's gonna come through, Miero's dead. It's that duo combination, knowing that you have an option of a third if needed, yeah.
Also, Tag Team plus Ursa is an insane combo. Starbreaker as well. Katomi trying to TP in, trying to play the bottom part of the map, but Nisha is also very tanky. He can get out of the trouble if he gets initiated on with the Shard. He's also playing with Insanion on different sides, so having all their bases covered. Nisha ready to jump in. SNY this time around. Very tanky on Monkey King.
Balance strike with the Shard. Orchid, though, turn around. Now the Snowball save. Chaotic Offering comes in with a Fatal Bonds. Save, looking for an Earth Spike. They hit the Dream Coil. They get the kill on Anisha, but they're going to lose Kataomi, and now they'll look on the side of Liquid for anything more. Mickey looking to make the jump. 2 seconds till he's got that Earth Shock. And he'll jump on a save. The Walrus Punch is there. They've gotten themselves another, and Pure, he's not up onto the high ground. He'll infest into the Tusk, who will pull him back towards the rest of his team. So Pure now needs to run, but the Primal Roar lands. It's onto the Ursa, who's got an Aegis. So they'll get that out of his hands, but they're still fighting against Saberlight. And now GPK, he'll lose Reorb, go after Mickey. They do not have any more lockdown, so they can't really get this Ursa, and they'll back off.
BetBoom showing signs of life, managing to kill Ursa with Aegis, managing to kill Tusk and Monkey King in that fight. Aggressive move from Pure, using Infest with Ags. Making sure that he's grabbing that kill. Oh, I like what Box is doing. This is the item that has been nerfed so many times over the past few patches. This Aghanim Scepter, where you can't kick people out of Snowball. Pretty much everything has been nerfed about it, but it's still very, very good. One of the best overall items against the Lifestealer. He goes in with Rage, you kick him out, suddenly he can't come back into the fight.
Nisha just trying to farm up that BKB. Have a little bit more survivability. I do definitely agree about this kick, and if Tusk can get to the farm quickly. He's only got the Ogre Axe so far. Still needs 2,200 gold, but Miero, he will spot this Tusk for a second, who's got Tumbler's Toy and Blink. Seeing you drop down the Chaotic Offering into that last fight, so that's down for 50 seconds. Ursa now has his Basher, but working on a BKB, and really close to it. I mean, Mickey has found a lot of farm. He is 6,000 gold ahead of this Lifestealer who sat and saved for a while. He's got the shard, and maybe he can kind of just stand there, drain this mana. But sure, he just came down bottom, and
he's dead so quickly.
Just so dead. Boxy again with these jumps, with the tandem jump of Mickey and Saberlight, makes it so easy to get these kills. I've said it 1,000 times already.
Yeah, this trio is causing a lot of issues for him. First of all, they have counter initiation and they have BKB piercing abilities. There's like 3 different BKB piercing tools. There's gonna be a Basher as well ready soon. 0 damage. GPK still dealing the most damage in the game. Others, pretty much everybody's close to 10k at the moment.
Wrath of Nature comes through. Bottom tier 2 now getting hit up a little bit. It's a little lead for Liquid. It's a lot of net worth on this Nature's Prophet, who's going into the Ags, who wants that entanglement. Both these supports pretty farmed on BetBoom Team, and one of the things that you don't really get on the side of Liquid is maybe the scaling, but I say that they're still looking to get this Ags on Boxy where he'll have that kick. They get Kataomi, and the net worth doesn't mean anything when he's got some help.
Monkey King is very difficult to kill. Like, you're fighting close to the towers. Maybe they can try to make a move on Saberlight here, because they just saw a couple of heroes in the bottom lane.
Roared, Coil,
DP ready.
Still alive, surviving, looking at save. I mean, all that was used to try and get a kill into the Dawn, but it just is not enough. Finger, Coil, all that, no. You just still can't get that kill.
He's super tanky. Shard, Aghanim Scepter, SNY now has status resistance as well, plus Vlad's sitting underneath the tower, amplifying all that region, having extra bit of armor. They needed another hero to be able to kill him there. It was a nice move, nice try from BetBoom, where they saw multiple heroes TPing to the bottom lane, but they were also TPing to Monkey's lane, so he was the one who had TP ready.
Again, punch, snowball, and Mickey with the damage. Easy jump. And Boxy's actually going to switch the build. BKB. See if he commits.
It's a bit of a safer choice where he can blink in. He can also save people when he gets leashed with the coil if he's getting initiated on. Boxy's in.
Very in. Solar Guardian got to catch up. Can they kill this creep? They can kill save. I didn't really mean that when I said kill this creep, but I meant the one that Pure was infested in.
So it's like, right now, Lifestealer can't really fight back. He doesn't have enough. There are too many counters, too many BKB piercing abilities for him to try to play the game. Roshan is dead. It may respawn soon. Miro has been shut down completely. That one fight on the enemy side, 14-15 minutes into the game, where they smoked a long smoke from one side to the other near the enemy XP rune. It's what kind of cost them the advantage that they did have.
Kill GPK's courier. Ooh, the analog clock. It's a quick spawn. That's like 5 seconds. Okay, now like 2 seconds. All right, now like still 2 seconds. Nailed it. Miero, Gale guarded, but Primal Roar is used. They've got Mickey off to the side to try and jump out of the Beastmaster, but he blinks and looks for the TP. They have nothing to stop it, and will get away. So Roar expended for the life save. Roshan is up. Still holding on to this gold for Tusk, so definitely they kind of trying to see the next fight maybe and understanding
Roshan's
what he wants.
going to his Radiant side. We're not paying attention on the clock. Mickey can definitely kill it. Just needs maybe a pick-off before that. And that's exactly what they're doing. GPK, if he gets caught by a Basher...
Uh-oh.
He blinked in.
Oh boy, Earth Spike. Phase shift, but where do you go? Dream Coil is used, but it doesn't matter. Boundless Strike with the BKB. He goes to the other side thanks to the Shard. They'll find Kataomi, and they've got themselves a Chaotic Offering. That's 3 dead on the side of BetBoom Team.
Oh, and Liquid, very crisp moves. This one also has been handled to them by GPK. He showed, sensed something was up, but then decided to blink in again. This Roshan, this is the second one. Banner plus Aegis for Mickey. Immediately deeping down to the bottom lane. Saberlight wants to get some extra bit of a gold, wants to stop the push.
Lotus Orb for this Warlock. I'm keeping an eye on Tusk's inventory. He's closing in on, right, he bought BKB. So full purchase out on the BKB. Miera working on getting the Tormentor himself. Get a shard for his team. He's working on it, but that was close. Thanks for doing some of the work, though. McKay just comes in and gets a shard for Boxy.
That's also a very good shard when you have Monkey King in the team, where you can keep them longer. They are slowed inside the Wukong's command. Allows you to get the farm. It's not like Boxy needs any extra farm, but it also allows you to pretty much one-shot the creep wave.
This banana peel in the river, I wonder what it could be. Oh, Monkey King. I'll farm the triangle. Infested into an Ancient Ice Shaman. Looking and searching, but not finding anything from Liquid, who are still going to have an Aegis for another 3 minutes and a half. Abyssal Blade for Ursa, as well as Shard, but no Courier. So that'll be some time.
He's super farmed on Ursa. Mickey 9-0-3. He's going to have 3,000 plus HP once he delivers those items, plus the Shard, plus the Aghanim Scepter. Very difficult to kill. Aegis on top of that. They don't have the most tower damage because you have Ursa, like he can siege. Tier 2 is fine. Kateomi getting caught again.
Or Guardian and an easy kill onto the Nature's Prophet. Use that TP bottom and then look over for Miero because Nisha's going into the trees. He'll Primal Spring down into the creeps. They will leave him, but the rest of the side of BetBoom Team was coming through that Twin Gate just in case he chased, but didn't give too much of a chase. The team is all together, and Nisha in on everybody. That was the wrong spot to go to. But now, can Pure get out of this? He's on the run. Snowball attempt is not going to catch up to him.
Infest in 5.
Celestial Hammer. Pure needs to stay near some creeps. There are none in that camp. And now he turns the other way, knowing he needs to get to these Ancients, but they've got the Fatal Bonds on the creeps, the Shards. Oh, it doesn't matter. He'll infest. I don't know if that's going to matter, though. The Abyssal Blade is there. Pure's on the run. One more shot to kill him. He'll slow him up, but there's a Chaotic Offering just to get this kill into the Lifestealer.
And Insania's like, I had enough. A bit unfortunate for him that they farmed that camp. It did not spawn, like immediately running into the Croaker camp. But they were not there. They were not at home.
Sure.
Very difficult game for him to deal damage.
Yeah.
Multiple BKB piercing abilities. Saberlight also has Orchid, so that's going to be one way dealing with him. And also has Basher queued up.
I really do respect Katheomi being deep here and farming. He TP'd back home, but he was in the triangle for Liquid, taking in as many creeps as he can, farming as much, and pushing with those Treants. Kind of doing the same here over bottom. He'll push those Treants in to try and at least push out these lanes. Insania, he is kind of giga farmed here too for a Warlock.
Yeah, he's been chilling.
He's looking Hex. Sometimes we see these refreshers straight up, or we get Ags, but it's Hex. Boundless Strike with the Snowball and the Walrus Punch. Nisha getting the knockout kill.
They've had enough of Kateomi. In game 1, he was causing good amount of issues. This time, got completely shut down in the laning stage, and then multiple times. Boxy's been all over the place. Boxy's been involved in 23 out of 28 kills.
Shadow Word, and now the jump in, but Solar Guardian stopping that TP. Miero, Gale Guard, Primal Roar, Snowball, and the Shards catch him. So he's got the Walrus Punch, and they've got another kill. Liquid just finding BetBoom all around the map. You try to hide, but you are just not doing a good job of it. You might have needed more time at hide and seek as a kid.
Ancient Croaker is going to die on the other side. It might be time for Team Liquid to try to make something happen, deal some damage to tier 3 towers. Aegis just expired.
There's that basher for Pure. Had that mithril hammer before, and there's that Sanjin Yasha. He's got okay farm, but he's just so far behind this Ursa.
He can't really square up. Like, he can't stand in the middle of Wukong's command. He can't fight against Ursa. It is too much. Even against the Dawnbreak, there's just way too many items that he is afraid of. And again, Boxy's queuing up Aghanim Scepter. That's going to take a while. I believe they purchased the gem. Might have been him who actually got it, allowing Insania to get that Hex that you talked about. That's going to be another problem for both Lifestealer and Puck.
Wondering if GPK can carry the game again. He's actually got an Unleashed Whisper of the Dread. So the Unleashed has made it all the way to the tier 4, and Equip Hero has their daytime vision, but he gets that increased spell damage, and it's timeless. Not bad. Not bad at all. Helped it from his tier 3 to the tier 4, so he's happy with what he's getting from it.
Yeah, he knew he needs to have something for the later stages of the game. Try to risk it a little bit after seeing how the early game, at least post 15 minutes, did go. Mickey is hunting. He does have Aghanim Shard Blessing in the base and also wants to pick up MKB. Wants to deal with that evasion from Lifestealer with Radiance.
He is picking up items at
quite
the
way
rate.
too many items. We're yet to see BetBoom take the full 5-on-5 engagement. It's been like pickoff, save, Insania.
Okay,
Lock
Zane,
ready.
chaotic offering. They'll find Miero. The Fatal Mods did connect him to save, but he's still dead. Take Miero's life. Save able to TP out. Orchid, well, they don't really care about it. Sprout around the two of them. It is a close quarters fight that Nisha is certainly going to win against Kethomi.
Saberlight didn't even flinch. Didn't want to even do anything. Just farming on a different side of the map. Not necessary. They have some of the best counter initiation with Warlock, with Dawn Ulti, with that Aghanim Scepter.
They're looking.
They might find him here. Boxy blinks in.
Blink. Oh, invest.
Quick fingers.
Whew. Very close. That was almost disastrous for BB Team. Ursa now going for a Swift Blink, about to hit that level 25. It just does not stop with Mickey. He has not been slowed down at all this game. He is 10-0-4. Trying to figure out what you do here to stop this Ursa. Even all committing on him, it just doesn't feel like enough.
No, definitely not. Roshan's going to be a longer spawn, 3 minutes almost. And let's see how Liquid will approach it. Whether they're going to be trying to get another pick off, maybe even more of that. Gem. Box is going to find another Observer Ward.
Oh. Oh. Little bit of Kale again.
Does go away quickly. Had it a couple of times so far.
So in about the 1940s, Hunky Dory was actually really this... All right, never mind. You kind of gave me this look of you're not a big fan of Hunky Dory.
Well, if it was a true story, then I'd be fine with it.
It is a true story.
Well, it's a true story in your head.
Yeah, that's all that matters. But things not so hunky-dory right now, as we're paused with a bit
Not
of
for BetBoom
ping
Team,
spiking. Yeah, they're down 23,000 net worth, and it's a tough road back. This is just feeling almost impossible, and I say almost because of the comebacks we've seen in the event so far. Long time on that timer. I'm not going to fall for it being flipped over and reversed. We're looking at it from the bottom up. I won't fall for that.
It's going backwards.
Reverse clock. Kataomi in trouble. Spotted, killed. Caught again. As he is dead for the 12th time.
Lox even bought Boots of Travel just to make sure that he can catch them, like have a lower cooldown on his TP and make sure that he can be anywhere on the map.
Haste rune for Mickey.
Level 25 as well.
Yeah, he just got himself that Earthshock, has 2 charges. Infest on the run. In the Prowler. Can anybody find him? He is pretty speedy. He's juking around, and the rest of his team is actually going to join him in a second. They're all smoked behind him.
No Dawn ulti for 15. Maybe that's a kill.
Ooh, the Hex, the Roar, and they pop out of the Infest. They get this godlike spree out of the hands of Mickey.
The boys got him.
Wow.
Ancient Prowler actually baited.
90 seconds, and he does not have any buyback. Not really too devastating at the moment, but it will give time for BB Team to farm.
Yeah, that's 90 seconds. Roshan's going to respawn in slightly less than a minute. Maybe they have enough. Like, their Roshan is not like the fastest, but you still have a good amount of right clicks coming out. Drums, you have Helm. Lifestealer's doing good amount of damage. He got baited heavily. Okay. Maybe they're a little frustrated that they can't go for the high ground push, which is always difficult with Ursa's lineup. Can't really deal tower damage. There's going to be waves still. You have Monkey King in the team. When he gets to his level 25, currently sitting at level 23, the big Wukong's command, maybe with a refresher, if they can get the hands on it, this is third Roche.
Could potentially be third Roche. Lincoln's is the name of the game for Nisha.
Might change it up. If they feel like they need more tower damage, he can always go for refresher and then let the others siege. They could also do Kaori thing.
Ooh.
Drop the golem onto the tower. This is something that he's been doing very effectively in the tournament so far, especially at these lower tier towers.
I would probably say we shouldn't see that. Just throwing.
No, not at this point of the game.
No, hopefully not, because we saw how that worked at that point of the game, in that game, and it didn't work out well. Initially, it was okay, but yeah. It was not amazing. I don't know if you've ever listened to any Bowie, but great song Life on Mars in that Hunky Dory album.
Might need to give it a go.
Yeah, I would say so. It's always a nice listen, but no Mars in this game. No life on Mars. We're in the, I don't know where we are planet-wise. I mean, us. Legitimately, we're on Earth, but in the game, I don't know what the name of the planet is. I don't know that kind of lore. Octarine Core for Pure. He's almost level 25.
This might be the first Octarine Core on Lifestealer.
The timer closing in.
So yeah, it brings down Infest down to 15 seconds. It's gonna explode.
Don't zoom. No, zoom out. Oh, Wallace Punch. They will find Kataomi.
For the 13th time.
Yeah, that is a baker's dozen of kills. Popping the Infest, but now they're right on him. Earth Spike from a distance, and they will catch Boxy. He doesn't have buyback either. That could mean Roche for BetBoom in a crucial spot.
I mean, this build on Lifestealer is actually pretty cool. He did opt to go for Magnifying Monocle, which is attack range and cast range. So he can use that. Like, I think this is the item that also got him out of the trouble once, when he used that Infest when they were trying to make a move near the XP rune, and they will be controlling Roshan.
Finger as well as the Earth Spike, that sets up the Primal Roar, but they go in with the Guardian of Solar Effect, and they will find Miero, the Abyssal Blade, but the Infest into Miero, and now the run. Kataomi's inside the pit, maybe he's trying to stop Saberlight, saves nearby too. Earth Spike doesn't reach quite that far.
If you look at the Octarine Core on Lifestealer, it is mean, not an item that you would expect him to buy. It gives him the, especially with level 25 talent, so duration is 7 seconds, and you have 5.8 without your rage. So that's pretty nice. You're pretty much going to have permanent rage, and in between you have Infest on 15-second cooldown.
That's really not that bad at all. Let's see if the rages in these long fights end up mattering. What's been going on, though, for Liquid has been they've been able to burst these heroes. With the Blink Walrus Punch and the damage from the Ursa, they have been not really giving these heroes time to survive. But maybe they can find these more long, drawn-out fights. If they're fortunate enough. They smoke up again. They've got this Aegis. Definitely going to be a longer, drawn-out fight when you've got a second life available on your lifestealer. Insania running, Blink Infest, popping, and the finger again. Chaotic Offering comes through, but they'll buy back. Insania's going to die, but they caught GPK. And they have got their hands on save as well as Pure. Pure, he's going to have to try and rage, but he is not going to get out. Despite all his rage, he's just a rat in a cage. Surrounded by all of Liquid.
Camaro didn't want to pick up that region. It would reveal where he was. He was also not in a fight. This was pretty much 3v5, 4v5 if you count in Aegis. But they initiate on the Insania. His level 20 talent gives him Golem on death. And now they need the creep skip. Miero will try to do it, but they also have top lane. Nisha is in there. Banner has been planted. This is one of the more aggressive banners, close to the base. They want to go for the end.
Pure's dead for 70.
No buyback.
Buyback on Lion, but that doesn't scare them.
They don't care about Beast creep skipping. That banner was nicely planted.
Jump forward from the Ursa. Kind of on the assumption that maybe they just don't have the backup of GPK as well as Pure. The Primal Roar is used. They'll go to the Chaotic Offering. They've got the Solar Guardian and Miero. He's going to die. Balance Strike from Nisha. Jumps over to the back end. Looks over at Save, but the throne is exposed. GG is called, and Liquid will take the 2-1 over BetBoom.
And just like that, the game ends. Name a more iconic duo, BetBoom, and losing the games like that where they don't have buybacks available, and now Liquid. At the dominant performance. This was their game in the bag throughout the whole game. They will be joining Gaimin Gladiators in the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, that'll be a good matchup, but to talk about this matchup, we've got the panel, so we'll send it their way. Take it away.
Ooh, those are frustrated faces that we see on our screen. BetBoom lose here, not eliminated. We'll go to the lower bracket. But it is Team Liquid that comes out victorious against BetBoom, so they will be going to that upper bracket finals against Gaimin. Here to break the game down, Jenkins and Fear. And this game was actually fairly even for a long time. It took over a half an hour, Jenkins, for anybody to even kill a tier 2 tower.
Yeah, it did. BetBoom looked a little frustrated at the end there, but to be fair, they were getting kind of dominated for the majority of the game. BetBoom was ahead for the laning stage. We were wondering, like, how the hell's GPK gonna actually die on puck? And Boxy maxed out Snowball. This is like how desperate they were to kill him. And then when he got the Blink Dagger, that was when they were able to chain kill after kill after kill through his pickoff. So in my opinion, in this game, it was Boxy MVP because it got them into the game when they were behind.
Yeah, he definitely had a lot of impact in this game, and Mickey as well. There was moments of brilliance where just kind of like, this puck is doing that thing again, or he's unkillable. But there was a couple fights where they eventually were able to kill them. Great snowball saves we saw through the majority of this game. And this Mickey Ursa, it really paid off super well. This Warlock did enable it through the laning stage, which was my biggest concern, but this fight right here for me was like a very, very important fight for Liquid to win.
Yeah.
Because like this is your Helm of the Overlord hero and the Beastmaster, and you're killing him during that. He's supposed to be killing you during this timing, so shutting him down in these moments were very, very critical.
Yeah, he had no boots because he had such an early Helm Dom. The game felt like BetBoom had this crazy advantage through the Beastmaster. But you can see why Liquid picked Warlock in the draft. They identified that BetBoom didn't really have any crazy early game team fighting. You know, there's no Phoenixes, no Mars, no Enigmas. So as long as they can take a fight in a choke point, which they did, the Wisdom Shrine is one of the best places in Dota to fight in terms of choke point, other than like the bridges near the Wisdom Shrines. That was when things really turned around. And it felt like after that, Liquid just didn't lay off the pressure. It was constant setups with Boxy and the Dawnbreaker coming in right after. And then once Mickey got his Basher on Ursa, then finally it was pretty easy for them to kill these, you know, difficult to catch heroes in the Puck and the Lifestealer.
It definitely felt that Pure kind of relied a lot on GPK. Maybe after the performance of last game, for him to be the carry, because like he goes Radiance, which is a carry item. He goes Ags, then he goes Octarine Core, and it's just like, I'm not going to build any damage items. Hopefully this Puck will be able to help. I'm just going to be here to like constantly disarm.
I mean, it worked last game, so.
I mean, yeah, sure. That's what I mean. I wonder if he felt like he was playing last game. It was like, I don't have to build any physical damage. To be fair, this was an early pick Lifestealer, and he's playing versus Monkey, and he's playing versus Ursa, and he's also playing versus Tusk. So these are 3 heroes that really punish a Lifestealer in the draft. Probably why he did go for a more supportive build, but yet again, we're seeing some of these top teams like Gaimin, who last picked their carry. They take over the game. They make it look easy, but when you're trying to do this on BetBoom Team, it's not clean. The games are very complicated. It feels like you need your mid to get in there and do a lot of the work too, and if they don't, then tough luck, I guess.
What a succulent delight too for Boxy, going Boots of Travel on Tusk. He's just spending the whole game running around getting pickoffs. What a fun game for a 4 position.
A fun game and a delight for us as well is that Nomad gets a Blitz for the winner's interview.
Yes, I sure do. So, Coach Blitz, got to start with the obvious. You know, game number 2, I'm afraid. We talked to you beforehand. You said if somebody didn't pop off in the middle lane, then I don't want to repeat your words, but what happened there?
I think we just itemized wrong. I think Nisha said he probably needed to go Mage Slayer. Saber said, I mean, we probably should have gone pipe on Saber, and then they couldn't really do much. Like at some point, like the Naga just becomes kind of impossible to deal with, which is why Naga's Naga. And then we just don't have like the cleanest answers to it, which is why I think they banned it or something in game 3. We were trying to like let it through, but it is what it is. But I think we just kind of fucked up, and we didn't really understand like our timings very well, but it's fine.
Absolutely, definitely fine. I mean, you've made top 3 once again at Wallachia. Come for the crown once more. You know, are you feeling it? Do you reckon you can get the triple?
Yeah, I mean, that's the only reason we're here right now, because I think a lot of teams are taking breaks right before Riyadh, but like I think it's really cool to be able to defend a crown like that. I kind of feel like it would be, I kind of told myself like mentally, if we didn't get at least top 3, it'd be a really big disappointment because I just look terrible next to Jabs. So it's just one of those things where, yeah. But I also want to give a big shout out to Toby, who stood in for us. I think we had no practice going into this event. We had 3 scrims, and I think he really accelerated our ideas by sharing all of the knowledge that he had. And he just kept telling us, like, he sat up with me a lot of the nights, just helping me understand, like, this is good versus this is good versus this is what I noticed. I think a large portion of this, like, how well we're doing right now, credit goes to Toby.
That's very interesting. I mean, do you usually get that sort of feedback from a sub then?
No, not really. I think a lot of subs are afraid to kind of like, what is it? Especially because we're like a scary team because we're a good team. And if you're standing in, you're probably like trying not to upset anything. But he had his own independent ideas and he was willing to like talk about them. And he was like, I think this hero's really broken. I think this hero's really broken. And at least for me, it helped me really understand like where the meta was at and stuff like that. And he just saved a lot of time. I think most stand-ins are just kind of like happy to be there, you know, like whatever you guys want to do, we'll do. But he had really good independent ideas, and I thought that was really cool. Not to shit on anybody that's ever stood in for us before, like VTune and Brile are amazing, really. But I think Toby was very much like, here's what we're going to do kind of thing, and that really helped out a ton. So big credit to him, honestly.
Awesome. I mean, yeah, shout out Toby. You know, if anybody's reshuffling in the future, then have a look his way for sure. All right. Well, we also had that game 3 as well. I think it looked like you guys were pretty confident in your ideas. You know, they were doing some like Lifestealer, Beastmaster things. You know, what do you think about their strategy in that 3rd game?
If I'm honest, I think they probably should have won. We probably should have won game 2. Well, we definitely should have won game 2, and they probably should have won game 3. But it's one of those things where they just made like a kind of poor play top, and then the game kind of just like snowballs in a really bad direction for them. I think maybe their draft was pretty nice to play, and then it kind of just snowballed in the wrong direction, and it felt like mentally they couldn't really like recover and pick it back up. But those guys are good for sure. I mean, they're spooky. I mean, they've gone a lot better throughout But yeah, I mean, I actually thought like their draft was pretty solid. There was a time period where I was like, oh man, we're cooked, and I was already thinking like, who do we play in the lower bracket and stuff like that, because you have to start these prep things like early. So yeah.
All right, awesome. Well, talking about prep, you've got another series coming up tomorrow, the upper bracket finals versus Gaimin Gladiators. How are you feeling about that one?
You know, I'm sure everyone's super excited to watch us versus Gaimin for the 50th time. You know, I just want to pass a message to Quinn. Y'all are still losers because you lost to us at TI, so tomorrow's series doesn't really matter. That's a freebie for us. Stay bad. We're coming for the crown. Triple threat, you know, the title, you got to go through us to be able to win. So I feel pretty good about that. Yeah, that one's for Quinn.
All right, very nice. Blitz versus Quinn tomorrow, guys. Tune in for that one. We're going to send it back to the panel. Thank you very much, Blitz.
Yeah, regardless of what happens tomorrow, I guess, you know, in a situation that Liquid is, you can always lord over game. It's like, you know, that TI Grand Finals when it really mattered, that's when we won. So what else matters?
That was mental warfare. That's what that was, because he's poking at a sore spot for Gaimin Gladiators, knowing that they're watching, knowing that they're like, that little fucker, did he just seriously say that? We're so much better. But you know what? I think you got to be careful. I think there's a maybe poking a bear type situation going on here.
I mean, what's the state of the teams right now? Both of them are very good. I feel like we've seen both level up. Obviously, credit to Toby in terms of Liquid leveling up this event. But gaming, I feel like maybe, I mean, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm talking about tomorrow, but Fear Gaming is looking very, very spooky as well.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely look like their ideas are better than everyone else's currently. Liquid, they still have good ideas, right? But so far, Gaimin's ideas look better than everyone else's. Liquid just sometimes plays better than other teams, so it'll be interesting. We'll see.
Yeah, it will be interesting. Let's take a look at what has happened today and see the state of our double elimination bracket. We've had 4 best-of-3 series today. We started in the lower bracket today. We had 2 2-0s, 2 teams eliminated in Tundra Esports and Aurora, Jenkins.
Yeah, I think people mostly expect Aurora to be in the grand finals of this tournament every single time. Team Spirits, you know, their upper bracket series was maybe a little unusual considering how it looked like they were doing in the group stage, but then people questioned, did they just face the weaker teams? Did BetBoom level up? BetBoom just took a really competitive series to Team Liquid. So I'm excited to see all these matchups because I feel like all of the teams, maybe barring like Gaimin, have leveled up because Gaimin just has looked untouchable. Liquid maybe is the only team that has leveled up to the point where they could, you know, take a competitive series versus Gaimin currently, which is great because that's why they're in the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, and if you want to see when you can watch that, let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. We have another 4 best-of-3s coming your way tomorrow. At the final series of the day, we'll have the winners of the 2 first series of the day, so keep that in mind. Also keep in mind that it's a rolling schedule, so we'll just play all these series back to back. But I do want to focus a little bit on the lower bracket series we see there because the first 2 series as well as the last series are all in that lower bracket fear. We got Xtreme, Spirit, BetBoom, NAVI. I know you're a big NAVI fan here.
Big fan.
How far can they go?
They could definitely win this series. They've shown within the region that they're fighting very well in that regard. So this is a BetBoom team that we see very inconsistent. Yeah, they're good. They lost to Liquid, no shame in that. But this NAVI squad, they 2-0 Tundra. Like, that's an impressive feat on its own. So this matchup, definitely NAVI could take it.
Yeah, they definitely could. Very curious to see what's going to happen tomorrow. Also, interesting trend I think I want to touch upon as we reflect on the day. Yesterday, all our series, Jenkins, apart from that final one, were all the distance. 3-game series apart from BetBoom taking Spirit 2-0. This time it was reversed where we had 3 2-0s and obviously this last one went the distance still as well. Do you think that's a result of teams just figuring it out a little bit more as we are nearing the end in just a couple of days?
Yeah, I mean, there's an element of that, definitely. But I also think there's just inconsistency which exists in Dota where, you know, sometimes you'll have a series which actually is competitive in terms of the skill levels of the teams, but then one team still, even if they have a 55% chance to win, they still win 2 games in a row. I think today was skewed because we saw Gaimin versus Xtreme, and I think that Gaimin looks a level above all of the teams here. So Yeah, I think in general, like the teams are pretty balanced in terms of skill. I don't think there's. I wouldn't be betting on any of these matches. You just can't be sure who's going to win.
You can't be true. We heard Blitz just now say as well that they expected to lose game 2 and they expected to lose game 3 and win game 2, and Dota's never really playing out the way you expected it to.
Yeah.
That's just the way the cookie crumbles. But that's it for this day. The 4 BO3s have been played out. We have cut 8 teams that were in the playoffs down to 6. Well, that's nice, but we need to get rid of some more. It's going to continue tomorrow. So make sure you tune in bright and early once more for the penultimate day of PGL Wallachia Season 5.
Și cu cel vrâncea